Traversing the realm of martial energy, I have become a scion of the Mo family in Yancheng, absorbing energy, enhancing my prowess, comprehending martial arts. With an extraordinary advantage at my disposal, I traverse the continent with unparalleled vigor. Chapter 1. Mo Family, Mo Tang. Within a spacious courtyard, the surroundings exhibit a certain dilapidation, particularly accentuated by the rampant weeds that diminish the vitality of this place. At the center of the courtyard, paved with blue stone, a figure darts swiftly, surrounded by dazzling flashes of blade light, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. Blade Qi. With a thunderous roar, the silver blade light vanishes in an instant, and tranquility is restored. Mo Tang, panting heavily, gazes at the blade embedded over 3 inches into the wooden post, his perspiring visage tinged with a mixture of resignation, self-mockery, and a remaining sense of indifference. Indeed, my aptitude is exceedingly poor. A 19-year-old youth, whose cultivation barely reaches the 3rd level of martial energy, has practiced a yellow-grade martial technique for nearly a decade, yet remains at the threshold of proficiency. The innate potential of this original body is undoubtedly that of a top-tier waste. Fortunately, I possess an extraordinary advantage. The very reason he can afford to look down upon the original soul he has inhabited is precisely due to this. With a gentle tug of his right hand through the air, a blue luminescent image materializes before him, visible only to his eyes. It resembles the system interface of a game from his past life. Mo Tang's extraordinary advantage manifests as a rather unremarkable system interface, which is simply divided into 3 distinct attribute categories: upgrade panel, inventory, and map. The upgrade panel serves as the primary function of this system interface, and it shall be the key to Mo Tang's survival henceforth. This panel enables Mo Tang to absorb energy-containing substances to acquire upgrade energy points, which can be utilized to elevate his martial energy level, martial technique level, and more. As for the inventory, it requires no elaboration. It functions akin to a gaming backpack, resembling the spatial rings found in the realm of martial energy. However, Mo Tang is pleasantly surprised by the map function, which indeed resembles a game, featuring both a large map and a small map. The large map allows him, as the host, to make various special annotations, but these can only be revealed through exploration or by imprinting real-world maps onto the system map. The small map, on the other hand, actively displays all marked individuals within a 100-meter radius around him. It even employs red, yellow, and green colors to indicate their attitudes towards him. This function holds significant utility for potential ambushes or pursuits. The only regret Mo Tang harbors is the limited range. With a mere 100-meter radius, while it proves practical for those at the level of combatants or martial masters, at higher realms, a single great leap would render it ineffective, making it somewhat trivial. Upon opening the first section of the upgrade panel, Mo Tang observes his basic information displayed plainly. Name, Mo Tang. Level, 3rd stage of martial energy. Martial arts, none. Martial techniques, triple blade Qi, entry level. Available energy points, 0. How unpretentious this panel is, every detail brimming with the essence of poverty. Could it not be a touch more grandiose? Of course, these are merely minor issues. Mo Tang's foremost dilemma lies in his complete lack of energy points. Upon clicking the ascending arrow next to the level, 8 energy points are required to advance to the 4th stage of martial energy. Would you like to proceed? Yes/no. Yes. Insufficient energy points. Upgrade failed. With a sigh, he realizes this was merely a hopeful experiment. It appears the system harbors no loopholes. Although Mo Tang's original body was a complete waste with no parents and no aptitude, his identity is far from that of an ordinary failure. He hails from a prestigious family. The Mo family, one of the 4 great clans in the eastern province of the Jimar Empire, possesses influence that, while not comparable to the likes of the Nalan family, is not to be underestimated. Particularly, their long-standing presence in the eastern part of the empire, far removed from the political epicenter of the imperial capital, has allowed them to establish deep roots, resembling local tyrants, with few daring to provoke them. The headquarters of the Mo family is situated in Yancheng, the largest city in the eastern province of the empire. With a large population and abundant resources, backed by the sacred Yunlan sect of the Jimar Empire, the Mo family possesses complete control over everything here. Even the nominal governor of Yancheng, as the highest official in the province, must tread carefully around them, making them an undeniable colossus in the eyes of ordinary citizens, a force not to be trifled with. Thus, even without strength, being merely a dispensable peripheral member within the Mo family, he can venture outside adorned in garments emblazoned with the family's emblem, and even the most ruthless mercenaries would think twice before provoking him. However, if Mo Tang recalls correctly, The Mo family seems destined to become one of the minor antagonists who face humiliation and defeat at the hands of the protagonist in the future, with even the esteemed elder of the family meeting a grim fate. Although as long as he remains sufficiently inept, this event shall ultimately not implicate him. If the Mo family were to indeed fall, all the prestige he currently enjoys would vanish in an instant. If, at that time, he still lacks the strength to establish himself in this world, his fate would be dire. In response, Ma Tong could only mutter inwardly, "Fool!" With Ma Li's paltry talent, having only achieved the rank of fighter at the age of 18, it was likely that he would not even have gained entry into the inner sect of the Yanlan sect were it not for the substantial tributes that the Ma family offered annually. To think he would dare to covet the attention of the sect leader's personal disciple, all based on that youthful visage of his. After shutting down the system panel, Ma Tong sheathed his long blade and proceeded to boil water for a bath, refreshing himself before donning a new set of garments, finally making his way into his bedroom. From the concealed compartment at the head of the bed, he retrieved a small box crafted from rosewood. Upon opening it, he discovered a dried, pale yellow flower wrapped in silk, alongside a greenish-blue jade box, no larger than a fist, sealed with a unique technique. Beneath the flower and the jade box, upon unveiling the second layer of the partition, lay an ancient scroll meticulously rolled up. This collection represented the entirety of the inheritance left to him by his father, Ma Yun, a former guard of the Ma family who possessed the strength of a 4-star fighter. It was also his sole reliance for navigating through the most arduous initial phase of his journey. Chapter 2. Concerning the system. Upon discovering low-level energy, 16 points, the question arose, should it be absorbed? Indeed, the answer was affirmative. This delicate beige flower, a rare spiritual herb known as Yancheng. While the continent of Dou Qi does not categorize such herbs with the precision afforded to medicinal pills, its rarity is nonetheless commendable. With 16 energy points, according to the system's settings, this Yancheng could be equated to a standard second-tier medicinal pill. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. It is worth noting that a Yancheng's market value does not exceed 600 gold coins, while a second-tier medicinal pill could easily command tenfold that price. Hence, should he acquire medicinal pills or similar items in the future, allowing the system to absorb them would be decidedly unwise. One could only wonder what criteria the system employed for its judgments. Mo Tang mused. Additionally, Mo Tang observed that the energy level designated by the system was classified as low level, meaning it could only be utilized to enhance fighters up to the great fighter rank and below. This classification aligns with the system's rules, which categorize energy into low level, mid-level, and high level. Energy levels from 1 to 3 are deemed low level, ineffective against the Doling rank and above. Levels 4 to 6 are mid-level, ineffective against Dozong rank and higher, while levels 7 to 9 are high-level, ineffective against Dou Qi rank and above. This is quite understandable, as the journey of Dou Qi cultivation marks a significant divide between great fighters and duelings. Upon condensing Dou crystals, the quality of Dou Qi experiences a profound transformation. As for Dou Huang and Dou Zong, their realms signify mastery over spatial forces, representing a transcendence into an entirely different echelon of existence, elevating their very life essence. The 16 points of energy were sufficient for Mo Tang to elevate his cultivation from the 3rd stage of Dou Qi to the 4th, or alternatively, to enhance his stifled entry-level Huang-tier advanced Dou technique, the 3 Blades of Light, to minor success. However, regardless of the choice, the enhancement to his combat prowess would be marginal, thus he refrained from hastily allocating points. After the energy was absorbed, the once fragrant beige flower withered instantly, transforming into an utterly worthless dry stalk. Next, Mo Tang turned his gaze to the jade box beside him, discovering low-level energy. For points, he was prompted. Should it be absorbed? Yes. Mo Tang smirked wryly, observing the irregular crystal within the jade box, shimmering with a silvery light. It was the magic core of a 1st-tier lightning attribute magical beast, the Thunderwolf. Its external value vastly surpassed that of the Yancheng, yet the energy differential was 4-fold. Absorbing it would be sheer folly. No, Montauk Tang scowled, making his decision, though his heart was laden with discontent. It appeared that real-world values bore no relation to the system's assessment. Thus, selling the core for money and purchasing lower-value yet higher-rated spiritual herbs, according to the system, was the only viable option. He lamented his current poverty, knowing he must be astute with his resources, ensuring this initial step was taken correctly. Alas, though his father had wielded some power and influence in his lifetime, he had been dead for a decade. It had been a decade since even ants had engaged in a race. His father's connections had long since faded into obscurity. Without his own merit, Mo Tang if not for his reincarnation, would have merely lived a life of insignificance as a commoner, enduring solitude until the end of his days. Yet now everything had changed. As a traveler from Earth, the very heart of the myriad universes, Mo Tang did not consider himself merely a supporting character in the saga of that young lad Xiao Yin, who had once claimed this Dou Qi Continent as his own. Taking the magic core, Mo Tang carefully stowed the jade box along with the Dou Qi technique scroll into a concealed compartment, then, armed with his trusty long knife, exited the courtyard. Standing at the street's end, Mo Tang gazed upon the imposing fortress-like headquarters of the Mo family, shaking his head in disbelief. The Mo family, indeed, was the most powerful clan in the eastern provinces of the Jimar Empire. The financial resources poured into constructing this heavily fortified bastion were beyond reckoning. Every few dozen meters along the towering walls, patrols were stationed, and in the occasional gaps, Mo Tang could faintly discern the glint of sharp arrows, reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight. According to Mo Tang's knowledge, above the Mo family fortress, at least a dozen vantage points were established, ensuring comprehensive surveillance. Any trespasser attempting aerial entry would surely be met with a hail of concealed arrows, transforming them into a veritable porcupine. This was the true stronghold of the Mo family, the Mo fortress. Located in the heart of Yancheng, the Mo fortress could be described as a city within a city. Within its walls resided all the direct descendants and mid to high-ranking members of the Mo clan, while Mo Tang, as a peripheral member, was relegated to the neighborhoods outside the fortress, serving as one of the outer guards. The Mo family had established its roots here for centuries, evolving into a formidable clan of thousands. Aside from the direct descendants and upper echelons, the surrounding streets were populated entirely by those bearing the surname Mo. This could be seen as one of the benefits bestowed upon the common folk by the family, allowing them to inhabit such a prime location in the city center. Fortuitously, the Dou Qi Continent had not succumbed to the whims of real estate speculation. Otherwise, given the Mo family's prime location, they could easily have amassed a fortune merely from rental income, permitting them to live extravagantly for a lifetime. Alas, such was not the case. Mo Tang gazed at the towering fortress, sighed softly, and adjusted his attire, emblematic of his identity, before striding towards the bustling commercial street. Due to the Mo family's monopolistic dominance, nearly 60% of Yancheng's industries belong to them. Even after accounting for necessary taxes and the substantial wealth required to maintain connections, the Mo family continued to thrive, growing ever more affluent. While one might think that such prominence would attract trouble, the Mo family enjoyed the protection of the formidable Yanlan sect. Even the imperial family of the Jimar Empire would think twice before provoking them. Thus, in a climate of unabashed expansion, the Mo family had effectively established themselves as the local overlords. Were it not for the presence of 3 other clans restraining their ambitions in the eastern provinces, it is likely the Mo family would have extended their influence into other major cities by now. Nevertheless, in recent years, leveraging their formidable backing, the Mo family had steadily subdued the remaining 3 clans, asserting themselves as the undisputed rulers of the region. As the saying goes, prolonged power breeds insatiable ambition. Having held dominion for so long, many within the family had begun to lose their sense of proportion, growing envious of the tributes rendered to the Yanlan sect each year, even entertaining the delusion that the Mo family might one day control the sect themselves. Amidst such unrealistic aspirations, Mo Chang had immersed himself in the half-baked transplantation technique devised by the clan's ancestors, hoping to bolster his strength through this dubious means, ultimately setting his sights on the coveted by Shi Sanhua Tong of the Qinglin, only to be confronted by a host of formidable adversaries. It was a classic case of self-sabotage. Chapter 3. Purchasing Medicine. As he traversed the vibrant commercial street, Mo Tang observed the myriad shops lining either side, most adorned with the character Mo, unmistakably indicating the Mo family's enterprises. Entering a shop that appeared quite grand, Mo Tang walked straight in. "Ah, welcome, dear guest. Please, come in." As soon as he stepped through the door, the melodious voice of the attendant resonated far and wide. Upon noticing the attire that marked Mo Tang as a scion of the Mo family, the attendant's enthusiasm intensified. After all, their livelihoods depended on the Mo clan, and many were even servants of the family. Thus, even when encountering a distant relative, they were greeted with warm smiles. Perhaps some melodramatic events might unfold among the Mo clan members, but to the outsiders, the Mo family represented a unified front. "What is the price of a first-tier magic core?" Mo Tang inquired directly. With a cheerful demeanor, the attendant responded, "Dear guest, Are you looking to buy or sell? Damn it. I feel as if this fellow is mocking me. Casting a disapproving glance at the somewhat dim-witted attendant, Mo Tang retorted, "Of course, I am selling. Selling the magic core. Oh. If you wish to sell, then it depends on the type of magic core, as prices vary based on their attributes and levels." Despite sensing the attendant's lack of intelligence, he maintained a professional tone. Mo Tang produced a jade box containing a first-tier peak Thunder Wolf magic core. The attendant's eyes immediately lit up. A Thunder attribute magic core from a first-tier peak magical beast, the Thunder Wolf. This was indeed a prized item. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the shopkeeper. Do not underestimate the value of a first-tier magic core. It is contingent on its attributes. For instance, wind and thunder attributes, known for their swiftness and offensive capabilities, are notoriously difficult to capture, often requiring the strength of a fighter to secure them, thus commanding a higher price. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments emerged. Upon seeing Mo Tang, he instantly smiled and said, "Ah, young brother, I see you are a member of the Mo family. May I ask your name?" Mo Tang nodded faintly and replied, "I am Mo Tang, and my father is named Mo Yun." Unfortunately, the name Mo Tang was unfamiliar to many, so he resorted to invoking his deceased father's name. Oh, the middle-aged man appeared enlightened. However, internally he was racing through thoughts, pondering who exactly Mo Tang was and who Mo Yun could be. After a brief moment, he finally recalled the name and continued, "Mo Yun? Is he not the one who served as a close guard under the elder 10 years ago?" Mentioning the elder could only refer to one individual, the true pillar of the Mo family, Mo Cheng. He was the unfortunate soul who was trampled like a dead dog by Xiao Yin in the original narrative. Mo Tang's father had once been a well-known figure in the Mo family, a confidant of Mo Cheng, although he had passed away prematurely. The older members of the family still held some recollections of him. Indeed, Mo Tang affirmed with a nod. "Ha. So you're the son of my old friend Mo Yun. I cannot believe how much you have grown." As the middle-aged man sought to establish rapport, he said, "I am Huang He. Just call me Uncle Huang. I have heard that you wish to part with a first-tier peak Thunderwolf magic core?" "Yes," Mo Tang replied. Handing over the magic core, "Please take a look, Uncle Huang." Huang He opened the jade box to examine the core carefully, then nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, this is a first-tier peak Thunderwolf magic core. Although the internal energy has diminished somewhat, it is negligible and does not significantly affect its value." Molentak Tang listened attentively. This was an old tactic, first to pick at the item's flaws, and then to negotiate a lower price. One should not be deceived by the terms of young, nephew, and Uncle Huang. In the realm of commerce, such ties are worth little. At this moment, Mo Tang merely hoped that Huang He would not drive too hard bargain. After a protracted silence, Huang He finally set the core down and, with a serious expression, stated, "How about this? Since it is your first visit to my shop, I shall offer you a premium of 2 layers on this magic core at 800 gold coins. What do you think?" Mo Tang's mind raced. While this price was indeed higher than the standard for ordinary first-tier magic cores by 200 or 300 gold coins, considering that it was a first-tier peak core and of the rare thunder attribute, such a price could be deemed fair. As for the notion of a premium, that was merely for show. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Uncle Huang," Mo Tang replied, feigning compliance, which only served to amplify the smile on Huang He's face. This item could fetch at least 1,000 gold coins upon resale, and if he found an alchemist, the price could soar even higher. Thus, Huang He's plump visage was now beaming with glee. "By the way, Uncle Huang, I wish to purchase some medicinal herbs with this money." Huang He raised an eyebrow and promptly replied, "Ah, young nephew, I presume you seek aids for your training? In that case, I recommend the bone strengthening vine, which enhances the strength of one's bones and muscles, quite effective before reaching the fighter stage." Notably, Huang He did not mention any pills, for he knew well that with the few hundred gold coins Mo Tang possessed, he could not even afford the most basic training pills, which started at over 5,000 gold coins. An ordinary person might manage to scrape together 100 or 200 gold coins to buy some bone-strengthening vine and brew it into a soup at home. Mo Tang shook his head, saying, "I wish to purchase something that aids in cultivating fighting energy." "Very well." Huang He nodded, then turned to retrieve several boxes from within. Upon opening them, various herbs were revealed. "These are the options. Take a look and see which ones you desire." Detected low-level energy. 3 points. Do you wish to absorb? Affirmative. Detected low-level energy. 4 points. Do you wish to absorb? Affirmative. Mo Tang discreetly examined the herbs, compared their prices, and ultimately selected the most cost-effective option. The black windgrass, priced at 400 gold coins per stalk, providing 4 energy points. A fair deal indeed. Having just acquired 800 gold coins, He swiftly expended it to purchase 2 stalks of black windgrass. Overall, it was still a reasonable trade. This method of purchasing spiritual herbs from shop was not the most cost-effective for Mo Tang at this stage. Thus, he planned to equip himself and venture out of the city to the mountains located 30 miles away. Although those mountains could not compare with the resource-rich Beast Mountain range, they still harbored some ordinary spiritual herbs. More importantly, the majority of creatures residing there were merely common beasts, unless one ventured deep into the mountains. Encounters with first or second-tier magical beasts were unlikely. As for higher-tier magical beasts, they were non-existent. Therefore, in terms of safety, as long as he was adequately prepared, Mo Tang need not overly worry about losing his life. Chapter 4. Encountering Werewolves in the Wild. With the 8 energy points provided by the 2 stalks of black windgrass, Mo Tang now possessed a total of 24 energy points. However, he did not choose to enhance his fighting energy level. He had previously observed that advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level of fighting energy required 8 energy points, and the requirement to elevate to the 5th level would undoubtedly be even higher. Thus, while 24 points seemed substantial, they were insufficient to elevate him to the 6th level of fighting energy. However, the 24 energy points were more than sufficient for him to elevate his advanced yellow-tier martial skill, the triple blade aura, to its consummate stage. At the consummate level, even though Mo Tang was merely a waste of 3-stage Dou Qi, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of a 5-stage Dou Qi practitioner who had only grasped the rudimentary techniques. Yet, due to the scarcity of Dou Qi, although his explosive power was formidable, its duration would be fleeting. 5 seconds, a true man. Would you rather be a coward for a lifetime, or a true man for 5 seconds? Clearly, Mo Tang chose the latter. He promptly tapped the upgrade button behind the triple blade aura twice, and in an instant. Nama, Montak Tang. Level, 3-stage Dou Qi. Technique, none. Martial skill, triple blade aura, consumat. Available energy points, 0. In that moment, Mo Tang's understanding and application of the triple blade aura surged several levels. Simultaneously, he felt an influx of instinctual memories regarding the skill coursing through his body. In just a few breaths, the triple blade light, which he had struggled to master for a decade, reached the consummate realm. This revelation caused Mo Tang, who was experiencing his first use of an external enhancement, to gasp in astonishment, contributing a small measure to the greenhouse effect of the entire Dou Qi Continent. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Mo Tang eagerly drew out the long knife from his waist and commenced practice in the yard. Although this martial skill did not resemble the systematic sword techniques found in martial arts worlds, after achieving consummate mastery of the triple blade aura, Mo Tang felt as if the knife had become an extension of his own arm, with each strike executed effortlessly, as if guided by instinct. With this newfound ability, even if he encountered stealthy beasts in the mountains, he could react swiftly, preventing himself from being ambushed. In comparison, his choice to enhance his martial skill proved to be the wisest decision, bringing a sigh of relief to Mo Tang. Finally, he felt assured that his first step had not been misguided. The following morning, with everything prepared, Mo Tang took up the frostblade long knife he had specifically purchased from the weapon shop the previous day and set forth from his home. His destination lay 30 miles outside the city, at Yancheng Mountain, which was not a solitary peak but rather a continuous expanse of mountains. Although it could not compare to the boundless monster Beast Mountain range, its steep terrain was home to many fierce beasts and abundant resources, sustaining several nearby towns and mercenary groups. However, the resource levels here were too low to garner the attention of a powerful faction like the Mo family, thus providing smaller forces with a space to thrive. Otherwise, with a behemoth like the Mo family seated in Salt City, this mountain range would have long since become their private domain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Mo Tang chose not to team up with others. Firstly, his cultivation level was too low for them to consider him, and secondly, he feared that these individuals might engage in treachery, burying him deep within the forest. As it was his first venture, Mo Tang did not dare to delve too deep. Instead, he lingered at the outskirts, wishing to familiarize himself with the jungle environment. After all, he was not a survival expert in his previous life and had never traversed deep forests, lacking the requisite knowledge. However, the periphery had undoubtedly been ravaged by countless others, leaving him with nothing but misfortune, compelling him to cautiously venture deeper. Climbing onto a large tree, he scanned the surroundings like the Monkey King, and upon examining his mini-map, he discerned no immediate dangers. Mo Tang stealthily crept into a shaded thicket, where amidst the thick layers of dead branches and leaves, he discovered a white, mushroom-like plant. Oh, is that a white fungus? Mo Tang recognized it with joy. discovering low-level energy. 3 points. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. To his surprise, he had already found a bounty shortly after entering the mountains, and he felt his earlier stroke of luck returning. If he could find a few more of these, he could directly enhance his Dou Qi. After encouraging himself, Mo Tang resumed his journey deeper into the woods. Yet, over the course of the next 2 hours, aside from encountering a wild boar towering over a small calf, he found nothing else. Fortunately, this boar, though large, was merely an ordinary beast, which Mo Tang dispatched with ease. He stowed the creature in his backpack, planning to return and have it processed for future sustenance. After wandering for nearly half an hour more, Mo Tang suddenly spotted something the size of a basin nestled between rocks before him, resembling white jade. What could this be? Excitement surged within him. Although he did not recognize it, it appeared to be something extraordinary. Even if it held no energy points, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. However, after the thrill, he quickly grew wary. After all, he was not an inexperienced youth of 17 or 18. He harbored a healthy skepticism towards seemingly serendipitous events. Every tale of fortune falling from the sky is accompanied by a gluttonous figure devouring the pie. There could very well be malicious intent lurking. His caution was soon validated by a rustling noise behind him. Footsteps. Mo Tang jolted, swiftly positioning his long knife before him and pivoting around. To his dismay, he found himself encircled by 5 or 6 azure wolves, their presence unknown until that moment. Gazing back at the stone, he noted a head wolf, even more robust than its pack, towering over the others. The head wolf stood dominantly, coldly scrutinizing him, sending a chill down Mo Tang's spine. Damn it. I made the same mistake again. Engaging in games without glancing at the minimap. I deserve this. Are they magical beasts? But that shouldn't be. This area is still near the midsection of the mountain range. How could magical beasts exist here? However, before he could ponder further, the encircling azure wolves lunged at him. A howl erupted from the nearest wolf as it leaped forward. Mo Tang's reflexes kicked in. He deftly maneuvered his long knife, evading the wolf's assault while simultaneously delivering a lethal strike with the blade, splitting it open with a swift motion. This was the advantage of having achieved consummate mastery in the triple blade aura. Mo Tang had reached a level of proficiency with the long knife that allowed for effortless execution of techniques. Chapter 5. The Rise in Power. A howl of anguish erupted from the pack upon witnessing their comrade's demise. Initially, Mo Tang assumed the head wolf would charge in for revenge, but to his surprise, it merely urged its pack to attack, standing back with no intention of joining the fray. Something is amiss. Calming himself, Mo Tang's mind began to race. If the creature truly were a monstrous beast, even a mere first-tier one, it would likely have lunged forth to rend him to shreds. Yet, observing its demeanor, the wolf exhibited no intention of engaging. Was it perhaps looking down upon him? This fleeting thought vanished in an instant. What did it matter? Fortune favors the bold. The object he had glimpsed earlier was evidently no ordinary item. A profound instinct within Mo Tang sensed that acquiring it would yield immense rewards. Thus he could not afford to relent. Resolute in his decision, Mo Tang deftly evaded the wolf's advancing maw and instead charged directly toward the stone where the alpha wolf resided. With a technique known as triple blade aura, the air was sliced with a shrill whistle, producing an almost piercing sound. A veil of ethereal currents coalesced around his blade, forming a white aura that danced along its edge. Though he was not a fighter, let alone one capable of imbuing his weapon with combat energy, the formidable enhancement of his perfected technique imbued Mo Tang's strike with an unyielding and lethal intent. With the essence of a dragon-slaying sword, he aimed to vanquish demons and gods alike. It is true that Mo Tang wielded neither a sword for slaying dragons, nor was he a master of 1,000 blades. However, he faced nothing more than a wild wolf, which, despite its size, remained a mere nuisance, a worthless creature, nonetheless. With a swift motion, the blade severed the wolf's neck, lopping off a substantial portion of its head. It was not that his weapon lacked sharpness. Rather, the wolf's quick reflexes had caused it to evade slightly, altering the trajectory of the strike. Nonetheless, the impact was substantial, even if it had avoided immediate decapitation. Its head now hung limply upon its shoulder, and no matter how resilient its life force, survival was no longer an option. This startling scene left the surrounding pack of blue wolves in shock, particularly the alpha, which writhed and howled upon the ground, watching as its lifeblood stained the earth crimson. Fear began to take root among them, as they gazed upon Mo Tang, standing firm with his blade raised, exuding an aura of death. The remaining wolves slowly retreated, ultimately fleeing into the woods. With a sigh of relief, Mo Tang felt his tension ease. Had these creatures truly descended into madness and charged him, he would have likely sustained injuries even if he managed to slay them all. Despite having delivered just a single strike, he felt an emptiness within. The once sparse combat energy had been entirely expended, leaving his legs somewhat weak. Not daring to linger, he hastily stowed the wolf carcasses in his backpack and leaped to the side of the white object. Upon inspection, he discovered a low-grade energy reading, 30 points. Would he absorb it? Yes. A surge of joy filled Mo Tang's heart. An astonishing 30 energy points, double that of an ordinary second-tier spiritual herb. What could this remarkable item be, to possess such value? Gazing at the now dull pile of powder, he couldn't help but speculate. However, lacking expertise in alchemy, he resolved to seek guidance upon his return. Suddenly enriched with an additional 30 energy points, combined with the previous white mushroom, Mo Tang now possessed a total of 33 energy points. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 3rd tier combat energy. Cultivation method, none. Combat technique, triple blade aura, mastered. Available energy points, 33, low grade. Without hesitation, Mo Tang opted to elevate his cultivation level. To ascend to the 4th tier required 8 low-grade energy points. Would he proceed? Yes. To advance to the 5th tier required 10 low-grade energy points. Would he proceed? Yes. To rise to the 6th tier required 12 low-grade energy points. He continued until he had reached the 6th tier of combat energy, halting there. His level had effectively doubled, and in that moment, Mo Tang felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, eager to confront a monstrous beast. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 6th tier combat energy. Cultivation method, none. Combat technique, triple blade aura, mastered. Available energy points, 3, low grade. At that moment, Mo Tang felt an overwhelming urge to bellow to the heavens. Who else dares challenge me? Within the span of mere seconds, he had elevated his combat energy by 3 tiers. Even if Xiao Yin had consumed a foundational spiritual liquid, he could not achieve such a terrifying rate of advancement. Mo Tang's elation swelled within him. Yet, just as he relished his newfound invincibility, a distant roar of a beast shattered his reverie. Roar. The sound suggested the presence of a bear, deep and resonant, instilling an intangible sense of pressure. However, in his current state of overwhelming confidence, Mo Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly grasped his blade and moved toward the source of the noise. This was not a reckless pursuit driven by hubris. Rather, having assessed the previous pack of blue wolves, he was confident that no true monstrous beings lurked in this vicinity. Even the most ferocious of wild creatures would pose no threat to him at this moment. With that assurance, Mo Tang boldly advanced. However, it quickly became apparent that circumstances were not as simple as he had anticipated. Upon spotting a towering black-furred bear standing over 2 meters tall, Mo Tang's brow furrowed in concern. This was a first-tier black-furred bear? What was it doing here? While its size suggested it was merely a low-tier creature, bear-type beasts were renowned for their immense strength. Thus, even a first-tier specimen would require at least 2 or 3 3-star fighters to subdue in direct combat. Of course, this was contingent on a frontal engagement. Mo Tang's eyes narrowed slightly, his grip on the blade tightening. If he could execute a surprise attack, inflicting a swift and grievous wound, it was entirely feasible to bring down this lumbering bear. His triple blade aura was a high-tier yellow combat technique, and its potency had been well validated in recent moments. Moreover, this black-furred bear was an exceedingly ordinary beast, possessing little beyond brute strength. Mo Tang was confident that if he could just land a successful ambush, victory would be his. Fortune favors the bold. Having made his decision, he hesitated no longer. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he prepared to unleash a long-awaited strike while the bear lowered its head. A streak of lightning flashed as the sharp blade descended upon the bear's dark mane. Chapter 6, A Windfall. Success. Mo Tang's heart swelled with joy. Yet in an instant, the resounding clash of metal against flesh thrust him from the heights of euphoria into despair. Cursed be this fate. This was not a black-furred bear. It was an immature, iron-backed bear. However, at this moment, it seemed somewhat tardy to recognize the peril. The little iron-backed bear, which had been comfortably contemplating a delectable wild fruit to enhance its palate, suddenly felt a sharp sting at its neck and was startled to see a hairless monkey wielding an object attempting to cleave it. How could one endure such an affront? With a furious roar, the bear's paw, as large as a basin, came crashing down towards its chest. Cursing under his breath, Mo Tang's expression shifted drastically, and he instinctively positioned his long knife across his chest. With a resounding clang, the once praised cold wind blade was shattered into two pieces by the bear's immense force. Nevertheless, this brief buffer diminished the power of the bear's strike considerably. When it finally landed on Mo Tang's torso, it merely caused him to spit blood without breaking any bones. Seizing the momentum of the blow, Mo Tang executed a somersault and landed dozens of meters away, promptly turning to flee. Behind him, the enraged roars of the iron-backed bear echoed, accompanied by the resounding crash of trees being toppled. Yet, ultimately, due to its unwieldy size and sluggish speed, the bear could only watch as the hairless monkey nimbly darted into the woods, disappearing from sight. On the outskirts of Yunfeng Mountain, a rather disheveled young man burst forth, capturing the attention of several mercenaries preparing to venture into the mountain. However, upon seeing the young man's appearance, most of them revealed expressions of schadenfreude. While Yunfeng Mountain lacked dangerous magical beasts, it was home to numerous carnivorous wild animals. The audacity of a lone individual to venture in, oblivious to the risks, seemed almost foolish. Surviving the encounter was already a stroke of luck. However, among the nearest mercenaries, a middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply upon noticing the large paw print on the young man's chest, prompting an immediate change in demeanor as he approached the youth. "Young brother, are you injured?" The middle-aged mercenary inquired with a kindly expression. "Here, I have some healing medicine. Take it." The surrounding young mercenaries exchanged puzzled glances at their captain's gesture. While the healing medicine was not particularly rare, it still held considerable value in gold coins. Why bestow it upon a stranger? Yet, out of trust for their captain, they remained silent despite their confusion. This disheveled young man was none other than Mo Tang, who had narrowly escaped the iron-backed bear's grasp. Noticing the unexpected concern from the middle-aged man, Mo Tang did not feel grateful. Instead, he became increasingly wary. Ever since he had realized the nature of the world he had been reborn into, he had viewed it through a lens of utmost suspicion. In this realm, the fundamental law of survival was the jungle law of the fittest. Even in the most peaceful nation of his past life, there existed the adage of no good deed goes unpunished, let alone in his current situation. "Thank you, but it is merely a minor injury, nothing to fret over," Mo Tang replied, brushing off the dust and leaves from his clothing, inadvertently revealing the emblem of the Mo family on his chest. There was no alternative among these individuals. The weakest possessed combat prowess, while he, a mere novice in the realm of combat energy, ought to tread carefully. Indeed, upon catching sight of the tattered emblem of the Mo family, the middle-aged mercenary's expression subtly shifted. "I did not expect you to be a member of the Mo family. My apologies for the oversight." Feigning a sigh, Mo Tang shook his head, saying, "No need for such formality, sir. I am merely a collateral member of the Mo family." The middle-aged mercenary smiled and inquired, "By the way, I am Mo Sun, captain of the Iron Fist mercenary team. May I ask how you are called, young brother?" Mo Tang clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Mo Tang." Mo Sun regarded Mo Tang with a smile and asked, "Did you encounter some misfortune, young brother?" With an expression of misfortune, Mo Tang shook his head and sighed. "Alas, I had intended to search for medicinal herbs in this mountain, but I unexpectedly encountered an iron-backed bear. I nearly met my end at the hands of that beast." "Iron-backed bear?" Mo Sun's expression changed, his incredulity evident as he questioned, "Are you certain it was indeed a third-tier magical beast, the iron-backed bear?" Mo Tang, perceiving the doubt in Mo Sun's eyes, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "I to deceive you? That iron-backed bear was likely still a juvenile, its strength at most a first tier. However, its formidable defense and immense power left me in such a wretched state." A juvenile iron-backed bear. Mo Sun's heart leapt with joy. It was well known that an adult iron-backed bear was a third-tier magical beast, impervious to blades and spears, posing a challenge even for grand fighters. If this young man was not lying, and it truly was a juvenile iron-backed bear, capturing alive could yield a fortune of several thousand gold coins. With excitement uncontainable on his face, Mo Sun urgently inquired, "Do you know where the iron-backed bear is now? If you're willing to lead us there, I shall offer you a reward of 1,000 gold coins." 1,000? Mo Tang's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained an impassive facade. Instead, he scoffed derisively. 1,000? Mo Sun, do you think me so easily deceived due to my youth? A living juvenile iron-backed bear is worth at least 50,000 gold coins. And at an auction, it could even fetch over 100,000. And you offer me 1,000? Are you jesting? Mo Sun's expression darkened, But before he could respond, a young man behind him could no longer contain himself. Stepping forward to coldly declare, "You are merely being asked to guide us. Is 1,000 gold coins not sufficient? Regardless of the bear's value, it is we who would capture it, not you. We could very well search for it ourselves. With your abilities, how far could you venture? I refuse to believe we cannot find it." Mo Tang, however, merely smiled coldly and replied, "If that is the case, then you may search for it on your own. However, know that interest in the Ironback Bear is not limited to your mercenary team alone. You." The young man erupted in fury. "Lin Gang, be silent." Mo Sen's expression darkened as he sharply reprimanded the young man named Lin Gang, glaring at Mo Tang, who seemed to have him at a disadvantage. Mo Sun felt a tinge of frustration, yet the young man had astutely leveraged his weakness, leaving him no choice but to yield. "Very well, young brother Mo Tang. What price do you seek?" Mo Sun was compelled to compromise. Any further delay might result in the juvenile iron-backed bear falling into other hands. Even if no one encountered it, it was a living creature. Who could predict where it might run off to? If it retreated deeper into Yunfeng Mountain, it would be too late to discuss anything. 10,000, Mo Tang declared, digging at his ears and making a bold demand. Impossible. Mo Sun flatly rejected him. At most 5,000, 9,000, 6,000. Then let it be 8,000, 6,000. How can you bargain like this? Montauk Tang protested, at his feet. Mo Sun remained resolute. "Trust me, this is merely a request for guidance. No one will offer a higher price than this. If it weren't for the concern of unforeseen circumstances, I would never play the fool in this manner." Very well, pay first, and then I shall guide you to find the little ironback bear." Chapter 7, Third Class Guard. With the aid of the map displayed on the system panel, Mo Tang effortlessly led the Iron Fist mercenary team to the little ironback bear, after which he swiftly departed from Yunfeng Mountain. Initially, he harbored concerns that the other party might have a change of heart upon locating their target and turn against him. But he soon realized that such notions were unfounded. Mo Tang surmised that his identity played a significant role in this, as mercenaries aspiring to make a living within the confines of Yancheng would generally prefer to avoid conflict with the Mo family unless absolutely necessary, even if their current standing within the Mo family appeared lackluster. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Mo Tang, feeling as though he were about to disintegrate, finally allowed himself to relax. He flung himself onto the bed, yet the exhilaration within him remained unaffected by fatigue. His expedition into the mountains not only elevated his prowess to the 6th tier of Dou Qi, but also earned him 6,000 gold coins. Such wealth. It was ample enough to procure numerous spiritual herbs to absorb energy points. It seemed the bright future was beckoning him, leaving Mo Tang so exhilarated that he found it difficult to sleep. After a restless night, the very next morning, he could no longer contain himself and rose early, heading to the commercial street with the intent of purchasing spiritual herbs. Now that he possessed wealth, he sought to acquire rarer spiritual medicines that offered even more energy points. Alas, after considerable comparison, he could only purchase the Wu Feng grass, as it offered the best value for money. He spent 800 gold coins to procure 12 stalks of Wu Feng grass, clearing out the stock of Wang He's shop under the watchful gaze of the baffled shopkeeper. Although this herb could enhance the body's accumulation speed of Dou Qi, its efficacy was rather modest, and a single stalk could last for over half a month when used in a medicinal bath. Thus, few would purchase such a quantity unless intended for consumption. Montauk Tang, however, was not concerned about the shopkeeper's thoughts. He hurried home with his desired herbs. The 12 stalks of Wu Feng grass provided him with 48 energy points. At that moment, his attributes were as follows. Name, Mo Tang level. 6th tier of Dou Qi technique. None fighting skill. Triple blade, aura, great accomplishment. Available energy points. 51, low level, with 51 energy points. He was poised for another significant enhancement. To elevate to the 7th tier of Dou Qi required 14 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Yes. To ascend to the 8th tier required 16 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Yes. To advance to the 9th tier required 18 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Name, Mo Tang level. 9th tier of Dou Qi technique. None fighting skill. Triple blade, aura, great accomplishment. Available energy points, 3, low level. In just a matter of days, Mo Tang transformed from a mere 3rd tier Dou Qi novice into a prodigious 9th tier talent. Had it not been for the substantial energy points required to ascend from the 9th tier to become a fighter, he would have eagerly spent all his savings to achieve that goal, for only by attaining the rank of fighter could he secure a rightful place within the Mo family, even if it were merely as a guard. The ease with which he traversed these levels could only be attributed to fortune. Had he not encountered the Yufeng Ji, whose energy was comparable to a second-tier spiritual herb, he would not have so swiftly ascended to the 6th tier of Dou Qi. Without reaching the 6th tier, he would not have possessed the audacity to confront a bear-like magical beast, nor would he have earned his first bucket of gold from the Iron Fist mercenary team. All of this was merely the result of luck, yet one could not expect fortune to favor them every single day. Thus, a stable source of income is of utmost importance in any realm. After purchasing the Wufeng grass, Mo Tang still retained over 1,200 gold coins for emergencies, and he desired to enhance his current living conditions. Presently, he was en route to the city's slave trading association to acquire 1 or 2 female slaves. Of course, let no one misconstrue this. Mo Tang intended merely to procure a cook and a maid to assist him with household chores, harboring no ulterior motives. While many gentle and pleasingly trained female slaves could delight their masters within these associations, their exorbitant prices were far beyond Mo Tang's current means. Ultimately, he spent a little over 100 gold coins to acquire a 30-year-old cook and a nimble maid who could keep the house tidy. After bringing them home, Mo Tang made another trip to the butcher's shop to retrieve the wild boar and blue wolf meat he had entrusted to them for processing, selling off the pelts and valuable teeth directly to them. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Mo Tang had not yet reached the point where he could afford to disregard such modest sums. Thus a month passed, although Mo Tang returned to Yunfeng Mountain several times. His gains were meager, yielding only 15 energy points. Name: Mo Tang level. 9th tier of Dou Qi technique. None fighting skill. Triple blade aura, great accomplishment. Available energy points: 18, low level. Initially, Mo Tang contemplated whether he should cultivate another fighting skill. However, considering his current cultivation level, even a high-level yellow-tier fighting skill was sufficient for his use. Any further training would merely squander energy points, leading him to abandon that thought. Now that he had reached the 9th tier of Dou Qi, not only must he aspire to become a fighter, but he also needed to prepare for the enhancement of his techniques. This would further stretch his energy points thin, leaving him with no choice but to focus solely on preparations for the ascension ahead. Finally, the day he had been waiting for arrived after a month. In 3 days' time, it would be the annual recruitment of guards by the Mo family. This opportunity was exclusive to the outer disciples of the Mo family and required one to possess a cultivation level of at least 7th-tier Dou Qi to participate. However, there were no age restrictions. As long as one was a member of the Mo family and met the strength criteria, anyone who was not too elderly to rise could seize the chance to become a family guard. The Mo family guards were divided into 3 ranks. All those below the rank of fighter could only become the lowest 3rd-class guards, responsible for guarding the various markets of the Mo family within the smaller cities under Yancheng. Those who reached the rank of fighter but were below 5-star fighters could become 2nd-class guards, primarily tasked with escorting merchant caravans along trade routes. In the hierarchy of warriors, those who rank as 5-star fighters but fall short of becoming battle masters are eligible to serve as 1st-class guards. Their primary responsibility is to safeguard the Mo family fortress, a position that is undoubtedly secure, yet offers the most favorable remuneration. In contrast, the elite guards of the Mo family, to which Mo Tang's father once belonged, not only require formidable strength but also demand unwavering loyalty, making such positions exceedingly rare even within the Mo family. With Mo Tang currently possessing the strength of a 9th-stage fighter, he is relegated to the lowest tier among the family's guards, earning a monthly stipend of 50 gold coins, along with a subpar healing powder known as bloodstop powder and a vine called strengthening bone vine, which aids in cultivation. Chapter 8: The Armory. The recruitment process for guards within the Mo family is rather informal, merely requiring a demonstration of one's fighting spirit and techniques. Upon registering, Mo Tang entered the Mo family castle for the first time and found himself queuing in the plaza alongside dozens of Mo family youths for a rank assessment. Fighting spirit, 7th stage. Mo Xiao, fighting spirit, 7th stage. High rank, quite commendable for a low-tier guard. Mo Tang nearly burst into laughter, sensing that the individual conducting the assessments was deliberately toying with them, especially as he observed the pallor on the face of the youth named Mo Xiao as he stepped into the ranks of 3rd-class guards. Next, Montak Tang, fighting spirit, 9th stage. Mo Tang, fighting spirit, 9th stage. High rank, very commendable for a low-tier guard. Well, just moments ago, Mo Tang had been mocking others, only to find himself in the same predicament. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off with a casual smile and joined the ranks of the 3rd-class guards. This recruitment yielded a total of 68 guards, with only 15 possessing the strength of fighters or above, and not a single individual exceeding the 5-star fighter level. This was not due to a lack of talent among the candidates, but rather because those seeking to safeguard their lives were merely a group of young individuals in their 20s. As a collateral branch of the MO family, reaching the fighter level by the age of 20 is considered an exceptional talent. Consequently, the family overseer responsible for the assessments was in high spirits, complimenting everyone he encountered. Within 2 days of becoming a low-tier guard, Mo Tang was assigned to a small town called Iron Refining City, subordinate to Salt City. This small town, nestled against the Crimson Rock Mountain, boasts a flourishing metalworking industry and serves as the site of the Mo family's largest armory. Mo Tang's assignment here was to serve as a guard stationed at one of the 4 armories in the city. However, Mo Tang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at being assigned to such a place. Despite the lofty reputation of being the largest armory, it was, in fact, one of the least lucrative ventures within the Mo family's enterprises. Although the fighting spirit continent is rife with conflict, and weapons are indispensable for any cultivator, they pale in comparison to other resources such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, magic cores, and techniques. The armory may produce and sell a substantial number of weapons daily, but most of the clientele comprises ordinary mercenaries who would hardly spend a fortune on mundane arms. As for the specialized weapons used by the strong, those are custom-made and will never find their way into the hands of guards like Mo Tang. Thus, while the armory appears to be bustling with business, the profits are meager. Such low profits imply that the guards receive scant rewards, which dissuades many from accepting assignments in such desolate locales. After pondering this predicament, Mo Tang realized that his ignorance of social niceties had led to his assignment here. He had failed to offer a gift to the deputy commander responsible for task allocations, leading to his current fate. Cursing himself internally, Mo Tang promptly prepared his belongings and set forth for Iron Refining City. 3 days later, at Crimson Rock Mountain, Iron Refining City, Mo Tang presented his guard insignia and identification documents upon arrival. He was now to report to the Mo family's guard commander in Iron Refining City. Although both positions share the title of commander, the rank of a commander in a small town like this starkly contrasts with that of the headquarters, with a significant disparity in strength between the two. The guard commander of Iron Refining City, named Zhang Feng, is a distant relative of the Mo family, boasting the prowess of a 9-star fighter. Initially, Mo Tang pondered why this individual chose to lead a group of 3rd-class guards instead of joining the elite 1st-class guards. But upon meeting him, all doubts vanished. Despite being in his 30s, Zhang Feng bore a weary visage, akin to one who had not slept well, and did not resemble a cultivator in the least. His appearance suggested indulgence, and had he been at the Mo family fortress, he would likely have been cast out for his unseemly conduct. The Mo family is currently focused on diligence and progress, unwilling to suffer the presence of a proverbial rotten apple. In this remote Iron Refining City, where authority is distant, no one seems to care about his demeanor. "Sir, I am Mo Tang, here to report. This is my family insignia." Mo Tang maintained an unwavering expression as he addressed the middle-aged man before him. Zhang Feng struggled to keep his eyes open, but did not even glance at Mo Tang's insignia or identification documents. He waved dismissively, saying, "All right, I understand. There is a shortage of personnel at the East 12th workshop. You may head there directly." Seeing his indifference, Mo Tang felt no inclination to engage further, and simply cupped his fist in farewell before departing. There was no need for camaraderie with such a person. Mo Tang's spirits sank even further. Had he known, he would have been wiser to offer more gifts to the higher-ups to secure a position in Salt City, where even being assigned to a workshop would have ensured ample rewards. Now, he found himself in this desolate place, confronted by a lackluster superior. Was he truly meant to squander his time here? This simply wouldn't do. Thus, with a heavy heart, Mo Tang arrived at the East 12th workshop, only to be unexpectedly welcomed by both the workshop manager and the guard captain. The workshop manager, named Chun Lin, was a slender middle-aged man, while the guard captain, a 30-year-old named Mo Chong, possessed the strength of a 2-star fighter. Moreover, the entire East 12th workshop guard team, consisting of 16 members, boasted a general strength of 7 to 8 stages of fighting spirit, making Mo Tang, with his 9th stage, the second strongest in the workshop. This situation left Mo Tang both amused and bewildered. Am I truly so undervalued? It became clear why Chun Lin and Mo Chong treated him with such deference. A 19-year-old with 9th-stage fighting spirit holds the potential to become a battle master or even a grand battle master, making him a figure of immense promise in their eyes, regardless of their motivations. They recognized the significance of a young prodigy like Mo Tang and accorded him the respect he deserved. Perhaps to alleviate any concerns Mo Tang might have regarding his new environment, Captain Mo Chong remarked during the introduction, "Actually, young brother Mo Tang, you are quite fortunate to join us at the East 12th Workshop. We maintain a stable environment here, with little to keep us occupied. Apart from the occasional urgent tasks that may require our intervention, we can simply remain within the confines of the market. After all, those who frequent our vicinity are predominantly low-tier mercenaries, lacking the audacity to cause trouble in the Mo family's market. As for the minor tasks, they can be delegated to a few others. Your involvement is entirely unnecessary. I see that you, my younger brother, have reached a crucial juncture in your journey and should dedicate more time to diligent cultivation, striving to coalesce your fighting energy into a cyclone and ascend to the status of a fighter. Thus, you may focus on your training at home without the need to report to me daily. Rest assured, your monthly remuneration will not be diminished in the slightest." Chapter 9. Chunlin. The remuneration spoken of by Mo Chong is not the meager monthly stipend from the family for third-tier guards, but rather an additional payment provided by the East 12 market to its affiliated guards. Such compensation is not exclusive to the East 12 market. It exists in various forms across different regions. Even guards of varying ranks can receive distinct forms of supplementary income. For instance, second-tier guards assigned to escort merchant caravans also receive additional compensation from the traveling merchants, a tacit understanding within the realm. However, places like the East 12 market lack substantial profits, rendering such remuneration rather scant, barely enough to be considered worthwhile. Nevertheless, being situated in a weapon shop does afford some advantages. Mo Tang can procure a decent weapon. The long sword he previously purchased for dozens of gold coins has since been shattered by Little Iron Bear, leaving him with only a standard long sword distributed to third-tier guards of the Mo family. Such a weapon may suffice against ordinary adversaries, but it would be utterly inadequate in the face of a fierce battle. While Mo Tang's triple blade energy is formidable, it demands a weapon of exceptional quality, particularly in terms of sharpness and resilience. Therefore, Mo Tang intends to acquire a superior blade. As he meanders through the bustling market, engrossed in the throngs of people, Mo Tang gradually finds himself deep within the heart of the marketplace. Although this is a weapon shop, it does not solely sell weapons. Numerous mercenaries also set up stalls to sell their wares. Naturally, this requires a considerable fee to be paid to the market. Goods sold deep within the marketplace are generally far more precious than those outside, attracting clients who possess a measure of strength. Upon arriving at the largest weapon store within the market, Mo Tang spots Chen Lin, the market overseer he had encountered previously, escorting a robust man out the door. Judging by the man's appearance, he seems quite formidable and likely a significant client, which explains Chen Lin's personal attention. "Haha, Captain Ironwolf. Rest assured that the batch of weapons you require will be delivered to your mercenary group's base in 2 weeks, Chen Lin assures the burly man with a smile. "Thank you, Manager Tang. I take my leave." Wait. As the captain of the Iron Wolf mercenary group departs, Chen Lin watches him with a satisfied smile, indicating that he has indeed secured a lucrative deal. "Manager Tang." Mo Tang calls out. Chen Lin turns, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he exclaims, "Oh, it's young brother Mo Tang. What brings you to my humble abode?" Mo Tang smiles in return. "I was merely seeking a suitable weapon." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes brighten. He had been pondering how to forge a connection with this promising young talent, and now the opportunity has presented itself. "Ha, you come to the right place. While I cannot speak for other matters, when it comes to weapons, old Tang can certainly assist you. Tell me, what kind of weapon are you seeking? If we do not have it in stock, I can arrange for a custom order," Chen Lin proclaims with great enthusiasm. At this moment, Mo Tang naturally does not wish to be polite, stating, "I need a long sword, one that is not too wide, but above all, it must be resilient and sharp." Chen Lin nods slightly. This is a request he can easily accommodate. "You've arrived at the perfect time. Just yesterday, the master craftsman at the weapon shop forged an exceptional longsword that perfectly fits your specifications. Follow me." Upon entering the store, Chen Lin instructs someone to retrieve a wooden box approximately 1 meter in length. He then personally opens it to reveal a weapon reminiscent of a saber from a bygone era. The hilt is wrapped in an unknown black leather. The blade gleams brilliantly, and a faint green light flickers along the edge. Unmistakably a truly exceptional sword. Noting Mo Tang's expression, Chen Lin's eyes gleam with amusement as he remarks, "This sword was crafted by a master blacksmith with 40 years of experience. Aptly named Feng Ling, though it is made of ordinary steel, it has been tempered through countless forges, rendering it remarkably resilient. The blade is imbued with green coldstone, granting it unparalleled sharpness, a rare find indeed. Montauk Tangnats. The chilling sharpness he felt when his finger brushed against the blade affirms Chun Lin's words. However, he shakes his head and closes the box. What is the matter? Are you not satisfied? Chun Lin inquires, frowning. It's not dissatisfaction. Rather, I simply do not possess the funds to purchase such a fine blade. Hearing this, Chun Lin breathes a sigh of relief, then laughs heartily. You needn't worry about that, my brother. Since you've graced our East 12 market, consider this sword a welcoming gift from your elder brother. Do not refuse. Otherwise, it would imply that you do not regard me as a friend. Regarding such a forceful act of generosity, Mo Tang could only think, why not intensify this gesture? As for any potential strings attached to accepting the gift, he remained unconcerned. After all, favors can weigh heavily for someone as solitary as him. Yet at times, they're insignificant. Once he truly establishes himself and gains power within the Mo family, repaying such a favor would be a mere formality. As for the possibility of being coerced by such favors, he mused, is that a jest? If the debt ever becomes too burdensome, simply eliminating the creditor would resolve the matter. Many in his previous life were quite familiar with such situations. Seeing Chun Lin's expression shift to one of disappointment, Mo Tang reluctantly accepted the gift. In response, Chun Lin's demeanor transformed like a mask, instantly brightening as he declared, now that is more like it. I'm counting on you to achieve great things and lend your old brother a hand in the future. Mo Tang adopted a wry smile, alas for individuals like us, lacking wealth and power. And without the support of the family's spiritual herbs, how can we hope to condense our fighting energy into a cyclone? Were it not for the need to earn some remuneration to purchase spiritual herbs and accumulate fighting energy within my body, I would not be working as a guard at such a critical time. As he spoke, the light in Mo Tang's eyes dimmed once more. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, with Mo Tang appearing dejected, while Chun Lin's expression shifted repeatedly, his right index finger unconsciously twitching, reflecting a state of indecision. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, Chun Lin seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. He looked at Mo Tang and spoke earnestly, brother, I recognize your talent, but for individuals like us, merely possessing talent is insufficient to rise to prominence. Mo Tang nodded, listening attentively to what he had to say next. My dear brother, I must confess that I possess no extraordinary talents. My only semblance of aptitude lies in the realm of business. However, I am not a disciple of the Mo school, and being entrusted with the management of the East 12 workshop is already a considerable limit for me. The moment I laid eyes upon you, dear brother, I felt an uncanny connection between us. Over the years, I have managed to save a modest sum. Therefore, let us do this. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to voice it. Should I have a means to assist you, I shall not refuse. I only hope that when you eventually make your mark in the world, you will not forget this humble brother of yours. Chapter 10. The Whirlwind of Fighting Energy. The Thunderous Force. After clandestinely reaching an agreement with Chun Lin, the energy dilemma that had long troubled Mo Tang was finally resolved. The moment he willingly offered a weapon worth no less than 300 gold coins to himself, Mo Tang realized a significant truth. This weapon shop was likely not as mundane as he had presumed. Or perhaps, the manager of the East 12 workshop, Chun Lin, was indeed a person of remarkable capability, yet driven by greed and ambition. By a twist of fate, he found himself in such a place. If he were truly endowed with extraordinary talent, a genuine genius, he would not mind settling here to pursue his cultivation in peace. Such an environment, devoid of turbulence and devoid of labor, would indeed suit him well. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. His genius is but a facade. Without the system, the original identity he inherited had merely attained the third stage of fighting energy after 19 years, which already condemned him to a life of mediocrity. Everything he currently possessed stemmed from the fortuitous presence of a cheat. Thus, if he did not seek opportunities to utilize this advantage, he would inevitably revert to his original self, a fate Mo Tang fervently wished to avoid. In the subsequent days, Mo Tang seldom made appearances in the market. His time was consumed either in the rigorous practice of fighting energy or honing his combat skills. To outsiders, he exuded an aura of relentless dedication. The advantage of this was that even if he were to break through sooner than expected, it would not leave an overwhelmingly shocking impression on others. This way, he could maintain the guise of a diligent genius, reaping multiple benefits. Approximately a month passed, during which Chun Lin gradually provided him with an array of first-grade medicinal herbs. Although some contained minimal energy points, the accumulation over time granted Mo Tang a total of 35 energy points. In terms of real-world value, It amounted to over 3,000 gold coins, a considerable expenditure for someone of Chun Lin's modest position. Nama, Muntak Tung. Level, 9 stage of fighting energy. Cultivation method, none. Combat skill, triple blade force, great accomplishment. Available energy points, 53, low level. With his energy points surpassing 50 once more, Mo Tang felt sufficiently prepared to advance his cultivation method. Without hesitation, he settled cross-legged upon his bed, ready to embark on his breakthrough. He retrieved the advanced yellow-level cultivation method left behind by his father, Mo Yun. Thunder's Force. This advanced yellow-level method, compatible with triple blade force, would, upon mastery of both, yield a blade force far superior to that of low-level mysterious techniques. It was a painstaking effort on his father's part to gather it, intending to nurture his son. Alas, who could have anticipated that his son's aptitude would be so lacking? Ultimately, it became a boon for me. As he examined the scroll in his hands, Mo Tang gradually unfurled it before him. Is the yellow-level advanced cultivation method, Thunder's Force, to be inscribed? Yes. The inscription of Thunder's Force was successful, consuming 1 energy point. Nama, Muntak Tung. Level, 9 stage of fighting energy. Cultivation method, Thunder's Force, not initiated. Combat skill, triple blade force, great accomplishment. Available energy points, 52, low level. Mo Tang was taken aback to discover that the system could actively inscribe cultivation methods, which meant he wouldn't have to struggle for comprehension. Clearly, it held little regard for the comprehension abilities of his current physique. Nevertheless, this was quite advantageous, and the consumption was minimal, completely acceptable. To elevate to a first-star fighter, he required 36 low-level energy points. Shall I enhance? Yes. Nama, Muntak Tung. Level, first-star fighter, pseudo. Cultivation method, Thunder's Force, not initiated. Combat skill, triple blade force, great accomplishment. Available energy points, 16, low level. At this moment, he had merely condensed the whirlwind of fighting energy and had yet to cultivate the method. Hence the designation of pseudo accompanying his first-star fighter level. Once he initiated Thunder's Force, he would immediately become a genuine first-star fighter of the Thunder attribute. Exhaling softly, Mo Tang gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to gradually delve within. This introspective skill could only be mastered at the fighter level, with higher levels enabling a more profound understanding of one's internal state. Focusing his mind on the area of his lower abdomen, he observed a palm-sized, milky white whirlwind slowly revolving, encased in a layer of nebulous, milky energy. Satisfied, Mo Tang nodded. Although the current size of the whirlwind was modest, the energy contained within was undeniably tenfold stronger than his previous 9th-stage fighting energy. The distinction between a fighter and 9th-stage fighting energy was fundamentally different. The energy absorbed prior to becoming a fighter was termed fighting energy, while that which was absorbed afterward was recognized as true fighting energy. Despite the mere difference of a single character, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. The Thunder attribute fighting energy was considered exceedingly rare on the continent. Not only was it potent in attack, but it also bore the debilitating effect of paralysis, rendering it a formidable challenge in combat. Whether Mo Tang's possession of this attribute stemmed from his original identity or the merits of his system remained unclear. Regardless, at this juncture, Mo Tang was already regarded as an absolute expert among the third-tier guards of the Mo family. With 16 energy points remaining, Mo Tang opted to elevate his Thunder's Force to the minor accomplishment stage, expending 12 points. Immediately after this enhancement, upon introspection, he observed that his internal fighting energy was rapidly transforming into a silvery white hue at a visible pace. Furthermore, at the very core of this fighting energy, a dazzling silver luminescence emerged, radiant and blinding. Clenching his fist, while he was merely a first-star fighter and could not yet project his fighting energy externally, he nonetheless felt a distinct increase in his power compared to when he first condensed his fighting energy whirlwind. Moreover, if Mo Tang's intuition served him correctly, this Thunder attribute, fighting energy, could not only incapacitate foes during attacks, but could potentially offer significant benefits if harnessed to internally cleanse and refine his own body. This is something the system cannot achieve unless one is able to discover specialized techniques and skills aimed at enhancing physical prowess. Thus, in the time to come, Mo Tang can indeed begin refining his body using his own fighting spirit whenever he finds a spare moment. With this thought in mind, he subtly directed the cyclone, and a strand of silvery fighting spirit swiftly separated from the vortex, rushing forth in accordance with his mental command. Chapter 11. Opportunity having been reborn in the continent of fighting spirit for less than 3 months, Mo Tang had finally become a genuine fighter. This unexpected transformation stirred a sense of unrest within him, despite his initial belief that his life would be devoid of further upheaval. Of course, other than himself. The person most delighted by Mo Tang's ascension to fighter status was none other than Chen Lin. To support Mo Tang's training, Chen Lin invested nearly half of his savings accumulated over the past decade, though it amounted to merely a few thousand gold coins. One must not forget that he had an entire family to support. Managing to set aside such a sum was indeed a testament to his frugality. However, it now appeared that all his sacrifices were worthwhile. He had not misjudged Mo Tang. This young man was undoubtedly a rare gem for the Mo family. To his surprise, he had discovered him. For this reason, Chen Lin had taken it upon himself to publicly promote Mo Tang in the iron refining city, ensuring that his name became known throughout the town. The motivation behind this was to consider their future prospects. With no connections or financial backing, they had to rely on the simplest and most rudimentary method of spreading their reputation, hoping to attract the attention of certain influential individuals. Regrettably, this was not Salt City. The higher-ups of the Mo family would hardly pay attention to such a small locale, and their commanding officer was a lethargic figure, content only to indulge himself, lacking any ambition. Ultimately, Mo Tang's breakthrough had only stirred minor ripples in the iron refining city, which were soon swallowed by the stagnant waters of obscurity. Mo Tang was not overly anxious about this. If necessary, he could always petition for a rank promotion at the year's end. Yet, Chen Lin could hardly contain his impatience. It was unclear what methods he had employed, but he had learned that the second-tier guardian leader, Mo Ran, was preparing to craft a pair of gauntlets to enhance Earth attribute fighting spirit. This revelation sparked an opportunity for him to simultaneously promote both himself and Mo Tang. "Ha, brother Mo Tang, our chance has arrived." One day, Chen Lin burst into Mo Tang's courtyard, his face flushed with excitement. Mo Tang frowned at his visibly overzealous companion, inquiring, "What opportunity?" Chen Lin, oblivious to Mo Tang's expression, exclaimed, "You have no idea. Just a few days ago, I exerted considerable effort to learn that Commander Mo Ran is searching for a pair of gauntlets as a weapon. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us." Mo Ran? Mo Tang raised an eyebrow. He had indeed seen this individual during the Guardian assessment. But because Mo Ran was a formidable fighter of the master level and a second-tier Guardian leader, he had only cast a brief glance at them before departing. However, Mo Tang knew that Mo Ran was not only a second-tier Guardian leader, but also a trusted confidant of the Grand Elder, Mo Chang. He was one of the few individuals in the Mo family likely to break through to master level before turning 40, wielding considerable influence within the family. If they could truly establish a connection with him, it was conceivable that both he and Chen Lin could escape this small pond and venture into the vast river of Salt City. "What do you plan to do?" Mo Tang asked. A glint of cunning flashed in Chen Lin's eyes as he replied, "Hey, this is not just known to me. Several other overseers in Iron Refining City have also caught wind of it. However, they are unaware that I possess an unexpected trump card. In 3 days at most, I will have a pair of gauntlets crafted that will perfectly meet Commander Mo Ran's requirements. At that point, I will need you, my brother, to personally deliver them to Rock City and present them to Commander Mo Ran. I wouldn't trust anyone else with this task, as I feel confident in your vested interest with me." Mo Tang paused for a moment, then nodded, "All right. I will set out immediately after 3 days." Though this task appeared to be merely one of delivery, it was not out of the question that unforeseen events could transpire. After all, opportunities are rare, and many would seek to seize them. However, for the people of Iron Refining City, even if they plotted some scheme, their available strength was limited, consisting of only a few fighters. Such a level of combat power did not intimidate Mo Tang in the least. Thus, 3 days later, Chen Lin presented Mo Tang with a wooden box wrapped in silk, alongside a steed with a quarter of beast blood known as the Qingyan horse. Lacking any flying beasts or spatial rings, Mo Tang was left to travel by the most primitive means. The fighting spirit transforms into a horse. How terrifying! Mo Tang exclaimed as he mounted the Qingyan horse, then urged it to gallop out of Iron Refining City. With the endurance and speed of the Qingyan horse, he could reach Salt City within 3 days, barring any accidents. However, misfortune often arrives uninvited. As night enveloped the earth, a flickering yellow flame danced in the dark wilderness beside a modest single-person tent. Inside, after a long day of travel, Mo Tang lay down to rest, his package and long knife positioned nearby. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the tent, and a shadow swiftly darted inside, brandishing a deadly blade aimed mercilessly at Mo Tang's neck. The unexpected attack did not result in Mo Tang's demise as he seemed to have anticipated it. He rolled swiftly on the ground, narrowly evading the incoming blade as he burst out of the tattered tent. Undeterred, the assailant continued their attack, swiftly slashing horizontally, their blade narrowly grazing Mo Tang's chest, leaving a shallow cut. Ignoring the wound, Mo Tang's expression remained cold as he brandished a sharp blade, infused with a lethal intent, and swiftly thrust it into the assailant's chest. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through, leaving the attacker no chance to evade, directly penetrating their heart. The body collapsed to the ground. Mo Tang approached and pulled back the black cloth, obscuring the assailant's face, revealing a stranger's visage. They had dispatched a 2-star fighter for the assassination. Evidently, Chun Lin's actions had indeed disturbed some sensitive nerves. Finding nothing on the assailant that could prove their identity, Mo Tang shook his head, glancing at the torn remnants of the tent, and decided it was best to continue his journey through the night. As Mo Tang, weary from his travels, re-entered the gates of Yancheng, it was already noon on the following day. Upon returning to his residence, he had the astonished cook prepare a sumptuous lunch for him. After cleansing himself of the dust of his journey, Mo Tang made his way directly to the Mo family fortress. Chapter 12, Recognition. Although he had attained the status of a guard for the Mo family, the third-tier guards did not possess the privilege to enter the fortress freely. Thus, he was compelled to offer a monetary bribe. 10 gold coins were exchanged for the gate guard's permission to pass, and a designated individual escorted him to the training grounds where Captain Mo Ran resided. It was not that the gate guards provided exceptional service, but rather they feared that Mo Tang might cause a disturbance within the fortress, potentially offending a noble, which would jeopardize their positions. After considerable effort, he finally came face to face with Captain Mo Ran. Observing the middle-aged man leisurely sipping tea in a high seat, Mo Tang maintained a respectful demeanor. "Speak, having gone to such lengths to seek me, what is your business?" came the low, languorous voice from above. In response, Mo Tang promptly produced a wooden box he had carried with him. "Captain, this is a gift entrusted to me by Chun Lin, the steward of the Eastern 12 workshops of Iron Refining City. I humbly request your esteemed evaluation." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Mo Ran's eyes as he gestured for Mo Tang to present the item. Upon opening the box, he beheld a pair of gauntlets crafted from an unknown beast's hide and special metal plates, and a hint of surprise crossed his features. "Ah, is this a Mo Tai?" The so-called Mo Tai is a metal refined using unique techniques, not truly steel in the conventional sense, possessing a certain conductivity for earth attribute fighting energy, making it a rare metal specifically designed for weapons intended for practitioners of earth attribute cultivation. You have demonstrated considerable thoughtfulness. As Mo Ran toyed with the gauntlets, a smile graced his face, clearly pleased with the gift. "This was all prepared by Steward Chun. I merely ran errands," Mo Tang replied. "Oh." Suddenly intrigued by the young man before him, Mo Ran inquired, "What is your name? When did you become a family guard?" For an ordinary third-tier guard, the mere fact that a captain would take the initiative to inquire about his identity would undoubtedly provoke excitement. However, Mo Tang remained composed, responding calmly, "I am Mo Tang, and I passed the family assessment a month ago." "Huh? Just recently passed the assessment?" Mo Ran finally expressed surprise. "I did not expect you to break through to a fighter in just a month. It seems you are quite a prodigy." Being a third-tier guard indicated that during the assessment, his fighting energy level was at most 9 segments. Yet within just a month, he had successfully condensed his fighting energy core through his cultivation, marking him as exceptionally talented. "What is your fighting energy attribute? Have you cultivated any techniques?" Mo Ran continued to inquire. "My fighting energy is of the lightning attribute, and I have indeed cultivated techniques." Upon hearing Mo Tang's response, Mo Ran's interest intensified. "Oh, what level of technique?" It is important to note that typically, as a collateral descendant, one would need to apply to the family to select techniques from the Fighting Energy Pavilion. Moreover, the highest level available to collateral descendants is merely intermediate yellow-grade techniques. And to acquire higher-level techniques, one must earn merits to receive family rewards. Mo Tang was fully aware of this, and he intended for Mo Ran to inquire further, allowing him to unveil his father's name. "The technique I cultivate is a high-level yellow-grade technique left by my father." Mo Ran's expression shifted, and he gazed intently at the young man, asking in a deep voice, "Who is your father?" "My father is Mo Yun, Montak Yun." Mo Ran raised an eyebrow. realization dawning upon him. It was no wonder. As a former confidant of the Grand Elder Mo Cheng, he was well acquainted with Mo Yun, who had once been his superior. He never anticipated he would meet his son today. Follow me. Let me see your strength. With that, Mo ran abruptly stood, not even casting another glance at the gauntlets, and led Mo Tang toward the exit. A flicker of amusement crossed Mo Tang's eyes as he promptly followed. Upon learning that the person Chen Lin sought to curry favor with was Mo Ran, Mo Tang had already formulated a thought. Perhaps for someone like Chen Lin, his efforts could only resemble that of a sycophant, striving tirelessly to please in hopes of receiving a meager reward. But Mo Tang was different. He could rely on his strength. Though his genius was a facade, others remained oblivious. Coupled with the slight advantage bestowed by his father, this was indeed his opportunity to rise. Kulme, demonstrate your strongest attack. Let me witness your prowess. Mo Ran commanded, standing proudly in the center of the courtyard, raising his right hand toward Mo Tang. How effortlessly you feign arrogance. Yet, as an 8-star Earth attribute fighter, he has the right to maintain such bravado before a mere fighter. Mo Tang drew his sharp spirit blade, his expression growing serious. My lord, I shall not overstep, he declared. With a resolute thought, silver arcs of electricity began to dance around the long blade in Mo Tang's hand, and he charged forward with fierce determination. Excellent, quite powerful, Mo Ran exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips as he enveloped himself in yellow fighting energy, confronting the oncoming arcs with a massive fist, which he clenched tightly. With a sudden explosion, he unleashed a torrent of wind infused with formidable energy, colliding directly with the blade of electricity. The clash was thunderous, and Mo Ran's fist crushed through the blade light with ease, halting just before Mo Tang's face. The violent gust of wind swept past Mo Tang's ear, draining the color from his face. Indeed, even at this distance, he could sense the vast chasm separating him from fighter. However, as Mo Ran retracted his fist, his eyes sparkled with appreciation for the power exhibited by Mo Tang. A mere 1-star fighter. Not bad, not bad. Truly, you live up to the reputation of the lightning attribute fighting energy. Moreover, the technique you just employed must be a high-level yellow grade. Am I correct? Upon hearing the inquiry, Mo Tang quickly suppressed his feelings of disappointment and responded promptly, yes. This is the only fighting technique left to me by my father. Very well. With a high-level yellow grade technique and a high-level yellow grade fighting technique, your combat prowess likely surpasses that of an ordinary 2-star fighter. Mo Ran surveyed the young man before him, and after a brief moment, he declared, as luck would have it, I am in need of personnel. Now that you have advanced to a fighter, you shall remain under my command as a second-tier guard. Excitement flickered across Mo Tang's previously calm visage. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. Very well, you may take your leave for now. Come back tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to assist you in re-registering your information and exchanging for your guard token. Understood. I take my leave. Chapter 13, 1 year later. Having ascended to the rank of a second-tier guard, Mo Tang's treatment has remarkably doubled. Furthermore, the monthly allocation of cultivation resources has undergone a significant transformation. He is now entitled to receive 3 sprigs of black windgrass and 1 first-grade healing pill, as well as 1 first-grade Qi restoration pill each month from his family. Each sprig of black windgrass provides 4 energy points, while the healing pill, being merely a first-grade remedy for injuries, offers only 2 energy points, merely half of what the grass provides. However, the Qi restoration pill proves quite valuable as it aids fighters in recovering their combat energy, containing enough energy to be exchanged for 5 energy points. Nevertheless, Mo Tang must reserve some of these pills for his own use, precluding him from consuming them all at once. Regardless, he now enjoys a consistent influx of energy points each month, which is of paramount importance. When combined with the monthly stipend of 150 gold coins and additional earnings from escorting merchant caravans, his monthly income has swelled to approximately 300 to 400 gold coins, equivalent to the price of another sprig of black windgrass. Thus, each month, Mo Tang can amass around 20 energy points, culminating in 240 energy points over the course of a year, which is precisely sufficient to elevate his rank to 6 stars within the fighter tier. Although such progress pales in comparison to prodigies like Xiao Yin and Nalan Yanran, it is still deemed extraordinarily talented in the eyes of the ordinary populace. After a tranquil year, Mo Tang's prowess has gradually ascended to that of a 5-star fighter, having expended a total of 184 energy points. With 240 energy points accumulated over the year, he utilized 184 to enhance his cultivation to 5 stars, leaving him with 56 points, 16 of which were employed to advance his technique, thunderous energy, to the accomplished stage, while 32 points were dedicated to perfecting the triple blade aura. His attributes now stand as follows. Name, Mo Tang. Level, 5-star fighter. Technique, thunderous energy, accomplished. Combat skill, triple blade aura, perfected. Available energy points, 8, low level. Upon perfecting the triple blade aura, Mo Tang discovered that he could now unleash 3 waves of combat energy simultaneously, marking a qualitative leap in his combat capabilities. The enhancement of his strength has concomitantly elevated his status. As a 5-star fighter, he is undoubtedly regarded as a captain among the second-tier guards. Moreover, as a trusted confidant personally promoted by the leader Mo Ran, he has become an object of envy and admiration within the entire guard team. On the expansive road, several carriages are traversing slowly under the blazing sun, causing the guards surrounding them to perspire profusely amidst a chorus of irritable shouts. Clad in a blue guard uniform and wielding his sharp spirit blade, Mo Tang surveys the surroundings with the keen gaze of a hawk, unfazed by the oppressive heat above. Suddenly, the sound of hooves reaches his ears. Under Mo Tang's sharp scrutiny, a gaunt middle-aged man, drenched in sweat and resembling a sun-dried fish, approaches him, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Brother Mo Tang, he begins, the weather is unbearably hot. I see many are struggling. Perhaps we should seek shelter for a while to escape the midday sun and have a meal before continuing our journey. This man is none other than Chun Lin, formerly the steward of the Eastern 12 workshops of Iron Refining City. Now, he has become a legitimate steward of the Mo family's merchant caravan, managing a lucrative medicinal supply route. With his innate knack for scheming, Chun Lin has successfully risen from the mire of the Eastern workshops by aligning himself with Mo Ran and leveraging his connection with Mo Tang. In the span of a year, Mo Tang has ascended to the position of captain of the guard team, while Chun Lin has evolved into a bona fide steward of the merchant caravan, with both having reached new heights along their respective paths. Mo Tang gazes silently at the envious looks from those around him, pondering momentarily before replying, such matters are beyond my purview to decide. I shall consult with Lord Mo Ran. This escort mission differs from the usual ones, as the leader Mo Ran has covertly joined the caravan, instilling a sense of danger in Mo Tang's heart. All right, Chun Lin nods with a smile, but then leans in closer, lowering his voice. Tell me, brother, why has that esteemed individual joined our caravan? Please, give me a hint. Otherwise, I cannot shake this unease. Mo Tang's gaze sharpens, akin to a sword, as he replies solemnly, I know nothing, yet I do understand one thing. There are matters best left unasked, for ignorance may lead to a longer life. Startled, Chun Lin quickly slaps himself on the cheek, exclaiming, yes, yes. My fault, my fault. I shouldn't have spoken. As Mo Tang turns his horse to head back, he suddenly notices the vehicles ahead coming to an abrupt halt, accompanied by distant shouts. His brow furrows. Just as he is about to inquire about the situation, a guard from the Garrett family rushes toward him, urgently reporting, Captain, there are individuals blocking our path for no reason. Mo Tang's expression shifts dramatically as he turns to Chun Lin, saying in a stern voice, I will investigate. You go find Lord Mo Ran. Okay. Chun Lin stutters nervously. Hastening to the front of the caravan, Mo Tang discovers, to his dismay, a massive boulder positioned in the center of the road, obstructing a significant portion of the passage. Beside the boulder sits a man clad in gray, casually lounging, though his true features remain obscured. Mo Tang can sense an ominous glint in the man's eyes beneath the hood. Who are you? Why do you impede our passage? Mo Tang demands, his voice resolute. You are from the Mo family, are you not? The gray-clad man replies with a sinister tone. Mo Tang's unease intensifies, realizing the man harbors malevolent intentions. To ensure their safety, he swiftly gestures to the guards behind him, signaling them to draw their weapons and fix their stares menacingly upon the mysterious figure. Huh. It seems I have not been mistaken, the gray-clad man remarks, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remains unfazed by the drawn weapons, approaching the caravan slowly. Mo Tang's gaze hardens with murderous intent. Seizing a bow from a nearby guard, he draws back the string, readying an arrow, and with a swift release, sends it hurtling toward the man's throat with deadly precision. The arrow, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, slices through the air. However, when it is merely a meter away from the gray figure, a layer of blue energy materializes abruptly, deflecting the projectile effortlessly. A great fighter. Mo Tang's expression shifts dramatically as he exclaims involuntarily. The strongest among their caravan is merely Mo Ran, who has just broken through to the 9-star fighter level. To face a great fighter now spells disaster for the entire caravan. Loose the arrows, he bellows, retreating while commanding all archers to release their volleys. There is no other option. As a 5-star fighter, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from this foe. Charging him would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 14. A lone battle against a great fighter. A long whip, entirely composed of flowing water, materialized instantaneously in his hand. With a swift rotation of his right hand, the cloaked figure summoned a cascading shield of water, effectively repelling all incoming arrows. The water whip. Strips of the liquid whip lashed out in a heartbeat. Bang! A few guards, unable to evade in time, were struck and sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Mo Tang felt a jolt run through him. Damn, is he really this powerful? Such an adversary is undeniably beyond my current capabilities. After all, my auxiliary system is merely supportive, not like a sage who can don a golden robe and transform into a battle emperor at will. Fortunately, it seemed that this formidable Dou master was not targeting them directly. He merely disrupted the entire caravan's defenses by dispatching a few guards before seeking his true objective. However, this did little to alleviate the anxiety of the lone survivor among the guards, for in the distance, a group clad in black was charging towards them. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. In an instant, the battle reignited. Mo Tang's expression darkened. After slashing down a 1-star Dou practitioner, he was immediately noticed by one of the black-clad fighters. So, you're the captain of his caravan's guard? Just a mere 5-star Dou practitioner? Pathetic. In that case, prepare to meet your end. With a ferocious slash. Boom! The intense force struck the ground, gouging out a layer of the hard surface, while nearby saplings, as thick as an arm, were severed in half. You managed to evade? A flicker of surprise crossed the opponent's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold sneer as he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward once more. You're finished, kid, with a series of powerful strides. The black-clad Dou master closed the distance to Mo Tang, who was now desperately fleeing. I curse your mother, Mo Tang blurted out in frustration. There was no escape now. He had not trained in any evasive techniques, and against the Dou master, his speed was undoubtedly inferior. But this did not mean he was entirely without opportunity. Glancing around the chaotic battlefield, he noted that Mo Ran had engaged in combat with the mysterious Dou master, though he was unaware of when the battle had commenced. Though merely a 9-star Dou master, Mo Ran cultivated Earth attribute Dou Qi, granting her formidable defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the cloaked Dou master wielded water attribute Dou Qi, which, while not particularly strong in attack, meant that the two were currently locked in a stalemate. The most pressing concern was to deal with the Dou master before him. Observing Mo Tang stop in his tracks, preparing to fight to the death, the black-clad Dou master laughed dismissively. Huh, you think you can fight me to the death? You're overestimating yourself. Striding forward, the black-clad Dou master approached Mo Tang, and as he drew near, he suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself at Mo Tang with a powerful downward strike of his greatsword. Feeling the sharp wind of the impending attack, Mo Tang's expression turned grave. The gulf between Dou masters and Dou practitioners was vast. Given his current strength, it would be nearly impossible to withstand 10 exchanges with the black-clad Dou master. Drawing upon the exceptional evasion skills honed through a year of training with Thunder attribute Dou Qi, Mo Tang angled his body slightly and swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the probing strike. With a deft maneuver, he flanked the black-clad Dou master on his left, his Dou Qi surging within him as he spun the sharp spirit blade, aiming a fierce strike at the opponent's head. The fierce energy descending from above did not faze the black-clad Dou master. He raised his great sword to intercept the blow. Clang! The slender spirit blade clashed against the broadsword, sending sparks flying and resonating a crisp metallic sound throughout the battlefield. This marked Mo Tang's first encounter with the Dou master, allowing him to experience the palpable intensity of Dou Qi firsthand. The overwhelming force from the clash forced him back more than 10 steps before he finally regained his footing. In stark contrast to Mo Tang's retreat, the black-clad Dou master appeared relatively unfazed, only taking a half-step back before establishing his position firmly. Quite the strength, he mused, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized the long blade in Mo Tang's hand, shaking his head in disbelief before sneering. Kid, if this is all you're capable of, you're as good as dead. However, if you know what's good for you, hand over that blade, and I may allow you to keep your life intact. Shaking his slightly numb hand, Mo Tang narrowed his eyes, a chilling, murderous intent flickering within. He raised the spirit blade slowly, exhaling a deep breath before retorting coldly. Very well. If you kill me, that blade shall be yours. Having assessed Mo Tang's strength, the black-clad Dome Master scoffed, "Stubborn. Don't blame me for chopping you into pieces and feeding the wolves." With another powerful stomp, a savage grin spread across the black-clad Dome Master's face as he gazed at the still motionless Mo Tang, raising his great sword high above his head, preparing to deliver a lethal strike to his neck. Now's the moment. As the blade descended, poised to strike, Mo Tang's eyes snapped open. Having been gathering all his Dou Qi within, he understood that to defeat this Dome Master, he would have but one chance. With a low shout, silver lightning coursed along the length of his long blade. As the lightning flickered to life, his speed of attack doubled, causing the surrounding energies to ripple. 3 1-foot-long silver blade auras formed in the air, simultaneously slicing towards the black-clad Dome Master from 4 different directions. Boom! With the sound of thunder, the earth beneath Mo Tang erupted, sending soil flying into the air. A shadow suddenly shot forth from the ground, feet anchoring firmly as he retreated over 10 meters, ultimately colliding heavily against a massive tree. In an instant, the tree splintered with a thunderous crack, and at that moment, Mo Tang came to a halt, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Ouch, that hurts!" Feeling as though his entire body might fall apart, Mo Tang gasped for breath, quickly retrieving a healing pill and a Dou Qi recovery pill from his pocket and swallowing them. Meanwhile, the guards of the Mo family, who had been desperately holding their ground, witnessed their captain in such dire straits, their hearts sinking into despair. Several brave men, knowing their fate was sealed, let out fierce roars and charged directly at their foes for a final stand. Chapter 15. Turn Dou Qi into a horse, escape. As the dust settled, Mo Tang, now upright, fixated his gaze on the center of the haze. However, when the dust finally cleared and revealed no one emerging, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the previous battle, although he unleashed his most formidable attack while his opponent underestimated him, he was still sent flying by the adversary's onslaught. Thus, he harbored doubts about whether a fighter would indeed fall victim. When the dust settled, only the mangled corpse, severed into several pieces, remained on the ground. Well, it was satisfactory. Just moments ago, he had boasted about cutting Mo Tang into 8 or 10 pieces. And now that dream had been realized, albeit with the unfortunate twist of it being his own self that had suffered such a fate. His gaze fixed intently upon the scattered remains on the ground. He noticed several members from both sides, who had not perished in the mutual destruction, swallowed hard. Particularly, the Mo family guards, upon witnessing the slain black-clad fighter, found themselves torn between relief for their newfound hope of survival and sorrow for their recently fallen comrade. However, this turmoil was swiftly cast aside. At the very moment when Mo Tang astonishingly vanquished a fighter, Mo Ran was simultaneously sent flying by a punch from the opposing grand fighter, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that stained his chest. "Damn it, there's no time. We must flee." Alarmed, Mo Tang dashed toward the nearest horse, intending to utilize the technique of transforming his fighting energy into a steed and make a hasty retreat. Yet, his movement caught the attention of the bloodied Mo Ran. Upon witnessing his subordinate's unexpected triumph over a fighter, Mo Ran was momentarily taken aback. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. While Mo Tang remained in a state of bewilderment, Mo Ran swiftly threw him an object, exclaiming, "Mo Tang, take this and run. I will hold off the enemy. You must deliver this to the Grand Elder." Instinctively catching the item, Mo Tang realized it was an impressive violet sandalwood box. And coupled with Mo Ran's urgent words, he instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. "What the hell, you treacherous fiend? You're setting me up." This was nothing short of a death warrant. Without a second thought, Mo Tang prepared to toss the box back. However, in that fleeting moment, he recalled something, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then threw the wooden box back instead. "Commander, your strength is unmatched. It's safer for you to keep the item. Rest assured, I will lead these bandits away." While feigning a gallant demeanor, Mo Tang's movements were anything but slow. He leapt onto a Qinyan horse, and, as everyone remained momentarily stunned by their actions, he swiftly bolted from the battlefield. An enraged fighter, who had just been on a killing spree, bellowed after him, "Don't let him escape." The fact that their side had been ambushed and lost a fighter incensed him greatly. Yet before he could act, the grim-faced grand fighter in gray interjected, "Stop. The item is with Mo Ran. Deal with him first. Others slaughter every last one of the merchant convoy." At the command, the fighters who had intended to pursue were forced to turn back and join the gray-clad grand fighter in besieging Mo Ran. This fellow, encased in his impenetrable shell, was far too formidable. If he were allowed to escape, their mission would be utterly thwarted. Montaktang, you bastard, you've doomed me. Mo Rant's desperate cry echoed as he faced the encroaching Grand Fighter and two other fighters. Hearing this, Mo Tang, in a frantic dash, felt a jolt of realization and swiftly opened his system interface, switching to the map view. Noticing that there were no red dots representing enemies gaining on him, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, once he had evaded immediate danger, a frown creased his brow again. Having betrayed Mo Ran once, he was certain the latter would wish for his demise. Although there was a significant chance he would be killed by those mysterious figures, he could not afford to gamble. If the Mo family learned of today's events, the wrath of the irate Grand Elder would surely spell his end. Moreover, just prior to tossing the box back, Mo Tang had cleverly utilized the system's functionality to transfer the contents of the box into his backpack. After all, it was merely an ordinary box, devoid of any fighting energy seals, and unlike a spatial ring, it lacked a soul to bind to its owner, making this feat quite feasible. Should the adversaries discover that the box contained nothing, they might continue the pursuit, prompting Mo Tang to devise a new escape plan. After running approximately 400 to 500 meters, Mo Tang delivered two sharp slaps to the horse's rear and, leveraging the stirrups, vaulted himself onto a tree 2 meters away. As he watched the Qinyun horse vanish into the distance, he skillfully navigated his route and returned to the battlefield. Concealed within the canopy of a large tree, Mo Tang used a mini-map to discern friend from foe within 100 meters while stealthily observing the ongoing battle. The Mo family merchant convoy had been utterly decimated, the ground littered with corpses, painting the entire road a gruesome crimson. At that moment, the gray-clad Grand Fighter was in a frenzy, dragging a man who resembled a lifeless dog before him, bellowing, "Speak! Where's the item?" Mo ran, with his bones shattered and clinging to life, looked at the furious gray figure, and managed a silent, sardonic laugh. Coughing, blood spewed forth, rendering him a ghastly sight. "Huh! You lot are exerting yourselves for that chi-gathering powder, aren't you?" But alas, it was taken long ago. The gray figure demanded. Who took it? Where are they? Speak. Otherwise, I will crush every bone in your body." Coughing again, Mo Rant's eyes gleamed with madness as he replied. It was that kid who just fled. He wanted the chi-gathering powder. Hurry and chase him. Concealed in the tree, Mo Tang caught wind of this proclamation and inwardly cursed Mo Ran for his treachery. Damn it, setting me up again. Though the accusation was inadvertently true, Mo Tang still held disdain for such a vile tactic. Is that true? The gray figure, evidently possessing a keen intellect, found Mo Rant's words dubious. After all, without knowledge of Mo Tang's true capabilities, the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly slim. He could not fathom why Mo Ran, a trusted confidant of Mo Cheng, would entrust such a critical item to a mere 5-star fighter of tender years. Chapter 16. The Flaw. After confirming that Mo Ran had been crushed by the gray Grand Fighter, Mo Tang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Observing the enemy pursuing the location he had just vacated, he silently slipped away in the opposite direction, within the Mo family fortress. News had reached the ears of the family patriarch within 3 days. What? 3 merchant convoys have been ambushed, and all the medicinal materials destroyed? And the guards? I recall there was a convoy under Mo Rant's protection. What are the others? In the hall, the voice of the Mo family patriarch, Mo Lan, trembled with suppressed fury. A trembling guard knelt on one knee before Mo Lan, his face a mask of terror as he swallowed hard, stammering. All 98 guards accompanying the 3 merchant caravans have perished, and 1 remains missing. Captain Mo Ran has also been slain by those fiends. The fury in Mo Lan's eyes was abruptly stifled, his brows knitting together. The news of Mo Rant's demise weighed heavily upon his heart. Given his understanding of Mo Ran, only a Grand Fighter possessed the capability to eliminate him. This stark reality implied that the aggressors targeting the Mo family were no mere bandits. Taking a deep breath, Mo Lan's expression darkened as he commanded, "Go, summon all the clan elders for a council. Additionally, ensure that the Grand Elder is also brought forth." This incident could very well mark the inception of a nefarious plot against the Mo family, and thus, Mo Lan could afford no negligence. He immediately called upon the family's pillar, the Grand Elder. Just as the guard turned to leave, he inquired, "You mentioned 1 person is missing? Who is it?" "Is the captain of Captain Mo Rant's guard, Mo Tang." As the Mo family mobilized all their resources to investigate those audacious enough to challenge them, a weary figure shrouded in a black cloak hurried into Salt City. Outside the Mo family's castle, the Vigilant Guard Brigade intercepted a suspicious individual at the entrance. "Halt! Identify yourself. 1 more step forward, and you shall be slain." A middle-aged man of fighter rank barked. I am M.O. Tang, the second-tier captain of the M.O. Family Guard. I have crucial information to relay to the clan head and the Grand Elder. The newcomer raised a silver token high, proclaiming loudly. This hurried individual was none other than M.O. Tang, who had narrowly escaped a calamity. Fearing interception by the assailants, he opted for less traveled paths to Salt City, taking considerable time to arrive safely at the M.O. family stronghold after a week. Montaktang, the fighter was momentarily taken aback before his expression shifted. He had heard that name multiple times over the past few days, initially believing the man to be dead. This sentiment was shared by both the clan head M.O. Lan and the Grand Elder M.O. Chung, and upon hearing that M.O. Tang had appeared, both men were filled with elation. The obliteration of the M.O. family's 3 merchant caravans had left scarcely a trace, and despite deploying all their resources, the results had been dishearteningly meager. M.O. Tang's emergence brought them a glimmer of hope. Quickly, bring him to me, Montaklan urged. Upon entering the grand hall of the M.O. castle, M.O. Tang understood that the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived, as he found nearly all the senior members of the M.O. family present. M.O. Tang, what exactly transpired on that day? Speak in detail, commanded the Grand Elder. Yes, esteemed elders, M.O. Tang replied with a respectful fist salute, proceeding to recount the events, artfully embellished. In the end, Lord M.O. Rand single-handedly held off that grand fighter, allowing me to escape with the precious cargo, and he urged me to ensure it reached the family. As he spoke, M.O. Tang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Recalling M.O. Rand's heroic sacrifice, he produced a verdant, ancient jade box, cradling it delicately as he presented it. M.O. Land's expression shifted subtly, while the Grand Elder M.O. Chung furrowed his brow. Upon opening the box, a fragrant aroma wafted through the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. Several elders leaned in with curiosity, their bodies jolting in surprise as they exclaimed, "Spirit gathering powder?" Inside the ancient box lay a jade-green pill, the size of a dragon's eye, resting peacefully, exuding that enticing fragrance. In a world of fighters, to become a true combatant, one must condense their fighting energy into a cyclone, a process fraught with risk. Failure could result in a regression from the 9th rank to the 8th, with some unfortunate souls requiring numerous attempts to succeed, thus squandering their prime cultivation time and jeopardizing their future. The Spirit Gathering Powder guarantees a 100% success rate for condensing fighting energy into a cyclone for those at the 9th rank. This remarkable effect has made an object of desire for countless aspiring fighters who dream of acquiring it. Though such pills are rare and of considerable rank, 4th tier, they are not beyond the reach of a vast family like the M.O. clan. After all, they have the backing of the Yunlan sect, which boasts the foremost alchemist in the entire Jama Empire, the Pill King Dou Qi. Provided the M.O. family is willing to offer a sufficient price, obtaining a spirit gathering powder should be relatively straightforward. The very pill M.O. Lan now held was originally intended for his daughter. It was not a deep secret, as M.O. Ran would not have so openly accompanied the merchant caravan otherwise. However, M.O. Tang was unaware of this detail, and when he claimed that M.O. Ran had willingly faced death for the sake of this pill, both M.O. Lan and M.O. Cheng's expressions grew somewhat peculiar. Observing their reactions, M.O. Tang's heart sank slightly, realizing there must be a flaw in his narrative. Yet, he resolved to maintain his performance, ensuring his words remained logically consistent. Even if they harbored suspicions, they would not dare act against him at this juncture. With these thoughts racing through his mind, M.O. Tang's demeanor became increasingly sorrowful. M.O. Lan gently closed the jade box, gazing at the heartbroken M.O. Tang, whose black cloak was encrusted with dust, presenting a rather haggard appearance, indicative of the hardships endured during his escape. After a moment's pause, M.O. Lan spoke. I understand the events that transpired. You have endured much these past days. Please take some time to rest. You have performed admirably, and rewards will be delivered to your home tomorrow. You may leave now. M.O. Tang's reddened eyes flickered with a glimmer of surprise, clearly delighted by the clan head's promises of reward, before he promptly departed. As the M.O. family hall grew quiet, with only M.O. Lan and M.O. Chung remaining, the clan head broke the silence. Grand Elder, do you believe his account to be truthful? M.O. Chung regarded him with a calm gaze before responding. Regardless of its veracity, the fact remains that he has successfully brought back the spirit gathering powder, which is a boon for our M.O. family. Furthermore, even if he is concealing something, it is unlikely he would be aware of the recent attacks against us. Otherwise, he would not have constructed such a flawed excuse. While the spirit gathering powder is valuable, It does not warrant such a significant mobilization against the Mo family by a force boasting at least 3 grand fighters. Based on this premise, upon revisiting the previous declarations made by Mo Tang, one will inevitably discern inconsistencies. As for the ensuing matters, it would be best for the family head to conduct a thorough investigation. Nonetheless, the merits of Mo Tang must be duly rewarded. Otherwise, it would be challenging to maintain cohesion among the ranks. With that said, Mo Chung abruptly waved his hand and departed. Mo Lan remained seated, furrowing her brow in deep contemplation for an extended period before summoning the butler who had been waiting outside. Following Mo Tang's return, the 2 maids in the household were the most exuberant. With the absence of a master, they felt a palpable lack of guidance, rendering their daily lives more cautious and fraught with unease. Noticing Mo Tang's somewhat disheveled appearance, the attentive maid, Xiao Hong, promptly set about preparing a bath. Meanwhile, another maid, Sister Liu, who specialized in cooking, hastily tidied the kitchen, eager to showcase her culinary skills and prepare a sumptuous feast for the young master. Indulging in the thoughtful service of the maids, all of Mo Tang's weary burdens from the past days dissipated in an instant. Though the entire Mo family appeared to be in a state of alarm, it no longer concerned him. Mo Tang was not inclined to believe that anyone could escape the grasp of the formidable Mo family machinery. Although this incident had encountered a minor hiccup, it would ultimately have little impact on him, for all who knew the truth had perished. After enjoying 3 leisurely days at home, the family's rewards finally arrived. Among them was a second-grade medicinal pill, the Huang Ling Dan, specifically formulated for fighters. It was said that 1 pill equaled a month of arduous training for a fighter, making it a rare find among low-grade elixirs. Additionally, he received 3 stalks of Elan incense and a reward of 5,000 gold coins. To be candid, these rewards paled in comparison to the value of the gathering Qi powder, being worth at least 10 times less. However, during his journey, Mo Tang had conducted a test. Although the gathering Qi powder was classified as a 4th-grade elixir, the system determined that it still provided low-level energy, indicating that its energy level remained at the 3rd-grade tier. Nevertheless, its energy points far exceeded those of an ordinary 3rd-grade item, offering a substantial 100 energy points. Yet, even with such potential, Mo Tang was unwilling to forsake the Mo family, his solid foundation, for the sake of a mere handful of energy points to wander aimlessly. Thus, he promptly made his choice. Detecting low-level energy, 30 points. Would you like to absorb? Yes. The energy points from the Huang Ling Dan were quite considerable. Each of the 3 stalks of Elan incense contributed 16 points, totaling exactly 48 points. As for the 5,000 gold coins, he spent 4,800 to purchase 12 stalks of Wu Feng grass, traversing the entirety of Yen City, leaving the remaining few hundred for his daily expenses. Consequently, his energy points totaled: name, Mo Tang. Level, 5-star fighter. Cultivation technique, thunderous vitality, great accomplishment. Combat skill, triple bladora, perfection. Available energy points, 134, low level. To ascend from 5-star to 6-star requires 56 energy points, while advancing from 6-star to 7-star necessitates 60 points. After consecutively elevating 2 stars, he reached name, Mo Tang. Level, 7-star fighter. Cultivation technique, thunderous vitality, great accomplishment. Combat skill, triple bladora, perfection. Available energy points, 18, low level. To be frank, Mo Tang felt some dissatisfaction with the pace of his progress. After all, he was ostensibly endowed with extraordinary advantages as a transmigrator, yet over a year had passed, and he remained ensnared within the confines of the fighter realm. How could he hold his head high before those who achieved the title of fighter in a day? Great fighter in 3 days, and ascended to fighter emperor within a year? Given his current status, he needed at least to attain fighter strength to possess the requisite capability to procure resources for himself. At that point, Mo Tang would enter a phase of rapid advancement, where becoming a great fighter would no longer be a mere dream. While Mo Tang was contentedly residing in his home, the true culprits behind the recent assault on the Mo family were finally unearthed. The Black Whirlwind Bandits, a notorious marauding group even within the Jamma Empire, possessed formidable strength. With 3 great fighters among them and a multitude of fighters, their fierce nature had thwarted multiple attempts by the Empire to subdue them, often resulting in heavy losses for the Imperial forces. This time, the vulture-like bandits of the Great Desert, for reasons unknown, had set their sights on the Mo family, the preeminent power in the eastern provinces, causing significant concern among its members. After all, their reputation preceded them, and even the Imperial army had found them challenging to handle. What hope did a family like theirs possess? In terms of raw strength, The most formidable member of the Black Whirlwind Bandits was merely a 7-star great fighter, while the others were only 1 or 2-star great fighters, hardly comparable to the MO family. However, their elusive nature and lack of a fixed base allowed them to raid the MO family's caravans at will, leaving the MO family at a loss for effective countermeasures. Yet, their brazen actions incited the ire of the MO family's Grand Elder, Yancheng. As a 3-star fighter, he regarded the Black Whirlwind Bandits with disdain. Who would have thought they would resort to such despicable tactics against the MO family, resulting in significant losses? This was intolerable for Yancheng. After a series of strategic maneuvers, the MO family deployed substantial resources as bait, successfully luring the Black Whirlwind Bandits into a trap. It was during this confrontation that Yancheng single-handedly annihilated the most notorious bandits of the East. According to rumors from those fortunate enough to witness the slaughter, it was a scene of rivers of blood. The entire Eastern factions were left astounded by Yancheng's ruthless display, earning him the moniker the Butcher MO. In a flash, the MO family's prestige surged once more. Both family factions and bandits alike chose to retreat at the sight of MO family caravans, fearful of inciting the wrath of that old madman. Chapter 18. The Beast Blood Forging Technique. Following the resolution of the Black Whirlwind Bandit incident, Yancheng finally emerged from his comfortable existence at the MO family stronghold, the Grand Elder's residence. Early this morning, Yancheng received word that the Grand Elder had summoned him. Although he was puzzled, he dared not be negligent and waited outside the door. When an elderly servant escorted him to the study, a stirring sensation surged within him. Typically, only trusted subordinates could expect such an invitation to the study. While Yancheng was indeed a trusted aide of Mo Ran, who in turn was a confidant of the Grand Elder, he did not believe that the scheming Grand Elder would place any trust in him, especially after the prior events. Yet, he never anticipated receiving such treatment today. At this moment, Yancheng felt no sense of honor, but was instead filled with perplexity. Yancheng's piercing gaze fell upon him, as if attempting to see through his very soul. Yancheng's expression remained neutral, his demeanor respectful, yet a bead of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. There was no denying it. A formidable warrior at the spirit fighting level exuded an overwhelming aura that was far beyond what a mere fighter like Yancheng could withstand. Had he not been a transmigrator with a resilient spirit, he would likely have crumbled into a puddle of despair under such pressure. After a quarter of an hour, when the chilling glare finally dissipated, Yancheng's voice resounded from above. "I have heard that you are the son of Mo Yin." Yancheng let out a quiet sigh of relief before responding. "Indeed." "Very well," Yancheng replied, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Mo Yin was once one of my most capable subordinates, held in high regard by me. I had intended to nurture him further, but alas. Observing Yancheng's shaking head and expression of regret, Yancheng couldn't help but scoff internally. Such eloquence seemed hollow when the original body had been discarded like refuse due to its lack of talent. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder, for your esteemed regard. My father fought for the family and for you, Elder, and thus he has no regrets in death." Admittedly, this sentiment was somewhat nauseating to express. Yet what could he do? With the original body gone, he must at least provide some semblance of assistance, given that this body was his son. Yancheng regarded the young man, bowing before him, and nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Since you are the son of Mo Yun, you may take the scroll of our Mo family's secret arts to cultivate." He paused before adding, "Your father once cultivated this technique, which enabled him to possess combat power that surpassed his peers even at the fighter stage. Now that you have grown and begun to contribute to you are also qualified to practice this secret art. However, remember this is a closely guarded secret of our Mo family, and under no circumstances should you divulge even a hint of it. Otherwise, I shall personally execute you." As he spoke the final words, an icy killing intent surged from Yancheng, enveloping Yancheng in a frigid grip that felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. "I would not dare." Yancheng quickly bowed in assurance. "Good," Yancheng replied, the murderous aura dissipating as though it had been nothing but an illusion. Yet, Yancheng could feel his back drenched in sweat. Clutching the so-called secret art, Yancheng returned to his modest courtyard. However, the pressure he had endured from Yancheng left him feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Despite receiving a compliment and a reward, such condescension was intolerable to him. Raised under the banner of revolution, no one could endure the airs of superiority imposed by those in power. After dismissing the maid, Xiao Hong, Yancheng sat cross-legged upon his bed, unfurling the scroll he had obtained from Mo Cheng. He discovered that the scroll contained a non-ranked secret technique, the Beast Blood Forging Body Technique. Would you like to inscribe it? Yes. The inscription was successful, consuming 4 low-level energy points. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 7 Starfighter. Technique, Tundostel Moha, Major Completion. Fighting skills, Triple Blade Aura, Perfection. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, not yet initiated. Available energy points, 14, low level. Mo Tang's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that merely inscribing it would deplete so many energy points, quadrupling the cost compared to inscribing the high-level Thunderstorm Aura. Hesitating momentarily, he pressed the enhancement arrow next to the Beast Blood Forging Body Technique. Enhancing the first layer of Beast Blood Forging Body Technique requires 4 low-level energy points. Would you like to enhance? Yes. To his surprise, the requirement for enhancing the first layer was so minimal. Yes. Insufficient conditions. A first-order magical beast's essence is needed. Enhancement failed. Realization dawned on Mo Tang. Enhancement required prerequisites, which explained the low energy point cost. Moreover, the scroll indicated that each layer of the Beast Blood Forging Body Technique required a corresponding level of magical beast essence. In theory, it could be infinitely fused as long as one could acquire sufficiently high-level magical beast essence. However, according to family records, only a handful had successfully cultivated this technique to its highest level, which was merely the 3rd layer, equivalent to a Grand Fighter. Beyond that, no further information existed. This made Mo Tang deeply skeptical. It was entirely plausible that those who sought to reach the 4th layer had perished in their attempts. For the Mo family, while other branches might be unaware, Mo Tang, having read the original text, understood well that the so-called secret arts of the Mo family involved the transformation and fusion of one's own body with that of magical beasts to enhance one's strength. While this method could impart the power of magical beasts, it also meant that the implanted individual's spirit would gradually succumb to the beastly instincts. Over time, a once decent person could transform into a mindless killing machine. The Beast Blood Forging Body Technique was, in fact, devised by the Mo family's ancestors as a safer alternative to direct transplants, which were believed to be more effective. However, prolonged experimentation revealed that while magical beast essence could yield certain enhancements, the greater the number of layers and the more essence integrated, the more intense the conflicts within the body would become. Upon reaching a critical point, everything would erupt, leading to a catastrophic rupture of blood vessels and death. Mo Tang suspected that the original body's father, Mo Yun, might have met his end in such a manner. Though he harbored doubts regarding the safety of this Mo family secret art, Mo Tang was reluctant to abandon it. Regardless, the Beast Blood Forging Body Technique was incredibly vital for him at present, especially the terrifying enhancement to his combat power after refining magical beast essence, which even surpassed the effects of Xian-level fighting skills. Mo Tang wrestled with his thoughts for a long while, yet upon seeing the faint blue light before him, he resolutely made up his mind. Why dwell on such trivialities? I'm not like those ordinary individuals. I possess a system. As a man with an advantage, would I cower before such minor dangers? Let us do it. Chapter 19, Wind Fox. The primary function of the Beast Blood Forging Body Technique lies in its ability to augment a cultivator's fundamental abilities by harnessing the power of magical beast essence. These abilities are contingent upon the attributes of the required magical beast essence. For Mo Tang, what he most urgently needed were enhancements to his attack power and speed. Thunder attribute fighting energy inherently possesses exceptional attack power and explosive force, albeit with a lack of endurance. Thus, Mo Tang resolved to merge with the essence of a wind attribute magical beast to enhance his agility and long-distance speed. The combination of wind and thunder would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice for him. With his decision made, Mo Tang promptly made his way to the commercial street with funds in hand. It was still the same establishment that had first sold magical cores. If Mo Tang recalled correctly, the storekeeper was a man named Huang He. Over the course of more than a year, Mo Tang had transformed from an ordinary member of the Mo family's collateral line into the captain of the second-tier guards of the Mo clan. Upon their reunion, Huang He couldn't help but sigh at the capriciousness of fate. With a somewhat obsequious smile, he warmly led Mo Tang into the store. Upon learning that Mo Tang sought the blood essence of a first-tier wind attribute magical beast, Huang He wasted no time in procuring a half-foot-tall porcelain vial. Within this vial is the freshly acquired blood essence of the Wind Fox. Pray, do see if it meets your satisfaction. Huang He beamed. The Wind Fox? Mo Tang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Though not a formidable creature among first-tier magical beasts, the wind fox was known for its remarkable speed, often leaving even combat masters in the dust. Thus, capturing such a creature would require considerable effort. This was precisely the kind of beast he needed. Uncle Huang, may I inquire about the price of this blood essence? Mo Tang asked directly. Please, do not address me in such a manner, or I shall feel quite diminished. Huang He chuckled, waving his hands. This item holds little value, so if you desire it, simply take it. Mo Tang shook his head slightly, insisting that one tea do. Uncle Huang, please state a price, otherwise I might have to seek other vendors. Huang He was indeed correct. The price of magical beast blood essence was trivial compared to that of magical cores. Thus Mo Tang was reluctant to accept it without compensation. After all, he had not yet accumulated debts of such insignificance. Despite his disappointment, Huang He ultimately offered Mo Tang an exceedingly reasonable price. After returning home with the wind fox blood essence, Mo Tang isolated himself once more in his room, feeling a surge of excitement as he activated the system. To upgrade, the beast blood forging technique requires 4 low-level energy points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, he affirmed. The discovery of first-tier magical beast blood essence fulfilled the conditions for the upgrade. Beast blood forging technique upgraded successfully, consumed 4 low-level energy points. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly overwhelming the unprepared Mo Tang. When he regained his senses, he felt as though he had just emerged from water. His body slick with moisture and dotted with small crimson scabs. Furrowing his brow, he quickly instructed Xiao Hong to prepare a bath, eager to cleanse himself. During this process, he took a moment to review his attributes. Name, Mo Tang. Level, 7-star fighter. Cultivation method, thunderous vitality, great accomplishment. Combat technique, triple blood aura, perfection. Beast blood forging technique, wind, first layer. Available energy points, 10, low level. With a gleam in his eye, Mo Tang hastily emerged from the bath and donned fresh attire. Brandishing his blade as he stepped into the courtyard, with a flurry of movements, he executed a series of sword techniques. Astonished to find his speed had increased by a staggering 70%. Perhaps due to his previous speed being relatively modest, this enhancement felt monumental. Regardless, the significant boost in speed correspondingly elevated his combat prowess. For ordinary members of the Mo family, the most arduous aspect of cultivating the beast blood forging technique was not merely acquiring the magical beast blood essence, but rather the arduous process of fully assimilating it into one's own body. This could span an extended duration, sometimes requiring years or even decades. Moreover, the higher the grade of the magical beast blood, the longer the process took, akin to the legendary dragon elephant prajna technique in martial arts. However, with the existence of the system, time was no longer an obstacle for Mo Tang. As long as he possessed energy points and magical beast blood, he could complete his cultivation in mere seconds. With his rising strength and the subtle backing of Mo Chang, Mo Tang's status within the guard ranks naturally soared. Within just 3 months, he ascended to become one of the 4 vice-captains of the family's second-tier guards, the only one among them yet to achieve the rank of combat master. In the original quartet of vice-captains, Mo Li, who had been deemed most likely to inherit the position of captain following the death of Mo Ran, was reassigned by the family head to serve as a close guard for his daughter, Mo Ling Lin, a position of far greater prestige. Consequently, among the remaining 3, one became the captain, leaving 2 vice-captain positions. Although Mo Chang had initially designated Mo Tang for one of these roles, dissent arose, necessitating a family competition. Among the competitors were 4 combat masters and 7 9-star fighters, with Mo Tang being the sole 7-star fighter. Many within the Mo family anticipated a spectacle of his embarrassment, as all were collateral members from humble backgrounds, wondering why Mo Tang could ascend to a position they could only envy in such a short time. Even the family patriarch, Mo Lan, harbored suspicions that this young man had somehow offended the elder and was being deliberately targeted by the petty-minded old man. However, when Mo Tang demonstrated his formidable strength by decisively defeating 2 1-star fighters and a 2-star fighter, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. A 7-star fighter besting combat masters? Surely this was a jest. Even his brother could not achieve such a feat, save for Sister Nailin, the second young lady of the Mo family, Mo Ling Lin, who had come merely to witness the commotion, gasped in surprise, her mouth agape in disbelief, an adorable expression gracing her features. Mo Ling Lin was indeed a striking beauty, clad in a fitted red attire that accentuated her graceful figure. A delicate crystal ornament adorned her smooth forehead, swaying gently and adding a touch of vivacity to her slightly spoiled and petulant visage. Yet, the girl had been overly pampered by her parents, cultivating a somewhat willful temperament that was less than endearing. In her mind, her elder brother was the unrivaled genius of the Mo family. Moreover, due to their similar ages, she had formed an acquaintance with Nalen Yunran, the disciple of the Yunlan sect as master. Beyond these two, none of her peers had ever captured her interest. However, witnessing Mo Tang's prowess in battle shattered the arrogance she had harbored. In Chapter 20, The Beast Mountain Range, as she gazed at the young man, standing resolutely with his blade on the arena, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Mo Linglin's eyes. She tugged at her father's sleeve, playfully declaring, "Father, why not appoint that Mo Tang as my personal guard? I find him rather pleasing to the eye." This statement darkened the expression of Mo Li, who stood behind her. He had only just been appointed as the second young lady Esgar by the family head, and now his status as a 6-star combat master was being dismissed. Damn it, is it merely because he is a tad younger than I? It's not as if they are choosing a son-in-law. Must looks matter so much? With a hint of malice in his heart, Mo Li mused. Montaklan, the head of the Mo family, rolled his eyes at his daughter's playful antics, and then earnestly advised, though Mo Tang possesses commendable strength, his cultivation level remains somewhat lacking. Without even reaching the rank of a battle master, how can he ensure your safety? It would be wiser for Mo Li to accompany you. This would provide both your mother and me with a measure of peace. Upon hearing her father's disapproval, Mo Linglin could only pout in dissatisfaction. However, Mo Lan was resolute in such matters. While he held great expectations for Mo Tang's future, numerous signs indicated that the latter was already under the command of the Grand Elder. Although the Mo family did not share the same level of discord between the family head and elders as the Xiao family, the influence of Mo Cheng within the Mo family often left Mo Lan feeling quite vexed. Thus, both parties maintained a respectful distance from each other's subordinates to prevent any potential conflicts, which could be seen as a tacit understanding between them. After Mo Tang showcased his prowess before everyone, his position as a leader naturally fell into place. No one dared to speak ill of him behind his back anymore. Indeed, the strength he displayed had earned the admiration and respect of the vast majority. Even those few who felt a twinge of jealousy did not dare to show it publicly, lest they face retribution once Mo Tang fully matured. Human nature being what it is, even if Mo Tang were to learn of their envy, he would not take it to heart. However, as he ascended to the role of deputy leader of the guards, his privileges were significantly enhanced. Not only did his allocation of healing pills and energy restoration pills double from 1 to 2, but his 3 stalks of black windgrass were replaced with an exquisite Elan fragrance. Additionally, he received a monthly stipend of 500 gold coins, marking a bountiful gain. Yet, with greater strength came more formidable challenges. Previously, although Mo Tang held the title of captain of the guards, the merchant convoys he escorted primarily operated within a few hundred miles of Rock City, posing little threat given the Mo family's esteemed reputation in the eastern provinces. However, as deputy leader, he would now accompany the family's powerful figures on expeditions to procure medicinal herbs near the distant Beast Mountain Range, which stirred a sense of trepidation within him. The Beast Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Jama Empire, is inhabited by countless formidable magical beasts and is rich in rare herbs and various cultivation resources, drawing the attention of numerous factions across the empire. As a dominant force in the eastern provinces, the Mo family naturally maintained their own base near the Beast Mountain Range. Due to the considerable distance between Salt City and the mountain range, merchant convoys relied on specially trained flying beasts for transportation, far surpassing the capabilities of conventional steeds. Riding on a creature known as the thick-winged bird, Mo Tang flew for over half a month before finally catching sight of a green line on the horizon. At last, we have arrived, he sighed with relief. The past few weeks had been unbearably dull, forcing him into seclusion to cultivate his battle energy. However, with his current aptitude, the progress he made over those 10 days was almost imperceptible, leading to a sense of despair. Yet, in order to uphold his reputation as a prodigy, he felt compelled to endure this struggle, which only compounded his discomfort. Upon reaching the Mo family's outpost in the Beast Mountain Range, Mo Tang felt a weight lift from his heart, anticipating a more leisurely few days ahead. The mountain range promised a wealth of resources, be it medicinal herbs or magical cores, which seemed inexhaustible. Mo Tang planned to gather information first, seeking opportunities to venture into the Beast Mountain Range. Even a mere exploration of the periphery would likely yield greater rewards than his previous excursions around the Cloud Peak Mountains outside Salt City. given his current combat prowess. Ordinary first and second tier magical beasts posed no threat, making his entry into the depths of the range a necessity. With ample time ahead to gather various herbs from surrounding areas, Mo Tang and his companions in the guards were afforded a considerable span for free activities. Many within the guards shared his sentiments and were eager to venture into the Beast Mountain range to test their fortunes. Should they strike gold, it would contribute to their own income. Although the family's accompanying battlemaster was aware of this, he chose to turn a blind eye as long as the escorting duties were not hindered. After all, these guards needed to cultivate as well. The meager resources allocated monthly from the family were hardly sufficient. Not everyone was as solitary as Mo Tang. In the first 3 days of his arrival, Mo Tang did not rush to team up with others. Instead, he leisurely explored the small town, gathering tidbits of intriguing information. Such knowledge could prove quite useful. For instance, he learned from a tavern attendant that a place known as the Wind Ghost Ravine had been discovered in the northwestern region of the Beast Mountain Range. It was said that fierce winds perpetually howled through the ravine, producing eerie sounds reminiscent of wailing spirits as the gales rushed through caves in the cliff walls. Hence the name. Additionally, rumors circulated that within certain caves of the Wind Ghost Ravine, rare wind-attributed spiritual fruits could grow, serving as a primary ingredient for the 5th-tier wind spirit pill. Some even claimed that ancient relics left behind by formidable beings lay hidden beneath the ravine, promising ancient legacies to those who could uncover them. These tales had once stirred considerable excitement, attracting many seekers. However, most returned empty-handed, leading to a gradual erosion of belief in such legends. Many regarded these stories as mere entertainment, hardly lending them serious thought. After all, if there were any truth to them, someone would have surely uncovered something by now, given the tale's widespread circulation in the town. Yet, according to the tavern attendant, no one had ever found the elusive wind fruits within the treacherous caves. Consequently, the tales had become little more than fanciful stories. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Mo Tang's mind sparked with inspiration. This was precisely the type of fortuitous encounter one would expect for a protagonist. Thus, he resolved to embark on a personal expedition to explore further. Chapter 21. A leap from a cliff brings fortuitous encounters. Though Mo Tang lacked the soul-scanning abilities of Xiao Yin to evade danger, the presence of a mini-map allowed him to avoid most perilous areas. After his initial encounter with a pack of werewolves in the mountains, he had developed the habit of constantly monitoring his mini-map. He would not make the same mistake twice. Fortunately, the Beast Mountain Range was not as perilous as he had imagined. In the outer regions, due to the proximity to the town where many mercenaries operated, signs of magical beasts were scarce. However, after delving 1,000 meters into the dense forest, everything transformed in an instant. In just half an hour, Mo Tang encountered 3 attacks from magical beasts. This cunning creature evaded capture, retreating swiftly after each failed ambush, leaving Mo Tang with no opportunity to retaliate. Had he not refined the essence blood of the wind fox, significantly enhancing his speed and agility, he might have fallen victim to these assaults. Particularly with the toxic nature of most of these beasts, a single hit could lead to an inescapable demise, leaving one to await their inevitable fate. It is evident that the Beast Mountain Range is not a place for a lone adventurer. Mo Tang's audacity to venture alone appeared akin to courting death in the eyes of outsiders. Another one? Having scarcely moved a short distance, a red dot reappeared on his minimap, seemingly targeting him directly. This left Mo Tang feeling somewhat drained. Why does this seem endless? Unlike previous encounters, this time the magical beast was clearly not intent on stealth, but rather charged forth from the underbrush. Prepared for the confrontation, Mo Tang swiftly drew his blade to intercept the beast's assault. Yet upon the direct collision, his arm was jolted, nearly causing him to lose grip on his blade. A first-tier peak serpent-tailed leopard. This creature is formidable even among first-tier magical beasts. Only a mercenary squad, led by a skilled fighter, could hope to subdue it. However, upon witnessing the true form of the serpent-tailed leopard, Mo Tang felt not fear, but rather excitement. This creature was immensely valuable. A complete serpent-tailed leopard carcass, comprising skin, flesh, and magical core, could fetch no less than 2,000 gold coins. With this thought, his eyes began to glimmer with golden light. Without hesitation, he struck. Mo Tang transformed into a whirlwind, his blade dancing as 3 streams of combat energy shot forth. The serpent-tailed leopard, clearly startled, raised its front paw to block the incoming energy. However, it was unprepared for the fact that, although the 3 streams appeared daunting, they shattered upon impact. The razor-sharp blade that followed was the true deadly strike, cleaving directly into the leopard's skull. It is often said that leopards possess a copper head, iron tail, and a tofu waist. Yet, under the might of Mo Tang's perfected advanced yellow-tier combat skill, even a copper head would be shattered, leaving the beast no chance of survival. With a casual gesture, he stowed the serpent-tailed leopard's carcass into his backpack, intending to sell it for gold and subsequently purchase herbs to absorb energy. There was no other choice. Directly absorbing the magical core of low-tier beast was far too inefficient, so Mo Tang consistently opted to sell for maximum profit. After swiftly vacating the battlefield, he refrained from recklessly delving deeper, instead seeking a relatively concealed spot to rest. Although the recent battle was brief, it had nonetheless drained a considerable amount of his combat energy, especially the triple blade aura, which, while powerful, consumed a great deal of energy. He needed to maintain peak condition to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Of course, should he find himself in a situation where his energy was running low during combat. He had a few energy-replenishing pills stashed in his backpack, hard-earned supplies meant for emergencies. Once his energy replenished, Mo Tang continued his journey, moving nimbly through the forest, occasionally leaping over boulders and scaling tall trees, until he heard a distant, eerie wailing. The Beast Mountain range was densely forested, the sun nearly obscured by towering trees, casting a sinister shadow over the woods. Coupled with the ghostly wails echoing from unseen depths, even the faint-hearted might find themselves paralyzed with fear. Though Mo Tang had lived 2 lives, he still shivered, a layer of goosebumps rising on his skin. This must be nearing the Wind Ghost Ravine, he surmised. Indeed, upon finally emerging from the forest, he found himself before a somewhat eerie canyon. Beneath his feet lay a chain of mountains hundreds of meters high, thickly forested, with a broad plateau at the summit, where a canyon spanning several kilometers appeared in the center. Mo Tang now stood at the mountain's peak, facing one side of the canyon, with a distance of several hundred meters separating him from the opposite cliff. Furthermore, he observed that the canyon walls drew closer as they extended outward. Mo Tang attempted to race along the cliff's edge, and as he ran toward the brink, the distance to the opposite wall diminished until, after running 4 or 5 miles, he found the canyon walls converging to merely a dozen meters apart. A single leap would suffice to cross. If this side was so, could the other side be the same? Mo Tang peered toward the canyon's far end, noticing the 2 cliffs seemingly drawing together in the distance. The entire canyon resembled a spindle. No wonder such peculiar winds whistled here. Aside from a spindle shape at the canyon's entrance, Mo Tang, upon closer inspection below, realized that the canyon expanded significantly as one descended. For instance, the 2 cliff faces above were merely hundreds of meters apart, while below, they might stretch thousands of meters apart. Thus, if one were to descend, unless they could fly, ascending back would not be a trivial matter. Upon this realization, Mo Tang suddenly felt inclined to retreat. After all, it was merely a treasure hunt with uncertain outcomes. There was no need to risk his life for it. Who knew what dangers lurked below? What if a powerful magical beast lay in wait? Perhaps it would be wiser to gather herbs in safer locales, which would equally enhance his strength without the accompanying peril. After some self-reassurance, Mo Tang turned to leave. But as the saying goes, treasure hunting is not simply a matter of coming and going at will. You are here now. Do you think you can depart without the consent of the journey? Caw! With a piercing cry of an eagle, a massive azure eagle with a wingspan nearing 5 meters soared from the depths of the valley. Mo Tang felt a shadow loom overhead, followed by the oppressive force of a fierce wind descending upon him. Chapter 22. The Relic. A violent gust of wind bore down from above. Sensing the impending danger, Mo Tang attempted to evade, only to be swept away, plummeting toward the seemingly bottomless cliff. What the hell? A string of melodious exclamations echoed through the valley, yet Mo Tang himself could not hear them, as his ears were filled with the howling wind. WDD. Realizing that his body was drifting further from the cliff, Mo Tang hurriedly prepared to save himself. He swiftly retrieved a rope from his system backpack, deftly tying it to the hilt of his blade before hurling the long knife toward the cliff wall. Clang! The razor-sharp spirit blade instantaneously embedded itself into the stone wall. Mo Tang, who was originally plummeting downwards, abruptly halted before beginning to swing towards the mountain face. Like a swing propelled high by a forceful push, he collided with the wall. With a resounding crash, the entire cliff trembled. Mo Tang felt as though his body had disintegrated. Every inch of him ached. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that he had not fallen to his demise, crushed into a pulp. A piercing eagle's cry shattered the fleeting sense of good fortune that had emerged within him. Once again, with a startled exclamation, Mo Tang's frantic gaze caught sight of a cave to his lower left, its entrance boasting a small platform protruding a meter outwards. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his feet against the stone wall, exerted himself to swing again, and then released his grip, landing perfectly on the platform. Upon raising his head, he beheld the true culprit that had caused his predicament, the fourth-tier magical beast, the Gale Eagle. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, he awkwardly rolled into the cave. At the last moment, he finally discerned the true appearance of the beast that had rendered him so miserable, the Gale Eagle. Fortunately, the cave's entrance was not large, allowing only a single person to pass through. Thus, despite the Gale Eagle's furious screeches, it was powerless against Mo Tang's entry and eventually had no choice but to depart, albeit begrudgingly. Sighing in relief, Mo Tang began to examine the interior of the cave. It was shrouded in darkness, yet a faint luminescence emanated, imparting an aura of enigmatic tranquility. Around the entrance, numerous knife-like markings were etched into the stone, though time had blurred these engravings considerably. Had it not been for Mo Tang's keen eyesight, he might have overlooked them entirely. Could this truly be man-made? Perhaps I have stumbled upon the legendary ruins? A flicker of excitement surged within Mo Tang, yet upon reflecting on his quest for treasure, he realized he had not only lost his weapon, but also found himself trapped in a precarious situation, with a fourth-tier magical beast lurking outside, capable of tearing him apart at any moment. The brief flicker of joy was swiftly extinguished. With a long sigh, he consoled himself. Perhaps there's a powerful elder within who could help me deal with that beast outside, roasting it for a feast. He produced a fire starter, igniting a small flame, and cautiously ventured deeper into the cave's recesses. After traversing for about 10 minutes, he suddenly found his path obstructed by a stone door. The cave's dimensions had evidently expanded, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals without feeling cramped. Approaching the stone door, Mo Tang's hand brushed against its surface, knocking to gauge its thickness. Quite substantial, it seemed unrealistic to attempt to break through forcefully. According to custom, such places typically concealed mechanisms. Otherwise, the elaborate setup would be rendered meaningless. After meticulously inspecting the stone door and its surrounding walls, Mo Tang discovered a small protrusion beside the door. As anticipated, he smirked, feeling no surprise. Pressing down lightly, the door creaked and began to rise slowly, revealing the scene beyond. Inside was a vast stone chamber, appearing somewhat austere and spacious. Moonstone was embedded in the walls, providing illumination to keep the chamber from descending into darkness. At the center of the chamber lay a jade cushion, upon which rested a skeleton. However, this skeletal remains did not exude the formidable aura of a powerful being. Instead, it was decayed and pitiful, with a skull sunken so deeply that it had tumbled onto the pale thigh bone. What a disappointment. Scanning the chamber, he found it quite large. Yet aside from a solitary skeleton, there was nothing else of interest. This left Mo Tang feeling profoundly disheartened. Nevertheless, he refused to give up and began to scrutinize the remains for any hidden secrets. To his surprise, he discovered a white ring adorning the middle finger of the skeleton's right hand. Previously, the ring's color had blended with the bones, combined with the poor lighting, causing it to be nearly overlooked. Could it be a storage ring? Mo Tang's eyebrows arched, and he hastily removed the ring. Indeed, it was a storage ring. As the original owner had long since perished, there was no spiritual energy barrier, allowing Mo Tang to easily explore its contents. Within the ring, he found an impressive array of items. Firstly, there were over a dozen jade vials, seemingly containing medicinal pills. Judging by the labels, they were all high-grade concoctions of the 5th and 6th tiers. Regrettably, it was impossible to ascertain how long the owner had been dead, as all the pills had deteriorated into useless remnants. None were fit for use. Discarding this refuse into a corner, Mo Tang shifted his attention to other items. He uncovered a blue wooden bow, 3 black-tipped arrows, 3 mysterious scrolls, and a roll of ordinary animal hide. Despite its wooden composition, the bow was adorned with exquisite decorations, featuring mysterious engravings and 4 azure crystals embedded within. Upon grasping the bow, Mo Tang was astonished to see the 4 crystals illuminate simultaneously, causing the previously weathered bow to awaken, emitting a radiant azure glow. A gentle whirlwind encircled the bowstring, and with a mere infusion of battle energy, the bowstring could automatically conjure an azure energy arrow. Mo Tang gazed in awe at the longbow in his hands, utterly astonished. It was known that only those at the Spirit Master level could transform their battle energy into physical weapons. Yet this Bao allowed him, a mere combatant, to achieve such a feat. Truly remarkable. Chapter 23. The Hero Who Shoots Eagles. The moon-chasing Bao, an ancient divine weapon, was said to be crafted from the wind tendons of an 8th-tier magical beast, the wind phoenix for the string, and the gnarled wood of a Bodhi tree for the arm. A serendipitous acquisition. It was used as a means to hunt the wild thundergale eagle in the Windbreaker Canyon. But unexpectedly, the beast inflicted grave injuries upon its wielder. On the brink of death, chose to conceal himself here, from the role of animal hide within the storage ring. Mo Tang learned of the skeleton's owner, a peak spirit emperor known as the Thunderwind Sovereign, in pursuit of a special combat technique. He sought the moon-chasing Bao and its accompanying archery skills to hunt a 6th-tier peak thundergale eagle. The 3 black arrows were specially prepared poison arrows, rumored to be capable of killing even the peak 6th-tier magical beast within a few breaths if struck. However, he never anticipated that the thundergale eagle had surpassed the 7th tier, leading to his humiliating defeat and eventual demise in this very spot. Among the relics left behind by the Wind and Thunder Emperor, aside from this Moonchaser Bao, the remaining 3 scrolls consist of the foundational Earth-level combat technique, the Starchase Moonbao technique, which complements the Bao. The other 2 scrolls contain the Emperor's own cultivation methods, the advanced Earth-level technique, the Wind and Thunder Malevolence, and the crafting method of the unique flying combat technique, the Wind and Thunder Wings, which directly led to his demise. Ah, what a bonanza! With these items in hand, Mo Tang was so exhilarated that his entire being trembled. An advanced Earth-level technique, a foundational Earth-level combat skill, and even the crafting method for a unique flying technique. With these treasures, Mo Tang would no longer have to fret over the lack of high-level cultivation techniques. However, despite his excitement, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Although he now possessed the techniques, he lacked the corresponding energy points to enhance them. As previously mentioned, the system has a clear classification of energy levels. Techniques of the yellow and Xian levels require only low-level energy for enhancement, and their consumption is minimal. However, for Earth-level combat skills, medium-level energy is required, while for Celestial-level techniques, high-level energy is necessary. Mo Tang's brow furrowed in contemplation. To possess such treasures, yet be unable to utilize them, was truly a vexing predicament. No, he must search for any other hidden secrets in this place. It was imperative to acquire medium-level energy. With this thought in mind, Mo Tang meticulously re-examined the entire stone chamber inch by inch. Remarkably, in his search, he discovered something. On one of the stone walls, he found a small indentation. Could this wall be a concealed door? But where was the key? After searching for over an hour without any leads, impatience began to creep in. Damn, do they expect me to dig through this wall myself? Raising the Moon Chaser Bao in his hands, he concentrated half of his combat energy to conjure a blue arrow, which he swiftly shot forth. To his astonishment, the energy arrow was deflected just 3 fingers away from the wall. What was happening? Mo Tang approached, bewildered, and personally inspected the area. Finally, he uncovered that the stone wall was encased in an invisible seal. This seal reacted solely to energy-based attacks, remaining dormant against physical contact. This was utterly absurd. Frustrated, Mo Tang struck the wall with his fist. Suddenly, he caught sight of the white spatial ring adorning his finger, and he froze momentarily. Damn, I'm such a fool. The key has been in my possession all along. Realizing this, he nearly slapped himself. Removing the spatial ring, he placed it into the indentation, and with a resounding rumble, the stone wall slowly ascended, revealing the previously sealed half of the chamber. This space was not large, yet in the center, there thrived a small flower bed. It seems the emperor had quite the aesthetic taste and enjoyed tending to flowers. Mo Tang approached with a smile, convinced these were not ordinary ornamental blooms. Indeed, upon touching one of the ice blue flowers, he discovered medium-level energy, 100 points. Would you like to absorb it? Would? What the hell? Mo Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. Medium-level energy, and 100 points at that. He never expected this seemingly inconspicuous blue flower to possess such high value. Absorb all of it. Mo Tang's eyes grew slightly red, and his face flushed. I'm no alchemist. Why keep this energy if not to absorb it? Like a wild boar rampaging through a garden, the originally beautiful flower bed was left in tatters. Yet the energy points in Mo Tang's possession surged immensely. Nama, Montak Tang. Level, 7-star Dou Fighter. Cultivation technique, Thunderstorm energy, great achievement. Combat skills, Triple Blade energy, perfection. Beast Blood forging technique, Wind, first layer. Available energy points, Low level, 964. Medium level, 5156. Medium level energy had skyrocketed past 5,000. Low level energy was nearing 1,000. Moreover, all this low level energy was extracted from those plants he had previously dismissed as mere weeds, nearly overwhelming Mo Tang with joy. I've struck gold, I've struck gold. Laughing like a madman, he danced and sang for a full 10 minutes, finally releasing the pent-up excitement within. Mo Tang suspected that had he contained such exhilaration any longer, he might have gone mad. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to calm his racing mind and gazed at his upgrade panel, repeatedly tapping the enhancement indicator next to his level. To elevate to an 8-star Dou fighter required 64 low-level energy points. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. To elevate to a 9-star Dou fighter required 68 low-level energy points. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. To elevate to a 1-star Dou master required 108 low-level energy points. He directly propelled his strength to the 6-star Dou master level. Upon proceeding, the prompt appeared. To elevate to a 7-star Dou master required 156 low-level energy points. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Insufficient low-level energy points for enhancement. Upgrade failed. Would you like to spend 92 medium-level energy points to supplement? Yes. Wait. Suddenly coming to his senses, Mo Tang jolted, hastily halting his trembling hand. Chapter 24. Earth-level techniques. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 6-star Dou master. Cultivation technique, thunderstorm energy, great achievement. Combat skills, triple blade energy, perfection. Beast blood forging technique, wind, first layer. Available energy points, low level, 64. Medium level, 51, 56. Having regained his composure, Mo Tang promptly ceased his reckless behavior, using medium level energy to supplement low level energy. Moreover, at a 1-to-1 conversion rate, such folly was only for the foolish. Over 5,000 medium-level energy was not only sufficient for enhancing Earth-level techniques, but would also support his future advancement to Dou Spirit. Unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, Mo Tang would never allow himself to squander the energy points earned through perilous endeavors. To inscribe the advanced Earth-level technique, Wind and Thunder Malevolence. Would you like to proceed? Yes. The recording of the Wind Thunder Gangsha has been successfully completed, consuming 16 intermediate energy points. A low-tier Earth-level combat technique, the Star-Chasing Bow Art, has been discovered. Should it be recorded? Yes. The Star-Chasing Bow Art has been successfully inscribed, consuming another 16 intermediate energy points. A special flight combat technique, the Wind Thunder Wings, has also been found. Should it be recorded? Yes. The Wind Thunder Wings has been successfully inscribed, consuming 16 intermediate energy points as well. After inscribing these 3 Earth-level techniques into the system, Mo Tang contemplated for a moment and then directly elevated the Wind Thunder Gangsha to perfection. The staggering cost of 856 points left Mo Tang's heart trembling with pain. However, such an expense was undeniably necessary. After all, it was a high-tier Earth-level technique. Techniques of this caliber, not only for him as a mere Dou master, but even in the Central Continent, among the various sects and factions, would be regarded as treasured artifacts of the sect. As for the celestial-level techniques, they were merely spoken of in legends, rarely seen except among ancient, powerful races or formidable Dou saints. Elevating the Wind Thunder Gangsha to its consummate state brought evident benefits to Mo Tang. Although his cultivation remained at the 6-star Dou master level, the Dou Qi within him had multiplied tenfold since a minute ago. The hallmark of a Dou master is the ability to condense Dou Qi into a gauzy robe, with the Dou Qi within transforming into a liquid state. If an ordinary Dou Qi reservoir is likened to a lake, then he now possessed a veritable sea of Dou Qi. Mo Tang even began to doubt whether those who had reached the great Dou master level possessed such abundant Dou Qi as his own. Moreover, to his astonishment, his Dou Qi was no longer merely silver with a lightning attribute, but a harmonious blend of silver and azure. Dual attribute Dou Qi of wind and thunder. In the entire Dou Qi continent, only one person is known to have truly cultivated dual attributes, as mentioned in the original work, Feng Qing'er of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The disciple of the esteemed Lei Zun, head of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, and a member of the Celestial Phoenix clan, Feng Qing'er. Regardless of her background, it far surpassed Mo Tang's by countless magnitudes. The disparity could easily be described as that between heaven and earth. Yet now, Mo Tang boldly claimed that his wind and thunder attributes were undoubtedly superior to those of Feng Qing'er. In a single opportunity, Mo Tang had infinitely elevated his foundation, granting him the qualifications to be compared with the extraordinary geniuses of the Central Continent. After exhaling a long breath to suppress his excitement, Mo Tang glanced at the other two combat techniques. The Bao art was equally significant to him at this moment. After all, a level 4 magical beast, the Gale Hawk, awaited outside. If he did not deal with it, he would perish from starvation in this cave. Although he had prepared enough food for a week when entering the magical beast mountains, what would he do afterward? Moreover, the crafting method for the wind thunder wings required the wings of a magical beast possessing wind or thunder attributes. Was the Gale Hawk just perfect for this? According to the records of the technique, the complete form of the wind thunder wings was crafted from the wings of wind and thunder attribute magical beasts. Unfortunately, such beasts were exceedingly rare and often immensely powerful. The Wind Thunder Monarch had expended great effort to discover that within the Fenggue Gorge, or as he referred to it, the Fengju Valley, resided a Fury Thunder Gale Hawk, a rare wind and thunder attribute magical beast. However, he never anticipated that after preparing thoroughly, he would find the Fury Thunder Gale Hawk had already broken through to the 7th tier. What misfortune! To hunt down the Gale Hawk, with his current strength, he could only rely on the bow and special arrows left by the Wind Thunder Monarch. Yet, he possessed only 3 arrows, specifically designed for slaying 6th tier pinnacle magical beasts, making their use against a 4th tier magical beast quite regrettable. To ensure he could strike his target with a single arrow, Mo Tang had no choice but to elevate the star-chasing bow art to the major achievement stage, expending 832 intermediate energy points. Coupled with the 320 points for the minor achievement of the Wind Thunder Wings, Mo Tang's attributes now stood as follows. Name, Mo Tang. Level, 6-star Dome Master. Technique, Thunderstorm Gong Qi, Major Achievement. Wind Thunder Gang Sha, Perfection. Combat Technique, Triple Blade Gong, Perfection. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Wind, Layer 1. Star Chasing Bow Art, Major Achievement. Wind Thunder Wings, Minor Achievement. Available energy points, low level, 64. Intermediate, 2,100. Although he had expended more than half of the energy points just acquired, Mo Tang's battle prowess had increased several-fold compared to a minute ago. Now, even when confronted by a great Dome Master, he possessed the strength to contend. It was time to deal with that large bird outside. After confirming that there were no hidden doors within the cave, Mo Tang cast a glance at the empty stone chamber and stepped outside, bow in hand. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he cautiously peered out to survey his surroundings, only to find no sign of the Gale Hawk. This revelation brought him a moment of relief. Yet disappointment lingered. He had intended to use the creature's wings to craft his own flight apparatus. Never mind. First, he needed to retrieve his Feng Ling blade. Glancing up at the rope still echoing above, its end was tied to the hilt of the Feng Ling blade. However, just as he had descended a few meters down the cliff, the familiar cry of the hawk pierced the sky once more. With a gust of wind, Mo Tang quickly jumped onto the stone platform at the cave's entrance, relieved he had not climbed too high. His heart raced as he glared at the Gale Hawk soaring above. Originally, he had considered sparing it, but now it dared to present itself willingly. He drew the star-chasing bow and knocked a special arrow. Drawing the bowstring like a crescent moon, he unleashed the star-chasing bow art. A streak of azure light, akin to a shooting star, collided violently with the massive body of the Gale Hawk, leaving it no opportunity to evade. The azure light pierced through the hawk's back, vanishing into the horizon instantaneously. Chapter 25, Wings of the Gale. The struck Gale Hawk plummeted from the sky, exhibiting the plight of a bird with broken wings. Damn it, it's falling. Mo Tang grimaced as he watched the hawk drop into the deep ravine. He carefully descended along the mountainside to search for it. Fortunately, although the ravine was shrouded in darkness, it was merely a few hundred meters deep, making it not too difficult to locate. However, upon reaching the bottom of the ravine, an eerie sensation enveloped him, causing chills to run down his spine. As the saying goes, one should not linger in places of uncertainty. After discovering the corpse of the Gale Hawk, Mo Tang swiftly scrambled up the stone wall, performing a remarkable display reminiscent of a wall-crawling hero. Upon finally reaching the stone platform at the cave entrance, he dove headfirst into the cavern. In that fleeting moment, he felt an unsettling sensation as though something was watching him from behind, sending chills down his spine. However, once he entered the stone chamber, that feeling dissipated, making the skeletons before him appear almost benign. Retrieving the Gale Hawk's body, he observed the corrosive black blood oozing from its wounds and realized that the flesh was rendered useless. Seizing the moment before the toxin could spread throughout his body, he decisively severed the hawk's wings and extracted its magic core, discarding the remainder. Previously, when Mo Tang had elevated the wind and thunder wings to a minor success, the methods of refinement had already been deeply etched in his mind. Unlike many other flight-related techniques, the wind and thunder wings could be crafted in varying tiers. As mentioned earlier, the ideal state for the wind and thunder wings was to acquire a pair of wings from a magical beast imbued with wind and thunder attributes. Such wings would allow the resulting flight technique to enable a Dou Huang-level expert to achieve the speed of a peak Dou Huang. Alternatively, wings of the same level, one embodying wind and the other lightning, could also be combined in the crafting process. The resultant flight technique would exhibit the form of two pairs of wings, reminiscent of the four-winged angels in Western mythology. The most basic version, however, involved crafting with individual wind and lightning attributes. This method, while still yielding success, would only guarantee a flight speed commensurate with the magical beast used, lacking any extraordinary enhancements and thus appearing somewhat lackluster. Now, Mo Tang aimed to create this most basic variant. Sitting cross-legged, he gazed at the pair of azure wings before him, forming a hand seal while gradually closing his eyes. A surge of potent Dou Qi intermingled with his soul power began to emanate from him, coalescing carefully around the wings. Suddenly, as his Dou Qi and soul power enveloped the wings completely, a piercing eagle cry resonated within his soul. Mo Tang, eyes tightly shut, let out a muffled grunt as crimson blood trickled from his nostrils and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. After all, the Gale Hawk was a fourth-tier magical beast, comparable to a Dou Ling-level expert. And here he was, merely a 6-star Dou Shi. Although he was a transmigrator with an inherently powerful soul, he lacked the training of an alchemist or any specialized soul cultivation methods, rendering him somewhat vulnerable in such moments. Nonetheless, it was merely the wings of the Gale Hawk. Even with residual essence, it could hardly pose a threat to a Dou Shi. After enduring a brief struggle, Mo Tang forcibly subdued the wings. As time passed, an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his dark gaze before quickly dissipating. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. To his surprise, refining the wings had resulted in a slight augmentation of his Dou Qi. Of course, this increase was minimal compared to the vast ocean of Dou Qi within him. His gaze shifted to the azure wings hovering before him. Following the earlier refinement, they appeared more translucent, radiating a soft azure glow. Since these wings were meant for his own use, there was no need for him to expend effort in crafting them into a scroll. Even if he attempted, he would be unable to do so. Guiding the azure wings with his Dou Qi, they gently descended into his hands, and in that instant, a unique energy surged through his arms, directly penetrating his consciousness. However, after the previous refinement, the remnants of the Gale Hawk's soul posed no threat to Mo Tang. Dissipating upon contact, he maneuvered his Dou Qi according to the trajectory described on the scroll, allowing it to circulate within him. Moments later, the Dou Qi flowed into his arms and gradually into his palms. As the Dou Qi manifested in his hands, the azure wings erupted in a brilliant radiance, their colors intensifying, ultimately transforming into slender azure silver beams that shot into his palms like lightning. Once inside, the azure silver light coursed rapidly through his meridians. When it reached the meridians along his back, it abruptly halted, then twisted, forcibly extending two exceedingly thin branches from the primary meridian. These branches extended from the main conduit and only ceased upon reaching his back. Mo Tang, who had been momentarily dazed by the disappearance of the eagle wings, suddenly emitted a piercing scream, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his fists clenching tightly as he gasped for air, exclaiming, "Why is this so painful? Why wasn't I warned beforehand?" His body curled up on the ground as he bit his lip fiercely, blood seeping into his mouth. After enduring the excruciating agony of his meridians being torn, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and Mo Tang finally regained consciousness. Although he still felt occasional stabs of pain, he was considerably better overall. He grimaced, running his fingers over the altered area of his shoulders, discovering that it felt almost as though he were touching feathers. Controlling the flow of Dou Qi within him, he directed it through the two newly formed branches into his shoulders. In an instant, amidst a faint azure glow, a pair of tangible azure wings unfurled from his back, stretching out to a width of 2 to 3 meters. Curiously observing the azure-veined wings, Mo Tang gave them a gentle flap. A subtle buoyancy manifested beneath him, and as the wings flapped, his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Chapter 26. The beginning of the plot. With the newfound ability to fly, the unique terrain of the Wind Ghost Gorge posed no challenge for Mo Tang. He first ascended to retrieve his weapon, the Feng Ling blade, and then soared into the sky, using the system's large map to pinpoint his direction, heading directly toward the outskirts of the MO clan town near the magical Beast Mountain Range. This exploration of the magical Beast Mountain Range had been a mixture of thrills and surprises, yet the final outcome was quite favorable. Leaping from 7-star Dou Qi to a 6-star Dou Qi was an astonishing leap that would surely astonish many. As he neared the town, still 1,000 meters away, Mo Tang found a secluded spot to land and proceeded on foot toward the settlement. He felt it prudent to keep his flying Dou technique a secret, serving as a valuable trump card for himself. Upon returning to the small town, he first reported to the accompanying family powerhouse, and then retreated to his chamber. Although he had successfully advanced to the rank of Dou Master, his cultivation level remained undetectable to others as long as he did not actively reveal it. After all, the strongest individual in this place was merely a 3-star Dou Master, lacking the discerning prowess to see through him. In the ensuing days, apart from occasionally venturing into the Monster Mountain Range to seek resources, Mo Tang spent the majority of his time within the town. Nevertheless, his endeavors bore considerable fruit. Several corpses of first-tier peak and even second-tier initial magical beasts garnered him a fortune exceeding 10,000 gold coins, evoking envy among many members of the guard team. Deputy Commander, have you truly broken through to Dou Master? One of the guards, directly under Mo Tang's command, could not help but exclaim upon witnessing that he had brought back a second-tier intermediate magical beast, the Earth-Howling Tiger. This utterance immediately attracted the attention of numerous guards surrounding them. Once the situation was clarified, everyone gazed at Mo Tang with astonishment. In response, Mo Tang candidly admitted, "Indeed, I just fortuitously broke through a couple of days ago, but you were still a 7-star Dou fighter before, weren't you?" Although they recognized Mo Tang's position as deputy commander, it was contingent upon his terrifying combat prowess that allowed him to battle beyond his rank. In terms of cultivation, several members of the guard team still surpassed him. Yet, how long had it been? A month, perhaps. He had already ascended to Dou Master. You are indeed a genius, but your progress is rather rapid. The commotion also caught the attention of Mo Lin, the esteemed Dou Master of the Mo family, who had remained stationed at their base. Upon learning of Mo Tang's breakthrough, he wore an expression of shock. Mo Tang, too, had his own explanation. I fortuitously discovered a white spirit ginseng fruit while in the monster forest, which caught the eye of a passing alchemist, and I exchanged it for a green spirit pill. The green spirit pill. Mo Lin's expression shifted, astonished as he turned to Mo Tang. One must understand that the green spirit pill is a 3rd-grade elixir, reputed to directly enhance a Dou Master's strength by a star. The advanced version, the 3-woven green spirit pill, could allow a Grand Dou Master to elevate by a star and assist Dou Masters in breaking through to Grand Dou Master, making it an exceedingly precious medicinal concoction. The mere willingness to trade such a green spirit pill raises questions about the nature of the white spirit ginseng fruit. Mo Lin could not help but feel a twinge of envy over Mo Tang's stroke of fortune. However, Mo Tang, do you happen to know where that esteemed alchemist is now? Is he in our town? In comparison to the green spirit pill, Mo Lin was far more concerned about the identity of the mysterious alchemist. A person capable of casually offering 3rd-grade elixirs in trade must be at least a 4th-grade alchemist, right? Such esteemed alchemists, even the Grand Elder Mo Cheng would treat with utmost reverence. Although the Mo family is a dominant clan in the Eastern Province, the highest grade of alchemist they could invite would merely be 2nd grade. There had once been a 3rd-grade alchemist in Yen City. Yet even Mo Cheng could not gain entry to his door despite personally visiting. This highlights the lofty status of such alchemists. Observing Montag Lin's excitement, Mo Tang understood his thoughts. With an inward smirk, he replied nonchalantly, I am unaware of his whereabouts. However, I did observe that the esteemed alchemist seemed to be searching for some herbs and ventured deep into the Monster Mountain Range. I doubt he would appear in such a place. What a pity, Mo Lin sighed, subsequently departing. Regardless of the veracity of Mo Tang's words, he would certainly verify it himself. Yet, the fact that he had not encountered such good fortune left him feeling somewhat discontented. Nonetheless, Mo Tang's advancement to Dou Master had become common knowledge throughout the town, inciting a mixture of envy and jealousy from all members of the guard team. But what of it? His current position as deputy commander was indeed warranted, and their jealousy bore no fruit. For them, it was now imperative to ingratiate themselves with Mo Tang. A Dou Master of such youth was destined for an illustrious future. Failing to seize the opportunity to curry favor now would mean missing their chance once he truly ascended. Thus, 3 more days passed. Just as Mo Tang and his companions prepared to return to Yen City, an unexpected group arrived in the small town. Greetings, young master and his second young lady. Salutations to the esteemed members of Yunlan sect. Mo Lin personally ventured outside the town to welcome a party arriving from Yin City via beast mounts. Amidst the welcoming entourage, Mo Tang's brow furrowed slightly upon observing the newcomers. Among them was the strikingly handsome young man, Mo Li, the eldest son of the family head, Mo Lan, and an inner disciple of the Yunlan sect. Beside him stood the second young lady of the Mo family, Mo Ling Lin. Yet, it was the girl in a flowing moon-white robe, closely linked to Mo Ling Lin, that captured Mo Tang's attention. The young lady, adorned in a wide-sleeved, form-fitting moon-white gown that cascaded to the ground, highlighted her delicate waist, accentuating her slender figure exquisitely. At that moment, she was engaged in soft whispers with Mo Ling Lin. Her jade-like hands and flawless skin, framed by delicate brows and a captivating smile, exuding an ethereal grace. However, beneath her seemingly gentle demeanor, Mo Tang discerned a hint of aloofness, a subtle air of detachment. In comparison, the once cute and spirited Mo Ling Lin suddenly appeared overshadowed. As any ordinary woman glancing at the enchanting girl would likely feel a sense of inadequacy. The presence of a Yunlan sect, accompanied by such a stunning maiden and an elder of at least Grand Dome Master caliber, alongside Mo Li, the Mo family as eldest son, bore a striking resemblance to the configuration at the introduction of Nailin Yanran in the original tale. Yet, how could they possibly be in this remote locale? Chapter 27, Genius. Always the object of envy. Trailing among the crowd, Mo Tang, though puzzled by their presence, gleaned their intended destination, Wutan City. This indicated that it was indeed the time when Nailin Yanran would be heading to Wutan City to annul her engagement with the Xiao family, marking the commencement of the original storyline. Thus, calculating from this temporal juncture, Xiao Yin was currently 15 years old, still a mere waste with 3 segments of Dou Qi. Within a year, he would ascend to Dou Fighter, in 2 years to Dou Master, and in less than 3 years, he would become a Grand Dou Master. During this time, he would acquire the Blue Lotus Heartfire and ultimately extinguish the Grand Elder of the Mo family. More than 2 years remained, ample time indeed. Given his current rate of energy point accumulation, even without extraordinary encounters, he could smoothly break through to Grand Dome Master within 6 months. Once he achieved that rank, his choices would multiply, liberating him from the confines of the modest Mo family. In the worst-case scenario, one could simply linger in the Beast Mountain range for a year and a half, and achieving a breakthrough to the Dou Spirit should pose no significant challenge. However, considering his current age, he somewhat falls short of the enrollment criteria for Canaan Academy. Otherwise, it would be far more advantageous to directly pursue his studies. Of course, if one were to adopt a more ruthless approach, one might choose to remain in the Beast Mountain range to grind, waiting until he reaches level 18 with 6 divine artifacts before emerging. Wouldn't that render him invincible? Yet, such thoughts are merely fanciful. After all, given the system's design, if he were to simply languish in the Beast Mountain range, by the time he finally emerged, it's likely that Xiao Yin and the Soul Clan would be engaged in a fierce battle over their respective crystals. While Mo Tang was lost in contemplation, his figure, concealed among the crowd, ultimately did not escape the watchful eyes of a perceptive individual. Hey, Montak Tang! A melodious voice abruptly interrupted his reverie, prompting him to look up in confusion. A petite figure adorned in crimson appeared in his line of sight, and the girl's bright, playful smile instantly captured his attention. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Mo Ling Lin, the second young lady of the Mo clan, greeted him with a familiarity that left Mo Tang bewildered. Surely this must be our first encounter? Why do you exhibit such a cordial demeanor? Could it be that I have overlooked something in the memories of my original self? Did you two share some childhood secrets? Of course. Such notions were merely figments of Mo Tang's imagination. Observing his bewildered expression, Mo Ling Lin chuckled and cheekily winked at him. What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit flattered? The young lady has chosen to speak to you personally. Suppressing a smirk, Mo Tang maintained a serious demeanor, responding, indeed. I never anticipated that the second young lady would remember a subordinate such as myself. Well, I watched your duel the other day, she replied with a grin. In fact, I even persuaded my father to appoint you as my personal guard. However, he declined, stating that you have yet to reach the Dome Master level. Therefore, you must strive diligently in your training. Once you attain the Dome Master rank, I shall have my father assign you to serve as my guard. Montak Tang was momentarily astounded. What does this imply? A personal bodyguard for the eldest lady? Surely, I must have wandered in the wrong scene. Thankfully, the head of the Mo clan, Mo Lan, possessed sufficient wisdom to refrain from directly offering his daughter to someone who could potentially become a mere pretty face. Mo Linglin's actions also drew the attention of others, particularly her brother, Mo Li, who frowned upon witnessing his sister's affectionate demeanor towards a mere guard. Linglin, who is he? Due to his prolonged training at the Yunlan sect, Mo Li was not acquainted with Mo Tang. However, Mo Linglin was eager to introduce her valued acquaintance to her brother, exclaiming, "Brother, come quickly. Let me introduce you to someone interesting. This is Mo Tang, a distant relative of our clan. Remarkably, he has already achieved the rank of 7-star Dou fighter at just 20 years old, and he has even defeated a 2-star Dou master. I have already spoken with father, and once he breaks through to Dou master, he will become my guard. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Mo Tang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "When did this happen? Are you certain your father will agree?" Mo Li's expression darkened slightly. A mere distant relative of the Mo clan with such talent could potentially overshadow him, just as Mo Li was beginning to feel a twinge of annoyance towards Mo Tang. The ever-respectful Mo Lin unexpectedly interjected, "Ah, second young lady, you may not be aware, but Commander Mo Tang has already broken through to Dou Master several days ago." "Really?" Mo Linglin exclaimed with delight. However, Mo Li's countenance shifted visibly, his displeasure transforming into outright disdain. As the eldest son of the Mo clan, he prided himself on being the most talented among his peers. Having entered the Yunlan sect at a young age, he achieved a breakthrough to Dou fighter by 18 and was now a 5-star Dou fighter at just 20. Though he could not compare to unparalleled geniuses like Nalan Yunran, he had always held a measure of confidence. Yet now, a member of the collateral branch of his family, barely older than himself, had already reached Dou master. It felt as if his face had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt. Mo Tang noted the changing expressions of the arrogant young master out of the corner of his eye, sighing inwardly. "Indeed, I am simply too accomplished. Even when I have concealed my brilliance, I cannot escape the envy of foolish individuals. Oh well, enough pretense. I shall reveal my true self. Indeed, I am a genius." "What of it?" As Mo Tang stood there, unwavering, Mo Linglin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even Nalan Yunran and Guyi, who had remained silent until now, gazed at him in astonishment. "A Dou master at 20 years old. That is truly remarkable," Guyi remarked, stroking his beard in admiration. While his comment was devoid of malice, it struck Mo Li's ears like a dagger. His already somber expression darkened further. To his dismay, he noticed that the usually aloof and proud young lady also exhibited a flicker of interest, which ignited a fire of jealousy within him. In a matter of moments, Mo Li's feelings had undergone a complete transformation. With a resigned expression, Mo Tang could only think, "You are still too young and your disposition lacks steadiness." However, unbeknownst to all, the one subtly orchestrating these events was none other than the seemingly innocuous Mo Lin. This cunning individual had deftly maneuvered the situation to his advantage at the expense of the dim-witted young master of the Mo clan. Chapter 28. The personal bodyguard of the eldest lady. Regarding Mo Tang's rise in strength, Mo Linglin was elated, her expression contrasting sharply with Mo Li's sullen demeanor. The surrounding Mo clan guards wore expressions of intrigue, striving to minimize their presence and observe the unfolding drama. Montauk Li, clearly not in the mood to engage with Mo Tang, recognized that their group had important matters to attend to. "Prepare the supplies. Yanran and I have important business and cannot linger here," he commanded. Upon receiving the directive, Mo Lin promptly agreed and led the others away to make preparations. Meanwhile, Mo Tang, who was being incessantly questioned by the inquisitive Mo Linglin, sought to seize the opportunity to extricate himself from her relentless inquiries. However, his intentions were swiftly thwarted by the persistent second young lady of the Mo clan. "There's so many people preparing. What difference does your absence make? I still have numerous questions to ask. How did you manage to cultivate so rapidly, achieving a 3-star increase to become a Dou master in such a short time?" Mo Tang found himself ensnared by the incessant queries of this tenacious girl, and just as he was about to evade her with a few vague responses, Mo Li unexpectedly spoke up. "Little sister, come here, I have something to impart to you." "I know." As she reluctantly departed, Mo Tang let out a sigh of relief. He hurried back to his room, dismissing the notion of preparing supplies for that esteemed young master, especially since Mo Linglin had already mentioned it. With so many people around, one more or less made no difference. However, his desire to evade the situation was soon thwarted. As Mo Linglin approached him once again, "What did you say? You want me to accompany you into the Beast Mountain Range?" Montauk Tang exclaimed incredulously, staring at the girl before him. "Weren't you supposed to go to Wutan City with your brother and the others? Why the sudden interest in the Beast Mountain Range?" At this point, the girl's face contorted with indignation as she huffed. "They didn't take me along and insisted I return with a merchant convoy. Mo Tang rolled his eyes in response. If they want you to travel with the convoy, then just wait here. Why venture into the Beast Mountain range and court danger? Regardless, we still have to wait 3 days before departing. It would be the perfect opportunity for us to explore the Beast Mountain range together. I've never been inside, and I want to slay some beasts. You slay beasts? You, a mere girl who has just broken through to the fighter level? Absolutely not. Mo Tang crossed his arms and glowered down at her decisively. Mo Linglin, clearly taken aback by his bluntness, momentarily froze. However, recovering quickly, she furrowed her brows and stubbornly declared, I don't care. I'm going no matter what. Then find someone else to accompany you. Montauk Tang replied, irritation creeping into his voice. I could use this time to seek out some spirit herbs instead of babysitting a headstrong little girl. Faced with his resolute demeanor, Mo Linglin felt momentarily at a loss. Her eyes began to redden as she prepared to unleash her most potent weapon. Yet, observing his indifferent expression, she suddenly realized that crying might only serve to irritate him further. Despite being the second miss of the Mo family, she had no intention of leveraging her status to gain compliance. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Mo Linglin devised a clever plan. There are benefits to accompanying me. You know, Mo Tang raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. What kind of benefits? Pray tell, I'm all ears. Delighted to see her tactic working, Mo Linglin produced a jade vial from her spatial ring and announced, I have 3 yellow spirit pills. If you accompany me to the Beast Mountain range, I shall give you these pills. The yellow spirit pill is a second-grade medicinal item designed to enhance a fighter's strength, and even a fighter master would benefit from its effects. Previously, when Mo Tang returned with the gathering energy powder, the family head, Mo Lan, had rewarded him with these very pills. Truly, the most favored second miss of the Mo family is quite generous, casually offering such valuable pills. Montauk Tang mused inwardly. 1 yellow spirit pill grants 30 energy points. 3 would provide 90 points. He calculated silently. Currently, my low-tier energy points stand at 240. With these 90 points, it would rise to 330, sufficient to elevate me to an 8-star fighter. Though he intended to moderate his cultivation pace for the time being, he certainly wouldn't overlook the opportunity of acquiring such energy points presented to him. After all, accompanying this little girl on a mere jaunt wouldn't be too taxing. Given her pampered nature, it was likely she would tire and wish to leave the Beast Mountain range before long. At that point, he would have merely strolled around and gained 3 yellow spirit pills. What a lucrative endeavor. Seeing him nod, Mo Linglin beamed with delight. She exuberantly tossed him the vial containing the yellow spirit pills, urging, here you go. Let us hurry. All right, please wait a moment while I prepare. Faster, faster. In a quaint town, adorned in a snug red outfit that accentuated her curves, Mo Linglin skipped ahead with her hands clasped behind her back. Following closely was a young man clad in black, wielding a long knife and holding it firmly before his chest. Could you move a bit quicker? It will be dark soon, Mo Linglin complained, pointing a delicate finger at him as she urged him on. Glancing up at the sun, which had only just passed noon, Mo Tang could only respond half-heartedly. Nearby, several members of the Mo family observed this unexpected scene with astonishment, puzzled as to why the notoriously headstrong second miss appeared so close to a mere guard. In Mo Tang's eyes, this was simply a normal exchange. How had it transformed into something so intimate? Were they all a peculiar race that became enamored with a mere glance? Before long, news of their journey towards the Beast Mountain range reached the ears of Mo Lin, the most formidable individual in the Mo family here. Enraged by Mo Tang's audacity to lead the family's second miss into such peril, Mo Lin exploded with fury. How dare he? If anything were to happen to the second miss, how would I explain it to the family head? Quickly, go stop them. The guard who delivered the message wore a look of distress, replying, we tried to dissuade her, but the second miss would not listen. Furthermore, she insisted that with Vice Commander Mo Tang's protection, she would be safe from any danger and that we need not concern ourselves. Bang! Mo Lin slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the sturdy wooden surface, his face darkening as he spat. That scoundrel Mo Tang. Just wait until I return. I shall deal with you. In the dense forest, the curious Mo Linglin, who seldom ventured beyond Salt City, marveled at her surroundings. Hey, what is that? Spotting a mysterious pattern of intertwined ice blue and crimson hues concealed within the green foliage, she exclaimed as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Mo Tang cast a quick glance and then furrowed his brow. If you wish to live, it's best not to approach that. Initially poised to investigate, Mo Linglin froze in place and cautiously retreated to Mo Tang's side, timidly asking, what is it? Is it dangerous? Montauk Tang nodded. That is a first-tier magical beast. The Crimson Ice Serpent. Such creatures are quite common at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. They possess icy attributes, and their venom, once injected, can freeze a victim's blood within half a day if not treated, leading to death. Upon hearing it was a snake, Mo Linglin shuddered and nudged his arm. If it's a snake, then you should kill it quickly. It looks rather frightening. Wait a moment. These creatures usually appear in groups, so it's best not to act rashly until we ascertain whether there are any companions nearby. Stay alert. Don't let them ambush you. Though the Crimson Ice Serpent is indeed highly venomous, it is relatively easy to deal with. However, they are adept at ambushing and in sufficient numbers. Many mercenary teams have fallen victim to them due to a lack of caution. After a prolonged period of intense observation, Mo Tang discerned no further traces of the Crimson Ice Serpent, deepening the furrow in his brow. Could it be that this was a solitary serpent? Doubts began to plague him. Quietly, he activated the map interface of his system, and upon casting his gaze upon the mini-map, his expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? With a swift turn, he yanked the bewildered Mo Linglin towards him with his left hand, while his right hand unsheathed the Feng Ling blade in an instant. With a soft hiss, two crimson serpent shadows, hurtling from afar, were cleaved in twain. Mo Tang's actions did not falter. He grasped Mo Linglin's petite waist and retreated rapidly, unleashing his blade once more to pin another serpent, concealed within the verdant leaves, firmly to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Mo Linglin regained her composure, the battle had already come to a swift conclusion. Wow, Mo Tang, you are incredible. You killed 3 first-tier Crimson Ice Serpents in an instant. Mo Tang found himself momentarily at a loss for words as he beheld the exuberant girl before him. Choosing to ignore her excitement, he retrieved the Feng Ling blade from the ground and glanced at the lifeless body of the Crimson Ice Serpent, curling his lip in disdain. Though it was indeed a first-tier magical beast, its value was rather meager, and the energy contained within its core was less than that of other beasts of the same rank, with only its venom glands holding any significant worth. After some contemplation, Mo Tang resolved to stow away the 3 serpents in his bag. Hey, what are you doing? You're not planning to take those dead serpents with you, are you? Mo Linglin exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. Mo Tang shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, what s with the fuss? These are my trophies. They're worth money. Ugh, you are quite the greedy one. Mo Linglin scoffed, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Mo Tang remained silent, finding little merit in conversing with a girl so oblivious to the world's hardships. I refuse to carry such disgusting things. Mo Linglin pouted, clearly displeased by his disregard. It's my burden to bear, not yours. Montauk Tang snapped irritably. But you're the one I'm carrying. She protested. Mo Tang turned, fixing her with a pair of deadpan eyes until she could no longer withstand the pressure. All right, how about this? If you dispose of these revolting creatures, I'll give you 5,000 gold coins, treating it as if I bought them from you. Mo Tang regarded her with surprise, realizing that perhaps this girl was not entirely unreasonable. Deal, he agreed readily, given that a single Crimson Ice Serpent wouldn't fetch even 1,000 gold coins. He'd be foolish to turn down such a generous offer. You, Montauk Linglin gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she watched him nonchalantly toss the bag to the ground. You have no principles. Is 5,000 gold coins all it takes to buy your loyalty? Don't be ridiculous. Isn't it apparent that you dislike serpents? Mo Tang replied with a warm smile. If you're not fond of them, how could I, as your guard, go against your wishes? So, is that 5,000 gold coins payable now, or can I owe you? She asked, clearly flustered. You really have your head buried in money, she exclaimed. A green card was angrily slapped into Mo Tang's hand. Here, as 10,000 gold coins, all my pocket money. Mo Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. This girl possessed such a fortune in pocket money? What a little heiress. Although he felt a twinge of guilt, he wasted no time in accepting the offer. Montauk Linglin, left with no retort, sighed and resignedly stated, Fine, I'll just ask my father for more when we return. This remark stirred a sense of envy within Mo Tang. He had not expected her to be so well connected. Shall we head back? Mo Linglin suggested, her enthusiasm waning. Oh, are we returning already? Would you not like me to show you other places? I've discovered quite a few fascinating spots in a Monster Mountain range over the past few days. I'm not in a mood to look anymore. Very well, then we shall return. Observing the girl's lack of interest, a faint smile flickered in Mo Tang's eyes. Little girl, I've got your number. Initially, he had pondered how to subtly dissuade this headstrong girl from her adventurous inclinations. Yet it seemed that achieving it was far simpler than he had anticipated. Upon returning to the Mo family town, Mo Linglin's sullen demeanor caught the attention of many. Several guards speculated whether Mo Tang had somehow offended the young lady. Particularly over the next 2 days, she did not seek him out even once, much to the satisfaction of several onlookers. Serves him right. Just a minor branch of the family, and he dares to flirt with the young mistress, thinking himself clever. Let us see how he manages to stand in the Mo family from now on. However, Mo Tang remained blissfully unaware of the gossip swirling around him. Nor did he care. What consumed his thoughts was the urgent need to convert his resources into energy points. Presently, he possessed a total of 12,000 gold coins and a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core. Most of the gold coins had been acquired from Mo Linglin, while the magic core was a token from the 4th-tier magical beast, the Gale Hawk. Chapter 30. The Troubles of the Affluent. Those gold coins were straightforward. He could easily purchase several dozen black windgrasses, thus accruing over 100 energy points. Yet the 4th-tier magic core posed a challenge. If he merely sold it outright, he might clear a few tens of thousands of gold coins, but he would fail to maximize its worth. After careful consideration, Mo Tang decided to take the magic core to an auction house. A 4th-tier wind attribute magic core could potentially fetch around 100,000 gold coins at auction, providing him with the energy points needed to advance to the great fighter level. Though the Mo family town lacked significant trade guilds and auction houses, it did have a fair share of common medicinal herbs. Initially, Mo Tang assumed he would easily spend his 1,000 gold coins, but to his surprise, he found it a Herculean task to procure sufficient herbs from the mercenaries, even at inflated prices. The Mo family town, despite the influx of medicinal herbs daily, saw most of them absorbed into the Mo family's inventory. These herbs were dispatched to Yen City and then distributed to various shops and pharmacies, with a portion reserved for the family's alchemists. Thus, even if one had the money, these herbs were nearly unattainable. Mo Tang could hardly believe he was experiencing the frustration of having money but no way to spend it. With great effort, he finally gathered enough to accumulate 160 energy points, exceeding his initial budget by 2,000 gold coins. Though it pains him somewhat to think of the gold spent, the average price per herb is, in fact, 100 gold coins less than what one would pay at the Mo family shop. This clearly illustrates the vast profits the Mo family has been reaping from the herbal trade. With the acquisition of 160 energy points, coupled with the 90 points from the 3 yellow spirit pills previously consumed, Mo Tang now possesses the following attributes. Name: Mo Tang level. 6-star Dome Master Cultivation Techniques. Thunderous Qi, Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Qi, Perfected. Combat Techniques. Triple Blade Qi, Perfected. Beast Blood Forging Technique. Wind, First Layer. Shooting Star Bow Technique, Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, Minor Accomplishment. Available energy points. Low level, 26. 490, 160, 514. Mid-level, 2. 100 previously. During his time in the Monster Beast Mountain range, Mo Tang personally vanquished a 2nd-tier magical beast, the Wind Wolf, obtaining its essence. Consequently, he expended 20 energy points to elevate the Beast Blood Forging Technique to the 2nd layer. Name: Mo Tang level. 6-star Dome Master Cultivation Techniques. Thunderous Qi, Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Qi, Perfected. Combat Techniques. Triple Blade Qi, Perfected. Beast Blood Forging Technique. Wind, First Layer. Beast Blood Forging Technique. Wind, 2nd layer. Shooting Star Bow Technique, Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, Minor Accomplishment. Available energy points. Low level, 494. Mid-level, 2. 100. This augmentation not only doubled Mo Tang's speed, but also enhanced his physical strength by 70%, positioning his combat prowess beyond that of an ordinary peak Dome Master. However, the agony experienced while advancing the Beast Blood Forging Technique to the 2nd layer was indeed twice as intense as the first, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. Fortunately, having endured a similar ordeal while refining the Wind Wings, Mo Tang's nerves had developed a degree of resilience, allowing him to withstand the torment. Yet, the mere thought of progressing to the 3rd and 4th layers sent a shiver of trepidation through him. 3 days later, the merchant caravan was finally prepared for departure. This marked the first time Mo Tang had stepped out of his room in those 3 days, encountering the 2nd young lady, Montauk Linglin. It was uncertain whether his previous actions had dimmed the young girl's dreams, but upon seeing Mo Tang, she glared at him indignantly before delivering a swift slap to the back of his head. In response, Mo Tang merely smiled, unfazed by her reaction. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Mo Linglin further. This scoundrel, he doesn't even know to appease me when I'm upset. As her temper flared, Mo Linglin grew increasingly irate. However, her anger did not affect Mo Tang. Instead, it was the guards who bore the brunt of her wrath. Several unfortunate souls received lashes from the enraged young girl, wielding a whip that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. Mo Tang silently mourned for the misfortunate individuals before making a hasty retreat. A wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Despite his intentions, circumstances often defy one's desires. Just as Mo Tang had managed to evade trouble, the space atop the thick-winged bird was limited. There was nowhere left to hide. Humph. Though you are miserly and greedy, I have decided to graciously forgive you. Rest assured, I shall have my father appoint you as my personal guard upon our return. Gazing at the proud young girl, reminiscent of a haughty swan, Mo Tang wished to implore her not to be so magnanimous. I have no desire to be any sort of guard. As Mo Tang's strength rapidly ascended, the secrets surrounding him might soon be revealed. After all, even the most gifted individual cannot ascend from a mere fighter to a grandmaster in less than half a year. What level of genius could possibly achieve such a terrifying rate of advancement? At this moment, Mo Tang yearned for an assignment in an inconspicuous location, akin to when he first became a third-tier guard. With his current capabilities, low-level energy points no longer posed a significant limitation to his growth. If he could find a quiet place to bide his time for 2 years, he could await the day when Xiao Yin would eliminate the Mo family's elder. At that point, Mo Tang could descend upon the Mo family as its foremost powerhouse. While he could not claim to control the entire family like Mo Cheng, he might at least gain access to a substantial portion of the family's resources. By then, even reaching the Dou Wang level might not be too difficult, considering the Mo family's extensive foundation over the years. For a family of this nature in the small territory of the Gamma Empire, the significance of a Dou Wang would be altogether different. It was conceivable that the Mo family's aspiration to become the third most powerful family in the empire might just come to fruition, resulting in a win-win situation. Thus, Mo Tang contemplated various excuses to distance himself from the family. Meanwhile, within the Mo family, many sought to expel him from Yen City, the center of familial power. For instance, the current head of the Mo family, Mo Lan, was seething with rage upon learning that his daughter had been entangled with a Mo family guard throughout their journey back from the Monster Beast mountain range. How dare he set his sights on my daughter? Such audacity, he thundered. Summoned that scoundrel Mo Tang at once. Chapter 31. The Other Side of Mo Linglin. Observing the furious Mo Lan, the deputy leader of the guards, Mo Yin, who had come to deliver the news, cautiously interjected, head of the family. Mo Tang is the confidant of the elder and has rendered significant service to the family. Punishing him without solid evidence may stir discontent among the family members. Evidence? What more evidence do we need? Should we wait until Linglin is deceived by him to consider it proof? Mo Lan snapped, his fury unabated. Of course not. Mo Yin quickly replied, his mind racing. However, we could simply prevent that scheming Mo Tang from meeting the second young lady again. Mo Lan regarded Mo Yin for a moment, a cold glint in his eyes. Oh, what brilliant idea do you have? Mo Yin felt a chill run down his spine under Mo Lan's scrutinizing gaze, but ultimately gritted his teeth and proposed. As long as that scoundrel is not in Yen City, he will have no opportunity to entice the second young lady. Mo Lan drummed his fingers lightly against the armrest of his chair. To Mo Yin, each tap resonated like a hammer, striking his very heart. As he grappled with his unease, the venerable Mo Lan finally spoke. Very well, let him oversee the affairs of Black Rock City. Elated, Mo Yin descended with a buoyant spirit. Although Black Rock City was indeed a premier metropolis within the eastern provinces, its remoteness from Salt City rendered the Mo family's influence there rather feeble. Moreover, the intricate web of power dynamics, including the Empire, the Alchemist Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and the business-centric Middle Family, had established substantial influence in Black Rock City, relegating the Mo family to a position of weakness. Should Mo Tang be dispatched to take command there, it seemed his days of comfort would soon be over. Contemplating this, Mo Yin felt an immediate sense of relief. After all, that individual was excessively ostentatious and lacked restraint, giving the impression that the Mo family consisted solely of him, with the rest being mere idlers. Such a character was destined to be marginalized by all. Originally, Mo Lan had anticipated that his decision to transfer Mo Tang would encounter vehement opposition from the Grand Elder. However, the outcome was surprisingly smooth, with Grand Elder Mo Cheng remaining silent on the matter. This behavior sparked alternative thoughts within Mo Lan's mind. It appeared that the Grand Elder was not particularly fond of that young man, perhaps even receiving counsel against him. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. The affairs of Black Rock City had always been managed by Mo Lan subordinates. By ascending Mo Tang there, He hoped to covertly draw him to his side. Although he preferred that the young man not grow too close to his daughter, one could not overlook the potential of such a gifted individual. It was imperative to cultivate the right alliances. Mo Lan had assumed that the Grand Elder would oppose him, and he was prepared to relocate Mo Tang. But the final result was unexpected. It seemed in the Grand Elder's eyes, Mo Tang's standing was not particularly high. Was this not an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter? With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept upon Mo Lan's lips. Setting aside the machinations between the two power brokers of the Mo family, our protagonist, Mo Tang, was momentarily taken aback upon learning of his assignment to Black Rock City. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he felt no sorrow or anger at being sidelined. Instead, he was filled with unbridled joy. Just as he was contemplating finding a place to bide his time, this opportunity had arrived unbidden. While Black Rock City was not the serene locale he had envisioned, it boasted a branch of the Alchemist Guild and a middle family auction house, making it a nexus for valuable goods within a 1,000-mile radius. This presented Mo Tang with an unparalleled chance to acquire higher-grade spiritual herbs. Furthermore, Black Rock City was in close proximity to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, the nearest major city to that perilous terrain, from which countless resources continuously flowed into the city, an unimaginable convenience for Mo Tang. Commander Mo Tang, congratulations on your promotion. However, the master has commanded that you depart promptly, so please make your preparations at once. The bearer of this news was none other than Mo Yan, who had previously sown discord before the master, now casting a smug glance at the young man before him. With Mo Tang now charged with overseeing all matters of the Mo family in the city, it was only fitting that he be designated as a commander, effectively elevating him to a mid-level position within the family. Had the Mo family's influence in Black Rock City not been so minimal, Mo Tang would have already qualified to participate in the annual Mo family assembly. Alas, being distanced from the family stronghold and the center of power rendered all aspirations mere illusions. Among the Mo family, it was widely believed that Mo Tang's future had been irrevocably dimmed. Thank you, Deputy Commander Mo Yin, for delivering the news. I shall begin my preparations immediately, Mo Tang replied, devoid of any signs of disappointment or dissatisfaction, leaving Mo Yin thoroughly disheartened. Humph, I shall take my leave then. Observing Mo Yin turn away, Mo Tang could only shrug. He had an inkling that this fellow was not particularly astute, perhaps sensing Mo Tang's waning influence within the Mo family. No one came to bid him farewell as he departed. Even those who had previously fawned over him now seemed eager to distance themselves. However, much to Mo Tang's surprise, just as he was about to step out of the family residence, a vivid red figure suddenly appeared before him. Why are you still wearing that outfit? Mo Tang blurted out upon seeing the girl clad in crimson. The smile on Mo Linglin's face instantly froze, transforming into a grimace. You rascal. This is entirely different from before. It features the latest gold-stitched lace. All right. But what brings you here? To see me off? Montak Tang, oblivious to the intricacies of women's fashion, quickly shifted the topic. You jerk. Heartless fiend. Mo Linglin shot him an indignant glare, her frustration giving way to a hint of resignation. Forget it. I shan't stoop to your level. I'm here to apologize. I heard that it was due to my request to my father to appoint you as my personal guard that he expelled you from Salt City. As he observed the girl's bashful expression, Mo Tang found himself reassessing her character. He had not anticipated that this headstrong little girl could possess such an endearing side. Chapter 32. The Thousand Medicine Workshop. Faced with the remorseful visage of the girl before him, Mo Tang found himself at a loss for words. All right. This isn't your fault. Look, the master has promoted me to commander, entrusting me with all the affairs of the Mo family in the city. This is a recognition of my capabilities, nothing like what you might think. Mo Linglin shot a disbelieving look at the young man, clearly unimpressed by his self-aggrandizing remarks. Do you really think you're some kind of sage who knows everything? Fine. Enough of this idle chatter. My father will scold me if I dawdle. Here, take this. As she handed him a box, Mo Tang regarded her with surprise. Mo Linglin appeared somewhat bashful, her fair cheeks tinged with pink as she scolded him. What are you staring at? These are some pills I obtained from the family pharmacy. Take them and practice diligently, lest you be bullied in that far-off place and bring shame to our Mo family. Mo Tang was momentarily taken aback as he received the sizable box, feeling a sense of bewilderment. You little girl, you haven't emptied the family pharmacy's stock, have you? Though the box was not particularly large. A single medicinal vial was only slightly bigger, and if it were filled to capacity, it would likely contain dozens of vials. Even if they were merely low-grade healing or energy recovery pills, that would still amount to tens of thousands of gold coins. Noticing Mo Tang's intense gaze upon her, Mo Linglin fidgeted, scratching her cheek, and retorted, "Of course not. It's just a little bit. Originally, I intended to find a spatial ring for you. But that old curmudgeon in the treasury refused me entry. This particular ring was a gift from my father on my birthday, holding profound significance for me. Hence I cannot part with it." Observing the girl before him, who seemed to exhibit a hint of embarrassment, left Mo Tang at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to smile and said, "Rest assured, with my abilities, the only time I am bullied is when I am the one doing the bullying. Focus on your training and steer clear of trouble while I am away. When I return, I shall bring you a gift." "Yes, I will wait for you," the young girl replied, her eyes slightly reddened. Montauk Tang nodded, then turned with his bundle and strode towards the end of the street. Even now, he could not comprehend why, despite their limited interactions, this girl seemed to have taken a liking to him. Could this be the onset of youthful infatuation? Would he then be dubbed a heartless scoundrel for deceiving her innocent heart? Bah, you are the scoundrel. Your entire family is composed of scoundrels. Mo Tang immediately cursed in his heart at a certain someone. However, this Mo Linglin was a year younger than Nailin Yanran, making her merely 14 years of age. Such a young girl was indeed on the path to a long confinement. With the girl's wishes in his heart, Mo Tang made his way smoothly to Black Rock City. After disembarking from the aerial convoy organized by the Empire, he silently cursed these fellows. How heartless. It cost him 100 gold coins to travel from Salt City to Black Rock City, which was utterly extortionate. Gazing at the immense cityscape before him, Mo Tang nodded slightly. The scale of Black Rock City was indeed comparable to that of Salt City. Just then, a middle-aged man arrived in haste, accompanied by a retinue of guards, at the outpost of the aerial convoy outside the city. Upon seeing Mo Tang clad in the attire of the Mo family, his eyes lit up with delight as he hurried over. "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed leader Mo Tang?" Mo Tang regarded the man with a slight smile, replying, "Indeed. May I ask if Manager Lin is present?" "Haha, I am Lin Yuan. I apologize for the delayed welcome. I hope you will pardon me, Leader Mo. Your words are too gracious. Let us proceed into the city." Yes, please, Leader Mo. Your accommodation has already been prepared." After navigating through Mo Tang was presented with an expansive apothecary known as Qin Yaofang. The establishment was massive, possibly the largest shop he had encountered thus far. Moreover, it seemed to possess a considerable reputation within Black Rock City, as the throngs of people at the entrance appeared to be almost colliding with one another. The cacophony of voices echoing around. "Leader Mo, let us enter through the back door," Lin Yuan suggested, his expression tinged with satisfaction. The purpose of bringing Mo Tang here was to showcase how flourishing Qin Yaofang was under his management. The deeper implication was that this was his territory. The outsider should simply remain in his role as a leader and not entertain thoughts of usurping his domain. Mo Tang smiled and nodded, displaying no emotional response to the unfolding scene. However, as he followed Lin Yuan towards the back door, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Lin Yuan's self-satisfied demeanor. Lin Yuan immediately frowned, asking, "What causes you to laugh, Leader Mo?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just recalling something joyful," Mo Tang explained briefly, choosing not to elaborate further as he strode forward. Lin Yuan, feeling a sense of disdain, quickened his pace to catch up. For the next 3 days, Mo Tang displayed no inclination to interfere with the affairs of Qin Yaofang. He merely visited the apothecary daily to inspect the types of medicinal herbs, leaving Lin Yuan both relieved and perplexed. He could not fathom what schemes this man might be concocting. In Lin Yuan's view, the leader sent down from the family would undoubtedly wish to reclaim his authority, and he had long since prepared for the eventuality of a confrontation, ready to deliver a heavy blow to make it clear that even if Mo Tang were a formidable dragon, he would not be able to suppress Lin Yuan, the local snake. Alas, if Mo Tang were to learn of Lin Yuan's convoluted thoughts, he would likely conclude that the man had read too many political intrigue novels. He had merely come here to seize the opportunity to enhance his own strength while evading potential dangers. As for any scheming, he had no such intentions. In this world, strength reigned supreme. After identifying several medicinal herbs that suited him best, Mo Tang proceeded directly to the Miter auction house in Black Rock City, intending to exchange his 4th-tier magic core for currency to procure more herbs to augment his power. However, this action led Lin Yuan to misconstrue the situation, believing that Mo Tang, having witnessed the power he wielded, had become timid and submissive, unwilling to confront him directly. With this notion taking root in his mind, other ideas began to sprout. Originally, He had been the sole authority of the Mo family's influence in Black Rock City. Even the guards were entirely in his pocket. Given this, why should he allow a rootless young man to take precedence? Chapter 33. The Delicate Little Chive. Upon reaching the miter auction house, the individual who greeted Mo Tang was not a stunning beauty, but rather an unremarkable, middle-aged man with a somewhat greasy demeanor. After all, this was not Wu-Tan City, and there was no enchanting figure like Yafei here. What does the gentleman intend to auction? The middle-aged man inquired with a beaming smile. Since there was no beauty to dawdle with, Mo Tang wasted no time, immediately producing the Gale Eagle Magic Core encased in a jade box, stating, "A fourth-tier wind attribute magic core." The middle-aged man's eyes instantly brightened. Magic cores were not uncommon, but a fourth-tier magic core was indeed quite rare. After all, it was comparable to a combat spirit-level beast, and there were likely very few capable of slaying such powerful creatures in all of Black Rock City. "Can you arrange for the auction to proceed promptly?" Mo Tang pressed, as he was in urgent need of funds. This request put the middle-aged man in a bit of a predicament. "Sir, our miter auction house's annual summer auction is just a month away. If you were to grant us time for promotion, this precious magic core might fetch an even higher price." A month? Mo Tang could not afford to wait that long. He was eager to enhance his strength before venturing into the Monster Mountain range. "Never mind, let us arrange for it as soon as possible." The middle-aged man felt a tinge of regret, but, respecting the wishes of the patron, had no grounds to oppose. "Of course, that is no problem at all. Please take this to auction room number 2. They're currently conducting an auction, and your magic core can serve as the final item to be sold." A middle-aged man, smiling, handed over a pitch-black iron plate. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Tang accepted the plate and, under the man's gaze, exited the room, guided by a female attendant. Mu Tang stepped into the bustling auction taking place. Upon entering, the brightly lit environment seemed to dim, and a cacophony of sounds surged into his ears. The auction house was spacious, easily accommodating hundreds of attendees. At that moment, under the central spotlight, an elderly man clad in white fervently expounded upon the attributes of the item he held in his hand. Mu Tang, however, held no interest in the presentation, patiently awaiting the appearance of his magic core. Finally, as the auction neared its conclusion, the elderly gentleman received a whispered message from a maid, and his expression instantly transformed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a new item for auction that I believe will pique your interest." A silver tray was brought forth, covered with a layer of red silk. The old man, noticing the curious gazes of the crowd below, smiled mysteriously before swiftly unveiling the silk. "Behold, a fourth-tier wind attribute magic core. This is indeed a rare gem, the magic core of the swift wind eagle, a magical beast comparable to a spirit warrior. Its value is beyond what this old man needs to elaborate upon." Observing the crowd's growing enthusiasm, the elder nodded to himself, satisfied with his ability to stir their excitement. "The initial bidding price is set at 50,000 gold coins. Please, feel free to place your bids." 52,000. As soon as the elder's words fell, a voice rang out with a bid. 55,000. The calls for higher bids followed in quick succession. Seeing his magic core finally being showcased, Mu Tang became alert. However, just as he was reveling in the rising bids, a voice floated into his ear. "Oh, a fourth-tier wind attribute magic core? Just what my teacher needs to concoct a wind control pill. He is short one fourth-tier wind attribute magic core." Mu Tang raised an eyebrow, following the voice to its source. It was a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18, with a charmingly delicate and strikingly beautiful face. Despite her slightly diminutive stature, her development was quite surprising. She possessed the right curves, and the contrast between her youthful visage and her mature form was indeed intriguing. Yet, what captured Mu Tang's attention was her attire, a form-fitting purple alchemist's robe. Such a sight carried hints of uniform allure. However, alchemist robes were not to be donned lightly. As Mu Tang pondered whether she might be a prodigious alchemist, his gaze fell to her chest, where he discovered the absence of any insignia indicating her rank. This signified that she was merely an alchemist apprentice at best. How fortuitous that she desires this fourth-tier magic core. In Mu Tang's eyes, this enchanting young lady had transformed into a naive little chive, fluttering before him as if welcoming his scythe. The bidding war continued for a while longer, but the voices began to dwindle. The girl then spoke serenely, 90,000. As her bid resonated, silence enveloped the auction hall, and some gazed at the robed alchemist. Retreating in resignation, they lacked the strength and courage to contest against an alchemist. Witnessing the sudden quiet, the old man grew anxious. In his mind, this item should fetch at least 100,000 gold coins. Yet unexpectedly, as the alchemist girl spoke, no one dared to counter her bid. Upon recognizing the girl's visage, the elder gasped. He knew her well. She was the vice president of the city's Alchemist Association and one of the two fourth-tier alchemists in Blackrock City. A disciple of Master Otto and the little princess of the esteemed Hearst family. With no choice, the elder sighed and reluctantly declared, since no one is raising the bid, this fourth-tier magic core of the Swiftwind Eagle shall belong to before he could finish. A voice abruptly interrupted him. 100,000. Instantly, many turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. There, a young man in black sat calmly, seemingly oblivious to the attention surrounding him. This unexpected bidder was none other than Mutang. Damn, you think you can walk away with something worth 100,000 coins for just 90,000? I won't let that slide. Though such a maneuver might be deemed underhanded and could offend the Mitre auction house, the disparity between the price and his expectations compelled Mutang to act. Chapter 34. Thick-skinned, enough to feast. Although Lin Fei was surprised by someone contesting her bid, she harbored no anger. After all, it was an auction, and bids were expected. Though she often exhibited a somewhat haughty demeanor, she was not unreasonable. Upon glancing at Mutang and finding him entirely unfamiliar, she dismissed any further consideration. However, she did think to herself, this guy isn't bad-looking. With a silent compliment, Lin Fei raised her bid again. 110,000. Mutang raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. 115,000 gold coins. He dared not increase the bid too much, wary of scaring the girl off with his sudden escalation. Not everyone would be impulsively provoked into raising their bids. Lin Fei furrowed her brows slightly, tossing her long hair back as she replied, 120,000. Mutang calculated internally, realizing this price was already quite favorable. After all, one could not expect to fleece a single sheep. That would make detection far too easy. Seeing Mutang fall silent, Lin Fei felt a surge of delight. With only 130,000 gold coins in her possession, if he raised the bid again, she would be left without funds. As the auction concluded, attendees began to depart. Lin Fei cast one last glance at Mutang's position as she rose to leave. However, at that moment, Mutang had already gotten up to retrieve his payment from the back, so she merely caught sight of his upright silhouette. Following the attendant back to the previous room, Mutang awaited the auction's settlement in quiet anticipation. However, he was taken aback to find Lin Fei had also entered the room, seemingly there to collect her item. This was indeed awkward. After all, he had just competed against her in bidding. If she were to discover that she is the master of the fourth-grade magic core, it would undoubtedly infuriate her. Lin Fei, upon spotting Mutang seated nearby, was slightly taken aback, yet considering that he too was a participant in the auction, she assumed he must be there for his own item, much like herself. She nodded at him amicably, and, amidst his slightly awkward smile, they both sat in silence, refraining from further conversation. After a brief moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and a figure pushed the door open. My apologies for the wait. Esteemed guests. It was the same middle-aged man from earlier. Miss Lin Fei, it has been quite some time. How is Master Otto faring? The man clearly recognized Lin Fei and promptly extended his greetings. Thank you, Master Lei. He is well. I wonder if my magic core is ready? Observing Lin Fei's lack of interest in pleasantries, Master Lei quickly replied, it is indeed ready. Miss Lin Fei, please take a look. Upon seeing the magic core presented by the maid, with a gentle azure breeze swirling around it, Lin Fei nodded in delight. Excellent. Here are 120,000 gold coins. Payment upon delivery. As the transaction was completed, Mutang was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly Master Lei, as if struck by a thought, pointed at Mutang and cheerfully said to Lin Fei, Miss Lin Fei, I believe you may not yet know this gentleman. Allow me to introduce him. He is the auctioneer of this magic core. Thank you very much. Mutang's expression at that moment perfectly encapsulated the meaning of smiling on the outside, cursing on the inside. Upon hearing Master Lei's introduction, Lin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Mutang. You mean to say this magic core is being auctioned by him? Unaware of the underlying tensions, Master Lei merely nodded, slightly puzzled by their reactions. Lin Fei, feeling incensed, stormed over to Mutang, her petite frame brimming with an energy akin to an erupting volcano. Well, I never expected the master of the magic core to personally act as a decoy. Impressive indeed. Seeing the furious little girl, Mutang, fortunate enough to maintain his composure, shrugged nonchalantly and replied, You flatter me. I originally intended to find someone else, but the situation became urgent and I was unprepared. You, Lin Fei, exasperated, could only laugh in frustration unsure of how to respond to someone with such thick skin. Just you wait. After leaving a rather unthreatening warning, she huffed away in anger. Mo Tang merely rolled his eyes and collected his money from Master Lei before departing the auction house, with 120,000 gold coins. And after deducting the 5% fee owed to the auction house, he was left with 114,000 gold coins. With such a substantial sum, Mo Tang promptly returned to Qianyao Pharmacy and had the herbs he had previously selected prepared. Among them were 100 herbs rated as first grade by the system, 34 rated as second grade, and 5 rated as third grade. The herbs he chose were the most cost-effective, yet even first-grade herbs averaged only 35 energy points each. Second-grade herbs averaged merely 15 points, while the 5 third-grade herbs boasted 60 points apiece. In total, he would accrue an additional 1,160 energy points. Compared to the 114,000 gold coins spent, acquiring so many low-grade energy points was indeed quite advantageous. However, while he profited, the manager of Qianyao Pharmacy was in despair. "Sir, these herbs are valued at over 150,000 gold coins. How can you?" Mo Tang immediately glared. "What? Do you think I am ignorant? This purple leaf orchid is merely 3,000 gold coins. I am paying the market rate." The pharmacy manager managed a wry smile. "That is indeed the market rate, but it is the purchase price. Our lowest selling price for the purple leaf orchid is 3,800 gold coins." The discrepancy was substantial, and if Master Lin were to discover it, the manager might very well lose his skin. Mo Tang sat there, his tone measured. "I am referring to the purchase price. Am I not the leader of the Mo family, the designated steward of Blackrock City? Should I not pay the purchase price for my own shop as herbs?" The manager was momentarily speechless, though such matters had never been explicitly stated. They were understood as unspoken rules. In the past, Master Lin had taken countless herbs from the pharmacy without ever paying a single coin. However, such matters were beyond the authority of a mere shopkeeper. After much hesitation, the pharmacy manager finally said, "Sir, with such a vast price difference, I truly cannot make a decision. Shall I consult Master Lin?" A mysterious smile appeared on Mo Tang's face as he lightly tapped the table before him. "Very well. Do that." Chapter 35. You have made a mistake. Watching the distressed manager leave, Mo Tang did not hesitate to absorb all the herbs immediately. Of course, with such a large sum of gold, he could not afford to leave a glaring hole in his accounts. Should his family discover it, he would be in serious trouble. By paying the purchase price, ensuring the family did not incur losses, and adjusting the accounts slightly, this matter would be settled. Nama, Montauk Tung. Level, 6-star fighter. Cultivation technique, Dou Qi, Grand Compression. Wind and Thunder Qi, perfection. Combat technique, Triple Blood Qi, perfection. Beast Blood Forging technique, Wind, first layer. Beast Blood Forging technique, Wind, second layer. Swift Star Pursuit Bout technique, grand completion. Wind and Thunder Wings, minor completion. Available energy points. Low level, 4941, 160, 1654. Mid level, 2100. To advance to 7-star fighter requires 156 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Yes. To advance to 8-star fighter requires 164 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Yes. To advance to 9-star fighter requires 172 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Yes. The leap from 9-star fighter to great fighter is significant, requiring nearly double the energy. Upon introspection, Mo Tang discovered within him a silvery blue liquid energy akin to a dam on the verge of overflowing. It swirled within him, seemingly ready to burst forth from the already maximized cyclone at any moment. Such a copious amount of energy likely surpassed that of an average peak fighter by several folds. A look of joy graced Mo Tang's face. This was the advantage bestowed by high-level Earth-grade techniques, an almost inexhaustible supply of energy. To advance to 1-star great fighter requires 324 low-level energy points. Shall I proceed? Yes. Every fighter instinctively chooses the most appropriate course of action, a truth evidenced by countless successful predecessors. It is simple. Compression. Gaseous energy can be compressed into a higher-grade liquid energy. Liquid can similarly be compressed into a higher form of solid energy. And this so-called solid energy is precisely the secret behind the ability of powerful great fighters to summon tangible battle armor that resembles solid matter. The process of compression is exceedingly arduous, and many individuals spend their entire lives without breaking through to the rank of great fighter. Some even encounter unforeseen accidents during the compression process. However, none of this concerns Mo Tang. The moment he decisively affirmed his choice, The previously overflowing sea of battle aura within his Dantian cyclone suddenly surged with tumultuous waves. A colossal vortex began to form at the center of the battle aura sea, expanding relentlessly until it engulfed the entire surface. Due to the rapid rotation, a series of azure-silver arcs of electricity manifested at the outer edge of the battle aura sea. The low, resonant sounds produced by the swirling motion reverberated slowly within his body. These sounds, seemingly imbued with a mystical rhythm, coursed through his meridians, traversed his bones, seeped into his cells, and ultimately reached the surface of his skin, where they coalesced into a continuously writhing battle aura garment. Upon the infusion of a certain rhythm into the battle aura garment, its writhing gradually ceased. In an instant, a brilliant silver light flashed. The azure-silver battle aura swiftly merged and coalesced, ultimately intertwining with one another. As the radiance somewhat diminished, a vague azure-silver armor, emblazoned with a lightning emblem upon his chest, manifested upon Mo Tang's body. Although this azure-silver armor was merely in its nascent form, the profound pale azure glow and the faint yet surging potent energy unmistakably conveyed to all that this was the hallmark of a great fighter. Battle armor. With this transformation into a true great fighter, Mo Tang's face bore a hint of exhilaration. After all, a great fighter is regarded as a formidable expert within the Gamma Empire. The Mo family, reigning supreme over the entire Eastern Province and exerting pressure on the other three great families, relies solely on a single battle spirit and 7 great fighters. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted that he still had over 800 energy points remaining, sufficient to elevate his cultivation by 2 stars. Without hesitation, Mo Tang promptly tapped the enhancement symbol twice more. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 3-star Great Fighter. Cultivation Techniques, Thunderstorm Qi, Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Rage, Perfection. Battle Techniques, Triple Blade Qi, Perfection. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, First Layer. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Second Layer. Rapid Star Chasing Bow Technique, Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, Minor Accomplishment. Usable Energy Points, Low Level, 142. Intermediate, 2,100. As a 3-star Great Fighter at the tender age of 21, Mo Tang's prowess would certainly qualify him for entry into the Inner Academy of the Canaan Academy. Unfortunately, he was destined to be estranged from Canaan Academy in this lifetime. During the few minutes in which Mo Tang underwent his metamorphosis from a 6-star fighter to a 3-star Great Fighter, the manager of the Thousand Medicine Workshop, along with the steward Lin, made their appearance. However, to Mo Tang's surprise, they were accompanied by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Frowning slightly, Mo Tang refrained from commenting. Instead, Lin Yuan took on an aggressive demeanor, stating, "Captain Mo, I heard from Manager Li that you wish to forcefully purchase the medicinal materials in the workshop at a low price." Mo Tang narrowed his eyes slightly, his right index finger gently tapping the surface of the table before him. "Oh, low price? Forceful purchase? Ha!" Lin Yuan, indifferent to the change in Mo Tang's expression, coldly retorted, "Forcing the workshop to sell medicinal materials at cost price. What else would you call it? Captain Mo, although you were sent by the family head to manage the family business in Haiyan City, you must still adhere to the rules. These medicinal materials are family resources, not something you can dictate as you please." Lin Yuan continued, "I have managed a family business for many years, relying on my loyalty to the family, and I will not permit you to act recklessly and harm the family's interests." Observing Lin Yuan's righteous demeanor, Mo Tang couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. "TSK, TSK. What a loyal steward you are, Lin. But I wonder, over all these years, have you ever compensated for the medicinal materials you've taken from the workshop?" "What do you mean?" Lin Yuan's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes flashing with indignation. Could it be that this fellow has secretly gathered evidence against me? Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he adamantly refused to acknowledge Mo Tang's insinuation. "You know exactly what I mean. The distance from Haiyan City to the family is vast, and with the emperor far removed, some individuals inevitably harbor unworthy ambitions." "You slanderous wretch!" Lin Yuan erupted in fury. "I have toiled for the family for over a decade. How dare you, a mere child, defame me, to accuse me of harboring ambitions? It seems you are the one with insatiable greed. Just a few days in, and your true nature is exposed, attempting to slander me and seize control of the Thousand Medicine Workshop for your own use. I will certainly report your schemes to the family head and expose your true colors." Mo Tang rolled his eyes. "Do you think this is a play? I believe you have misunderstood one thing. In Haiyan City, I am the one representing the family to manage everything. If you wish to lodge a complaint, you must first clarify your own matters, Otherwise, you may not have the opportunity to meet the family head. Chapter 36. What qualifications do you have to interfere in the MO family's affairs? What a magnificent captain of the MO family. What an all-encompassing authority. Truly, one cannot help but admire the audacity of someone from the largest family in the Eastern Province. A sudden unfamiliar voice interjected, causing Mo Tang's eyes to narrow slowly. And who might you be? Lin Yuan scoffed coldly at Mo Tang, and now that the mask had been torn away, he saw no need for further pleasantries. Pointing at the unfamiliar burly man beside him, Lin Yuan sneered, "Allow me to inform you, esteemed captain. This individual is Meng Jiao, the second in command of the Dragonhead Mercenary Group, the largest mercenary group in Haiyan City. The Dragonhead Mercenary Group is our MO family's closest partner in Haiyan City, having provided substantial assistance over the years, whether in safeguarding trade caravans or supplying medicinal materials. Our MO family was able to establish a foothold in Haiyan City so rapidly 10 years ago, and they deserve much of the credit." "Oh, I see," Mo Tang replied, feigning realization. So it turns out he is not a member of the family. This revelation caused Lin Yuan's expression to shift, and he quickly added, "Though Captain Meng is not a family member, he is a meritorious ally to our MO family and our most steadfast friend in Haiyan City." Mo Tang, however, was unconcerned with such details, his expression gradually revealing a murderous intent. Since he was not a member of the MO family, what right did he have to meddle in the MO family's affairs? Ha 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 ha. The resounding laughter echoed throughout the room, causing the windows and doors to rattle. A great fighter, and a two-star great fighter at that. It seemed Lin Yuan had summoned such an external aid with ill intentions. As the laughter ceased, Meng Jiao regarded Mo Tang with a look of scorn, deriding, "You little brat, you've really deluded yourself into thinking you're important. Have you forgotten, this is Haiyan City? The stronghold of the Longtu Mercenary Corps, situated in Yancheng, is where I, the leader of the Dragonhead Mercenary Corps, acknowledge only Manager Lin Yuan. As for any so-called commander, they are of no consequence." With Meng Jiao's unabashed support, Lin Yuan's confidence soared, and a triumphant glimmer danced in his eyes as he gazed at Mo Tang. "Fool!" Montauk Tang silently cursed, judging by the demeanor of this second-in-command. It seemed Lin Yuan had bestowed upon him considerable favors. Perhaps the two had long since conspired together, covertly undermining the MO family's foundation. If he wished to live a peaceful life here in the future, it was imperative to dismantle their alliance. Although Lin Yuan was indeed a steward of the MO family, directly eliminating him would likely lead to complications within the clan. Moreover, dealing with such a cunning individual who relied solely on trivial wits was exceedingly simple. Thus, with narrowed eyes reflecting a fleeting glint of coldness, Mo Tang suddenly erupted into action, striking at Meng Jiao with a swift, lethal blade. Ah, daring to make a move? Meng Jiao appeared to have anticipated this, and instead of panic, he welcomed the challenge, his right fist swiftly enveloped in a thick layer of battle aura, crashing down upon Mo Tang's blade. He was well aware of his opponent's capabilities, having learned from Lin Yuan that Mo Tang was merely a lowly Dou Qi. In the presence of a second-star Dou Qi like himself, a mere Dou Qi was easily subdued. Boom! The clash of fist and blade echoed. Contrary to Meng Jiao's expectations of swift victory, he was met with a sudden sting in his fist as silver-white battle aura surged through his body, dulling his reflexes to a crawl. Thunder attribute? A great Dou Qi. In an instant, terror surged through Meng Jiao, but he realized this too late. The once seemingly sluggish Mo Tang had amplified his speed manifold, arriving at Meng Jiao's side in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! The blade crackled with lightning as it sliced through Meng Jiao's throat, a fountain of crimson spraying into the air, splattering Lin Yuan nearby. Ah! A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed, prompting Mo Tang to furrow his brow in irritation. Silence. Otherwise, I shall end you. Faced with the bloodied blade, Lin Yuan, now crumpled to the ground, hastily stifled his cries, turning his face a deep shade of red. Mo Tang shook his head in exasperation, casting a cold gaze at the trembling shopkeeper of the Qinyao workshop, who was desperately attempting to blend into the background. Summon all the Mo family's remaining guards in the city. It would be folly to confront the Dragonhead Mercenary Corps single-handedly. After all, as Mo Tang understood, the Dragonhead Mercenary Corps boasted nearly 100 members, including 2 formidable great Dou Qi leaders and 3 Dou Qi fighters. The Mo family's guards in Haiyan City numbered over 300, with the weakest among them being at least 7-star Dou Qi, 10 of whom were below 5-star Dou Qi, and 3 vice commanders above 6-star Dou Qi. Mo Tang had encountered these 3 upon his arrival, but they had shown the same disobedience as Lin Yuan, feigning compliance while ignoring orders. Since Mo Tang had resolved to act, he must gain control over these three forces. With his current prowess as a great Dou Qi, as long as the three did not seek death, they would not dare defy him at this critical juncture. Indeed, events unfolded according to Mo Tang's expectations. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground strewn with corpses and Lin Yuan lying there feigning death, the three swiftly chose submission. It was evident that this commanding figure had become a veritable embodiment of wrath. To resist now would be tantamount to courting death. As for the choices to be made after this incident, that could wait for another time. Leading the 300 guards, Mo Tang advanced towards the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps stronghold in the southern part of the city. Their formidable presence drew the attention of various factions in Haiyan City, who hastily sent scouts to discern the unfolding events. When Mo Tang encircled the headquarters of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps, its members remained perplexed, unaware of the imminent threat. What do you intend to do? This is the headquarters of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps. Do not act recklessly. The two guards at the entrance trembled in fear, yet they mustered the courage to shout. Mo Tang had no interest in idle chatter, directly instructing the three vice commanders beside him. Charge in. Leave no one from the Dragon Head behind. Under Mo Tang's chilling gaze, the three could only brace themselves and comply. Fortunately, the Mo family outnumbered their foes 3-1. One of the three immediately led his subordinates towards the rear entrance. This frontal assault, paired with a blockade at the back, caught the unprepared Dragon Head Mercenary Corps off guard, resulting in a swift and brutal onslaught. Mo Tang observed with a cold, detached demeanor as every moment witnessed the cries of the wounded, blood swiftly saturating the ground. All the spies drawn to the scene felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld the imposing figure of the young man standing resolutely. Chapter 37. The Encirclement. In Haiyan City, South District, at the end of the street stood a vast courtyard spanning over 100 meters. This was the headquarters of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps. Previously bustling with life and energy, the streets now lay in disarray, the surrounding shops having shuttered their doors well in advance. A gentle breeze carrying a hint of desolation. Outside the gates of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps, the once majestic blood-red banner had now fallen limply to the ground. The emblematic red dragon insignia beneath the feet of a young man. My lord, all members of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps are currently confined within the training grounds, and with their Grand Captain Meng Long present, we are unable to breach their defenses. The 7-star Dou Qi Vice Commander, Zhang Fong, bowed respectfully to Mo Tang. Let us proceed to meet Grand Captain Meng Long, Mo Tang replied, hands clasped behind his back as he strode into the depths of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps. Within the spacious training grounds, a sea of heads gathered, their gazes locked in an exchange brimming with unmasked intent to kill. Captain, the rear entrance has also been surrounded. We have no means of escape. A disheveled mercenary pushed through to inform Meng Long in a low voice. Indeed, the Mo family is merciless in their approach. Clenching his fists tightly, Meng Long inhaled the cool air, striving to maintain his composure amidst the tempest of fury. Though he was the Grand Captain, his strength paled in comparison to his brothers, being merely a 1-star Great Dou Qi. While the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps was the largest in Haiyan City, it still fell short compared to the might of the more powerful families and guilds. Although the Mo family lacked top-tier experts in Haiyan City, their sheer numbers were undeniable. The number of formidable warriors at the Dome Master level exceeds a dozen, and with the addition of those 3 sub-commanders ranked above 6 stars, dealing with a mere 100 mercenaries is child's play. Has there been any news of the second commander? A profound worry shimmered in Meng Long's eyes as he inquired of a nearby captain of Dome Master rank. The man shook his head slightly and replied, "No. I happened to overhear that the second commander was lured away by an invitation from Lin Yuan." Meng Long's expression darkened, and he slammed his long spear into the ground. Seething with anger, damn it. This is undoubtedly a trap set by the Mo family and that Lin Yuan. They first lure my brother away, and then take the opportunity to ambush our Dragon Head Mercenary Corps. I fear that my brother's situation is dire. Although his conjectures might diverge from reality, the outcome remained unchanged. Commander, we must break through. Though they outnumber us, you are a Grand Dome Master. And with the 3 of us brothers, we can definitely fight our way out. Suddenly, a slender middle-aged man lowered his voice and spoke into Meng Long's ear. This man was one of the 3 Dome Masters of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps. His words caused a flicker of surprise on the faces of those nearby. Currently, those who stood beside Meng Long were his most trusted confidants, the elite force of the Dragon Head Mercenary Corps. If they truly followed the middle-aged man's suggestion, They would indeed be able to escape, but they would have to abandon the Black Rock City and its surrounding area permanently. All the effort the Dragonhead Mercenary Corps had invested over the past decade would be reduced to nothing in an instant. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Meng Long felt an immense sense of reluctance. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly noticed a young man approaching them, flanked by MO family guards. Who is that? A question surged in Meng Long's heart. Although Mo Tang had been in Black Rock City for several days, his low profile and Lin Yuan's deliberate efforts to diminish his presence meant that many had never laid eyes on him. As the young man drew closer, Meng Long's brow furrowed, and he spoke in a low voice. Who are you? Where's Lin Yuan? Tell him to come out. For over a decade, my Dragonhead Mercenary Corps has assisted your MO family countless times, and now you repay our kindness with enmity, seeking to annihilate me. Mo Tang chuckled coldly. Repay kindness with enmity? Do you truly believe you are worthy of discussing gratitude with me? If I recall correctly, your Dragonhead Mercenary Corps was merely a third-rate mercenary group in Black Rock City. How could you have achieved this level without the support of my MO family? 10 years prior, when the MO family had just risen to prominence as the foremost of the four great families due to Mo Chang's ascension. The previous head of the MO family had personally dispatched a trade caravan to establish trade routes in Black Rock City. At that time, the MO family's influence in the city was negligible, and every step forward was fraught with difficulty. It was ultimately Lin Yuan who devised a plan to collaborate with some local mercenary teams that were lacking in strength, but rich in potential, encircling the city from the surrounding towns. Step by step, from nothing to something, this strategy enabled the MO family to secure its foothold in Black Rock City. Thus, while Lin Yuan may have sought to undermine Mo Tang, he could not erase the contributions made to the Mo family. Moreover, Mo Tang's own capabilities were far from ordinary. However, over the years, his initial ambition and keen acumen had been dulled by indulgence, leaving behind only a guard dog fixated on the scraps in its bowl. Mo Tang refrained from killing Meng Long. Considering his past merits and abilities, he intended to give him a temporary lesson, hoping to ignite the wild spirit within this old dog. Even if that failed, keeping him around to guard the family was still beneficial. Meng Long's eyes burned red as he gazed at the smile plastered on Mo Tang's face, finding it unbearably irritating. You little brat. If it weren't for the support of my ancestors, your MO family would have long since scurried out of Black Rock City. Today, I shall show you that without my Dragonhead Mercenary Corps, you MO family are nothing. Kill them all. At the command of the leader, the surrounding mercenaries gripped their weapons tightly and roared in unison, charging fiercely toward the MO family. Despite the numerical disadvantage, they had become cornered beasts, their ferocity ignited. And in their desperate struggle, the MO family's guards found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. Mo Tang's eyes narrowed, and he coldly commanded, "Leave none alive." Yes. The three subcommanders responded in unison, swiftly brandishing their long blades and iron fists, joining the fray. Although the Dragonhead mercenaries were fierce, the moment the three high-ranking Dome Masters joined, their momentum was swiftly suppressed, and under the immense disparity in strength, they began to falter. Meng Long, who had issued the command, did not engage, his expression fluctuating as he observed the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing his mercenaries gradually losing ground, his eyes hardened, and he prepared to charge toward the weakest point of the encirclement. Heh, I've been waiting for you. With a cold sneer, Mo Tang tightened his grip on the Fengling blade, stomping fiercely on the ground. With a resounding explosion, a crater formed beneath his foot, carving into the hard stone surface. Chapter 38, The Fall of the Dragonhead. As the explosion resonated, Mo Tang's body transformed into a black streak, hurtling toward the fleeing Meng Long. This speed far exceeded Meng Long's expectations, prompting involuntary cries of alarm from him. Realizing escape was futile, Meng Long's gaze turned ruthless. He swung his spear, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that bore down on Mo Tang's head, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as the two engaged. As the shockwave emanated from their collision, a violent burst of energy erupted between the blade and spear, sending fissures rippling through the ground beneath them. Ah, so your strength is inferior even to that of Meng Jiao. How dare you call yourself a Grand Commander? Stepping back, Mo Tang observed Meng Long, who had been forced to retreat several steps, with disdain. You go too far. Meng Long's face turned a deep shade of purple. I am a Grand Commander because I am his brother. Ignoring Meng Long's retorts, Mo Tang's foot pressed down sharply, propelling his body forward like an arrow. His sharp blade traced a circle in the air, creating a wave of oppressive wind as he brought it down fiercely. Just as he was about to enter Meng Long's attack range, Mo Tang pushed off the ground, executing an uncanny lateral shift to his left, his hand tightening around the blade, aimed directly at Meng Long's neck, setting aside the previous encounter with Meng Jiao. This marked Mo Tang's first direct confrontation with someone of Grand Dou Master rank. Although his opponent was weaker, it served as a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. Meng Long, a seasoned old mercenary, was not to be underestimated. While his speed and strength could not compare to Mo Tang's, he wielded his spear with such finesse that he managed to fend off Mo Tang's relentless barrage of strikes. Clang, clang, clang. As the two engaged in dazzling attacks and defenses, the spacious square reverberated with the crisp sound of metal clashing, creating an almost symphonic resonance. The echoes of steel reverberated above the plaza, lingering in the air for an extended duration. It is said that prolonged offense leads to impatience, while extended defense results in loss. The contest between spear and shield hinges on who falters first. Observing the youth across from him growing increasingly impatient due to his inability to gain the upper hand, Meng Long's heart swelled with delight. Now is the moment. The boy's time is up. After parrying Mo Tang's strike, Meng Long unleashed a sudden surge of power, destabilizing his opponent and leaving his chest wide open. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Explosive flame spear." As Meng Long's command resonated, a fierce crimson flame energy began to coalesce violently around the spear. Moments later, it formed a swirling vortex of flames atop the weapon, with a dark void at its center where a formidable force was rapidly gathering. "Perish, boy!" A sinister smile graced Meng Long's face, and with a fierce thrust, he unleashed the spear, sending waves of deep, red energy rippling along its shaft. Ultimately, the energy surged forth from the spear's tip. At that instant, the fiery vortex atop the spear stilled, and from the black void emerged a tangible ball of crimson energy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, crashing violently against Mo Tang's long blade. Upon contact, the crimson energy pulsated before erupting like a bomb. Boom! Clang! This sudden cacophony of metal on metal resounded through the square like thunder. The intense sound waves compelled the surrounding combatants to instinctively cover their ears, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at the unfolding scene. Gulp! Zhang Fong could not help but swallow hard, casting a glance toward his companions Wu Liang and Li Tong, who were similarly positioned nearby. If the three had previously harbored discontent regarding Mo Tang's domineering demeanor, they no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. A formidable great fighter, such as him, could easily eliminate them without consequence, as their families would hardly retaliate for the loss of three mere fighters. The stark reality was that the influence of a great fighter far surpassed that of several lesser ones. The explosive energy momentarily startled Mo Tang, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the long blade as he stepped back, with each retreating step leaving an imprint on the solid stone surface. The sight invigorated the remaining members of the Dragon Head mercenary group, who erupted in cheers, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the ensuing scene swiftly silenced their excitement. Mo Tang's figure suddenly transformed into a slender beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, he was at Meng Long's side. What? As he beheld the youth whose speed had seemingly multiplied in an instant, Meng Long's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting as he fixated on the expanding dark streak before his eyes. In that moment, an even fiercer aura erupted from within Meng Long, and a fist, enveloped in crimson energy, surged forth with a sharp whistling sound aimed directly at the streak of light. Just as the fist was about to collide with the shadowy figure, that lightning-like presence inexplicably halted, then transformed into an ephemeral illusion, vanishing before Meng Long's eyes. Whoosh! Ugh! A bloody blade pierced through his chest. Meng Long's crimson energy armor shattered like thin paper, offering no resistance to his assailant. Silvery sparks erupted from the blade, accompanied by wisps of smoke that carried the scent of charred flesh from the wound. Meng Long's mouth opened and closed, as if attempting to utter something. But as he did, a torrent of blood erupted forth, rendering his words mere incoherent sounds that gradually faded away. It's over. The previously gaunt middle-aged fighter who had urged Meng Long to break free now looked on in terror, stammering in disbelief. Mo Tang withdrew his blade from the lifeless body, slowly raising it to point at the now motionless Dragon Head members. "I offer you a choice. Submit or die." Thud! Thud! One after another, the terrified mercenaries cast down their weapons and knelt, trembling as they surrendered to Mo Tang. Casting a glance at the dwindling number of Dragon Head members, Mo Tang addressed Zhang Fong and the others. "Clean this up. This will henceforth be my residence in Black Rock City. Yes, my lord. Chapter 39. Qingshan Town. What Mo Tang took over was not merely a stronghold for the Dragonhead mercenary group. As the once largest mercenary band in Black Rock City, and having been intertwined with the Lin family for many years, the Meng brothers had accumulated a wealth of resources. In the aftermath of their ambush, the Meng family's guards had also sustained significant casualties, prompting Mo Tang to generously distribute much of the gold acquired from the Dragonhead, ensuring that each member received a substantial sum, with double for the injured and even more for the deceased. The advantage of this approach was that those guards who might have harbored resentment toward Mo Tang for their injuries or losses were instantly transformed, chanting praises for their leader. Such is the harsh reality of this world. For these guards, whether one is a leader or a captain matters little, as long as they bring immense benefits. They are willing to follow you with their lives on the line. To be candid, even Zhang Fong and the others had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful leader would possess such audacity, disbursing an astonishing sum of over 100,000 gold coins. If such a sum were in their possession, it would likely cause them sleepless nights from the pain of parting with it. While the guards were engrossed in discussions about their leader's generosity, Mo Tang quietly retreated to the back courtyard of the former Dragonhead stronghold, staring blankly at the array of jade boxes and medicinal vials laid before him. The Meng brothers' collection appeared woefully inadequate. Was this truly all they had? Before him lay the remnants of the herbs and pills painstakingly unearthed by the guard team at his behest. The Qingling pill was commendable, albeit limited in quantity. Other pills for replenishing energy and vitality were plentiful, yet they lacked potency. Beyond these, the rare herbs they had stashed away barely contained any that exceeded the third tier. This revelation left Mo Tang astounded. As the premier mercenary group in a prominent city such as Blackrock, how could the Meng brothers possess neither a fourth-tier pill nor a herb of the same rank? What did this indicate? This elucidates that once Mo Tang truly breaks through to the spirit fighting stage, the mere act of collecting this intermediate energy will become an impractical endeavor. It appears that after achieving such a breakthrough, I, the young master, shall once again find myself returning to those arduous times of yore. As Mo Tang absorbed the various medicinal herbs and elixirs before him, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. There's no denying that the higher the grade of the herbs, the scarcer they become. Not only within this Dragonhead mercenary corps, but even in the Mo family's Qianyao pharmacy. He had yet to discover any herbs rated as grade 4 by the system. Mo Tang surmised that such high-grade items would inevitably need to be procured through auctions or from alchemists in the future. In light of this, should he start saving some money? That shouldn't be too challenging. After all, he has now gained preliminary control over all of the Mo family's businesses in Black Rock City, and methods to generate wealth have become more plentiful. There should be no immediate rush. As for alchemists, wasn't it at the auction that he met an alchemist? Lin Fei, the disciple of Master Otto, a grade 4 alchemist. Although their first encounter was rather discordant, this posed no issue for Mo Tang. As long as he prepared a couple of small surprises to cater to her preferences, wouldn't she be inclined to comply? This is my forte. A sly smile crept across Mo Tang's face. Apart from herbs and recipes, what alchemists truly require is flames. While he had not considered the possibility of acquiring rare flames, if he could procure some beast fire, it would not only suffice to win over a young lady, but she might even be willing to sell herself for it. When it comes to beast fire, the first thing Mo Tang thought of was the purple fire of Xiao Yan from the original work. That purple crystal-winged Lion King seems to dwell deep within the monster Beast Mountain range, not far from Black Rock City. Furthermore, besides the purple crystal-winged Lion King, there is also Qingshan Town and the Little Medical Sage. The storyline has only unfolded for a little over half a year, and Xiao Yan should still be secretly honing his skills at home. This presents Mo Tang with an opportunity to intervene and alter certain plot lines. A visit to Qingshan Town would be worthwhile, even disregarding the Little Medical Sage and her unique physique. The town's distinct geographical position is sufficient for Mo Tang to lead a contingent there, incorporating it into his sphere of influence. The demise of the Dragonhead has afforded him the power he deserves, yet it has concurrently dealt a blow to the Mo family's business. Henceforth, whether escorting merchant caravans or acquiring various resources, operations will inevitably be impacted. Thus, Mo Tang has no time to indulge in the pleasures of being in power. Rather, he must prioritize restoring the flow of trade routes and resource supply. Contemplating these matters, even Mo Tang found himself feeling a headache. With a wave of his hand, he opened his system panel, intending to check his attributes and ease his mind. Name: Mo Tang level 3-star Great Fighter Cultivation Techniques. Thunderstorm Energy Great Accomplishment. Wind and Thunder slash Perfection, Combat Skills. Triple Blade slash Perfection. Beast Blood Body Refinement Technique, first layer. Beast Blood Body Refinement Technique, second layer. Rapid Star Chase Archery Technique, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, minor accomplishment. Available energy points. Low level, 986. Intermediate, 2,100 previously. He had only 142 low-level energy points remaining, and now it stands at 986, indicating that he has just absorbed and converted a total of 844 points. In addition, he currently possesses nearly 100,000 gold coins, a bounty resulting from the downfall of the dragon head. In the past, such a substantial gain would have sent Mo Tang into a frenzy of excitement. However, after the harvest from the Wind Ghost Canyon ruins, he now finds this all rather mundane. Mo Tang senses his growth. He is no longer the naive youth influenced by external circumstances. Well, let's level up first, and then see if I can elevate the Beast Blood Body Refinement Technique to the third layer. The recent battles have given Mo Tang a profound appreciation for the might of the Beast Blood Body Refinement Technique. No wonder Mo Cheng, when he initially bestowed this secret art upon him, claimed that mastering it would grant him the ability to challenge opponents beyond his rank. This exaggerated enhancement of one's foundational attributes has indeed benefited Mo Tang immensely on his journey. Of course, all of this hinges on the existence of his system panel. To elevate to 4-star Great Fighter requires 372 low-level energy points. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. To elevate to 5-star Great Fighter requires 388 low-level energy points. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Name, Mo Tang level. 5-star Great Fighter Cultivation Techniques. Thunderstorm Energy, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder slash Perfection, Combat Skills. Triple Blade slash Perfection. Beast Blood Body Refinement Technique, first layer. Beast Blood Body Refinement Technique, second layer. Rapid Star Chase Archery Technique, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, minor accomplishment. Available energy points. Low level, 226. Intermediate, 2,100. Chapter 40. The Pharmacy of All Medicines, Qing Shantown. Due to its proximity to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, is also known as the Monster Beast Town. Within such a small town, the most populous demographic naturally consists of mercenaries who spend their days on the edge of danger. They congregate in groups, arms crossed, animatedly discussing which women in the town are the most alluring, where the strongest liquor can be found, and which monsters are the fiercest. The stone-paved streets are bustling with activity, lined with numerous shops that thrive due to the advantageous location. The Pharmacy of All Medicines is the most popular apothecary in Qingshan Town, reputed for its excellent healing potions, comparable to ordinary Grade 1 elixirs. For those low-ranking mercenaries, healing potions are a luxury reserved for dire injuries. Otherwise, they are reluctant to use them and tend to keep 1 or 2 on hand. As for minor wounds, being able to purchase some healing potions is already quite commendable. Sir, Qingshan Town is the most prosperous small town surrounding the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Countless low-ranking mercenaries make their living here, and daily, a large quantity of medicinal herbs is produced. Many forces from Black Rock City send caravans here to procure herbs. Zhang Feng, one of the vice-captains of the Mo family S-Guards in Black Rock City, is also the most discerning among them. After annihilating the Dragon Head with a sweeping force, Mo Tang's name has begun to resonate throughout Black Rock City, and he has firmly seized control of the Mo family's influence there. Mo Tang's purpose for coming this time is to reopen several trade routes to compensate for the loss of the Mo family's herb supply following the Dragon Head's disappearance. Have you thoroughly investigated the situation in the town? Although Mo Tang has some familiarity with Qingshan Town from the original work, given the circumstances, he still needs to make the necessary preparations. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, promptly replied, I have already conducted an investigation. The mercenaries making a living in the entire Qingshan Town number no less than 2,000. Among them, approximately 50% are solitary individual mercenaries. About 30% consist of temporary mercenary groups. As for the mercenary corps, there are 3, all of whom possess strength exceeding that of fighters, with the strongest reaching the level of a master fighter. Montauk Tang nodded in acknowledgement. These 3 categories of mercenaries, particularly the organized mercenary corps, operate with strict discipline and a commendable level of strength, making them the most formidable entities. In contrast, temporary mercenary groups typically disband after completing a single mission, and their mutual trust and cooperation pale in comparison to that of established mercenary corps. As for the solitary mercenaries, those who dare to brave the perilous Beast Mountain for a living are invariably tough individuals, often equipped with several life-preserving trump cards, making them rather formidable adversaries. Among these three, the mercenary corps would undoubtedly prove to be the most advantageous for Mo Tang. His purpose for visiting Qingshan town was solely to consolidate the mercenary corps as a base for supplying resources to Qianyao Pavilion, thereby compensating for the void left by the Dragonhead mercenary corps. What about the shops? Are there any suitable ones? Upon hearing Mo Tang's inquiry, Zhang Fang's expression immediately reflected concern. My lord, Qingshan town is the closest beast town to Hein City, boasting a prime geographical location that has long attracted the attention of various powerful factions within the city. Many businesses in town have individuals backing them. If we attempt to seize them by force, we might invite trouble. Mo Tang nodded slightly, finding this not surprising. However, I have heard that there's a Wan Yaozhai in Qingshan town, reputed to be the most successful business here. Which factions stand behind it? Zhang Fang's lips twitched, unsure whether to marvel at his leader's keen insight or to chastise him for being insatiably greedy. He had pinpointed the largest establishment in all of Qingshan town at a glance. My lord, we must avoid provoking Wan Yaozhai at all costs. Although we have not discerned the exact faction behind it, from various clues, it appears that Wan Yaozhai has business dealings with the middle auction house in Hein City, the Hearst family, and even the Alchemist Guild. Observing Zhang Fang's anxious demeanor, Mo Tang rolled his eyes. Did this fellow truly fear that he would create trouble with Wan Yaozhai? Did he appear to be such an unpredictable individual? Seeing his lord's demeanor, Zhang Fang secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. He genuinely feared that this fearless leader of his might extend his grasp toward Wan Yaozhai. After all, the last time he had come to Hein City, he had obliterated the largest mercenary corps in town. What was there that he would not dare to do? As for Wan Yaozhai, Mo Tang harbored no ambitions. However, the individuals within its walls might be a different story. Zhang Fang, the task of subduing the three major mercenary corps falls to you. Deal with any insubordination by eliminating them without hesitation. Furthermore, inform those who wish to become part of my Mo family's subordinate mercenary corps to adhere strictly to the rules and refrain from bringing disgrace to me outside. Zhang Fang, feeling a vain throb on his forehead while observing his leader's dismissive attitude, could only nod in resignation. Satisfied, Mo Tang nodded again and added, very well. Off you go. I shall seek you out once I have completed my tasks. Yes, my lord. I will take my leave now, Zhang Fang responded. As a 7-star master fighter accompanied by the elite of the guard, subduing the three major mercenary corps would pose no challenge for him. Once they departed, Mo Tang leisurely made his way toward the largest apothecary in the town, Wan Yaozhai. Upon entering the spacious shop, illuminated by the moonstone hanging on the walls, it was as bright as day. The store bustled with patrons, and the staff were exceedingly busy. Thus, no one attended to the newly arrived Mo Tang at that moment. Mo Tang was unbothered by this, casually browsing the counter. Not bad. The medicinal herbs are quite comprehensive. After surveying the establishment, he noted that while there were no rare herbs, the variety was ample, not significantly inferior to Qianyao Pavilion. The distinction lay in the apparent absence of any Dan medicine, even the most basic first-grade pills. Indeed, such high-end goods had little market in a small town like Qingshan. Did Wan Yaozhai truly not sell Dan medicine? That was certainly impossible. It was simply that those items were not intended for the base-level mercenaries, hence they were not displayed. After concluding his exploration without finding any hidden gems, Mo Tang decided to abandon the search. He approached a staff member and inquired, "May I ask if the little physician is present?" The physician, albeit a member of the alchemist category, occupied a position considerably lower than that of a true alchemist. After all, they could not genuinely concoct Dan medicine. Instead, they merely utilized ordinary flames to combine herbs for therapeutic effects. However, compared to the Dan medicine crafted by true alchemists, the efficacy was vastly inferior. As such, every physician aspired to become an alchemist. Yet many spent their entire lives struggling to breach that threshold. The root cause lay chiefly in their innate talent and the absence of guidance. Chapter 41. The Little Physician. The busy staff member, upon hearing the inquiry, looked up and was greeted by the sight of a handsome youth clad in a fitted black warrior outfit, wielding a long blade, a stark contrast to the beleaguered lower-tier mercenaries. I apologize, young master. The little physician accompanied the herb-gathering team into the mountains a couple of days ago and has yet to return. If you require assistance, we at Wan Yaozhai have other physicians available. No need. Mo Tang interjected before the staff could finish. The staff member was left speechless, but soon comprehended that the striking young man before him was not in search of a physician for treatment, but rather for someone else entirely. However, recalling the ethereal figure clad in white, such behavior was hardly surprising. Noting the young man's exceptional attire and demeanor, The staff member offered a slightly obsequious smile, saying, "Young master, if you truly wish to meet the little physician, there's no need to rush. The herb gathering team typically returns in 3 to 4 days. You might as well wait." Mo Tang raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips as he tossed a golden object from his hand, a coin, landing steadily before the staff member, who beamed with delight. "Thank you, kind sir." With that, Mo Tang turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, a figure suddenly burst in, nearly colliding with him, but he deftly sidestepped. The intruder paid no heed to this, and, gasping for breath, shouted, "This is bad. The herb gathering team has encountered trouble in the Beast Mountain." In an instant, the entire shop erupted in chaos. "What did you say? The herb gathering team has encountered trouble? What about the little physician?" Yes, what happened to the little physician?" "You scoundrel, why didn't you protect her?" Although the young healer, known as Little Medicine Immortal, is still quite young, her beauty, kindness, and exceptional medical skills have earned her immense respect among the lower-tier mercenaries in Qingshan Town. Due to her esteemed reputation, even the 3 major mercenary groups are compelled to show her deference, lest they incur the resentment of the solitary mercenaries. Upon hearing that the medicinal gathering team she was part of had encountered danger, the mercenaries who were purchasing medicine could scarcely remain still. Amidst the clamor, a middle-aged man, whose presence had gone unnoticed until now, furrowed his brow and sternly commanded, "Silence. Allow him to finish speaking first." At the sight of the middle-aged man, the previously agitated mercenaries fell silent, their eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. He was Mr. Yao, the enigmatic proprietor of the Wanyao Zhai. Though not particularly formidable in strength, his ability to maintain a foothold in Qingshan Town and oversee the Wanyao Zhai indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Most of those present were seasoned residents of Qingshan Town, naturally familiar with his reputation. With Mr. Yao's intervention, the young man who had delivered the news finally had a chance to catch his breath and recounted the events in detail. It turned out that after the medicinal gathering team arrived at their designated location and harvested the herbs early that morning, they prepared to leave the monster beast forest. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by a pack of magical wolves shortly after setting out. Although they were merely first-tier magical wolves, their sheer numbers caught the gathering team off guard. To their dismay, amidst the chaos, Little Medicine Immortal went missing. The mercenaries hired by the Wanyao Zhai were thrown into a panic after repelling the magical wolves. They hurriedly searched for her, but found no trace. In desperation, they sent someone back for help while the others continued to look for her. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yao's expression darkened, as if he were about to shed tears. Little Medicine Immortal was a living advertisement for Wanyao Zhai. Any misfortune befalling her would significantly tarnish the establishment's reputation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mr. Yao wasted no time and announced, "Everyone, the Monster Beast Mountains are fraught with peril. Little Medicine Immortal is too weak. If she has lost her way within, her chances of survival are slim. I implore you, for the sake of our past kindness, to join me in searching for her. Should we find her, Wanyao Zhai will offer generous rewards." After Mr. Yao's pledge, all present mercenaries readily agreed. "Rest assured, my life would have been lost long ago were it not for Little Medicine Immortal. If she is in danger, I would gladly risk my life," declared one. "Count me in. I shall go as well," echoed another. "Indeed, who among us has not benefited from her kindness? We cannot stand idly by while she is in peril." Enthusiasm surged among the crowd. Mo Tang remained silent, but joined the throng heading toward the Monster Beast Mountains. As they made their way, he reflected on the original story he had read. Strangely, he recalled that the original text did not mention Little Medicine Immortal going missing in the Monster Beast Mountains. Could it be due to his own butterfly effect? He hoped he hadn't inadvertently caused her disappearance. With this thought, Mo Tang felt an unusual sense of urgency. Once they entered the mountains, guided by the messenger mercenary, they arrived at the spot where Little Medicine Immortal had gone missing. From there, they spread out in a net-like search pattern. However, Mo Tang noticed that one direction was conspicuously neglected. "Pray tell, why is no one searching in the northwest?" he inquired, stopping a burly middle-aged man. The man glanced at Mo Tang, noting his unfamiliarity and distinct attire, which set him apart from the others. He assumed Mo Tang was also an admirer of Little Medicine Immortal. "That direction leads to the Soul Break Gorge," he explained. "Beyond it lies the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains, which are perilous beyond measure." If she has ventured there, Mo Tang immediately understood. If Little Medicine Immortal had indeed strayed into the Soul Break Gorge, there would be no hope of finding her. Only a dead end awaited. He nodded and, parting from the man, resolved to investigate the Soul Break Gorge nonetheless. Once he unleashed his speed, Mo Tang's figure became a fleeting shadow amidst the dense forest of the Monster Beast Mountains, a streak of black flashing through the trees. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at a deep gorge spanning several hundred meters in width. Gazing across, he observed dense woods on the opposite side, exuding a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. The mist swirling at the bottom of the gorge obscured clarity. It seemed implausible that a defenseless girl like Little Medicine Immortal could penetrate such depths. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Mo Tang activated his gale wings and swiftly soared into the mountains. Upon breaking through the mist, his vision cleared, revealing a chaotic stony terrain with a white stream running through it, reminiscent of a silken ribbon. Chapter 42. First Encounter. The Soul Break Gorge truly served as a barrier between the inner and outer realms of the Monster Beast Mountains. Here, Mo Tang frequently spotted traces of second and even third-tier magical beasts. However, possessing flight capabilities rendered those creatures a temporary non-threat. Besides, even a typical third-tier beast might not stand a chance against him. As Mo Tang searched along the gorge, a sudden cry of an eagle pierced the air, laced with a note of anguish. Intrigued, he followed the sound. Rounding a bend in the river, he immediately spotted a massive blue eagle sprawled on a rocky outcrop. Seemingly injured, beside the eagle stood a figure clad in a white dress, gently stroking its feathers, appearing to comfort and tend to its wounds. Is this Little Medicine Immortal? The girl before him was not an ethereal beauty. Her appearance was merely slightly more appealing than that of Mo Linglin, and she paled in comparison to someone like Nalan Yanran. However, her serene smile radiated a refreshing, otherworldly charm that significantly enhanced her allure. Yet, what captivated Mo Tang most was the delicate curve of her slender waist. In the realm of beauty, she was reminiscent of the four great charms: the queen's allure, the enchanting elegance of the concubine, the long legs of Xiao Yu, and the willow-like waist of Little Medicine Immortal. Although the latter, too, might not excel in beauty, their distinctive features were equally enchanting. Mo Tang found his gaze lingering on her fragile waist, a flicker of amazement crossing his face. With a gentle breeze, he retracted his wings and landed a mere 5 meters away. Due to her position, Little Medicine Immortal did not immediately notice him. It was only when the blue eagle emitted a warning cry that she swiftly turned around. Who are you?" she gasped, startled to find a stranger standing behind her in such a treacherous place as the Monster Beast Mountains. The lingering light of Mo Tang's gaze fell upon the delicate jade hand concealed within the sleeve, clutching a paper package. Considering the other party's skill with poisons, Mo Tang surmised that it likely contained a potent toxin concocted for self-preservation. "Fear not, for I am not a villain," he said, revealing a smile as warm as the sun, attempting to reassure the frightened maiden before him. "Am Montak Tang. Might I inquire if you are the renowned Little Medicine Sage?" Startled, the Little Medicine Sage had not anticipated that he would know her. "Yes, but may I ask how you came to know of me, and why you seek my presence?" She responded, still cautious. Mo Tang feigned a sigh of relief and replied, "That is splendid to hear. You see, after your disappearance, the entire herbal gathering team has been searching for you, and several have even gone to Qingshan Town to report your absence." "Ah, I see," she exclaimed, realizing the gravity of her actions. "It is entirely my fault. I should not have wandered off. After escaping those demon wolves, I found myself in this ravine, lost and unable to find my way back, which is why I became trapped here." Mo Tang regarded her words with skepticism, but chose not to voice his doubts. Instead, he glanced at the blue eagle lying on the ground. This creature was merely a first-tier magical beast, lacking in strength but sizable and possessing decent flight speed. If tamed, it could serve as a commendable mount. Noticing Mo Tang's gaze, the Little Medicine Sage hurriedly explained, "When I encountered this blue eagle, it was already injured. As a healer, I treated its wounds." Montak Tang nodded silently. In the original tale, the Little Medicine Sage indeed had a blue eagle as a companion, which had once saved her and Xiao Yin during a treasure hunt. It seemed that this act of kindness forged a genuine bond between them. Even a low-tier magical beast possessed a degree of intelligence, often more adept at understanding gratitude than humans. Mo Tang, this blue eagle's wing is injured. If it remains untreated, it may not survive. Would it be acceptable for me to heal it and then take it to a safer location, given that she was the one being rescued? The Little Medicine Sage could only plead softly. Mo Tang readily agreed, "Of course. Thank you, kind sir." The girl's benevolent smile was incredibly infectious, instantly penetrating Mo Tang's heart and eliciting a gentle smile in return. It was no wonder that even the fiercest mercenaries would behave like lambs in her presence. Mo Tang inwardly chuckled to himself, positioning himself nearby to observe the enchanting scene. A sharp eagle cry startled Mo Tang awake about an hour later. The once injured blue eagle now stood tall, towering over the delicate figure of the little medicine sage. Its large head nuzzled against her, provoking a chorus of melodic laughter. Clearly, a bond had been established between them, and after merely one treatment, true friendship blossomed. As Mo Tang approached with a smile, he took only a couple of steps when the previously docile blue eagle suddenly fluffed its feathers and confronted him with a threatening tone, shielding the little medicine sage beneath its wings. Mo Tang found himself momentarily speechless. Must you be so literal? Are you perhaps a vain eagle, only drawn to beautiful maidens? Of course, the reality was far different. The blue eagle's reaction was a response to the aura of the gale wing emanating from Mo Tang. Let us not forget that this was crafted from the wings of a fourth-tier magical beast, the gale eagle. Xiaolan, no. The little medicine sage was startled and quickly stepped in front of the blue eagle, her delicate hands soothing its feathers to calm it. Observing the blue eagle's fierce gaze directed at him, Mo Tang felt a hint of annoyance and met its gaze directly. A flash of azure and silver light flickered in his eyes. As if struck by a profound fright, the blue eagle folded its wings and hunched down, emitting a whimper of submission. The little medicine sage quickly turned to Mo Tang, her large, glistening eyes reflecting a plea for mercy. Mo Tang, please. Xiaolan did not mean any harm. Seeing the blue eagle's timid demeanor, Mo Tang chuckled, averting his gaze. Worry not. I was merely giving it a slight adjustment. Now that the situation is resolved, shall we make our exit? Who knows what chaos might be unfolding outside? Certainly. Thank you, kind sir. Ah, please, calling me sir feels too formal. Just call me Mo Ge. The little medicine sage was taken aback. In chapter 43, the essence of a true gentleman was tested. Although the title Mo Ge lingered unspoken on her lips, she ultimately refrained, opting instead to address him as Mo de Ge. This subtle shift in nomenclature, though only a syllable apart, carried an entirely different connotation. Mo de Ge bore no hint of intimacy, akin to addressing a mere passerby, devoid of the warmth implicit in Mo Ge. Yet, Mo Tang was not one to impose such familiarity upon a newly acquainted young lady, so he offered no objection. After returning to his lair with the little medicine sage and the injured blue eagle, he was concerned that it might struggle to find food during its recovery. Thus, the little medicine sage thoughtfully left ample provisions. Here, a black-backed boar, weighing several hundred kilograms. This should sustain your magnificent eagle for days, Mo Tang declared, tossing the hefty magical beast towards the blue eagle before using his gale wings to glide back to the ground. Thank you so much, Mo de Ge. The little medicine sage expressed her heartfelt gratitude, though curiosity about this suddenly appearing youth grew within her. How is it possible for someone below the Dou Wang level to fly? It is simply astonishing. As they departed from the blue eagle's nest, Mo Tang swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her soft, fragrant form into his embrace. You. The little medicine sage was utterly taken aback by his actions, her surprise evident. Fear not. I merely wish to escort you safely away. Would you prefer to traverse this distance on foot? He remarked, gesturing to the torn fabric of her dress. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a resigned sigh, she conceded. Just be careful with your hands. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Mo Tang feigned a look of righteous indignation. What do you take me for? I am a gentleman of integrity. How could I take advantage of such an opportunity to act improperly toward a maiden? Observing his expression, which seemed to convey both indignation and a demand for an apology for her insinuation, the little medicine sage felt a rush of frustration, nearly choking on her breath. Huh, I believe you just the same. Where have your hands been? Ahem, a slip of the hand. Your waist is simply too slippery. If I hold on tighter, it won't happen again. Quickly retracting his somewhat slipping hand, Mo Tang retorted. You. Oomph. The little medicine fairy felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. Yet she found herself utterly powerless against this thick-skinned rogue. Instantly, her perception of the gentlemanly heir from a prestigious family was shattered, leaving only the image of a lecherous scoundrel. Although Mo Tang was not a complete novice in his previous life, he was far from a seasoned warrior. Moreover, he was now confronted with an exquisite woman like the little medicine fairy. The moment she collided into his embrace felt akin to a jolt to his very heart, sending a tremor coursing through him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the burgeoning flames of desire, he tightened his grip around her soft form, then unfurled his wings behind him, soaring skyward. They ascended to the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range, where the number of people began to increase. Mo Tang retracted his wings, and together with the little medicine fairy, they made their way toward Qingshan town. Along the journey, they encountered mercenaries who had been assisting in the search for the little medicine fairy. The girl expressed her gratitude with her most innocent smile, leaving the rugged men utterly flustered and speechless. Observing this scene, Mo Tang genuinely understood why this young lady was so beloved. After all, who could resist a beautiful girl, especially one as kind and pure as her, whose smile could dispel any dark and sinister thoughts? However, upon returning to Qingshan town, many were astonished to discover that in their absence of just half a day, monumental changes had transpired. The three major mercenary groups that had long held sway over the town had been utterly annihilated within mere hours. Now, Qingshan town boasted not the three major mercenary groups, but rather a new entity known as the Qingshan Mercenary Group. The reason for such a distinctly local name was simply because Mo Tang did not wish to waste time on naming conventions, compounded by his difficulty in naming. Thus, he opted to name it after the town itself, as this mercenary group was established to assist him in managing the town. At that moment, the headquarters of the Qingshan Mercenary Group was also the former base of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. In the square, the remaining elite members of the three major mercenary groups had gathered. Mo Tang strolled leisurely, observing the remnants of the battle that had yet to be cleared away, and inquired of Zhang Fong, who lagged half a step behind, how many members remained from the three major mercenary groups. Zhang Fong promptly responded, "There are a total of 478 members among the three major mercenary groups, but fewer than 100 can be considered elite. However, all members have reached the fighter level, so overall, their quality is still decent. Nonetheless, due to the reluctance of many to submit, I had to eliminate 186 of them, including one 9-star fighter and 30 elite fighters above 5 stars. Currently, the new Qingshan Mercenary Group has nearly 300 members, with 3 fighters, the strongest being the former leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, Mu Shi, who is a 2-star fighter, while the other 2 are 1-star fighters." Mo Tang furrowed his brow. To be frank, had he not been short on personnel, he would have regarded this ragtag group with disdain. The strongest among them was merely a 2-star fighter, whereas his own guard unit boasted more than 10 individuals of that caliber. Well, the forthcoming matters will require your attention. Strive to integrate these individuals swiftly. For those who refuse to comply, eliminate them without hesitation. I have no time to waste on a bunch of refuse. Also, there should be a few 3-star fighters among the guards who came along, right? Choose one who is reliable and composed to serve as the new leader of this mercenary group." This statement left Zhang Fong momentarily stunned, only to be filled with elation thereafter. He understood that the guards who had accompanied them were all trusted subordinates of his. Mo Tang's arrangement was tantamount to declaring that Qingshan town would now fall under his command, which filled him with joy. However, despite his excitement, Zhang Fong maintained a serious demeanor as he responded, "Yes, I will not disappoint you, my lord." Mo Tang merely acknowledged him with a sound of agreement. Upon arriving at the square and gazing at the neatly arranged remnants of the three major mercenary groups, his piercing gaze swept over each individual. At the forefront stood the former leaders of the three major mercenary groups, powerful fighters. Yet, the moment Mo Tang's gaze fell upon them, even Mu Shi felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill spreading throughout his body from the depths of his heart. Chapter 44. Scheming for Thunderwings. Concerning the affairs of the mercenary group, Mo Tang entrusted them entirely to Zhang Fong, while he returned once more to the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. The arrival of the commanding lord at the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion truly illuminated the humble establishment. Mr. Yao, the proprietor of the pavilion, greeted him with a broad smile, ushering Mo Tang inside. As the largest apothecary in Qingshan town, Mr. Yao was undoubtedly well-versed in various matters. Within half a day, he had already grasped all the details surrounding the three major mercenary groups and was aware of the force behind the recent actions. In truth, the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion had always exuded an air of mystery, a reflection of Mr. Yao's seemingly ordinary demeanor. While the pavilion maintained business relations with numerous factions in Blackrock City, these dealings were merely standard commercial transactions, and he himself held no affiliations with any particular group. The current state of affairs in Qingshan town could be attributed to its proximity to Blackrock City, making it a strategically advantageous location that various factions were reluctant to relinquish. Through mutual competition and compromise, the town found itself in a state of shared ownership, where all could conduct business, yet none could forcibly claim it. Such a phenomenon is not difficult to comprehend and is not unique to this locale. However, mercenaries entrenched in the lower echelons were oblivious to the truth. Thus, under Mr. Yao's intentional crafting, many lowly mercenaries harbored unrealistic speculations about the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. After exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Yao, Mo Tang directly stated his purpose. I wonder if the little medicine fairy is available. I have matters I wish to seek her assistance with. Mr. Yao's eyes flickered with intrigue before he replied, Certainly, I shall summon the little medicine fairy at once. No need, Mr. Yao. You may continue with your tasks. I can find her myself, and Mo Tang responded directly. Very well. I shall have a servant guide you to the backyard. Under the guidance of a maid, Mo Tang proceeded into the garden behind the 10,000 medicine pavilion, encountering numerous patrolling guards along the way, further enhancing his understanding of the pavilion's strength. Upon reaching the door of the little medicine fairy's room, he received permission to enter after the maid announced his arrival. Gazing into the serene and exquisitely arranged room, Mo Tang could not help but marvel at its tranquility, a true testament to its feminine touch. Not only was the decor charming, but he also detected a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Scanning the room, he caught sight of a vague silhouette beyond the pink curtains. Taking a few steps forward, he lifted the veil, allowing his gaze to penetrate the inner sanctum. Upon a modest platform, a young woman clad in a white robe was meticulously preparing powdered medicine, occasionally using a delicate crystal rod to lift a pinch of powder to her nose for a gentle sniff. As she blended in another dose of powder, the woman seemed to sense something, abruptly raising her head. However, when her gaze fell upon the handsome face adorned with a smile, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. She waved gently at Mo Tang, and as he approached, the little healer slightly lowered the powder in her hands, softly inquiring, What brings you, esteemed leader of the Mo clan, to my humble abode? Aren't you occupied with the recruitment of the 3 major mercenary groups? Mo Tang chuckled lightly and replied, Since you refer to me as esteemed leader, does such a trivial matter require my direct involvement? Surely, I can leave it to my subordinates to handle. Ah, so you have come to flaunt your status here? The little healer teased, playfully winking and flashing a radiant smile at Mo Tang. Without hesitation, Mo Tang seated himself across from the girl, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, and replied, Far from it. I have come with a request. A request? The little healer's eyes widened in surprise, her beautiful gaze filled with curiosity. What do you seek from me? Mo Tang's tone turned nonchalant as he stated, I have heard that you possess a remarkable talent for concocting poisons. The little healer's smile faltered, her brows knitting together as she responded coolly, Who told you that? Her profession was that of a healer, not a poison master. She had not disclosed her knowledge of poison making to anyone. Fear not, this information is likely unknown to outsiders, Mo Tang reassured with a gentle laugh. But you know, don't you? The little healer's expression remained unyielding, for she suspected that Mo Tang was not speaking out of ignorance. Upon hearing her words, Mo Tang winked at the girl with a frosty demeanor, remarking, Given our rapport, how can we be considered strangers? You, what nonsense are you spouting? The girl, who had initially worn a grim expression, suddenly blushed deeply at his words. She shot him an annoyed glare, retorting, Who has any relation to you? Montauk Tang shrugged innocently, saying, I merely meant we were good friends, right? My secrets are known to you. Do you wish to shirk responsibility? You. The little healer was tempted to hurl the powder in her hands at him. Yet, inexplicably, her mind drifted back to that moment in a monster forest when he had wrapped his large hands around her waist, leaving her feeling weak and vulnerable. What kind of poison do you desire? Speak quickly and then vanish. Noting her furious demeanor, Mo Tang recognized it was time to tread carefully. He straightened his expression and said earnestly, I am here to inquire if you can concoct a poison capable of slaying a 4th-tier magical beast. A 4th-tier magical beast? The little healer gasped, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. For the people of Qingshan Town, encountering a 4th-tier magical beast was a calamity. Even a 3rd-tier beast could spell disaster. Thus, they typically ventured only to the outskirts, where they might encounter 1st-tier beasts, with 2nd-tier beasts being a rare sight. Mo Tang's request to poison a 4th-tier magical beast was nothing short of shocking. You intend to kill a 4th-tier beast? After her initial shock, a wave of concern washed over the little healer. You are merely a great fighter. Why provoke a 4th-tier magical beast? They are far more fearsome than many human spirit fighters. Seeing her worried expression warmed Mo Tang's heart, yet he explained, Precisely because I lack the confidence to confront a 4th-tier beast, I sought your assistance. I require a lightning attribute flying beast for my training. If I cannot defeat it, I must resort to poison. If you can help me create a poison to slay a 4th-tier magical beast, I shall have a solid chance against it. Chapter 45, Treasure Hunting. The Wind and Thunder Wings represented one of Mo Tang's greatest trump cards. Although he had crafted the Wind Wings using the dual wings of the Gale Hawk, It was merely the most rudimentary form of the wind and thunder wings, which did not satisfy him in terms of flight speed. Hence, he sought the thunder wings within the monster mountain range. Observing the fervent gaze of the young man, the little healer furrowed her brows in contemplation. After an indeterminate period, her voice finally shattered the silence in the room. I apologize, but with my current abilities, I cannot concoct a poison capable of slaying a fourth-tier magical beast. This response left Mo Tang feeling somewhat disheartened. Although he possessed 2 special arrows, they were intended for a 6th-tier peak magical beast, and he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. With his current prowess as a great fighter, and even with the mastery of the Great Star Pursuit bow technique, he still lacked the assurance to slay a 4th-tier flying beast. Noticing the disappointment in his eyes, the little healer hesitated, her lips parting as if she wished to speak, but held back. Detecting her unusual demeanor, Mo Tang inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something we cannot discuss?" The little healer bit her lip before finally stating, "If you could assist me in reaching a certain location, I might be able to resolve this issue." "What location?" Mo Tang furrowed his brow. The little healer appeared torn before finally revealing, "I know of an ancient ruin that contains what I need. If I can retrieve it, I will have the confidence to concoct the poison you require." Upon hearing her words, Mo Tang's eyes lit up. From her description, he deduced that the ruin she referred to was undoubtedly the cave explored by Xiao Yan and the little healer in the original story. It seemed that she had obtained the 7-colored poison classic from there, which had enabled her to commence her training in the cursed poison body. The 7-colored poison classic contained numerous recipes for deadly poisons, making it feasible to concoct a poison to slay a 4th-tier magical beast. However, the classic itself held little allure for Mo Tang. He was more interested in the other treasures within the ruin. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Montauk Tang exclaimed excitedly. Seeing his enthusiasm, the little healer's eyes narrowed warily as she cautioned, "Hold on, we should first agree on how to divide the treasures inside." Montauk Tang, bemused by her reaction, replied, "Come now, do you fear I might hog everything for myself?" The little healer pouted, retorting, "Humph, you never know." Mo Tang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us agree that anything you require shall belong to you. What I need will be mine, and everything else shall be split evenly. How does that sound? That arrangement is too vague. What if what I need is also what you desire?" The little healer remained unconvinced. In response, Mo Tang could only sigh in resignation. There was no helping it. Her concerns were entirely reasonable. After all, the disparity in strength between the 2 parties was monumental. If I truly harbored any ill intentions, it was likely that this young lady would feel utterly incapable of thwarting them. "Would you mind having a bit of faith in me?" I implored. The young healer merely pouted, but refrained from further retorts. "Very well, since it is still early, let us prepare to set forth." The location of the relic she mentioned was situated quite deep within the Beast Mountain range, and not too close to Qingshan Town. However, for someone like Mo Tang, who possessed the ability to fly, it was hardly a concern. As I wrapped my arms around the delicate waist of the young lady, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. Although the young healer, having had a prior experience, still exhibited a hint of shyness, she no longer displayed the intense resistance she had during our first encounter, something she was completely oblivious to. We halted at a designated spot, and under her guidance, I gently landed outside a dense thicket. Observing her, as she surveyed the surroundings for the landmarks she had memorized, she quickly discerned the direction and led me into the heart of the forest. As we ventured deeper, the environment grew progressively dimmer. The thick canopy completely obscured the sunlight, enveloping everything in shadow. After traversing a short distance, the previously murky surroundings suddenly brightened. When I lifted my gaze, I realized we had emerged from the thicket to stand before a steep cliff. Peering down, I beheld a lush expanse of greenery below, a sight of considerable grandeur. Nestled at the cliff's base was a cave, the very relic we sought. The young healer gazed down with palpable excitement. Unfortunately, with the naked eye, nothing was discernible. "Quick, let's descend." Without needing to utter another word, she instinctively positioned herself beside me, wrapping her arms around my neck and urging me onward. Habit. It is indeed a formidable force. Once more encircling the slender waist of the young lady, I unfurled my wings and leapt from the precipice. With meticulous searching from both of us, it did not take long before we discovered an entrance hidden beneath an unusual rocky outcrop. "How cleverly concealed," I remarked softly. While we were searching for the cave, I had noticed multiple red dots on the minimap, all concealed within the cliff, likely inhabited by rock-dwelling beasts such as rock serpents. Had I not possessed the ability to fly, recklessly climbing down the cliff would have posed a significant risk, even for someone like me. As we descended, A whirlwind suddenly erupted from my wings, akin to a tempest scattering fallen leaves, sweeping away the tangled debris of stones and peculiar trees into the ravine below. With the obstructions cleared, we finally beheld the cave that had been left behind by those who came before us. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing passage for 2 or 3 individuals. Inside, darkness reigned, yet a faint glow emanated, imparting an air of mystery akin to a winding path leading into the unknown. Furthermore, we observed numerous knife-like markings etched into the cave's surroundings, though the passage of time had rendered them exceedingly faint. Had it not been for my keen eyesight, I might have overlooked them entirely. This is the place. At last, we can explore. Upon landing, the young healer instinctively withdrew from my embrace, her gaze fixed on the cave, her expression brimming with excitement. Let us proceed and see what treasures we may uncover. I hope it does not disappoint. Bestowing her a gentle smile, I retrieved a torch from my belongings and cautiously advanced into the inky darkness of the cave. Chapter 46. The Division of Spoils. Thanks to the young healer's multifaceted talents, including her knowledge of mechanisms, we effortlessly gained entrance to the stone chamber within the cave. The chamber appeared somewhat austere and spacious, its walls adorned with moonstone for illumination. Bathed in its ethereal glow, I meticulously compared everything within the chamber to the fragments of memory I possessed. However, upon glimpsing the 3 corners of the chamber, I was instantly taken aback. Those corners were filled with an abundance of gleaming gold coins and other precious treasures. The sheer volume of coins, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. My eyes widened in disbelief as I gazed upon the resplendent coins, unable to tear my gaze away. Though I had perused the original text, I could only recall that Xiao Yin and the young healer had obtained 3 treasures: the 7-colored poison scripture, the fragment of the pure lotus fiery heart, and the wing of the eagle within this relic. I had never anticipated encountering such a vast trove of gold and riches. Good heavens! So much wealth! I exclaimed, unable to contain my astonishment. The young healer, observing my reaction to the pile of coins, could not suppress a derisive comment. What a money grubber! I turned my head sharply, my eyes narrowing. I distinctly heard that. And what of it? Am I mistaken? She retorted defiantly. All right, if you're not a money grubber, then you must be noble. In that case, all these coins belong to me. Dream on. After exchanging a few banterous remarks, neither of us made any attempt to seize the wealth. Instead, our gazes settled on a small flower bed fashioned from dirt in one corner. Oh, so many precious medicinal herbs. The young healer gasped, covering her mouth in awe. I, however, was not surprised. Although I was unfamiliar with the specific names of the herbs, as soon as I touched the various flora, a series of notifications from the system chimed in my ears. Intermediate energy discovered. 40 points. Would you like to absorb? Yes. Intermediate energy discovered. 55 points. Would you like to absorb? Yes. Intermediate energy discovered. 70 points. Would you like to absorb? Yes. All of them were classified as intermediate energy, indicating that these herbs were indeed considered exceptionally precious high-level materials by the system. Just as I was reveling in my unexpected fortune, a sudden notification rang out. Intermediate energy discovered. 200 points. Would you like to absorb? Holy moly! I gasped, my eyes widening in disbelief. Before me stood a plant with alternating white and red leaves, its white stalk adorned with crystalline-like formations, while the fiery red crown appeared to flicker as if aflame. The juxtaposition of such contrasting colors and properties, growing from a single plant, was nothing short of extraordinary. A gentle mist swirled around this remarkable flora, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Could it be that this was the ice spirit flame grass obtained by a Xiao Yin in the original text? Mo Tang couldn't help but speak out loud. But because the voice was too small, the little medical immortal didn't hear it clearly. He only heard the name of the ice spirit flame grass. This surprised her instantly, and she looked at Mo Tang curiously, saying, "Do you actually know each other?" Cough, cough. Mo Tang cleared his throat and then said seriously, "Of course. Because this spiritual herb is the one I have been searching for many years and is very important to me." "Go ahead. Stop it." Xiao Yixian completely believed this guy's nonsense and said, "Don't try to deceive me. This ice spirit flame grass is the most precious here. Don't try to swallow it alone." After the little medical immortal collected all the herbs in the flower bed and put them into a special jade bottle, Mo Tang, who had already found the keys to the 3 stone boxes on the other side, waved his hand and shouted, come on. We're going to start dividing the spoils." The little medical fairy holding more than 10 jade bottles couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard the other person's words. Can you speak? What a cruel way to divide the spoils. Mo Tang didn't care about the little girl's roast. He rubbed his hands and held the key and said, "Come on, let's open it first and see what's around here." The little doctor nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Unlike in the original work, only the two of them know about it now, so there's no need to worry about someone tracking or anything. So both of them feel particularly relaxed. Opening the first stone box and looking at the scroll inside, the little medical fairy's face immediately showed a look of surprise. What is this? Curiously approaching, Mo Tang pretended not to know and asked. A book that records how to prepare poison. Little medical fairy didn't pay attention to her head, which was almost resting on her shoulder. She flipped over the colorful scroll and smiled as she said, "Poison scripture." Mo Tang deliberately stretched out his voice and said, "Then this thing is useless to me. Give it to you." "Thank you." Listening to Mo Tang's words, Xiao Yixian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded gratefully towards the former. Just at this glance, I suddenly realized that the distance between the two was too close, and my breath could directly hit each other's face, which made the girl feel embarrassed again. "Bastard, come take advantage of me again." Glancing at the other person with gritted teeth, the little medical immortal directly stuffed the scroll of the 7-colored poison scripture into his arms and moved it to a different position. "Come on, take a look at the next." Mo Tang and smirk, quickly changing the topic. "Is it another scroll?" Looking at the black scroll placed inside the box, Montauk Tang's eyebrows suddenly lifted. Reaching out his hand, Mo Tang took out the black scroll from the box and carefully flipped through it. Finally, his gaze lingered on the small words on the side of the scroll. Xian Jie Advanced Flying Fighting Skill. Eagle Wings. Next to him, the little medical fairy also widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the flying combat technique?" She had watched Mo Tang's swift wings up close before, which was very magical. Mo Tang smiled slightly, and then in the shocked eyes of the little girl, he directly threw the scroll in his hand to the other party. "This is you." Xiao Yixian's heart trembled, and then he spoke cautiously. Mo Tang shrugged his shoulders. "I already have flying combat skills, and they're much stronger than this eagle wing, so I don't like this thing. I'll give it to you." This. It's rare that the little Dr. Fairy felt a bit flustered for the first time. Mo Tang smiled slightly at this and said, "Didn't we say it before? What is obtained belongs to whoever is useful. I already have flying combat skills myself, so this should be yours, and you don't have to be embarrassed." "Okay then." Holding the scroll in her hand, the little medical fairy felt delighted in her heart. Not only because I obtained a precious flying combat skill, but also because of the attitude of the person in front of me. Chapter 47, 6 stars. The third box is also a roll of martial arts. The advanced martial arts of the Xian level and the wild lion chanting. In the original work, this box was snatched by the young leader of the wolf-headed mercenary group, Mu Li, and finally forcibly opened by Mu Snake to obtain this combat skill. Unfortunately, this fighting technique only appeared once, and then the Mu Snake was killed by Xiao Yan. Crazy Lion Chant, advanced martial arts at the Xian level, consumes a large amount of fighting qi to form a violent energy crazy lion, which can shatter all obstacles in front of it. This can be considered a very powerful combat technique, and it is also very practical for the current Mo Tang. "Then, this battle skill belongs to me." The little doctor nodded repeatedly and said, Please put away quickly. There are 3 stone boxes in total, and the things inside are all extremely precious. I got 2 rolls myself, which made little medical immortal feel a little guilty. Of course, if she knew that Mo Tang had secretly collected the most precious fragment of the strange fire, I wonder if she would still think so. Originally, I thought to Xiao Yixian that since I had taken advantage in this area, I would give more of the other things to Mo Tang in the future. But when those jade vases containing medicinal herbs were placed in front of the two of them, the little girl suddenly felt reluctant again. What should I do? The little medical fairy held her head, her tangled head getting bigger. Mo Tang was speechless when he saw this. But he didn't expect this girl who had always given him a mature and stable feeling to have such a side. Okay, how about this? You give me that ice spirit flame grass, and I'll take 1/3 of the rest, okay? Although the bottles in front of me are filled with energy points, they are incomparable to what I saw in the Wind and Thunder Emperor ruins. Among these medicinal herbs, except for the ice spirit flame grass, the remaining ones only have an average of 50 to 60 points per plant. Based on the information provided by his system, Mo Tang selected the 5 plants with the highest energy points and gave the remaining 10 plants all to the little medical immortal. Xiao Yixian is also very happy about this allocation. Although the other party took away the most precious spiritual medicine, I have a lot in my hands. So, everyone is happy. The remaining possessions, on the contrary, did not cause too much confusion for the two of them, and were split equally between them. According to Mo Tang's calculations, all the gold coins and other belongings here would be worth around 700,000 yuan, which would be over 300,000 yuan for each of them. Enough for them to squander for a long time. Mo Tang is well aware that after obtaining the 7-colored poison scripture, the little medical immortal will activate her own difficult poison body, and she will need a large amount of precious poisonous herbs to cultivate at that time. This also requires a significant amount of financial support. If supported by sufficient poison, the cultivation speed of the Yinan poison body will be extremely terrifying. And even Mo Tang suspects that the other party will not be worse than him as a cheat. However, considering the instability of the Ernan toxin body, it is likely that the little medical immortal in this life can only live alone in a remote area. At this point in time, it is still about half a year before Xiao Yin and Xiao Yixin meet in the original work. I don't know what kind of life this change will ultimately lead to for Xiao Yixin. I hope she won't be as desolate as in the original work, forcing a gentle and kind little girl to become a poisonous girl who ignores human life. At this thought, a hint of pity flashed in the eyes as they stared at the inverted white figure in front of them. Across from him, the young healer, who had just been about to speak, inadvertently caught sight of the expression on the face of the youth before her, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. What kind of look is that? The girl's voice snapped Mo Tang back to reality. Observing her demeanor, he quickly tucked away his thoughts and let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Oh, it's nothing really. I was simply taken aback by the abundance of treasures I've just acquired." "What nonsense!" The young healer shot him an exasperated glance. The several 100,000 gold coins, piled high like a small mountain, were clearly beyond her capacity to carry, so in the end, they were stowed away in Mo Tang's spatial ring, to be converted into a gold card at a bank or gold shop outside the village when they had the chance. However, such transactions could only be conducted in a first-rate city like Blackrock City. Therefore, shortly after returning to Qingshan Town, Mo Tang set off alone back to Blackrock City. With over 300,000 gold coins, Mo Tang spent around 100,000 gold coins to purchase some low-level energy herbs, while the remainder was saved to prepare for a future breakthrough in doling. There was no choice. The cost of rare herbs of the 4th grade and above would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures, so he needed to be well prepared from this point onward. To this end, he made a special trip to the Miter auction house to cultivate a relationship with the steward lay of the Miter family, requesting that if he came across any rare herbs at auction, he should set them aside for Mo Tang, even if it meant paying a bit more. Although the steward lay responded with a warm and friendly smile, Mo Tang couldn't shake the feeling that the man seemed rather untrustworthy. After all, Blackrock City boasted a branch of the Alchemist Guild, and with such a branch existing, the number of alchemists in the city far exceeded that of other large cities. Given this situation, any precious herbs would directly flow into the hands of those alchemists. In this regard, Mo Tang currently lacked the confidence to compete with those affluent individuals. After absorbing the herbs he had purchased for over 120,000 gold coins, he found himself with only 980 points of low-level energy, nearly 200 points less than before. It was a harsh reality. As previously mentioned, these herbs were not always readily available, and sometimes, even with wealth, one could not obtain them. His extravagant purchases had caused a slight stir in the low-level herb market of Blackrock City, resulting in a 20% increase in prices for many herbs. It was likely that countless individuals would be cursing him behind his back. However, Mo Tang remained unfazed by such matters. His focus was solely on enhancing his own strength. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 5-star Grand Dome Master. Cultivation techniques. Thunderous Qi, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Qi, perfection. Combat skills. Triple Blade Qi, perfection. Beast Blood Body Forging Technique, first layer. Beast Blood Body Forging Technique, second layer. Shooting Star Bout Technique, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, minor accomplishment. Available energy points. Low level, 226, 980, 1206. Mid level, 210, 048, 025, 80. After some deliberation, he decided to elevate the advanced skill Roar of the Mad Lion that he had obtained from the ruins. However, the energy points required for such an upgrade were considerable. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to elevate Roar of the Mad Lion to the level of great accomplishment, boosting his overall strength by 1 star, thus transforming him into, name, Mo Tang. Level, 6-star Grand Dome Master. Cultivation techniques. Thunderous Qi, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Qi, perfection. Combat skills. Triple Blade Qi, perfection. Roar of the Mad Lion, great accomplishment. Beast Blood Body Forging Technique, first layer. Beast Blood Body Forging Technique, second layer. Shooting Star Bout Technique, great accomplishment. Wind and Thunder Wings, minor accomplishment. Available energy points. Low level, 300. Mid level, 2580. The remaining 300 points, though insufficient to elevate his cultivation by another star, were earmarked for use in enhancing his beast blood body forging technique when he encountered suitable magical beasts. This secret technique was equally potent in augmenting his battle prowess as a cultivation upgrade. With Mo Tang's current status as a 6-star Grand Dou Master, his speed could rival even that of a peak Grand Dou Master, with significant enhancements in strength and physical resilience. All of this was attributed to the merits of the beast blood body forging technique. As for the technique itself, he would continue to seek the essence of wind, attribute magical beasts for his training. Mo Tang had considered experimenting with other attributes, such as the earth attribute for strength and defense, or the fire attribute for its burning and explosive capabilities, all of which could greatly enhance personal combat effectiveness. However, he harbored deep reservations regarding the incompatibility of beast blood. Although he had successfully merged the essences of 2 different magical beasts without incident thus far, he remained cautious, especially between differing attributes. Should any complications arise, it would be too late for regret. After spending approximately half a month in Blackrock City to attend to various matters, he prepared a purple gold card for the young healer and purchased several peculiar and highly toxic herbs for her, spending several tens of thousands of gold coins. Remarkably, these toxins often exceeded the prices of many rare herbs, and due to their narrow applications, they were challenging to procure on the market. Consequently, despite investing considerable time and money, the quantity acquired was rather limited. Mo Tang found it hard to imagine what a reckless spender the young healer might become if she, like him, relied on purchasing toxins for her cultivation in the future. Reflecting on the original story, the young healer's rise to prominence as a poison master occurred only after reaching the renowned Yuan Empire. Moreover, given her initially aloof demeanor, it was likely that her formation of a power, such as the poison sect, was motivated by the necessity to secure resources for her cultivation. In this world, talent is paramount, yet resources hold equal importance. Relying solely on individual strength is insufficient for rapid ascension in this realm, a lesson Mo Tang had gleaned from his previous life through reading. Thus, from the very beginning, his goal had been to establish himself as a dominant family in the Eastern Province, akin to the Mo family. 3 days later, Mo Tang returned once more to Qingshan Town. He first visited a weapons shop to check on the status of the 500 specially crafted Wulong iron spine arrows he had commissioned. These arrows, characterized by their flat, spear-like heads, possessed exceptional penetrating power and were easily coated with deadly toxins. Crafted from fine iron with meticulously forged arrowheads, each arrow commanded a price of 50 gold coins. Were it not for his recent windfall, Mo Tang could scarcely have justified such extravagant spending on arrows. For several days, only 1/5 of the 500 arrows had been completed, a pace that left Mo Tang feeling quite helpless. With no alternative to ensure the quality of the arrows, he could not hasten the process. After reviewing the progress, he decided to visit the Wan Yaozhai to see the little medical sage, intending to inquire about her research on poisons and whether she had discovered any formulas that met his requirements. However, to his surprise, as soon as he entered the back courtyard of Wan Yaozhai, he was met with a sudden commotion from the direction of a noise. It appeared that the incident was occurring in the very courtyard where the little medical sage resided. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Tang leapt into action, soaring over the high walls and landing directly within the courtyard of the little medical sage. Inside, he found her assistant, Liffy, frantically running towards the exit, and they collided as Mo Tang vaulted in. There was no time to savor the delightful sensation of a woman in his embrace. He immediately grasped Liffy by the shoulders and urgently inquired, "What is happening? What has occurred?" "Miss Little Medical Sage, she has fainted," Liffy stammered. "What?" Mo Tang's heart sank as he recalled the ominous implications of her words. Ignoring any decorum between the sexes, he was ready to rush into the room. "Stop! There's poison inside," Liffy quickly intervened. Her warning only intensified Mo Tang's apprehensions. Without hesitation, he commanded Liffy, "Stay outside and guard the entrance. No one is to enter. If anyone dares to inquire, tell them it was my order. I shall not hesitate to kill anyone who intrudes." The curse of the evil poison body. From Liffy's earlier words, Mo Tang was certain that the little medical sage's evil poison body had awakened, and due to unforeseen circumstances, its power had surged. Although she was currently too weak to pose a significant threat, even ordinary fighters or Dou Masters might succumb to her venom if they came into contact with her now. However, his concern about preventing others from entering was not solely about the risk of collateral damage. It was the fear that someone might expose the nature of the little medical sage's condition, thereby revealing her identity as the bearer of the evil poison body. If that were to happen, her life could be in grave danger. After dismissing Liffy, Mo Tang approached the door and forcefully kicked it open, sending it flying off its hinges. He rushed inside, only to be immediately assaulted by a cloud of noxious smoke that caused him to cough violently. Realizing that merely inhaling the fumes made him slightly dizzy, his expression shifted as he quickly unleashed a powerful wave of Dou Qi from his palm, sweeping the toxic mist out through the windows. Just as he had surmised, the potency of the poison was not particularly strong. Otherwise, Liffey would never have escaped unscathed. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Mo Tang finally beheld the scene within the room. There, nestled within a green canopy, lay the little medical sage, her eyes tightly shut and her once rosy complexion now displaying an eerie array of colors. Indeed, Mo Tang felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. The evil poisoned body had truly awakened. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to feel. In some respects, if he could penetrate the depths of the little medical sage's heart under such circumstances, he might gain a formidable ally in the future, akin to Xiao Yan from the original tale. Yet witnessing such a kind and gentle girl, one who aspired to be a pharmacist, being forced into the role of a ruthless poison maiden because of her innate constitution filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. Though it seemed overly sentimental, it was a genuine reflection of his feelings at that moment. Chapter 49. A physician, not a poison master. Thus, oblivious to the uproar outside the door, Mo Tang remained seated quietly within the room, gazing at the unconscious girl on the bed. Time passed, and eventually the little medical sage slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate hand stirred, her gaze falling upon the dark poison in her grasp, and a bitter smile began to form on her lips. Moments later, the bitterness intensified, and she abruptly pulled the quilt over her face, emitting a series of soft, stuttering sobs from beneath the covers. I should have controlled myself better. How wretched. I am seated on a chair. Mo Tang felt a heaviness in his heart as he listened to her delicate whimpers. Rising slowly, he positioned himself at the edge of the bed, gently patting the covered figure of the little medical sage. Sensing the touch, the covers were suddenly thrown aside, revealing the man sitting beside her. The little medical sage's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly wiped away her tears, softly asking, "When did you return? How did you get in?" "I just got back today, and I came in while you were unconscious," Mo Tang replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage's expression shifted slightly, and the black poison she had been clutching retreated into the quilt. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, "You didn't touch me, did you?" Mo Tang rolled his eyes in jest, teasing, "Do I appear so untrustworthy in your eyes? I would never take advantage of a girl while she is in a state of unconsciousness. I prefer to be straightforward." "Go to hell," the little medical sage retorted with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. However, perhaps due to her recent awakening and weakened state, her voice came out soft and delicate, making her seem quite endearing in Mo Tang's eyes. Taking a deep breath, the little medical sage strived to steady her emotions and then, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Do you know what just happened to me?" Observing the flicker of fear in her eyes, Mo Tang remained silent for a long moment before finally responding, "I do." "How would you possibly know?" The girl's face was filled with astonishment. Mo Tang raised a finger, and before her astonished gaze, he brushed it against her lips, revealing a trace of black powder that had been isolated by his Dou Qi. At this, the girl's complexion shifted. Mo Tang's large hand brushed through her hair as he spoke calmly. "I've heard of the evil poison body, a rare constitution, on one occasion." Upon hearing his words, the little medical sage realized that he genuinely understood her condition, and a sorrowful smile graced her lips as she bit her plump lower lip, saying, "Then you must be frightened of me." Gazing into the tears that streamed down her delicate cheeks, Mo Tang shook his head slightly, a warm smile playing on his lips. He gently patted her head, saying softly, "If I were scared, would I be sitting so close to you and talking? I would have long since fled." Upon hearing this, the little medical sage's eyes widened, her tears pausing momentarily as she stared at Mo Tang. "You truly are not frightened of me? Will you still be my friend in the future?" Mo Tang chuckled heartily, winking at the girl on the bed, and replied, "I desire more than just friendship with you." His somewhat brazen statement made the young girl blush furiously, her face turning crimson as if steam were rising from it. "You're talking nonsense. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you." Regrettably, such a threat bore no weight, and thus Mo Tang continued to gaze at the young maiden with a playful demeanor, until she, in her shyness, averted her eyes. However, within her heart, the sensation was sweeter than honey, just as the atmosphere in the room grew more intimate. A sudden clamor from outside startled the enamored couple. Frowning slightly, Mo Tang patted the quilt covering the little healer and said, You should rest here for a moment. I will attend to those outside. The little healer discerned the identities of the voices beyond the door, and a trace of worry flitted across her face. With her calamity-poisoned body now awakened, remaining in the Wanyao Hall would inevitably lead to exposure sooner or later, leaving her in a state of melancholy. Mo Tang noticed her concern and reassured her, "Do not fret. I will handle everything." Upon hearing the words of the man before her, the little healer's previous anxiety dissipated instantaneously. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to develop an inexplicable sense of reliance on him. Mo Tang pushed open the door and encountered Mr. Yao, who had barged into the courtyard, disregarding Liffey's attempts to stop him, along with a squad of guards. His expression darkened immediately. However, upon seeing a large man emerge from the little healer's room, Mr. Yao's visage soured as well. Montauk Tung. Intruding upon another's backyard without the owner's consent is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Mo Tang dismissed the remark entirely, his voice cold. Did I not make myself clear? Anyone who dares to intrude will meet their end. It appears you have not taken my warning to heart. You. Mr. Yao's face turned a shade of fury and mockery, and he retorted coldly, Mo Tang, you must understand that this is Wanyao Hall, not your Qingshan mercenary corps. Here, you have no authority to issue commands. Huh? Montauk Tang scoffed. What Wanyao Hall? Do you truly consider yourself significant? You must realize that my restraint towards Wanyao Hall is not out of fear, but rather due to a lack of necessity. A mere apothecary like yours holds no value in my eyes. Do not attempt to use your flimsy connections to intimidate me. Truth be told, I do not regard them highly. You. Mr. Yao's countenance was livid, yet he found himself powerless against the man before him and could only respond with a cold. Very well, you possess great power, and we cannot provoke you. However, the little healer, being a physician employed by Wanyao Hall, has saved countless lives over the years in Qingshan Town. If anything were to happen to her, it would not only be difficult for me to account for, but I doubt you would wish to face the wrath of the mercenaries outside. Having reached this point, the matter could be conveniently sidestepped. And Mo Tang replied, Rest assured, I merely asked the little healer to prepare some poison for me. It was her first encounter with such substances. She accidentally inhaled some toxic fumes and fainted, but she has already recovered. Mr. Yao's brow furrowed at these words, and he exclaimed coldly, What? Preparing poison? And Mo Tang, you must comprehend that the little healer is a life-saving physician, not a poison master. It is utterly absurd to ask a physician to concoct poison for you. Chapter 50, Poison Formula. It is no wonder Mr. Yao was enraged. After all, while poison masters, like physicians, are recognized professions on the continent, the reputation of such practitioners is far from favorable. Many hold a certain dread towards dealings with poison masters, for their stealthy methods can unsettle any opponent or even friend. Moreover, the little healer, with her calamity poison body, is akin to a grandmaster among poison masters. Should people discover her possessing such abilities, she would instantly transform from a figure of admiration to one of fear and disdain. Such a transformation is not something a mere teenage girl could endure, nor is it something Mo Tang wishes to facilitate. Observing Mr. Yao in a state of exasperation, Mo Tang remained indifferent. And what of it? Whether she is a physician or a poison master, as long as I require her services, she shall comply. Ignoring the murderous glare of Mr. Yao, he continued, Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you. From now on, the employment relationship between Wanyao Hall and the little healer has concluded. She will henceforth be my personal physician. You ought to remember that. Now, enough of your obstruction. I'm taking her with me. This decision was a necessity. With the awakening of the calamity poison body, the little healer could no longer remain at Wanyao Hall. To ensure she leave a favorable impression on the people of Qingshan Town, Mo Tang felt it best to assume the role of the villain himself. Though this may not be the optimal solution, Mo Tang was confident it was the simplest and most direct approach. As for whether the lower-tier mercenaries would retaliate against the Qingshan mercenary corps out of rage for his perceived transgression against their goddess, did it truly matter? After all, this was merely a trivial act for him. Any ensuing issues could be entrusted to Zhang Fong to handle. Watching Mo Tang stride into the room, Mr. Yao nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, when he saw the white figure of the little healer being led out by the man, he lacked the courage to intervene. There was no way around it. A formidable Dou master could effortlessly annihilate him and the cadre of Dou level guards around him. In the face of such an entity, Wanyao Hall had no capacity for resistance. You little rascal, just you wait. As he watched the disappearing figures, Mr. Yao could only leave behind a silent threat. However, once the little healer was brought to the headquarters of the Qingshan Mercenary Corps in the south of the city, tales of Mo Tang forcibly seizing the little healer began to circulate throughout Qingshan Town, creating quite a stir. Yet that was all amounted to. Perhaps previously, the three major mercenary groups would have been cautious of the scattered lower-tier mercenaries, but after Mo Tang's consolidation, the strength of the Qingshan mercenary corps was far more than mere arithmetic. With over 300 members, each at least a 2-star Dou fighter, alongside dozens of Mo family guards exceeding 5 stars and 7 Dou masters, they had established themselves as a dominant force in Qingshan town. Anyone daring to provoke them would need to contemplate the dire consequences. In such a climate, half a month swiftly passed, with ample support and poisons. The little healer successfully condensed a Dou Qi cyclone and broke through to the rank of Dou fighter. This pace of cultivation astonished not only the little healer herself, but also left Mo Tang utterly amazed. She was rapidly catching up with him. On a particular day, the little healer eagerly pulled Mo Tang into her room, oblivious to the curious glances from the surrounding servants. "Hey, I have something wonderful to show you." With her hands clasped behind her back, the little medical sage looked at the bewildered Mo Tang and playfully asked, "What is it?" Montauk Tang, equally curious, replied, "What is it? Show me." As he gazed upon the scroll that the little medical sage unfurled before him, realization dawned on him instantly. "Have you found the poison formula I need?" Seeing her nod in affirmation, Mo Tang's heart leaped with joy. It was worth noting that he had initiated the search for information regarding 4th-tier lightning attribute flying magical beasts in a monster beast mountain range a month prior. Although the members of the Qingshan mercenary group lacked the strength to delve deep into the heart of the mountains, they were still capable of uncovering some clues. Just 3 days ago, he had received word that traces of a 4th-tier magical beast, the purple-winged thunderwolf, had been discovered in the southeastern direction of the mountain range. He had been preparing to investigate personally. As Mo Tang meticulously examined the poison formula derived from the colorful poison classic, the little medical sage elaborated, "Hemolytic poison is an exceptionally potent toxin, effective even against a Dou Wang level expert. Remarkably, this poison constricts the throat upon contact with blood. It infiltrates the enemy's vital meridians within mere breaths, rendering them instantly defenseless. Within an hour, its toxicity permeates the entire body, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that leads to death." In summary, this was a poison that acted swiftly, although its lethality was somewhat delayed. However, for Mo Tang, it was entirely sufficient. What ingredients are required to concoct this poison? This was the question that truly piqued Mo Tang's interest. Among the myriad formulas documented in the colorful poison classic, there were indeed many powerful poisons. Yet, the more potent the poison, the more rare and precious the required ingredients. Some were so obscure that neither Mo Tang nor the little medical sage had even heard of them, let alone acquired them. Thus, the little medical sage had to painstakingly research each formula, seeking one that was both effective and feasible to prepare. The necessary ingredients are Huangji, Bei Yi, Huoma, Miwu Lu, Yunling, Ku Pai, Ilan Xiang, and Yu Exinlan, the little medical sage enumerated, counting on her fingers. Most of these ingredients were not inherently poisonous. For instance, Bei Yi was an auxiliary material for refining qi recovery pills, while Huangji served as an auxiliary for hemostatic powders. Nevertheless, when these seemingly innocuous ingredients were combined in a specific order, they transformed into a genuine poison. Montauk Tang, lacking knowledge about herbs, appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting the little medical sage to chuckle and clarify. Among the 8 materials in this formula, Huangji, Bei Yi, Huoma, Ku Pai, and Ilan Xiang are not particularly rare and shouldn't be overly expensive for you. However, the other 3 ingredients are quite scarce. I know a location where Mi Wu Lu should grow, but Yunling and Yu Exinlan can only be found in the Great Desert. We'll have to look for them in Black Rock City. Perhaps there they might be available. Moreover, this is the best formula I could find that has accessible ingredients. If that doesn't work, well, you understand. Chapter 51. Gathering herbs. Upon witnessing the little medical sage's gesture of exasperation, Mo Tang smiled gently. "Fear not, I can handle this." Coincidentally, Zhang Feng is heading back to Black Rock City in the next couple of days. I'll ask him to make a trip to the Maitel auction house. Given the strength of the Maitel family, as long as the price is right, I believe procuring Yunling and Yu Exinlan shouldn't pose a problem. After all, these 2 herbs are scarce, but not particularly precious. Their only drawback is their distant growing location from Black Rock City. The little medical sage nodded in agreement. That's good. Then, let us plan a trip to the monster beast mountain range. I also have many herbs to gather. Purchasing everything would be far too wasteful. Having grown up in a small village reliant on herb gathering, she was well aware of the numerous herb collection points within the monster beast mountain range. However, due to her lack of strength, she was hesitant to venture into many areas. With Mo Tang, a powerful Dou Qi by her side, she felt reassured. Naturally, Mo Tang was equally pleased, as he too required various herbs to enhance his own strength. After discussing their plans, the two decided to set out the following morning for a herb collection site that the little medical sage remembered, aiming to search for Mi Wu Lu while also gathering other herbs. The next day, at the entrance of the small town, numerous mercenaries congregated, calling out to individual mercenaries seeking entry into the mountains. Upon noticing the two figures approaching from afar, many instinctively moved aside, while others glared with expressions of resentment and animosity. Yet, these glares posed no tangible threat to the newcomers, incapable even of meeting their gaze. As Mo Tang brazenly placed his hand around the waist of his beloved in front of the crowd, the sound of shattered hearts echoed within many onlookers. "Let us go," he said softly to the girl in his embrace, and with a flash of blue light, they swiftly vanished into the dense forest ahead. Feeling the rush of wind by her ears, the little medical sage nestled her head against Mo Tang's chest and couldn't help but laugh. "You truly are something. Didn't you notice the looks those people were giving you, as if they wanted to devour you whole?" Mo Tang chuckled, tightening his embrace, and what of it? That does not change the fact that their goddess is currently in my arms. Ugh, you speak nonsense. As the two exchanged playful banter, they arrived at a small basin. Within the basin, a variety of medicinal herbs thrived, and upon entering, the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air, providing an invigorating sensation. It was unclear what caused the energy within this depression to be denser and purer than outside, allowing these herbs to flourish in abundance. Mo Tang observed the basin, noting its considerable size and the swirling mist that obscured visibility. According to the little medical sage, this spot was inadvertently discovered by their village, but they had only dared to explore its periphery. Years after the village's destruction, the little medical sage had joined the Wan Yao Zhai, yet she had never revealed the existence of this herb-gathering site to anyone. Occasionally, she would sneak back to check on it while the herb-gathering team was nearby. On one such occasion, she had glimpsed a plant known as cloud mist grass deep within the fog of the basin. The Mi Wu Lu they sought this time was, in fact, the dew condensed from this very cloud mist grass. As they traversed the basin's perimeter, Mo Tang instinctively sensed a hint of danger upon encountering the thick white mist ahead. "Stay close behind me and be cautious," he instructed. The little medical sage understood his concern, nodding in silent acknowledgement while inching closer to him. Taking a deep breath, Mo Tang's expression turned serious as he stepped into the mist. Just as they advanced less than 200 meters, a sudden gust of wind swept towards them, transforming the morning fog into a vibrant pink hue that enveloped them entirely. Within the dense, pink mist lingered a faint, sweet aroma, evoking a sense of irresistible allure. "Beware, this fog is toxic." The young healer, acutely sensitive to poisonous gases, immediately sensed the danger and offered a warning. Observing her alarm, Mo Tang swiftly raised his hand, attempting to disperse the poisonous vapor with his robust fighting spirit. Alas, their current predicament rendered such efforts futile. As they were enveloped in the thick fog, "This is an antidote I prepared. You must take it immediately." The young healer hastily retrieved a bundle of paper from her waist, unveiling a fine green powder. To be candid, she felt a wave of anxiety as she produced the remedy. After all, the recipient was well aware of her identity as a poison master, possessing the exceedingly rare calamity poison body. Such a person would require immense courage to accept anything from her, let alone coexist in close proximity. Despite Mo Tang's earlier display of indifference towards her identity, the healer remained apprehensive that he might reject her aid. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Tang was oblivious to the turmoil within the girl's heart. Upon seeing the medicine offered, he exhibited no hesitation, swallowing the powder in one swift motion. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his mouth, prompting him to smirk in delight. "Not bad at all," he mused, relishing the flavor. The sight of him savoring the taste elicited an involuntary laugh from the young healer, stirring her heart with warmth from his unhesitant action. Yet, this fleeting sentiment was quickly overshadowed by the realization that they were entirely engulfed in the pink, toxic mist. Soon, Mo Tang discerned something amiss. The sudden onslaught of poison was far more viscous than he had anticipated. Although he could momentarily disperse some of the fog with a powerful strike, more of it surged forth from all directions, coalescing to reclaim the space around them. Visibility had diminished to a perilous low, even standing in proximity. It was challenging to discern one another's features. "This is no ordinary natural poison mist. Stay alert." Mo Tang, regaining his senses, swiftly grasped the soft hand of the young healer, pulling her behind him. Instantly, his fighting armor enveloped him, and a pair of azure wings, stretching over 3 meters, unfurled behind him, shielding her as well. Silver arcs of lightning danced upon the wings, incinerating the encroaching pink fog upon contact. Chapter 52. Encountering Danger. A magical beast? The azure light flickered in Mo Tang's eyes. The blood of a wind, a tribute magical beast, heightened his visual acuity, granting him a sharper insight than the average person. The fleeting shadow amid the mist revealed the presence of a poison attribute magical beast at play. Consulting the small map on his system, he noted an overwhelming cluster of red dots surrounding them. With a resonant clang, his blade was drawn. The keen edge of the wind spirit blade shimmered with azure fighting spirit, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing paper. With a swift motion, a sharp blade aura shot forth, cleaving a shadow that darted past them in two. Is that a scorpion? Mo Tang observed the palm-sized creature on the ground, its body translucent and resembling pink crystal, and felt a flicker of surprise. Moreover, it appeared to be an ordinary scorpion, not a magical beast. This was puzzling, for he had distinctly sensed a trace of magical energy moments ago, indicating it was no ordinary creature. Behind him, the young healer, sheltered by Mo Tang's swift wings, struggled to peek over his shoulder. That S.A. crystal scorpion, she exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting the creature. Mo Tang, however, was not in a mood to appreciate the softness at his back. Do you know about these creatures? He inquired directly. With a grave expression, the young healer nodded. I've seen them mentioned in the 7-colored poison canon. These crystal scorpions are not magical beasts, but rather a peculiar species of toxic entity. Their bodies are as hard as crystal, yet they harbor vast amounts of poison within. Typically, these scorpions live in groups, releasing an abundance of toxic mist around their nests to safeguard their territory. Furthermore, they do not produce toxins themselves. Instead, they consume poisonous substances from their prey, refining and storing the toxins within their bodies. The colors of their exteriors vary according to the toxins they ingest. Thus, while this crystal scorpion appears pink, it is merely the hue of the toxins it contains. Its true form is colorless. Just as their conversation concluded, a rustling sound echoed from all directions. This is bad. We are surrounded, the young healer gasped. Given the scorpion's small size and their matching coloration with the toxic mist, even Mo Tang could only spot them when they approached closely. Sensing their impending proximity, a cold glint flashed in Mo Tang's eyes. With a swift motion, he redirected his blade, unleashing a massive azure blade aura that tore through the surrounding pink mist, carving a wide opening in the ground. A piercing shriek followed, causing the young healer to instinctively cover her ears. Mo Tang's vision revealed dozens of similar pink scorpions obliterated by his strike. Yet, regrettably, as soon as one fell, more scorpions surged forth, overwhelming the space and sending shivers down his spine. The sound of clashing blades resonated loudly. A barrage of furious blade auras ripped through the mist, leaving behind a trail of scorpion carcasses. Yet, even with Mo Tang's formidable fighting spirit, annihilating the tidal wave of scorpions seemed an impossible feat to stop. Please, no more. The young healer, struggling against a splitting headache, weakly interjected. What? Mo Tang turned, perplexed. Her face pale, she insisted, when these crystal scorpions perish, the toxins within them are released into the air. Have you not noticed that the surrounding mist is thickening? At her words, Mo Tang felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had been so consumed by the frenzy of slaughtering the scorpions that he had overlooked the escalating danger surrounding them. This is dire. I've unwittingly fallen under the influence of the toxic mist. Upon reaching this realization, a sudden chill coursed through Mo Tang's body. These scorpions were indeed cunning, luring intruders with their very lives, leading them unwittingly into a massacre induced by their lethal venom, ultimately resulting in mutual annihilation. Let us depart swiftly. The young healer understood that the antidote she had concocted was utterly ineffective against this toxic mist, leaving them with no option but to escape the area shrouded in poison. Coincidentally, Mo Tang shared the same sentiment. He promptly stowed away his long blade into his spatial ring, turned, and enveloped the young woman in his embrace. With a sweep of his azure wings, a gust of wind erupted from their position. We are leaving. With a sharp whistle, the pair soared into the air, ascending the heights of over 100 meters in mere breaths, breaking free from the toxic fog's grasp. Upon inhaling the fresh air, Mo Tang felt his breathing ease significantly. The mental lethargy that had clouded his mind began to dissipate, but as he gazed upon the crimson mist below, he found himself at a loss. With a final sigh of regret, he cradled the young healer and swiftly flew to the outskirts of the fog-laden basin. Once they landed, the young healer hastily extricated herself from his warm embrace, a faint blush adorning her previously pallid complexion. She had not been affected by the toxic mist. Rather, it was the cacophony of the scorpions that had inflicted considerable harm upon her. "Are you all right?" Mo Tang inquired, noticing her gently brushing her long hair with her fingers. Mifine. Stealing her emotions, she turned to Mo Tang, preparing to ask him how he was feeling, only to be taken aback by the faint bluish hue that had settled upon his once handsome visage. Has he been poisoned? Panic surged within her as she opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, the young man who had just rescued her from peril unleashed a spout of fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the young healer was rendered speechless. Once she regained her composure, she rushed to his side. Montak Tung, what is the matter? Alas, the young man lay unconscious, unable to respond to her frantic calls. At that moment, she was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness and fear, one she had never experienced before, not even when her village and parents vanished before her eyes. Yet, despite her outward fragility, the young healer possessed an indomitable spirit. Though this sudden turn of events momentarily disoriented her, she forced herself to regain her composure. I must save him. This became her sole conviction. Chapter 53, A Beautiful Dream. After assessing Mo Tang's condition and discovering that his poisoning was not beyond remedy, a wave of relief washed over her. However, she was perplexed. The pink mist, while sinister, did not seem to possess the rapid lethality of a true poison. Why then had it ensnared a prepared great fighter so easily? This was simply illogical. If the toxin were indeed so potent and effective, what need would there be for cultivation? Wouldn't everyone become a poison master? Producing a silver needle she always carried, she swiftly unfastened the young man's shirt and plunged the needle deep into his chest. A drop of crimson blood oozed from the puncture. Observing the vivid blood, her expression shifted, and she leaned down, extending her delicate pink tongue to taste the droplet. In that instant, the contact between her tongue and his skin sent a jolt through her, flooding her cheeks with a rosy hue. As the blood entered her mouth, the young healer steadied her mind and savored it, just as disappointment threatened to envelop her. A violent surge of energy struck her as if she had been struck by lightning, causing her internal poison-fighting energy to behave erratically. Startled, she hastily endeavored to stabilize her energy. If her calamity-inducing poison were to erupt now, Mo Tang, lying defenseless on the ground, would surely perish from the toxin. Fortunately, the force that had triggered her toxic energy seemed feeble, allowing her to barely regain control. However, she was left utterly astonished. Gazing down at the unconscious young man, she murmured, "How is it possible that such a potent toxin lurks within him?" She finally grasped why Mo Tang had succumbed so easily. The true cause of his unconsciousness was not the toxic mist conjured by the crystalline scorpions that had merely served as a catalyst. The real affliction lay in an unknown, dormant poison that had infiltrated his body long before. Observing the deepening bluish hue on his face, she could even detect the faint encroachment of ashen gray. She recognized this as a sign of the toxin invading his internal organs. If she did not act quickly, once the poison infiltrated his heart and ignited the toxic energy hidden within, not even the mightiest of fighters could save him. Clenching her pale hands into fists, the blue veins stood out starkly against her skin. Moments later, she felt her entire being grow weak. Looking at the unconscious young man, a bitter smile crossed her lips as she murmured, "Very well, consider this a repayment for your previous life-saving grace, you lecherous rogue." With her resolve set, she bent down and hoisted the young man on her back, her petite frame burdened by the weight of a man towering over 1.80 meters, and began her journey toward a place etched in her memory. Mo Tang found himself ensnared in a dream. Within this boundless darkness, he called out the names of everyone he could recall from past lives to the present, yet no response came. As he tirelessly ran through the shadows, he suddenly collided with an invisible wall. Oddly enough, instead of the anticipated pain, he discovered that this wall was soft and yielding. As he continued to touch this intangible barrier, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped him. Just then, he realized, he had awakened. As he beheld the delicate, soft form before him, a chilling sensation surged through his mind, elevating his consciousness. What on earth was happening? Bewildered, Mo Tang surveyed the enchanting surroundings, only to feel something trickling from his nose. He quickly diverted his gaze, and the environment around him became vividly clear. He found himself in a cavern, the space around him surprisingly ample. Above their heads, a square opening measuring 1 meter was illuminated by a sliver of cool moonlight. casting its gentle glow upon the two figures. At that moment, he and the little healer found themselves in a naturally formed spring, gazing at the rising mist on the water's surface, enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of returning to the womb. Mo Tang felt a flicker of astonishment. This was indeed a hot spring. However, the color of the spring water had taken on an unusual hue, manifesting a faint blush of pink. Moreover, within the swirling mist, there lingered a trace of a metallic scent. Mo Tang furrowed his brow. It was the unmistakable aroma of blood. His gaze fell upon the serene visage of the young girl, scarcely a meter away, and for reasons unknown, he hesitated to look further down. The girl had her eyes tightly shut, her porcelain face occasionally twitching, clearly enduring some form of anguish. Recalling his sudden, fainting spell, Mo Tang quickly circulated his inner energy in a full cycle, discovering that he felt no physical ailment. Observing the pained expression on the girl's face, he could no longer feign ignorance about the situation. Did you save me? I never imagined I would find myself so close to death. He shook his head with a wry smile. Ever since he traversed into this world and unlocked his golden finger, he had never considered that he might one day be teetering on the brink of demise. Truly, I owe you my life. As he gazed at her delicate features, with damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek, he lifted his hand to gently brush them aside. Yet, just as he reached halfway, he froze. Across from him, a pair of eyes, now tinged with a grayish-purple hue, suddenly opened, locking onto his outstretched hand with alarm. In that instant, Mo Tang felt as though he had been caught in the act of wrongdoing, embarrassment washing over him. I merely wish to clear the hair from your face. Do you believe me? The suspended moment shattered, and the girl's previously pale countenance flushed crimson, as if all the blood in her body had surged to her head, making Mo Tang worry that she might faint from the intensity. Her grayish-purple eyes brimmed with indignation as she gritted her teeth. Get out now. All right. Mo Tang quickly regained his composure. They were, after all, in a rather intimate setting within the same small spring. Were it not for the delicate mist rising from the water's surface, they might have seen each other quite clearly. However, at one fleeting moment, Mo Tang's peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse beneath the water, revealing a hazy beauty that stirred his excitement further. Chapter 54. The Spring Gurgled. Blasted. Just shy of making a fool of himself, Mo Tang hurriedly steadied his mind and rose from the water. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten something. A startled, indignant shriek from the girl erupted, sending splashes of water flying. A snow-white fish leapt from the water, landing on a nearby stone, writhing briefly before transforming once more into a handsome young man standing there. Time passed. How long? He could not tell. Mo Tang sensed someone approaching from behind. Ahem. Are you hungry? The words slipped out, and he nearly slapped himself for the absurdity of the question. The girl behind him appeared equally taken aback by his nonsensical inquiry. After a moment of surprise, she burst into laughter. In that instant, Mo Tang felt as though he were gazing upon a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, illuminated by the silvery moonlight that now seemed to wrap around them like a pure, flawless jade ribbon, connecting their innocent hearts. Following the laughter, tranquility enveloped them. Mo Tang stepped closer to the girl, inclining his head slightly to meet her grayish-purple gaze, and softly expressed, this time, thank you. Though lacking in grandiose declarations, those few words flowed into the girl's heart like a refreshing spring. The little healer pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with mirth. No need for thanks. This was something I ought to have done for you. Mo Tang smiled in silence, gently taking her delicate hand in his. With a tender pull, she nestled against him like a fledgling returning to its nest. All was serene, save for the gentle gurgle of the spring. Uncertain how much time had passed, as if jolted from the recent bliss, the little healer suddenly looked up, concern etched on her features. By the way, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Meeting her worried gaze, Mo Tang gently shook his head. Rest assured, all is well. You did admirably. At this, the little healer exhaled a sigh of relief before shyly admitting, I only resorted to this method because the 7-colored poison scripture documented such a detoxification technique. I knew that once I employed it, I would inevitably become ensnared, but I did not expect it to happen so swiftly. As this realization washed over her, she felt her cheeks flush, burying her face once more into his sturdy embrace, playing the part of an ostrich. Seeing this, Mo Tang couldn't help but smile again. As he felt the softness of her form against him, memories of his earlier dream resurfaced, and he exhaled deeply. What he had initially perceived as a nightmare had unexpectedly transformed into a beautiful dream. Burying his face in her silky hair and inhaling the fragrance wafting from it, he gently closed his eyes. If this were indeed merely a dream, he wished never to awaken from it. Mo Tang harbored some suspicions regarding the latent toxicity within him. He conjectured that it stemmed from the stormwing eagle he had slain while in the Wind and Thunder Emperor's ruins. The fourth-tier magical beast had fallen to his poisoned arrows. Even if he had discarded the eagle's body and retained only the wings, the toxins could have infiltrated his system during the refinement process. He had not anticipated that the poison would burrow so deeply, settling within his very core, poised to claim his life. Viewed from this perspective, hastily expelling the residual toxins had indeed saved him. Seated in the cave, gazing into the vibrant flames of the campfire, the little healer tilted her head and blinked at Mo Tang. The poison within you is truly formidable. Even a mere wisp of it elevated my abilities by 2 stars. If there were any more, I might even break through to the Dome Master level. Mo Tang shot her an incredulous look, retorting, "You have lofty aspirations. Do you not realize that the toxicity of those arrows is capable of slaying peak 6-tier magical beasts? Should there be any more, given your current strength, even the ebon poison body would struggle to endure it." It was not to say that the ebon poison body was entirely impervious to toxins. Even slightly potent poisons were beyond what the little healer's body could currently withstand. With a light touch, one could succumb to a deep slumber. More severely, the body could erupt in a toxic explosion, leading to a cataclysmic end for all living beings within the vicinity. However, regardless of the outcome, the hidden dangers within Mo Tang had been resolved. The little medical fairy, having absorbed a trace of poison from within Mo Tang, had directly ascended to the status of a 3-star fighter. This was indeed a mutually beneficial situation. Nevertheless, Mo Tang found himself in a quandary regarding the numerous crystal scorpions residing in the basin, unsure of how to address the predicament. "Why not let me venture in alone?" the little medical fairy suddenly proposed. "Absolutely not." Mo Tang firmly refused. Although those crystal scorpions were not particularly formidable, their overwhelming numbers and potent venom posed a significant threat. Even a grand fighter would find themselves exhausted if surrounded, let alone someone as weak as you, a mere 3-star fighter. "If it comes to that, I can go in alone and swiftly retrieve the Miss Dou," she countered. After all, Mo Tang possessed flight skills. Even if encircled, he would not fear the consequences, which led him to entertain such thoughts. The little medical fairy shook her head in disagreement. "No, your toxins have only just been purged, and we remain uncertain if any latent toxins persist. If you were to experience a relapse akin to before, it would be perilous." Noticing Mo Tang's intent to speak further, she interjected, her gray-purple eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at him. "What you may not realize is that those crystal scorpions rely on the toxic mist they emit to detect their foes. The moment you step into that dense fog, they will sense your presence. However, my constitution is immune to such toxins. I can even absorb them. Thus, if I tread carefully and avoid the scorpion clusters, I can collect the Miss Dou without encountering any danger." After contemplating her words for an extended period, Mo Tang furrowed his brow. Through their time together, he had come to understand the little medical fairy's character well, delicate yet resolute. Though she appeared gentle like water, she harbored steadfast convictions. Once she deemed something right, nothing would sway her, not even his current self. Acknowledging this and observing her unwavering confidence, he ultimately chose to trust her. The little medical fairy's face lit up with joy. Boldly, she leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. While it lacked the fervor typically associated with a lover's kiss, a sweet warmth blossomed in both their hearts. As he wrapped his arms around her, they leaned by the fire, whispering secrets meant solely for their ears. Chapter 55, The Beast King. The following morning, the little medical fairy rose early. Adorned with a light green headscarf and carrying a basket, she resembled a charming village maiden. Upon noticing Mo Tang at the cave entrance, she waved and ventured into the depths of the basin, where the fog lay thick. Perhaps due to the presence of the crystal scorpions, the entire basin was devoid of any other magical beasts, not even small animals. Thus, Mo Tang felt reassured that the little medical fairy would encounter no other dangers. Moreover, as a 3-star fighter-level poison master, her unique toxic fighting spirit would render her formidable against ordinary first-tier magical beasts. Now, the only thing the little medical fairy truly lacked was the experience of a genuine life-or-death battle. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Mo Tang returned to the cave, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate his fighting energy. Just as the little medical fairy had indicated, although the residual toxins in his body had nearly been eradicated, he needed to carefully nurture his health and remain vigilant for any lingering toxins. With his hands positioned at his dantian, He summoned the vast wind and thunder attributes of his fighting energy, allowing it to traverse his body's meridians, continuously refining his physical form and inspecting the deepest recesses of his being. This cultivation persisted throughout the day. When Mo Tang finally opened his eyes again, the light outside the cave had turned a dim yellow. Furrowing his brow, he grew concerned at the prolonged absence of the little medical fairy. Rising, he tidied his surroundings and stepped outside the cave. Just a few paces away, he encountered the little medical fairy returning from foraging, her basket adorned with herbs and a radiant smile illuminating her face. Amused, Mo Tang hastened to meet her. "Look at what I managed to find," she exclaimed, presenting him with a small blue vial crafted from jade after handing over the basket. Gently uncapping the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a viscous green liquid that resembled thick jelly. "Is this the mist dew?" Mo Tang mused, intrigued, as it appeared far from toxic. "Indeed, despite its unassuming appearance, it is quite challenging to gather. This small amount required me to scour the entire fog area," she replied enthusiastically. Nodding, Mo Tang accepted the vial back from her. Deep down, however, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The mist dew, which the little medical fairy had described as exceptionally rare, was rated quite lowly by the system, its energy content inferior even to that of a black windgrass. Within this petite basin, countless medicinal herbs flourished, yet few possessed detectable energy according to the system. This was quite reasonable, considering it was merely an herb-gathering point on the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. If every location yielded precious herbs, the Wanyao pharmacy would have long since soared to prominence. Most of the herbs produced at such gathering points were of ordinary quality, suitable only as auxiliary materials for low-level pills, with many being too mundane to even merit a rank. Having acquired the mist dew, Mo Tang and the little medical fairy returned to Qingshan town. Yet, the little medical fairy felt a pang of reluctance to leave. Here, she harbored her most cherished memories. Furthermore, she had discovered that within the basin's toxic fog, she thrived, utilizing the endless toxic mist for her cultivation. While the toxic mist posed a danger to most, it became a veritable treasure trove for someone of her unique constitution. Nevertheless, Mo Tang remained concerned, primarily due to the little medical fairy's current vulnerability. Should she be surrounded by those crystal scorpions, her ability to escape would be severely limited. He knew he could not remain there with her indefinitely. "As long as you can master the wing of the eagle, I will not oppose your cultivation there," he stipulated to the little medical fairy. In the original narrative, during the time when Xiao Yin was practicing the wing of the eagle, the endeavor was fraught with peril, particularly due to the lingering soul power of the fifth-tier magical beast, the black flame purple cloud eagle, embedded within those wings. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury. Thus, upon acquiring the purple cloud wings, Mo Tang consistently cautioned the little medicinal sage against practicing before reaching the Dou Master rank. With Zhang Fang's return from Haiyan City, all the requisite herbs for concocting the hemolytic poison, Huangji, Bei, Huma, Mist Dew, Yunling Bitterskin, Elan Fragrance, and Jade Heart Orchid had been meticulously gathered. The task of preparing the poison was entrusted to the little medicinal sage, while Mo Tang made his way back to the blacksmith shop in Qingshan town. "Ah, Lord Mo, you have arrived," boomed the burly owner of the shop named Shun Bingfong, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall, muscles rippling as he casually hefted a massive iron hammer, clearly a seasoned blacksmith. Nodding slightly, Mo Tang inquired, "Master Tang, have the arrows been completed?" "Indeed, indeed." With a grand gesture, the blacksmith summoned his apprentices, who hurriedly fetched 5 bundles of black iron arrows, drawing forth one of the ebony shafts. Master Tang proudly pointed to the sharp arrowhead, exclaiming, "Behold, Lord Mo, each arrowhead is forged by my own hand through countless hammer strikes, capable of piercing steel without sustaining any damage. The shafts are crafted from fine iron, each arrow weighing precisely 5 pounds. Without an exceptional heavy bow and the strength of a Dou Master or higher, one would scarcely be able to unleash the true potential of these arrows. However, for you, my lord, it is surely a trivial matter." Listening to the blacksmith's enthusiastic boasts, Mo Tang smiled faintly and promptly settled the remaining 2,000 gold coins. 500 arrows, 25,000 gold coins. Truth be told, such exorbitantly priced arrows were not within everyone's means. After securing all the arrows in his spatial ring, Mo Tang handed 10 to the little medicinal sage for poisoning, while he set off to seek the whereabouts of the purple-winged thunderwolf. The Beast Mountain range sprawled endlessly, teeming with magical beasts in its depths. However, these powerful creatures typically remained within their territories, rarely revealing themselves before humans. In the vicinity of Qingshan town, Part of the eastern section of the Beast Mountain Range lay the domain of the formidable purple crystal-winged Lion King. Most third-tier and above magical beasts roaming this area were subordinates of the Lion King. Chapter 56. The Battle of Speed. With utmost caution, Mo Tang navigated through the depths of the Beast Mountain Range using the small map provided by his system, managing to avoid any encounters with magical beasts. Suddenly, he spotted a large red dot on the map, indicating the presence of a fourth-tier magical beast. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a massive, earth-colored bear lounging carefreely at the base of a protruding cliff, blissfully unaware of potential threats from other beasts. It was no wonder. A fourth-tier earth bear possessed formidable defenses that could withstand even some fifth-tier magical beasts. Thus, it had little to fear. I cannot provoke such a creature. Mo Tang recognized that confronting the bear was ill-advised. The best course of action was to quietly slip away without disturbing it. As time passed, Mo Tang continued to explore various locales, gathering several first-tier spirit herbs to bolster his energy reserves, yet he failed to locate any trace of the purple-winged thunderwolf. However, he did stumble upon a magical beast he desperately needed, the black wind leopard. The exact tier of the black wind leopard remained uncertain, as it was a rare sight even within the Beast Mountain Range. Mo Tang had once heard rumors in Qingshan town of a peak third-tier black wind leopard that had slain a powerful human Dou spirit expert. Such beasts capable of slaying foes of higher tiers were not unheard of, but only those with exceptionally strong bloodlines could achieve such feats. Wumans, with their ability to cultivate various techniques and combat skills, could often turn the tide against magical beasts as they ascended to the ranks of great Dou masters and Dou spirits. A third-tier beast attempting to kill a Dou spirit of comparable power was an impossibility for ordinary magical creatures. From the size of the black wind leopard and the red that displayed on the map, Mo Tang deduced that this particular leopard was indeed at the third tier. Renowned for its speed, the rare wind attribute beast presented an enticing opportunity. Should he succeed in slaying it and utilize its blood to cultivate the third layer of his beast blood forging technique, Mo Tang was confident that his speed would experience a significant enhancement. Gazing at the black leopard lounging on a hefty tree branch, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Mo Tang's eyes. However, he refrained from acting recklessly. Understanding that the black wind leopard's ability to defeat opponents of higher tiers relied on its incredible speed, he resolved to first incapacitate the creature before engaging in battle. Silently retrieving the moon-chasing bow and an obsidian iron spine arrow from his spatial ring, Mo Tang, bolstered by the mastery of his Swift Star moon-chasing bow technique, felt assured that this arrow would not be in vain. Swift Star moon-chasing go. The dark arrow shaft flickered with traces of lightning, and the arrowhead shimmered with a greenish aura as it sliced through the air towards the black wind leopard. Whoosh! The black wind leopard, initially dozing leisurely, suddenly sensed a chilling presence approaching, causing its sleek black fur to bristle. Roar! In an astonishing display of agility, the black wind leopard leaped into action, swiftly descending the thick tree trunk as if it were the ground itself. What the? It can do that? Mo Tang was momentarily taken aback by the creature's terrifying reflexes and speed. However, he found solace in the fact that his arrow had not struck completely in vain. A deep gash marred the leopard's left hind leg, leaving an unsightly wound on its otherwise smooth, satin-like coat. Roar! The pain in its leg ignited a furious roar from the black wind leopard. Its brown eyes scanned the surroundings, instantly locking onto Mo Tang's distant figure. Gazing at the longbow in the hands of his adversary, the black wind leopard swiftly comprehended the identity of the assailant responsible for its injury. In an instant, its beastly eyes were suffused with a crimson hue, and with a ferocious roar that echoed its bloodlust, it bared its fangs in a menacing display. The creature exhibited no signs of preparing for an attack. Instead, it emitted a low growl, propelled itself off the ground, and transformed into a dark streak. Hurtling towards Mo Tang with astonishing swiftness, its velocity was truly breathtaking. Mo Tang, his gaze sharpening, matched the leopard's speed. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of his spirit blade, glimmering with azure silver lightning, cleaved through the air. To his astonishment, the ebony feline dared to swipe at his long knife with its claws. Clang! The black wind leopard's paw deflected Mo Tang's blade aside. At that moment, another claw struck his arm, leaving a deep imprint on the azure silver wind and thunder armor, from which crimson droplets began to flow. The two combatants momentarily separated, the black wind leopard standing amidst the grass, coldly regarding Mo Tang as it emitted two taunting roars. Clearly, it relished the upper hand in this encounter, and such a result filled it with pride. Mo Tang furrowed his brow, not overly concerned about his injury. However, he had underestimated the leopard's speed and ferocity. It had effortlessly breached his battle armor with a single strike, and even with an injury to its leg, it still outpaced him in this state. Such displays attested to the formidable prowess of the black-winged leopard. Yet, rather than dishearten him, this realization ignited a fierce determination within Mo Tang. Having traversed this world for quite some time and engaged in numerous battles against both humans and magical beasts, he had not encountered an opponent capable of fully challenging his abilities for an extended period. The previous 4th-tier Gale Eagle had been too powerful, while ordinary magical beasts proved too weak, allowing him to overwhelm them with sheer speed. Only this black-winged leopard, astonishingly, exceeded his own swiftness. With a chilling gaze fixed upon Mo Tang, the black-winged leopard slightly lowered its body, poised to launch its next attack. A smile crept upon Mo Tang's lips. So, are you ready to unleash your full strength? I shall not underestimate you either. A swirling azure wind erupted around him, and in an instant, a pair of massive azure wings manifested from his back. The wings of a gale. With these wings, Mo Tang not only gained the ability to soar, but also experienced a significant enhancement in speed. The black-winged leopard regarded him with icy contempt, its eyes ablaze with fury. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the leopard traversed nearly 50 meters, its speed now nearly 50% faster than at the onset. Such a sudden surge in speed caught Mo Tang off guard. Its claw crashed into his chest, shattering his armor and causing blood to seep forth. Simultaneously, Mo Tang's wings whipped into a tempestuous gale, amplifying his own velocity as he slashed downward at the black-winged leopard, which was attempting to retreat. Roar! The blade in Mo Tang's hand, sharper than the leopard's claws, bore down upon its back, leaving a gash deep enough to expose bone. Bolstered by the 3rd tier of his battle technique. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Tang relentlessly pursued the black-winged leopard, whose prior confidence began to wane under his ceaseless assault. As time elapsed, the once sleek black feline became marred with a dark crimson hue, its body drenched in its own blood. With its vitality waning, the leopard sought to escape, yearning to distance itself from this monstrous human. Yet, amidst the unrelenting barrage of attacks, it found no chance to flee. Finally, as the leopard prepared to make a desperate strike, Mo Tang's offensive faltered, clearly indicating that he was nearing his limits. Realizing this, the black-winged leopard did not contemplate retaliating. Instead, it instinctively sought an escape. With a swift swipe, it deflected Mo Tang's blade and, without hesitation, turned to flee into the distance. Unbeknownst to it, however, a sinister smile had crept upon Mo Tang's lips. Whoosh! A streak of light, akin to a meteor from the heavens, surged forth. With the swiftness of azure gales and the brilliance of silver lightning, it pierced the already battered form of the black-winged leopard. Thud! As the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Mo Tang, on the verge of exhaustion, finally exhaled in relief. He retrieved the leopard's corpse, consuming several energy-restoring pills to replenish his depleted strength before hastily making his way towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Thanks to the system's map, every area he had explored was marked on the grand map, and with the assistance of the mini-map, it was akin to possessing a god's-eye view of the Summoner's Canyon, leaving him unperturbed by the prospect of encountering wild beasts. As he hurried onward, crossing the Soul Destruction Gorge, a sense of relief washed over him. After a moment's hesitation regarding the 3rd tier of the beast blood forging technique, uncertainty lingered in his mind. However, given the circumstances, retreat was not an option. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly set his course in a determined direction. He aimed for the clandestine cave, where he had previously explored alongside the little medical sage, a perfect sanctuary for focused cultivation. After burying the skeletal remains within the stone chamber, Mo Tang seated himself, observing the vibrant crimson blood he had placed upon the stone altar. He had extracted approximately a liter of refined blood from the black-winged leopard, a veritable reservoir of the beast's essence. Opening his system panel, he noted that the advancement to the 3rd tier of the beast blood forging technique required 128 low-level energy points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Indeed. Montauk Tang's eyelids twitched. It was worth noting that the previous upgrade to the 2nd tier had only consumed 20 energy points. As he contemplated the notification before him, his expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. It was not merely a matter of energy consumption. Based on his recent experiences with the system, a greater expenditure of energy points signified a more profound transformation within himself, promising greater rewards. Yet correspondingly, he would also have to endure more. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, yes, Upon confirming that he possessed the refined blood of a third-tier magical beast, the beast blood forging technique successfully upgraded, draining a mere 128 points of low-level energy. As the system's sound faded into silence, the blood within the container before him vanished instantaneously. In its wake, a chilling wail echoed throughout the cavernous stone chamber, a sound reminiscent of a dying beast. The eerie resonance reverberated within the chamber, invoking terror and cruelty. Upon closer inspection, the figure on the ground had transformed entirely into a being of blood. Crimson droplets oozed from countless pores across his body. The agony he endured could only be likened to the most excruciating torment imaginable. What made it unbearable for Mo Tang was the clarity of his consciousness at that moment. Every pang of suffering was unreservedly reflected within his very soul. This torment rendered him more miserable than death itself. Time became an elusive concept as the excruciating cries gradually subsided. The stone chamber returned to its previous state of chilling silence. A series of dry coughs and retching sounds broke the stillness. Then, through the faint glow, a body, encrusted with dark brown scabs of blood, began to stir. With a violent retch, clumps of viscous blood were expelled. In that moment, Mo Tang felt as though he had been reborn. This was the essence of suffering worse than death. A chilling, rasping laughter echoed like an owl's eerie call within the stone chamber. He tore away the blood-soaked garments that clung to him, taking with them the shedding skin, reminiscent of serpent's molt. Mo Tang summoned the fighting energy within, shattering the layer of scabs enveloping him and casting them aside. Only then did he retrieve a fresh set of garments from his storage ring. Assessing the changes in his body, he realized that, purely in terms of physical prowess, his speed, strength, and overall durability had more than doubled. Even without practicing any martial techniques, in the realm of Great Dullard, none could rival his swiftness. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Mo Tang unleashed a powerful punch against the stone wall opposite him. Boom! The entire chamber trembled. To his astonishment, his unassisted strike had created a basin-sized dent in the previously unyielding wall. It is noteworthy that he had not employed any fighting energy for that blow. A silent smile spread across his lips. Such strength felt exquisite. Chapter 58, Thunderwing. Upon emerging from the cave once more, Mo Tang's cultivation remained at 6-star Great Dullard. Yet his combat prowess was now incomparable to before. As for the torment he had endured within the cave, he had begun to develop some hypotheses. The black-winged leopard, being an aberration among magical beasts, bore a high-level bloodline. While this bloodline empowered Mo Tang significantly, it could not coexist with the two other beastly essences within him. If he were merely an ordinary fighter, the power of the black-winged leopard's bloodline would have undoubtedly caused his veins to burst, leading to his demise. However, thanks to the protective nature of the system during this enhancement, such a fate was averted. Consequently, the potent essence of the black-winged leopard expelled the previous two magical beast bloodlines from Mo Tang's body. This agony was no less severe than being flayed alive. Shivering at the memory, Mo Tang hastily banished those painful recollections from his mind. After regaining his composure over the course of 2 days, he returned to peak condition, ready to seek out the elusive Popluing Thunderwolf. According to his prior investigations, the depths of the Beast Mountain were strictly divided by levels of magical beasts. Only those of second tier and above could inhabit the deeper regions, with the beasts becoming progressively stronger the further one ventured in. Thus, beyond the Soul Sunder Gorge, the outermost activities were limited to second-tier beasts, while approximately 10 kilometers inward lay the domain of third-tier beasts. Subsequently, the hierarchy continued. The ruler of the eastern region of the Beast Mountain was the 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Wing Lion King, accompanied by 3 5-tier beasts equivalent to human Do Wong experts. These details were gleaned from the original narrative. As for the number of 4-tier beasts further down the hierarchy, that remained unknown. However, based on Mo Tang's experience, it was likely that the eastern region harbored no more than a handful of 4-tier beasts. This was undeniably a formidable force. Consulting his map to orient himself, he noted that his previous explorations had taken place in the territory of the 4th-tier Earth Bear, rendering further visits unnecessary. He then resolved to set forth from another direction, hoping for fortune to favor him. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, Mo Tang traversed the territories of 4 or 5 4th-tier beasts, even encountering a 4th-tier blood pattern python, which led him to flee in disarray, overwhelmed by its minions. At last, on the 4th day, the heavens rewarded his perseverance. He finally located the lair of the Popluing Thunderwolf. This lair was situated atop a solitary peak, devoid of any surrounding flora or fauna. During thunderstorms, the Popluing Thunderwolf would ascend to the summit, drawing the lightning from the heavens to refine itself. Mo Tang regarded this sight with gravity. A magical beast capable of contending with the forces of nature undoubtedly possessed remarkable strength. It was likely that this was a 4th-tier peak beast on the verge of breaking through to 5th tier. Nevertheless, regardless of its current status, it still belonged to the 4th tier, and Mo Tang was resolute in his pursuit. After all, flying magical beasts of the lightning attribute were exceedingly rare. Even within the Beast Mountain, finding one was a rare stroke of luck. Should he miss this opportunity, finding a substitute would prove a daunting task. Hastily returning to Qingshan Town, he sought out the little physician, obtaining 10 poisoned arrows from her, concerned that Mo Tang might fall into peril once more. She had even concocted an antidote to ensure he could neutralize the toxins in the magical beast's blood before utilizing its wings, thus averting any risk of indirect poisoning. As she gazed at him with worry, Mo Tang swiftly departed Qingshan Town yet again. His frequent comings and goings filled the little physician with unease. Mo Tang felt powerless against this. As time continued to pass, the date of his planned endeavor drew ever closer. Before that moment arrived, he needed to fortify his strength. Given his current situation, swift elevation and cultivation was unfeasible, as he lacked access to sufficient energy-rich resources. Thus, he could only seek improvements in other aspects, such as the beast blood-forging body technique and the dual wings of wind and thunder. Returning once more to the Beast Mountain, he delved deeper into the domain of the Popluing Thunderwolf. Mo Tang resembled a seasoned hunter, silently lurking in the shadows, perpetually awaiting the arrival of his quarry. This vigil lasted for 5 long days. At last, just as Mo Tang contemplated whether the purple-winged Thunderwolf had fallen under the control of that reclusive old man, a towering dark purple figure emerged from the depths of the cavern. Standing at the mouth of the cave, the purple-winged Thunderwolf unfurled its expansive wings, measuring over 10 meters in length, and gazed down upon the vast mountain ranges below, akin to an emperor surveying its dominion. It raised its head and let out a prolonged howl that echoed through the air, as the resonant call of their sovereign reverberated. All the beasts within the territory of the purple-winged Thunderwolf stirred restlessly, the majority being wolves, and even a rare pack of thunderwolves. The wolf's howl pierced through the forest and echoed into the distance. A large, earthy brown bear, lounging at the base of a cliff, rolled over, emitting a series of disgruntled sounds before dozing off once more. Farther away, in a tranquil, mirror-like lake, ripples suddenly disturbed the surface of the water as a massive unicorn python's head emerged, gazing momentarily towards the solitary peak. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in its cold serpentine eyes, its crimson tongue flickering in and out before it slowly submerged back into the depths of the lake. Upon the solitary peak, in a position cleverly concealed from the purple-winged Thunderwolf's line of sight, Mo Tang, armed with his moon-chasing bow, wore a satisfied smile. To his surprise, the purple-winged Thunderwolf displayed a certain vanity, boldly proclaiming its presence without fear of provoking other 4th-tier beasts. At this level, the intelligence of magical beasts was akin to that of ordinary humans, if not for its absolute confidence in its own strength. The purple-winged Thunderwolf likely wouldn't be so ostentatious in inciting resentment. However, one question remained. Could it withstand the full force of his arrow? The bow was drawn taut like a full moon. This arrow encapsulated all of Mo Tang's essence, energy, and spirit, a culmination of 5 days of preparation. Whoosh! The air seemed to tear apart. By the time the purple-winged Thunderwolf reacted, it was already too late, denied any chance to evade. The Thunderwolf could only conjure a layer of purple lightning shield before the arrow, transcending space, was upon it. Chapter 59, Shaoyan. Under the relentless sun, the searing heat cracked the earth beneath, causing the ground to fissure. As the mercenaries in Qingshan Town trudged through the parched terrain, their feet upon the hardened soil unleashed waves of heat that made them curse the sweltering weather profusely. At that moment, a pair of eyes spotted a seemingly ordinary youth, drenched in sweat, laboriously making his way down the distant road. Each step he took landed with a weighty thud, stirring clouds of yellow dust into the air. As he drew nearer, it became evident that he bore an enormous black sword upon his back. Rather than a sword, it resembled a hefty, blunt iron measuring stick devoid of sharp edges. The black sword lacked a tip, appearing as though it had been severed cleanly in half, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cross-section. Its surface was adorned with obscure, enigmatic patterns that spread from the hilt to nearly every part of the blade, lending it an air of mystique against its ancient dark hue. This peculiar sword, exceeding the youth's height, was an odd sight that inevitably drew the attention and ridicule of the previously bored mercenaries. From time to time, derisive laughter echoed around him. Yet, the young man remained undeterred, his gaze fixed ahead as if oblivious to the jeers of those mercenaries. Walking with unyielding composure into Qingshan town. In his mind, the mocking mercenaries were no different from the ants at his feet. He was destined to inhabit a realm far removed from theirs, and saw no need to be vexed by their scorn. Upon entering the town, he noted the vibrant flowers and lush trees surrounding him. Even the oppressive heat seemed to diminish, alleviating his spirits considerably. This town appeared quite prosperous, he mused, observing the array of shops lining the streets. "Teacher, shall we search for an apothecary to see if we can unearth a treasure?" Although the youth did not vocalize his thoughts, his teacher had already heard him. "You rascal, always hoping for good fortune. This town is clearly one of those ordinary settlements bordering the Beast Mountain range, where the majority of goods are merely common herbs. Unless you possess extraordinary luck, don't expect to find any hidden gems here." A mysterious voice echoed in the youth's ear. Having grown accustomed to such remarks, the young man chuckled. "I've always believed my luck to be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could I have the honor of being your disciple?" With a light-hearted compliment directed at his teacher, he entered a spacious apothecary that appeared to occupy a considerable area. 10,000 Herbs Pavilion? Quite the audacious name, he remarked as he stepped inside. The shop was illuminated as if it were daylight, thanks to the moonlight stones hanging from the walls. The place was bustling with patrons, and the staff were busy attending to customers, leaving the newly arrived youth unacknowledged for the moment. Relishing the peace, the youth's eyes scanned the transparent counters, but he felt a pang of disappointment. All he saw were ordinary healing potions, not even elixirs. Furthermore, the herbs here were far too mundane to be of any use to him. Just then, the mysterious voice chimed in again. "Alchemists are not easily found. In such a small town, it is impossible for an alchemist to exist, which is why they can only sell these commonplace concoctions." Nodding in agreement, the young man remained silent. Just as he prepared to leave in disappointment, a peculiar glint caught his eye. Through the transparent counter, he fixated on a light yellow object nestled in the corner. After a moment, he licked his lips and casually approached the counter, lowering his head to examine the object more closely. "Excuse me, could you please retrieve that item for me?" He withdrew his gaze, tinged with greed and excitement, and smiled at a male shop assistant approaching him. This shop assistant was none other than the one who had received a gold coin from Mo Tang previously. Now, upon noticing the youth's unremarkable attire, he lost interest. "Yellow lotus essence, a low-grade herb, 100 gold coins." The assistant's voice was impatient, but the youth said nothing further, directly paying and leaving. Yet, even in his composure, as he stepped out of the apothecary, he couldn't suppress the exhilaration curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was the blood lotus essence. At that moment, even his enigmatic teacher had to concede. "You little rascal, you were absolutely right. You truly stumbled upon a significant treasure. It appears your luck is indeed extraordinary." Teacher, I have successfully acquired the blood lotus essence, but I still require a frost spirit flame grass and a 4th-tier ice attribute magic core to concoct the blood lotus pill. Correct?" The youth speaking these words was none other than Xiao Yan, who had recently departed from Wutan City, following the tumultuous events of his engagement cancellation. Xiao Yan sought the mentorship of the esteemed apothecary elder Yao Chun, embarking on his journey to become a master alchemist. With the discreet assistance of Elder Yao, not only did he facilitate the resurgence of the Xiao clan in Wutan City, but he also earned the opportunity to attend the prestigious Jia Nan Academy, the foremost institution on the continent. Yet, contemplating his 3-year pact, Xiao Yan chose to tread the arduous path of solitary cultivation, regardless of the opinions others held about him. The hardships he endured along his journey lent credence to his rise and the establishment of his illustrious title, the Flame Emperor. Of course, the series of extraordinary advantages bestowed upon him within the original narrative were indeed quite extraordinary. Not only did he possess a master alchemist as a constant guide, but he was also surrounded by numerous beautiful women who provided both overt and covert assistance. Even his childhood sweetheart was the princess of the continent's most powerful family. However, one must concede a prevailing phenomenon. In the realm of modern web literature, it is almost a faux pas for protagonists to lack some form of extraordinary advantage, especially when one observes the myriad of overpowered characters that abound. As the sky began to darken, Xiao Yan refrained from aimless wandering. Instead, he sought refuge in an inn to study the blood lotus essence he had procured, planning to rest well for the day before setting off for the Monster Mountain range the following morning. According to Elder Yao's previous counsel, he needed to undergo rigorous training within the Monster Mountain range, hastening his ascent in strength to meet his mentor's expectations of reaching the fighter rank in the shortest possible time. Only then would he be worthy of traversing the mountains towards the eastern Great Desert, where he sought something of utmost importance to him. Chapter 60. The Quest for Yunyan. The following morning, Xiao Yan awoke at the break of dawn. He began his customary hour of Dou Qi Cultivation, halting only when the sunlight flooded his room, illuminating it brightly. At this rate, he mused, perhaps in another fortnight, he would attain the rank of a 5-star fighter. To his astonishment, the results of his diligent training were indeed commendable. Stretching lazily, he listened to the crackling sounds emanating from within him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. A year prior, he had been merely a family disgrace, possessing only 3rd-tier Dou Qi. Yet in just over a year, he had surged to his current status as a 4-star fighter. Such a pace of cultivation was likely unattainable even by the most gifted individuals in his clan, such as Sun Air. Clearly, this was the cultivation speed befitting Xiao Yan. After indulging in his pleasant reverie for a moment, Xiao Yan began to prepare for his expedition to the Monster Mountain range. Little one, given your current strength, you can only contend with a 1st-tier magical beast at most. So it would be prudent to join forces with others to navigate the dangers of the Monster Mountain range, Elder Yao advised at a timely moment. Xiao Yan readily acknowledged this counsel. I understand, Master. My intention is to seek out a mercenary team to explore the Monster Mountain range together. That is wise. However, do exercise caution when among those mercenaries. Often, the true dangers within the Monster Mountain range may not stem solely from the magical beasts. Xiao Yan's expression grew serious as he solemnly acknowledged Elder Yao's warning. Upon arriving at the town's entrance, Xiao Yan was met with a cacophony of shouts from various mercenary teams calling out to individual mercenaries eager to embark on their missions for the day. Due to his tender age, his youthful visage was still quite apparent. Although the imposing sword he wielded lent him an air of ferocity, few regarded him with respect. After some effort, Xiao Yan finally found a mercenary team that piqued his interest, a group of 5 consisting of 3 men and 2 women, all of commendable strength. However, their initial reaction upon seeing him was one of skepticism. Understandably, mercenaries often engaged in perilous endeavors where a teammate's weakness could spell disaster. Yet, after Xiao Yan demonstrated his capabilities as a fighter, 2 female members of the team readily welcomed him aboard. After all, even in the realm of Dou Qi, appearances held significant sway. Compared to the 3 ruggedly fierce men in the group, Xiao Yan's youthful charm made him far more appealing to the women. Just as the assembled mercenary teams prepared to set forth into the Monster Mountain range, an unexpected figure emerged from the depths of the forest, instantly silencing the surroundings. Bewildered by this sudden turn of events, Xiao Yan could not fathom what could instill such fear in these seemingly fearless mercenaries. Blue Sister? What is happening? Who is that person? He inquired of a female team member named Lan Yu as he observed the striking young man who had stepped forward. Shoo! Silence! Lan Yu was clearly startled by Xiao Yan's sudden question, almost instinctively reaching to cover his mouth, especially when the young man cast a glance in their direction. Lan Yu felt her legs tremble with trepidation. Fortunately, the stranger seemed oblivious to Xiao Yan's words, merely glancing briefly before continuing on his way. As they watched the figure vanish, Lan Yu was drenched in cold sweat. Shooting a fierce glare at the bewildered young man, she snapped, "What were you thinking, you fool? Do you wish to bring about our demise?" Furrowing his brows, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with intrigue as he feigned confusion. "What is it? Is that person truly formidable?" "Umph. Formidable is an understatement. But more importantly, he is a ruthless psychopath," Lan Yu replied, her expression cold as she sought to intimidate him. "A ruthless psychopath?" Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sensing his disbelief, Lan Yu quickly began recounting the rumors she had heard. Apparently, over half a year ago, a band of marauders had invaded Qingshan town, systematically slaughtering every mercenary who dared to defy them, ultimately annihilating the 3 major mercenary groups and forcing them to submit as their subordinates. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Tang had no idea that his reputation among the lower-tier mercenaries of Qingshan town had morphed into that of a bloodthirsty maniac. From their descriptions, it seemed that he had not merely subdued the 3 major mercenary groups, but had instead laid waste to the entire town, adding to the chaos. The 3 brawny men in the group could not help but chime in, enthusiastically embellishing the tales of their so-called goddess, the little medical sage, transforming her into an outrageous caricature. In an instant, Mo Tang had been reimagined as a brutal and lecherous tyrant who relished in violence and debauchery. Faced with the animated retellings from the 5 individuals before him, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. After all, He knew from their accounts that they had only recently arrived in Qingshan town and had not personally witnessed these events unfold. Everything is merely hearsay. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Xiaoyan hurriedly interrupted the lingering conversation of the others, urging them to hasten their entry into the Beast Mountain range. However, he had formed a preliminary impression of the youth named Mo Tang. At this moment, Mo Tang, who had already stepped into the small town, wore an inexplicable smile on his face. That person must be Xiaoyan. After all, his distinctive Xian Zhongqi on his back made him quite recognizable. Moreover, by calculating the time, it was indeed the period when Xiaoyan arrived at Qingshan town in the original narrative. Unfortunately, the little medicine fairy was still at the headquarters of the Qingshan Mercenary Corps, diligently concocting poisons and honing her skills. The eagle's wing and the remnants of the pure lotus demonic flame, which should have rightfully been his, had now fallen into Mo Tang's possession. As for the ice spirit flame grass he required, it had long since transformed into energy points, contributing to the crafting of the thunder wing in his wind and thunder dual wings. In the original tale, immediately after Xiaoyan's arrival in Qingshan town, the fierce battle between Yun Yun and the purple crystal-winged Lion King would ensue. This challenge was crucial to me. Henceforth, whether I could rely on the formidable Yunlan sect depended on this very moment. Mo Tang silently plotted within his heart, with all his preparations in place. The next step was to seek out Yun Yun. Of course, this was not due to any nefarious intentions. If anyone were to think so, they ought to reflect on what had transformed them into such an utter LSP. Mo Tang's intention to rescue Yun Yun was solely to establish a connection with the Yunlan sect. Thus, even if Mo Chang were truly to perish due to the storyline, he could still rely on the mighty foundation of the Yunlan sect once he ascended to power. Chapter 61. Timely Rescue. It had been 10 days since the last chance encounter with Xiaoyan. During this span, Mo Tang refrained from venturing into the Beast Mountain range, instead focusing on acclimating to the surge in his abilities. At present, his attributes were as follows. Name, Mo Tang. Level, 6-star Great Dome Master. Technique, Thunderstyle Maissance, Major Achievement. Wind and Thunder Profound Fury, Perfection. Combat Skill, Triple Blade Aura, Perfection. Savage Lion's Roar, Major Achievement. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, First Layer. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Second Layer. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Third Layer. Swift Star Chasing Moon Archery, Major Achievement. Wind and Thunder Dual Wings, Major Achievement. Usable Energy Points, Low Level, 316, 128, 188. Intermediate, 25, 806, 001, 980. Refining the Thunder Wing necessitated a substantial expenditure of intermediate energy points to elevate the Wind and Thunder Dual Wings to Major Achievement. However, the benefits were undeniably apparent. Mo Tang not only experienced a doubling of his physical attributes, but also a several-fold increase in speed. Even the Wind and Thunder Dou Qi within him received a significant boost. At this moment, should Mo Tang unleash the full potential of his Wind and Thunder Dual Wings, he was confident that the flight speed of his 4 wings could rival that of a Dou Huang. This was his source of confidence. Recent news from outside indicated that Xiaoyan had not been seen in Qingshan town for 3 days. This implied that he was likely sequestered in some secluded corner, immersed in his training. After all, with the presence of Yao Lao, whose combat prowess rivaled that of a Dou Huang, there were few threats within the Beast Mountain range. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned about this. What truly mattered to him at present was the impending arrival of Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Yunlan sect. Timely rescue was essential. If Xiaoyan were to inadvertently seize the opportunity due to the narrative's inertia, it would indeed be a grave loss. With this resolution, Mo Tang prepared to embark on his journey into the eastern depths of the Beast Mountain range, precisely the territory inhabited by the Beast King, the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Fortunately, the Beast Mountain range was currently at peace, with many beasts summoned to guard around the Lion King's lair. Seizing this opportunity, Mo Tang aimed to discreetly infiltrate using his system's capabilities, which was not an arduous task. After several days, Mo Tang finally discovered a hidden cave behind a waterfall on a cliff within the Beast Mountain range. This location appeared exceptionally secretive, and with the waterfall serving as a curtain, the abundant moisture effectively concealed his aura, alleviating any fears of detection by high-level beasts. If Mo Tang recalled correctly, in the original tale, following her battle with the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Yun Yun was indeed pursued by all the beasts under his command. At such a time, escaping the Beast Mountain range would be impossible, making a secure refuge exceedingly vital. Once everything was prepared, Mo Tang took a moment to search the surroundings. acquiring several medicinal herbs and a few magical cores, yielding an additional 35 energy points. Then the battle ensued. In the azure sky, violent energy fluctuations created thunderous roars akin to muffled thunder. The ferocious lion's roar echoed in Mo Tang's ears, allowing him to keenly sense the fury imbued within the sound. Emerging from the cave, he swiftly ascended to a mountaintop, concealing himself amidst the towering treetops. Mo Tang's gaze fixated on the distant horizon, where hues of azure and crimson nearly engulfed half the sky, even casting a colorful glow upon the languid white clouds. The thunderous explosions continued to reverberate in his ears, and the oppressive energy emanating from the battle instilled a sense of trepidation within him. This was merely a conflict at the Dou Huang level. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Mo Tang could not help but swallow hard. In comparison, his previous skirmishes felt akin to child's play. How foolish he had been to feel a sense of pride after vanquishing the peak 4th stage purple-winged Thunderwolf, believing himself to be formidable. His success in slaying the 4th stage peak purple-winged Thunderwolf was largely attributable to the potent poison prepared by the Little Medicine Fairy. Sighing, Mo Tang cast aside any remnants of pride and fixated his gaze intently on the true battle of sovereigns unfolding in the sky. I should draw closer. Although he lacked the protection of Yao Lao like Xiao Yan, it was evident that no reckless beast would dare approach the battlefield. Thus, as long as he could withstand the pressure of their combat, he could observe the fight from a close distance. Naturally, the prerequisite was to avoid being struck down by the residual shockwaves of their clash. Narrowing his eyes, Mo Tang felt a surge of determination, and soon, 2 pairs of wings, 2 azure and 2 violet, manifested behind him. As the pairs of wings fluttered gently, Mo Tang's body began to ascend slowly. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the site of the battle. Meanwhile, under the control of the soul of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan was equally making his way towards the battlefield. With Yao Lao's spiritual power fully unleashed, Mo Tang's presence was utterly incapable of obstructing his probing gaze. Oh, there is someone daring enough to approach the battlefield. Yao Lao's voice, tinged with astonishment, piqued Xiao Yan's curiosity. Master, what is the opponent's strength? Are they also a Dou Huang? No, surprisingly, it is merely a Dou Shi. This revelation not only astonished Xiao Yan, but also left Yao Lao quite taken aback. From the opponent's displayed flying speed, it seemed implausible that even an ordinary Dou Huang could achieve such feats. Moreover, how could a Dou Shi possess the ability to fly, and at such remarkable speed? Could it be a flying Dou technique? Contemplating this, Yao Lao's demeanor grew slightly solemn. If the opponent were indeed a dead Dou Shi with a flying Dou technique, then their identity warranted careful consideration. Let us proceed with caution. That Dou Shi's background is surely extraordinary. They may well be affiliated with the Dou Huang above. We should maintain our distance to avoid unnecessary complications. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, understanding the prudence in Yao Lao's words. This was not a show of cowardice, but rather a tactical decision. Although he was currently capable of confronting a Dou Huang without fear, Xiao Yan's own strength remained insufficient. And each exertion heavily drained Yao Lao's spiritual power. More importantly, in the absence of a significant conflict of interests, Yao Lao would refrain from providing excessive assistance to Xiao Yan, as such actions would not contribute to his growth. Yao Lao aspired to cultivate a genuine prodigy capable of standing tall across the continent, rather than a mere dependent on a soul that had lost its physical form. This sentiment was clearly reflected in the original text regarding Yao Lao's attitude toward Xiao Yan. Chapter 62, Lower Than Beasts. A colossal azure tornado roared forth, carrying with it a cacophony of violent winds as it surged towards the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Wherever the tempest passed, the forest below was torn asunder, transforming into barren earth, with many magical beasts hastily fleeing from its path. Mo Tang was now less than 2,000 meters from the battlefield, and the fierce winds sweeping over the mountain forced him to press his body against the ground, straining to lift his head through the swirling debris. He gazed at the conflict unfolding in the skies. As a 6th-tier magical beast, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's defenses and physique were formidable, while Yun, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, practiced numerous profound wind attribute techniques. Given their comparable strengths, it would be impossible to ascertain a victor in the short term. While observing the battle, Mo Tang also took note of 3 towering peaks surrounding the battlefield, where 3 massive 5th-tier magical beasts stood vigilantly atop the summits. Their eyes fixed intently on the aerial contest. These are the three fifth-tier magical beasts from the eastern region of the Magical Beast Mountains. Unfortunately, none of them possessed wind attributes. Otherwise, they could have provided materials for Mo Tang to advance to the fifth layer of the beast blood forging technique. As anticipated, the battle was proving to be prolonged, lasting from midday until the sun began to set. The purple crystal-winged Lion King, clearly losing patience, decided to unleash his ultimate move after receiving no satisfactory answers. As the powerful violet light radiated from the body of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the surrounding magical beasts instinctively retreated in fear, including the three massive fifth-tier creatures. By the heavens, Mo Tang thought in shock, beads of cold sweat forming as he noticed the edge of the violet barrier barely 50 meters away from him. He had narrowly avoided being caught in its wake. Tearing wind spiral, Yun Yun's voice rang out, causing the space before her to ripple slightly. Countless colossal, deep azure wind blades, each measuring several meters in length, manifested from thin air, intertwining like a column adorned with blades, spiraling outward at high velocity. Both generations of sect leaders from the Yunlan sect were adept in wind attributes, including Yun Yun's disciple, Nalen Yinran, indicating the sect's focus on wind-type Dou Qi, while Mo Tang had never encountered the technique Yun Yun was employing across his 2 lifetimes. Its formidable presence suggested it was merely a profound-level Dou technique. Yet, with this move alone, it would be insufficient to withstand the Lion King's sealing attack. Mo Tang mused to himself. Indeed, reality corroborated this notion. It was unclear whether the original text had intentionally scripted a flaw for Yun Yun, or if she had underestimated her opponent's attack. By all accounts, given Yun Yun's character, she should not have held back her strongest moves in such circumstances. Setting aside other considerations, the Extreme Wind series from the Yunlan sect, though only 2 techniques had appeared in the original text, each wielded exceptional power, making them the strongest single-target killing moves of the sect. Extreme Wind, Falling Kill. With her final move unleashed, the skirmish in the wild concluded. Yun Yun, visibly injured and pale, swiftly turned, her azure wings unfurling as her figure flickered strangely, vanishing into the horizon. The ferocious roar of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, brimming with murderous intent, echoed through the air, yet upon witnessing her disappearing figure, he lost the opportunity to pursue. In the distance, Mo Tang, observing the direction of Yun Yun's disappearance, spread his wind and thunder wings, his Dou Qi surging as he reached maximum speed, instantly vanishing from his original position. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan, who had witnessed the entire sequence, was filled with exhilaration. That was exhilarating. That woman's final move was astonishing. Had the purple crystal-winged Lion King not evaded in time, it might have pierced through its skull. Yao Lao remained silent, his spiritual power suddenly detecting Mo Tang's rapid departure. How is this possible, even with a flying Dou technique? The flight speed of a Dou Shi can rival that of a Dou Huang? Could he be from some ancient lineage? Even with Yao Lao's extensive knowledge, he cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation towards the existence that was Mo Tang. Struck by the sealing technique of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Yun Yun could not escape far, and in no time, Mo Tang found her swiftly flowing down the river. Without hesitation, he embraced, extending his wings to flee rapidly towards the cave where he resided. There was no alternative. During his earlier journey, he had witnessed numerous figures frantically fleeing. These were magical beasts dispatched by the enraged purple crystal-winged Lion King to search for Yun Yun, should they discover her whereabouts. It was unlikely that Mo Tang alone could evade their pursuit. Rushing into his waterfall cave, Mo Tang gently placed the woman by the fire. As for himself, he retrieved the poison powder given to him by the little medicinal sage, quickly scattering it around the waterfall. Although this powder posed no threat to magical beasts of the 2nd tier or above, its scent was repugnant to all magical beasts, providing a modest means of repelling minor nuisances. Having accomplished all that, Mo Tang finally found the opportunity to observe the woman he had long schemed to approach. Clad in a simple dress that gracefully enveloped her voluptuous figure, her cascading locks were elegantly fashioned into a noble phoenix hairstyle. Her stunning visage radiated tranquility. Though tinged with pallor, it still exuded an undeniable aura of grace and nobility that a plain garment could scarcely conceal. In comparison to the youthful maidens, it was evident that this mature lady was more to Mo Tang's liking. Ahem, I digress slightly. Upon noticing the scar on Yun Yun's chest inflicted by the amethyst-winged Lion King, Mo Tang felt a surge of compassion. How could that beast dare to strike a woman in such a sensitive area? Truly, it was perverse. However, This predicament now placed him in a difficult position. The location of the wound was rather peculiar, although he could justify his actions as a means to save her. He couldn't shake the feeling of taking advantage of her misfortune, akin to a beast. More importantly, he knew that what had occurred in the original tale, where Xiao Yin nearly groped the young lady and still managed to gain her affection, could not be applied to his own situation. Everyone was aware that Xiao Yin's exploits were mere narrative conveniences. Otherwise, had he encountered a typical female Dou Huang, he would have likely been severed into pieces. As for Mo Tang himself, he now worried whether Ji Yuan would also bestow upon him such a protagonist halo. Yet, if he were to let this opportunity slip away, would he not be worse than a beast? Thus, he was ensnared in this internal conflict for several minutes, until suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Yun stirred. When Mo Tang turned to look, he found himself locking eyes with her piercingly cold gaze. Chapter 63. Yun Ji and Tang Mo. Faced with the chilling intensity of her gaze, Mo Tang promptly raised his hands in a solemn French salute. Do not misunderstand. I merely brought you to a safe place to tend to your injuries. Casting her eyes over her surroundings before returning to the unfamiliar young man, Yun's icy demeanor gradually softened. Observing this, Mo Tang released a sigh of relief and gestured to the medicine vial in his hand. This is a bone-healing pill. It works quite well for injuries. Please make do with it, though if you have something better, I shall not press the matter. The bone-healing pill was a second-tier healing medicine, the finest he could procure at the moment. It wasn't due to lack of funds, but rather the scarcity of supplies. Were it not for the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Thank you, but I have my own healing medicine. Yin replied in a tone that was both flat and distant. Mo Tang did not press the issue and wisely settled himself on the opposite side of the fire, directing his gaze toward the cave entrance. Seeing this, Yin felt her tension ease considerably, forming a favorable impression of the handsome young man before her. At the very least, he was not a lecherous scoundrel seeking to exploit her vulnerability. However, just as she prepared to shift her body to retrieve her healing pills from her spatial ring, a wave of weakness coursed through her, causing her to collapse once more. Damn it, I've fallen victim to his sealing technique. At that moment, she was utterly powerless, unable to even stir, let alone tend to her own wounds. To make matters worse, as she could not utilize her Dou Qi, her spatial ring remained inaccessible, rendering her prepared medicine out of reach. Ultimately, she found herself reliant on the man across from her. This predicament stirred a mix of shame and indignation within her. I apologize, but I'm unable to move at the moment. Please assist me in treating my wound. Thank you. Upon hearing her voice, a fleeting smile crossed Mo Tang's face before he turned back with a countenance of solemn righteousness. Of course, I can assist with your injuries. However, miss, the location of your wound is somewhat delicate. I hope you will forgive any unintentional offense. As he finished speaking, a faint blush crept onto Yun's previously pale cheeks. Gazing at the earnest young man, she clenched her silver teeth and managed to utter, "Very well, but you must be mindful of your hands and your mouth." Mo Tang shot her a glance, tempted to inquire why she needed to be concerned about her mouth when healing wasn't solely a matter of handwork. However, considering that such a question could lead to trouble, he wisely refrained. As a novice in the art of disrobing a goddess, Mo Tang's actions were inevitably somewhat clumsy. After enduring a barrage of glances from Yun, he managed to apply the medicine just before her patience reached its limit, even taking the extra step to fashion a charming bow on her chest. With a quirked eyebrow, he asked with a hint of pride, "How do you find my handiwork?" "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Childish," she retorted. Nevertheless, the earlier awkward tension between them had dissipated significantly. After receiving assistance in donning her attire, Yin leaned against a stone and sat up. Seizing the moment, Mo Tang ventured outside to catch 3 silvery fish from the pool beneath the waterfall. After a simple preparation, he skewered them and placed them over the fire to roast. Watching the young man busily at work, Yin felt a deep sense of gratitude for his aid. "Just a moment, it will be ready soon," he said with a smile as he sat down. Glancing across the fire at her, "Thank you," she replied quietly. Suddenly, a radiant smile broke across her face, a sight so enchanting that it momentarily left Mo Tang in a daze. "Ahem, by the way, I still do not know your name," he stammered, recovering from his trance. Her keen gaze caught the moment of his distraction, yet instead of feeling repulsed, she found his awkwardness somewhat endearing. However, when she heard his inquiry, a flicker of hesitation crossed her expression. "I am Yunji." Mo Tang, who had been adding firewood to the flames with a stick, inwardly rolled his eyes. "Yunji? I find that hard to believe." Noticing her merely nodding without further elaboration, Yun Yun frowned slightly. What about your name? Me? Mo Tang lifted his head, offering her a bright smile. Tang Montak. Tang Montak? Yun Yun repeated to herself before nodding and saying, I shall remember it. The cave fell silent once more, the only sound being the crackling of the fire before them. Due to the sealing effects, even though her wounds had nearly healed over the next few days, Yun Yun remained unable to harness even a trace of Dou Qi until they could break the seal of the Amethyst Wing Lion King. They were obliged to remain hidden within this water curtain cave, evading the frenzied beasts scourging the outside world. Their forced cohabitation lacked the romantic tension and serendipity often depicted in narratives, for Mo Tang was no pervert who would carry aphrodisiacs with him. During this period, Mo Tang ventured out several times, primarily to hunt a few magical beasts and gather some magic cores to accumulate energy, and secondarily, to divert the magical beasts lurking around the waterfall. With his flying combat skills, he found it easy to elude any flying magical beasts, as their speed could not match his. Over the course of these few days, Mo Tang made significant gains. A third-tier magical beast magic core could provide between 60 to 80 energy points upon absorption and transformation. In total, he collected 6 cores, bringing his total to 7 when combined with the earlier acquired Black-Wind Leopard. Additionally, he possessed a peak 4th-tier magical beast core, the Purple-Winged Thunderwolf. After tallying everything, Mo Tang discovered he had amassed nearly 600 lower-tier energy points. Thus, his attributes were as follows. Name, Mo Tang level, 6-star Great Fighter Cultivation Techniques, Thunderstorm Energy, Major Achievement, Wind and Thunder Energy, Perfection, Combat Techniques, Triple Blade Energy, Perfection, Roar of the Wild Lion, Major Achievement, Beast Blood Forging Technique, Wind, Layer 1, Beast Blood Forging Technique, Wind, Layer 2, Beast Blood Forging Technique, Wind, Layer 3, Swift Star, Pursuing the Moonbow Technique, Major Achievement, Twin Wings of Wind and Thunder, Major Achievement, Available Energy Points, Lower Tier, 18, 835, 589, 812, Intermediate, 1980. As for the 4th-tier Thunder Attribute Magic Core, Mo Tang had no intention of directly absorbing it, as he currently lacked lower-tier energy. Therefore, he planned to visit the Mytel auction house once he ventured out again. Chapter 64. Yun Yun's invitation within the cave, the flickering orange flames danced continuously. A stunning woman clad in a male warrior's outfit sat beside the fire, staring blankly into the flames. This woman was none other than Yun Yun, whose injuries had finally healed. Her originally plain dress was now tattered and offered little coverage of her enchanting figure, compelling her to don Mo Tang's spare clothing. Fortunately, Yun Yun was naturally tall and, while not as imposing as Mo Tang, the outfit somehow lent her an unexpected charm. Not far from her, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone platform, hands positioned over his dantian, forming an intricate seal with his fingers, his body radiating a silvery blue fighting spirit, clearly deep in meditation. At a certain moment, the previously tranquil cave was suddenly swept by a gust of wind, causing the flames to flicker violently as the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards a single point. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? As a Do Huang powerhouse, even though her fighting spirit was sealed and rendered unusable, Yun Yun's keen eyes could discern the situation. At this moment, Mo Tang, having seen that his lower-tier energy once again met the requirements for advancement, directly clicked the upgrade icon next to his level, to avoid arousing Yun Yun's suspicions. He also struck a pose, feigning diligent training and striving for a breakthrough. After a moment, all unusual phenomena dissipated, and the cave returned to its previous calmness. I have broken through? Yun Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Mo Tang turned to her and smiled. Indeed, after all this time, I have finally reached the 7-star level. A serious look flashed in Yun Yun's beautiful eyes. You seem quite young. How old are you? Mo Tang raised an eyebrow in surprise at her inquiry and replied, As for age, I should be nearing 22 now. As he spoke, he realized with some astonishment just how much time had passed since his arrival in this world. He was indeed already 22. A 7-star great fighter at such a young age, without the backing of a formidable force like the Yunlan sect, represented remarkable talent. It was well known that Nailin Yinran and Xiao Yan had achieved breakthroughs to great fighters in their teens, thanks to the unwavering support from the Yunlan sect and the Medicine Sovereign. In contrast, Mo Li, as the son of the head of the Mo clan, was still merely a fighter at 20. Thus, talent was crucial, but for some, resources outweighed talent. Having traversed this world for less than 4 years, while unable to sweep through challenges like his predecessors, Mo Tang found contentment in his steady growth. Yun Yun regarded the young man before her with a sense of fondness. If she could lead him to the Yunlan sect, it would not only enrich the sect with a powerful addition for the future, but also repay the life-saving grace she had received. A win-win situation, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yun finally spoke, "Mo Tang, to reach such a level at your age is truly extraordinary. However, seeking resources deep within a magical beast mountain range is perilous and might hinder your growth. It would be far more beneficial for you to join a sect. What do you think?" Mo Tang raised an eyebrow, catching the implication in her words, and chuckled. "If I were to consider joining a sect, might I inquire what recommendations you have, Yinji?" With a subtle smile and a glimmer of confidence in her eyes, she replied, "As for sects, the Yunlan sect undoubtedly stands out within the entire Jia Ma Empire. Although they have strict admission criteria and limited annual recruitment, I happen to know the sect master. Given your displayed aptitude and strength, entering the inner sect would pose no problem. Furthermore, if you excel within the sect, you might attract the attention of the Dou Wang elders, and it would not be difficult to become a true disciple under their guidance." Mo Tang contemplated this for a moment. Joining the Yunlan sect was indeed a viable option. However, as Yun Yun pointed out, even with a recommendation, the most he could hope for was to become an inner disciple. The resources afforded to an inner disciple were significantly limited and may not even surpass his current situation. Even if he were to eventually capture the favor of an elder and become a true disciple, the resources he would gain would pale in comparison to those of the entire Mo clan. Thus, regardless of how one viewed it, joining the Yunlan sect at this juncture offered no advantages over maintaining control of the Mo clan. Until he had completely seized control of the Mo clan, he could not afford to act prematurely regarding the Yunlan sect. The order of these two matters would undoubtedly affect his subsequent growth rate, necessitating careful consideration. After a prolonged silence, having weighed the pros and cons, Mo Tang ultimately shook his head in refusal of Yun Yun's proposal. "Thank you for your kind offer, Yunji, but I prefer my current lifestyle, free and unrestrained, able to go wherever I please. Joining a sect would inevitably subject me to their regulations." At this moment, the Yunlan sect remained exceedingly discreet within the entire Jiam Empire, with all disciples diligently honing their skills atop Yunlan Mountain. Unless absolutely necessary, it was rare for disciples of the Yunlan sect to be seen within the empire. Prior to the influence of the Soul Palace on Yun Mountain, the Yunlan sect had consistently maintained its aura of mystery. Even when the empire positioned its legions at their doorstep, the sect exhibited no overtly aggressive behavior. It was precisely this enigma, coupled with their formidable prowess, that rendered the Yunlan sect a sacred ground for cultivation throughout the Jiam Empire. Currently, Ma Tong was nothing more than an ordinary individual who had experienced extraordinary luck. Although he bore the facade of a prodigy, he was, in essence, not a true genius, making him ill-suited for such rigorous training methods. In the time to come, Ma Tong planned to traverse the vast eastern desert, seeking the opportunity to acquire the soon-to-be-emerged Qinglian earth fire. Despite lacking any affinity for fire attributes or the techniques to refine exotic flames, he reasoned that if his system could absorb the energies from magic cores and medicinal herbs, then it should also be capable of absorbing exotic flames. After all, these exotic fires were merely unique energy entities birthed from the heavens and earth. Should he manage to absorb and transform these exotic flames, would he not acquire energy of a higher, if not the highest caliber? This notion filled Ma Tong with considerable anticipation. Chapter 65, Joint Operation. Ma Tong's refusal left Yun Yun feeling a tinge of disappointment, the reasons for which she could scarcely articulate. Nonetheless, every individual harbored their own aspirations, and such matters could not be coerced. Thus Yun Yun chose not to press the issue further. However, upon learning that Yun Yun intended to confront the amethyst-winged Lion King after the seal was broken, Ma Tong promptly offered his assistance. This unexpected offer caused Yun Yun to waver in her resolve. Truth be told, she was confident in her abilities and believed that she could hold her own against the amethyst-winged Lion King. Moreover, with preparation, the opponent's sealing techniques would not be easily effective. Yet, her goal was to obtain the amethyst spirit crystal, not to vanquish a Lion King. If she had someone to assist her, she could distract the amethyst-winged Lion King while another entered its cave to search for the amethyst spirit crystal. However, this plan was fraught with danger. Infiltrating the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair would not be a simple task, and if they were discovered by the guarding magical beasts outside, they might not even have a chance to escape. "Rest assured, I am quite confident in my own strength," Ma Tong remarked with a reassuring smile, sensing Yun Yun's hesitation. After all, he himself was also interested in the accompanying amethyst source. and seizing the amethyst spirit crystal would serve to bolster his rapport with her. What could be better than that? After hearing Ma Tong's words, along with her inability to conceive a better plan, Yun finally nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. However, you must be cautious. The amethyst spirit crystal is typically located deep within the amethyst-winged Lion King's cave. You must wait until I have thoroughly lured the amethyst-winged Lion King out of its lair before attempting to sneak in, and take care not to be discovered by the guarding magical beasts at the entrance." Ma Tong nodded attentively, committing all of Yun's cautions to memory. 3 days later, on a clear morning, the gentle sunlight barely peeked through the edges of the forest. Having donned a new, snow-white gown that resembled her previous attire, Yun retrieved a small rhombus-shaped crystal from a verdant spatial ring. Stepping out of the waterfall cave, she could not suppress a smile upon seeing the disgruntled figure she had just ejected from the cave. "Simply wear this crystal as you approach the amethyst spirit crystal. It will grow warm. You can locate it by following the changes in temperature." Ma Tong pouted, still miffed at the fact that she had unceremoniously kicked him out of the cave. "You can change your clothes, but do you think this young master would stoop to peeking?" With a disgruntled expression, he accepted the crystal and fastened it to his waist. "Sigh, when I need someone, they're sweet as can be, but when I don't, they just kick me aside. Truly, it's a tough life." Ahead, Yun's beautiful silhouette momentarily stiffened, and after a brief pause, she pivoted sharply. Her exquisite features flushed with indignation. Her silver teeth clenched, she retorted fiercely, "If you're itching for a beating, I can gladly oblige. And no, I was merely expressing my thoughts." Ma Tong chuckled awkwardly. "Let us go. Right away." The cave where Ma Tong and Yun concealed themselves was still quite distant from the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair. However, upon observing Ma Tong extend his arms in an expectant gesture for a hug, Yun's face fluctuated between shades of green and red. Her small hands clenched into tight fists as she hesitated, contemplating whether to teach this rascal a lesson. Hey, don't you dare lay a hand on me. I'm only doing this to expedite our journey, not to take advantage of you." As soon as she said that, Yun felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Her long eyelashes trembled, revealing her tumultuous emotions. After a moment, she took a deep breath and reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, Ma Tong's lips curled into a smile as he stepped forward, embracing the woman before him. When they arrived near the territory of the amethyst-winged Lion King, they discerned a marked increase in the strength of the guards. Throughout their journey, they encountered several third-tier and occasionally even fourth-tier magical beasts. Were it not for the need to avoid exposure, Ma Tong would have considered launching a hunt. Nestled in the warmth of Ma Tong's embrace, he endeavored to suppress his reckless thoughts as they navigated through the formidable ranks of magical beasts and finally reached a pile of rubble not far from the Lion King's cavern. His gaze shifted to the cave's mouth, partially concealed behind branches atop the mountain. Yun turned to Ma Tong with a serious expression, instructing, "I will do my utmost to eliminate or injure the high-tier magical beasts at the cave entrance. During this time, you must find an opportunity to slip into the lair." Ma Tong nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. This operation undeniably appeared perilous, yet Ma Tong possessed several trump cards, so he felt little trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Yun nodded at Ma Tong once more, her jade hand gripping the air, summoning an extraordinary azure sword into her palm. A pair of azure wings of fighting spirit unfurled from her back, and in an instant, she darted into the dense forest surrounding the cave. In mere moments, a series of anguished roars from beasts echoed from afar, causing Ma Tong to involuntarily twitch his lips. In the hands of a battle emperor, the magical beasts tasked with guarding the entrance were utterly defenseless, swiftly falling to Yun's blade. "Human woman, how dare you show your face again? Today, I shall take your life to avenge the destruction of my horns." Simultaneously, the furious roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King erupted in the heavens. In the distant mountains, two beams of light, one azure and one amethyst, began a fierce pursuit. Ma Tong cast a brief glance at the battlefield above, then surged forward at full speed towards the Lion King's cave. As he journeyed onward, Mo Tang beheld the lifeless corpses of second-tier magical beasts that had perished beneath the blade of Yun's sword. Any carcass that remained intact was promptly stored within his spatial ring, while those that had been pulverized by the raging winds were regrettably left behind. With time pressing upon him, Mo Tang had no choice but to forego the collection of magical cores. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lion King's cave, he was astonished to discover that there were still some guards who had miraculously survived. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Tang summoned forth his azure silver fighting spirit, grasped the chasing moon bow, and knocked 2 obsidian iron spine arrows. Swift Star chases the moon. With a swift motion, The two arrows, imbued with shadowy brilliance, pierced through the massive skulls of the beasts, vanishing into the stone wall behind them without any sign of resistance. The creatures fell lifelessly to the ground without a struggle. Chapter 66. The Unfortunate Xiaoyan. Upon entering the cave, Mo Tang did not decrease his pace. Rather, he deftly navigated the winding passages until he reached a fork in the path. According to the original text, one of these corridors should lead to the location of the accompanying purple crystal source, while the other housed a smaller purple crystal-winged lion king along with purple spirit crystals. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Tang decisively chose one of the pathways. Regardless of the route taken, both led to treasures he sought, rendering any further deliberation unnecessary. However, while the smaller purple crystal-winged lion king did not pose a hindrance to Mo Tang, the same could not be said for Xiaoyan, who was also traversing the magical Beast Mountain range. Although Mo Tang did not detect any other presence within the Lion King's cave on his miniature map, this did not preclude Xiaoyan from appearing. Given the uproar caused by Yun and the purple crystal-winged Lion King outside, if Xiaoyan remained in the eastern part of the magical Beast Mountain range, he would undoubtedly notice the commotion. Moreover, with the spirit of Yao Lao by his side, it was entirely plausible for Xiaoyan to appear within the Lion King's cave. With this thought, Mo Tang quickened his pace. Ahead lay a third-tier magical beast. The sudden appearance of a large red dot on his map startled Mo Tang. However, after the initial shock, he was filled with delight. The creature that had manifested here must certainly be the smaller purple crystal-winged Lion King. Mo Tang pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to capture this little creature as well. Yet, upon laying eyes on the sleeping form of the small purple crystal-winged Lion King nestled among the purple spirit crystals, he quickly abandoned that notion. Goodness! Wasn't this supposed to be a small beast? Why was it so large? Although it was referred to as the smaller purple crystal-winged Lion King, its size was only slightly smaller than that of its father, making it impossible to carry away even if he managed to subdue it. What to do? Should he eliminate this little creature? Mo Tang found himself wavering. If stealing the accompanying purple crystal source and purple spirit crystals would incite the wrath of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, then truly slaying its offspring would likely lead to a relentless pursuit across the land. Even with Yun's presence, one could only speculate how frenzied a mother Lion King would become upon the death of her child. It was conceivable that even Yun might not be able to halt her fury. Narrowing his eyes, Mo Tang retrieved the chasing moonbow and drew forth the poison-tipped arrows he had acquired from the little healer. As a sixth-tier magical beast, the purple crystal-winged Lion King would undoubtedly possess a high resistance to toxins. Thus, the hemolytic toxin was unlikely to kill it outright. The primary function of the hemolytic toxin was to incapacitate foes within a very short period, requiring at least 1 to 2 hours to take effect. By that time, it was expected that the little creature's father would find a means of detoxification. With this in mind, Mo Tang released the poisoned arrow. Whoosh! Swift as lightning. The arrow was aimed squarely at the ample backside of the small purple crystal-winged Lion King. Thud! When Mo Tang next glanced, the 3-foot-long arrow had embedded itself halfway into the creature's body, leaving only a quivering tail feather exposed. Roar! The once peacefully slumbering little beast was jolted awake by the sudden surge of pain, letting out a furious roar. Yet, just as it was about to rise and confront the audacious interloper that had dared to pierce its rear, its limbs buckled and it collapsed back to the ground. The effect was splendid. After all, the little creature was merely a third-tier beast and could not compare to its father, a sixth-tier beast king. In the midst of the small purple crystal-winged Lion King's furious gaze, Mo Tang seized its tail and dragged it aside, then uncovered the hidden purple spirit crystals from where it had been resting. Roar! Watching this despicable human thief, the small purple crystal-winged Lion King emitted a feeble yet furious growl. Yet, the very human robbing, it had the audacity to smile before darting away like a rabbit. As the offspring of a beast king, the small purple crystal-winged Lion King had never endured such humiliation. Tears of grievance welled in its adorably large purple eyes as it whimpered, calling out for its father. The bond between father and son was palpable. Suddenly, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, who had been engaged in battle with Yun, felt a sharp pang in its heart and sensed something was amiss. Without hesitation, it prepared to flee the fight and return to its cave. Unfortunately, entangled in a fierce struggle with Yun, it found no opportunity to escape. In its growing panic, the purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a mighty roar, summoning the high-tier magical beasts within its territory to guard the entrance of its cave. This strategic maneuver took both Yun Yun and Mo Tang by surprise. However, the first to suffer misfortune was not them, but rather Xiao Yan, who had just arrived at the entrance of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's cave. "Oh no, teacher, this is bad." As he beheld a throng of second, third, and even fourth-tier magical beasts charging towards the mountaintop, Xiao Yan felt his scalp tingle with dread. He and Yao Lao had been diligently cultivating their earth-tier fighting skills in their secluded hideaway. But upon witnessing the reappearance of the previously vanished female, Dou Huang engaging in battle with the Beast King of the magical Beast Mountain range, Yao Lao's thoughts shifted considerably. After all, he was well aware of the significance of the purple spirit crystals and the accompanying purple crystal source. Now that someone had inadvertently drawn the Lion King away, how could such a fortuitous opportunity be squandered? Unfortunately, they were still a distance away, and given the unforeseen circumstances, by the time Yao Lao led Xiao Yan to the entrance of the Lion King's cave, everything had already transpired. "Little one, what is there to panic about? It's merely a horde of third and fourth-tier magical beasts. With me here, they cannot harm you." Yao Lao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's ears. Yet, these words offered him no solace. With a grimace, Xiao Yan replied, "But how can we enter the cave like this? If we get cornered by these creatures, it would spell disaster. Who knows how long the human female Dou Huang can hold out? If the purple crystal-winged Lion King returns early, we would be in serious trouble." Yao Lao pondered for a moment and finally said, "Indeed, it is a pity to miss this opportunity." As the beast horde approached rapidly, Xiao Yan exclaimed, "One cannot say so definitively. Did you not mention, Master, that the probability of obtaining the accompanying purple crystal source is exceedingly low? Perhaps there is nothing within." "Indeed," Master Yao nodded, harboring little hope for acquiring the accompanying purple crystal source himself. After all, he had once ventured into the lairs of 8 purple crystal-winged Lion Kings, specifically in search of this treasure, only to return empty-handed. This time, however, it seemed fortuitously coincidental that it might actually be present. "Little one, relinquish control of your body to me. I shall guide you away from this place." Chapter 67, Parting. A ghostly white energy enveloped Xiao Yan entirely, rendering him somewhat ethereal. "Let us depart. The Beast Mountain range is about to descend into chaos, and we must take our leave." In Master Yao's calm voice, Bone Spirit Cold Fire manifested a pair of fighting spirit wings behind Xiao Yan, which fluttered gently before propelling them forward at low altitude towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Roar! Caw! From the throng of beasts that had been charging forth, several fourth-tier beasts and a dozen flying monsters suddenly broke away from the main force, pursuing the direction in which Xiao Yan had vanished. Alas! Despite Master Yao's current state as merely a soul, he was still able to exert the prowess of a Dou Huang, ensuring that they would inevitably be unable to catch up. In the very next moment after Xiao Yan and Master Yao disappeared, a furtive figure stealthily emerged from the entrance of the Lion King's cave. By heavens, what a commotion! Mo Tang felt his heart tremble. Gazing at the beast horde that had begun to encircle the cave entrance, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Xiao Yan had diverted the attention of these beasts. Otherwise, escaping would have proven quite challenging. With the discovery of the purple spirit crystal and the acquisition of the accompanying purple crystal source, it could be said that Mo Tang had achieved all his objectives this time. Without further hesitation, seizing the opportunity before the beasts outside noticed him, Mo Tang unfurled his 4 wings and soared rapidly into the sky. "Yunji, we've secured the items. Let us depart." A booming voice echoed through the heavens. Yun Yun, entangled with the purple crystal-winged Lion King, momentarily froze upon seeing the figure in the sky, only to swiftly regain her composure. She forced the Lion King back with a sword strike and flew towards Mo Tang with haste. Despicable human, seeking death. The purple crystal-winged Lion King was oblivious to the fact that it had fallen victim to the opponent's ploy to lure it away from its lair. Mo Tang chuckled heartily, addressing the enraged lion. "If you wish to prevent your son from perishing, you'd best hurry and take a look. Otherwise, do not blame me for failing to warn you." The purple crystal-winged Lion King, which had been poised to unleash its fury, suddenly paused upon hearing these words and transformed into a streak of purple light, racing towards its cave. "Crafty human, if anything befalls my son, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, shall pursue you relentlessly." The Lion King's furious roars echoed throughout the mountains. However, at that moment, it clearly had no time to concern itself with the 2 humans. Ignoring the distant roars, Yun Yun and Mo Tang converged and sped away from the depths of the Beast Mountain range like shooting stars. After a while, once they had exited the mountainous confines, They found a secluded spot and descended gently. Stop. Under the intense gaze of the beautiful woman, Mo Tang felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. Dear sister, just ask what you wish to know. Staring at me like that makes me feel bashful. Leave. Even the gentle Yun Yun had become slightly irritable, her delicate face flushing crimson as she glared at Mo Tang and demanded, Did you not say you couldn't fly? Montak Tang feignet innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. When did I ever claim I lack the ability to fly? This is a flying combat technique, with your Dou Huang expertise. Surely you need not be astonished? Yun Yun suddenly realized that this fellow seemed to be growing increasingly brazen in her presence. Upon noticing a dangerous glint in her eyes, Mo Tang was taken aback, hastily adopting a mock salute and exclaiming, Hey, I just risked life and limb to retrieve the purple spirit crystal for you. You cannot dispose of me now. Bah, who would wish to harm you, you foolish mule? However, she recalled sensing the aura of a Dou Huang-level powerhouse fleetingly at the Lion King's cave. Do you know what transpired? At the mention of this topic, Mo Tang could not help but grin broadly. He recounted the events at the cave entrance in a simplified manner, eliciting a soft giggle from the noblewoman. However, he refrained from mentioning Xiao Yan's identity. Once the conversation concluded, Mo Tang retrieved the purple spirit crystal from his storage ring. It was a radiant purple diamond, emitting a warm glow that almost felt scalding to the touch. Indeed, this is the purple spirit crystal. Yun Yun sighed in relief, smiling and nodding at Mo Tang. Naturally, with me personally involved, how could there be any mistake? As Mo Tang boasted, he seized Yun Yun's small hand, placing the purple spirit crystal delicately into her soft palm. Yun Yun shot him a reproachful glare, but upon witnessing his unabashed demeanor, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. There was no recourse. With her gentle disposition, Mo Tang's shameless attitude rendered her powerless. Of course, such behavior was contingent upon certain conditions. Otherwise, one might find themselves in pieces. With the mission concluded, it was time for Yun Yun to return to the Yunlan sect. As the leader of a sect, she could not linger outside for too long. Thank you, she said softly, caressing the smooth surface of the purple spirit crystal. Mo Tang smiled faintly, and the atmosphere grew tranquil. This was my own volition, therefore. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Evidently, Yun Yun was markedly different from the modern-day vixens. Instead of feeling relieved by Mo Tang's flattering words, she felt an even greater sense of indebtedness. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yun produced a scroll from her storage ring, softly stating, Since you are unwilling to join the sect, I can only offer you this scroll of movement combat technique as compensation. Please accept it. It was a mid-level movement combat technique, the Flying Willow technique, ranked among the foremost within the Yunlan sect. Although, as the sect's leader, she possessed access to superior techniques. Those higher-level techniques were exclusively reserved for sect disciples. Thus, even she lacked the authority to impart them to others unless one joined the sect. Mo Tang accepted the scroll with a smile, not declining her offer. Yun Yun's gaze lingered on his face for a long while, her beautiful eyes harboring an enigmatic glimmer. Let be as it is. I hope we may cross paths again someday. With a gentle sigh, Yun Yun extended her right index finger, lightly touching the young man's forehead. Her cool fingertip brushed against Mo Tang's brow, gliding across his face, stirring something deep within his heart. By the time Mo Tang regained his senses, the enchanting figure had vanished, leaving only a few fallen leaves drifting gently to the ground. The enchanting beauty has departed, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the air, a testament that all of this is not merely a figment of dreams. Chapter 68. The Auction at Black Rock City. Upon returning to Qingshan Town, Mu Tang took a moment to observe the progress of the little medicine sage's cultivation before retreating to his room to contemplate the fruits of his recent endeavors. His primary acquisitions were the accompanying amethyst crystals. These amethyst crystals were originally encased within a sphere the size of a human head, and after Mu Tang utilized the purple spirit crystal to breach the formidable exterior, only 6 small vials of the amethyst essence remained. The essence contained within these amethyst crystals was the purest energy, potent enough to elevate a 4th-tier amethyst wing Lion King to the 5th tier in a single leap, a disparity that is beyond imagination. Of course, the little amethyst wing Lion King's ability to transcend a tier was not solely due to the might of the amethyst crystals, but also connected to its own bloodline strength. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that these amethyst crystals represent a colossal source of energy. Mu Tang grasped a vial filled with the amethyst essence. He discovered that it contained 500 points of intermediate energy. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. with 6 vials in hand. He could exchange them for a total of 3,000 intermediate energy points. To be frank, this was a substantial amount of energy. However, Mu Tang had no intention of absorbing it. After converting all the magic beast cores he had acquired, he found himself with only 550 points of low-level energy. Barely enough to elevate his cultivation by a single star, with the remainder only sufficient to initiate his studies in the featherlight movement technique. Currently, a 7-star great fighter, he aspired to ascend to the fighter spirit level, requiring nearly 1,000 points of low-level energy and almost 1,000 points of intermediate energy. While he had some intermediate energy left, he was significantly lacking in low-level energy. After much contemplation, Mu Tang finally made his decision. He prepared to return to Black Rock City to auction off the 4th-tier Thunder Attribute Magic Core and a vial of Amethyst Essence. At the Mitre Auction House, he arrived just in time for the annual Autumn Grand Auction, where the throngs of attendees filled the streets. Following the flow of the crowd, Mu Tang slowly entered the main hall of the auction house. Although this was not his first visit, witnessing such a multitude was indeed a novel experience. Fortunately, the Mitre Auction House was spacious enough that even amidst the bustling crowd, the hall did not feel overly cramped. Mu Tang was not there to participate in the auction, and thus, he gradually veered away from the bustling masses. As it was the time for the grand auction, the procedures for selling items had undergone some slight modifications. The most notable change was the absence of dedicated personnel to assist in the auction. Instead, participants were required to personally visit the appraisal room for evaluation. Upon stepping into this so-called appraisal room, Mu Tang was somewhat taken aback to find the sizable space meticulously divided into no fewer than 100 small chambers, seemingly a temporary arrangement designed to safeguard the treasures of the patrons. As he entered the appraisal room, a strikingly dressed maid approached him with a flirtatious tone, exuding a hint of seduction. "Sir, are you here for a price evaluation for this autumn auction?" Mu Tang nodded in affirmation. "Please follow me." The maid smiled enticingly before turning, her serpentine waist swaying with an alluring grace. Mu Tang raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Mitre Auction House had not strayed from tradition, employing such a bewitching maid for reception. If one were to gaze too long, it could certainly ignite a conflagration of desire. Yet, this was precisely the outcome the auction house sought, as those consumed by passion were most prone to impulsive decisions. It seemed evident that the maids here had undergone specialized training to amplify their allure in the eyes of men. Amused by the spectacle, Mu Tang was led by the enchanting maid into one of the appraisal chambers. "Please, have a seat and kindly present the item you wish to have appraised," said an elderly man with white hair seated behind a desk, a gentle smile gracing his face. This was more like it. True experts were often represented by such ethereal, sage-like elders, an ageless truth in the realm of narratives. 4th-tier Thunder Attribute Magic Core? The elder's expression shifted to one of mild surprise as he gazed at the fist-sized purple core within the box. After a meticulous examination, he nodded slightly, stating, "A peak 4th-tier Thunder Attribute Magic Core. Given its rarity, it is worthy to be one of the featured items at the event in 3 days. May I ask if you are willing to proceed?" Mu Tang nodded in agreement. The elder, pleased, recognized that appraising such a precious item would significantly enhance his performance metrics. However, upon opening another jade vial, his countenance changed drastically. "What is this?" The elder stared in astonishment at the viscous purple liquid within the vial, his face a mixture of shock and confusion. "Might I inquire, esteemed guest, what is this substance?" The energy waves emanating from it suggest that its value surpasses even that of the 4th-tier magic core. Mu Tang smiled and replied, "Have you ever heard of the accompanying amethyst essence?" "What? You mean this is the accompanying amethyst essence?" The elder sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his eyes, even knocking over the chair behind him without a second thought. "Indeed," Mu Tang responded with an unperturbed expression. "Please wait a moment. This item is exceedingly precious. I have only heard of it, but have never seen it. I must report this before making a decision. I apologize for the inconvenience." Mu Tang had no objections. After waiting approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, when the door of the appraisal room creaked open once more, to Mu Tang's surprise, it was a familiar face. "Ha! Upon hearing Elder Ji's report, I guessed it was Commander Mu who had arrived. Thunderian extends his warmest greetings and hopes you will not take offense." The newcomer was none other than Lei Yin, the overseer of the Mitre family in Black Rock City. Mu Tang was not surprised to see him, and similarly rose to exchange pleasantries. After being escorted by Lei Yin to a specially prepared VIP room in the auction house, Mu Tang was astonished to find an elderly man clad in the robes of an alchemist. The badge he bore indicated he was, in fact, a 4th-tier alchemist. "Ah, Commander Mu, allow me to introduce you. Lei Yin began, showing respect to the fourth-tier alchemist before turning to Mu Tang with a smile. This esteemed individual is Master Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild branch in Blackrock City. Recognizing the fourth-tier alchemist before him, Mu Tang had already formed a hypothesis. After all, there were only two fourth-tier alchemists in the entire Blackrock City. I have had the pleasure of meeting Master Frank, Mu Tang stated. The president of the Alchemist Guild branch greeted him with a gentle nod, his demeanor exuding warmth. However, upon witnessing the exquisite vial of the companion amethyst source presented by M.O. Tang, his face flushed with a hint of excitement. Indeed, although this was the first time the old man had encountered such a companion amethyst source, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions found in the Alchemist Guild's texts, brimming with an immense reservoir of fire attribute energy. There was no doubt it was the companion amethyst source. With the assurance of the fourth-tier alchemist Frank, Lei Yan's expression instantly transformed into one of fervent anticipation. Splendid. Clenching his fist discreetly, Lei Yan endeavored to suppress his elation. Thus, Commander Mo, I intend to feature this companion amethyst source as the grand finale, the 99th item, at the auction 3 days hence, with a reserve price of 500,000 gold coins. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 69. The Wealthy and the Impoverished. Even Master Frank, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, found himself coveting the companion amethyst source. However, as he was invited by the Mitel auction house to assist in its appraisal, he refrained from making a move to seize it for himself. Moreover, he doubted that Commander M.O. would be inclined to forego the auction in favor of a direct sale unless he was willing to offer something of significantly greater value. In such a case, he might as well participate in the auction himself. After 3 days of waiting, the highly anticipated autumn auction was finally set to commence. During this time, M.O. Tang had attended several ordinary auctions, but found them lacking in valuable items. While there were numerous elixirs of interest to him, their prices were exorbitantly high, leading the frugal M.O. Tang to refrain from impulsive bidding and instead focus on some more affordably priced rare herbs. However, singular herb items were exceedingly rare at auction, as most were sold as finished products, thus commanding higher prices. Despite M.O. Tang making several bids that nearly depleted his gold reserves, he managed to acquire only a mere 200 low-tier energy points. This outcome left him rather speechless. Observing the increasing throng at the entrance, many were squeezed out by the crowd. Numerous unfortunate souls stood at the periphery, cursing their misfortune, which even sparked several altercations. Nevertheless, they were all aware of the day's significance, so even without intervention, the conflicting parties would soon back down after a few exchanged insults. Watching all of this unfold, M.O. Tang maintained a placid demeanor as he approached an entrance adorned with luxurious carpets, flanked by over a dozen guards. He produced the purple golden card previously entrusted to him by Lei Yan. Good day, sir. You are our auction house's most esteemed guest. Please follow me. A provocatively dressed, alluring maid eagerly offered to lead the way. Nearby, those still jostling in the crowd cast envious glances, their eyes gleaming with jealousy. M.O. Tang's seat was the closest to the auction's crystal platform, nestled in an exquisitely plush chair, a stark contrast to the cramped benches behind him. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a clear chime announced the arrival of a white-robed, silver-haired elder, who beamed as he took to the auction stage. The clamorous crowd gradually quieted, and with a formal declaration, the much-anticipated auction commenced. The first item for bid was a blade crafted from sunken silver, embedded with a peak tier 3 fire attribute magical beast core, an inferno tiger core, enhancing the wielder's firepower by 10%, with an opening bid of 50,000 gold coins. As the elder's voice resonated through the hall, the audience erupted into a frenzy. M.O. Tang silently observed, marveling at the grandiosity of the Mitel auction house. Clearly, they had made extensive preparations for this monumental event. As items were presented and sold one after another, astonishing bids unfolded, showcasing sheer madness. During this time, M.O. Tang's peak tier 4 lightning core was also auctioned off, fetching an unexpected high of 150,000 gold coins. This left M.O. Tang utterly astonished. Of course, he had not remained passive. He had spent 300,000 gold coins to procure a vial containing 3 green spirit pills, purportedly provided by the Alchemist Guild, which he deemed a fortuitous opportunity. After the auction of over 90 items, at long last, the companion amethyst source, which M.O. Tang had eagerly anticipated, was brought forth. The elder first surveyed the audience, particularly the several alchemists clad in deep purple robes. Typically lofty and graceful, they now displayed the same covetous glimmer in their eyes as the average patrons. Next up is the 99th item for bid, the companion amethyst source. As his words echoed, The ordinary attendees, who lacked insider knowledge, appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of the significance of the companion amethyst source. In stark contrast, those alchemists who had received prior word from the Mitel auction house, along with the three prominent families of Blackrock City, adopted a grave demeanor. In a secluded corner of the auction house, a mysterious figure in a black robe stiffened upon hearing the elder utter that name. Master? Xiao Yan's heart raced with astonishment, incredulously calling out to his mentor. Within the spatial ring on his finger, the soul of Yao Lao, now merely a spirit, was equally taken aback. Yet, upon sensing the silver tray before the elder, he quickly discerned its authenticity. Little one, it is indeed the companion amethyst source. Yao Lao's words deepened Xiao Yan's confusion, prompting him to ask, but didn't you say that the companion amethyst source is exceedingly rare? With a wry smile, Yao Lao shook his head slightly, admitting, it seems I have misjudged this time. Are you suggesting that this originates from the amethyst-winged Lion King in the Beast Mountain Range? Xiao Yan began to piece things together. Indeed, the amethyst-winged Lion King is a rare magical beast, and within the confines of the Gamma Empire, it is the sole king of the Beast Mountain Range. At that moment, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. The companion amethyst source, aside from its immense energy capable of facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation, held an even greater significance. It enabled an alchemist to refine a beast flame rivaling that of the amethyst-winged Lion King, which, while not comparable to extraordinary flames, surpassed ordinary battle chi flames. No wonder this auction had drawn so many high-ranking alchemists. It was all due to this coveted item. Initially perplexed as to why such a small city auction would attract so many third-tier and even fourth-tier alchemists, Yao Lao now understood that it was all for this reason. Xiao Yan's heart swelled with regret. If only he had been a moment faster, the companion amethyst source might have belonged to him. Alas, in reality, there are no if-only scenarios. Though his heart brimmed with yearning for the accompanying amethyst crystal source, the sole impediment he faced was his lack of funds. Watching as the price surged to 700,000 gold coins, unwavering in its momentum, Xiao Yan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. After all, his pockets held not even a mere 100,000 gold coins, let alone the imminent price that threatened to exceed 1,000,000. At that moment, Mo Tang wore a charming smile as he surveyed the scene. Once the price of the accompanying amethyst crystal source breached 800,000, the grin on his face became impossible to conceal. This figure had far surpassed his expectations, transcending the inherent worth of the amethyst crystal source itself. However, there was little he could do, as several high-ranking alchemists were present. For this affluent crowd, the value of the amethyst crystal source could not merely be quantified in gold coins. Chapter 70, Battle Spirit. I offer 50,000 gold coins, plus a first-tier, 3-patterned Qingling pill. Dressed in the garb of a fourth-tier alchemist, Frank suddenly rose, declaring loudly to the audience. His bid rendered the entire assembly momentarily silent before erupting into a frenzy. A 3-patterned Qingling pill? What sort of elixir is that? Could it possibly be worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins? It should be noted that someone had just called out a staggering 90,000. An equally powerful Dou Master, sharing the same stature, could not help but mutter quietly. Nearby, a young man clad in an alchemist's robe, bearing the insignia of a first-tier alchemist, overheard the Dou Master's murmur and interjected, "What do you know? The 3-pattern Qingling pill is a 4th-tier elixir. Even the most ordinary variant can aid a Dou Master in breaking through to the greater Dou Master realm. If consumed by a greater Dou Master, it possesses a slight chance of elevating the user's rank by 1 star without any adverse effects." The young alchemist's words were quickly absorbed by others, prompting gasps of astonishment. A pill capable of assisting one in transcending to the greater Dou Master level? How extravagant! In stark contrast to the onlookers, an irate elder, a 4th-tier alchemist seated alongside Frank, shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, "You old rascal, that's against the rules." Beside him, a delicate young woman in an alchemist's robe pouted and nodded vigorously in agreement with the elder's sentiments. They were none other than Master Otto, the vice president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, and his disciple, Lin Fei. The previous bid of 90,000 had indeed been theirs. Seeing his old friend's disgruntled demeanor, Frank chuckled heartily, feeling considerably lighter. "You old coot, if you hadn't driven the price up so high, would I have needed a bid so extravagantly? I initially thought 70 or 80,000 would suffice, yet here I am, compelled to offer the 3-pattern Qingling pill obtained from the president." Their competition for the accompanying amethyst crystal source was not for their own gain. Otto's disciple, Lin Fei, and Frank's disciple, Xuemei, were undoubtedly the most talented young alchemists in Blackrock City. Their rivalry had persisted in the shadows, with neither able to claim superiority. Now, with disciples of their own, they naturally extended this competition to the next generation. Whoever could secure the amethyst crystal source and refine a beast fire seed would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise in their alchemical prowess, thus becoming the foremost figure among the youth of Black Rock City. Despite their decades-long friendship, neither was willing to concede in this matter of pride. Lin Fei, adorned in purple, cast a glance at the silver-clad girl beside her, whose hair flowed like a glistening stream, and huffed in indignation. "Umph. I shall not relinquish the accompanying amethyst crystal source to you." The silver-haired girl merely glanced at her before turning away, her icy demeanor intensifying Lin Fei's ire. Enough of this, my child." Master Otto suddenly patted his disciple's head in consolation. "Though I am not lacking in funds, and neither is your Hearst family, that old rascal Frank has exceeded the value of the amethyst crystal source by offering the 3-pattern Qingling pill. If it comes to it, I shall find you another beast fire later." This outcome only fueled Lin Fei's frustration further. Yet, her anger was not directed at her mentor's decision, but rather at the thought of her coveted prize being snatched away by her rival. "Thank you, Master Otto." The silver-haired girl, Shui Mei, expressed her gratitude promptly. "Ha! Young Shui Mei remains ever so courteous, a far cry from your scheming old master." Otto laughed heartily. Thus, the contest for the accompanying amethyst crystal source came to a close, with Mo Tang emerging as the undisputed victor. 50,000 gold coins and a 3-pattern Qingling pill, albeit the lowest tier among its kind, still surpassed the value of 50,000 gold coins and was a rarity in itself. Consequently, this single bottle of amethyst crystal source brought Mo Tang a fortune exceeding 1 million gold coins. In a fleeting moment, he pondered whether to auction another bottle. The final item of the auction, a highly advanced water attribute technique, paired with the accompanying combat skill title technique and a 9-fold wave fist, ignited a wave of fervent bids. However, the intensity paled in comparison to the preceding contest for the amethyst crystal source, primarily due to the alchemist's lack of interest in water attribute techniques, as they primarily focused on fire attribute combat. Nevertheless, the 3 prominent families of Black Rock City were eagerly poised for this moment. Ultimately, the prestigious He family prevailed, shelling out 1 million gold coins to acquire the advanced water attribute technique and combat skills. The He family patriarch, He Qian, was a formidable 7-star Dou spirit, far exceeding the capabilities of the ordinary Mo Cheng. In fact, within the original narrative, He Qian would later emerge as a Dou Wang level powerhouse in just a few years, indicating his rapid ascent in strength. With the auction concluded, Mo Tang once again returned to the VIP room of the Mitre auction house, awaiting his rightful possessions. During this interlude, he encountered Master Frank and Master Otto once more, who engaged him in friendly conversation, subtly probing whether he still held onto the accompanying amethyst crystal source. In an amusing twist, Lin Fei, who had previously been outmaneuvered by him, resorted to employing her charm to win him over. Unfortunately, Mo Tang, who had already seen the world, was no longer interested in a little girl like her, so he didn't take this trick at all, and in the end, the other party could only leave disappointed. Mo Tang, who had returned to his residence estate, eagerly absorbed and transformed all 3 Qingling pills he had auctioned off from the auction into energy points. Suddenly, over 200 low-level energy points were added. Combined with the previous collection and accumulation of miscellaneous things, Mo Tang's low-level energy has finally broken through the 1,000-point barrier again. Next, he can directly cross the 2 stages of the 8-star and 9-star Great Dosher and leap to become a genuine soul-level powerhouse. This level of strength can be considered a true powerhouse even in the entire Gamma Empire. Chapter 71, Xiao Yan, who is preparing to travel eastward and be slaughtered. System Attribute Bar. Nama, Montak Tang. Level, 2-star Fighting Spirit. Technique, Thunder and Vigorous Qi, Deshang. Fenli Gangsha, Perfect. Fighting Skills, Triple Blade Gang, Perfect. Flying Katkin's Body Technique, not yet introduced. Crazy Lion Song, Dasheng. Beast Blood Casting Body Formula Wind, Level 1. Beast Blood Casting Body Formula Wind, Level 2. Beast Blood Casting Body Formula Wind, 3 layers. Jixing Chasing the Moonbow Technique, Deshang. Wind and Thunder Wings, Deshang. Available energy points. Low level, 39216052252401017888810119. Intermediate level, 1980199764. It took a total of 888 low-level energy points to upgrade the 8-star and 9-star Great Dosher. and nearly 2,000 intermediate energy points to upgrade the 1-star and 2-star doling. At this moment, Mo Tang truly embodies what it means to return to the pre-liberation era in one day. He had originally thought that he could also learn the Xian-level intermediate body techniques and fighting skills he obtained from Yunyan. But now, looking at it, he couldn't even improve Shaoqing Du, so he just burned it on. When he has time, he'll try to cultivate it himself and see if he can get started on his own. Sitting on the chair, Mo Tang carefully recalled the following plot in the original work from his memory. After leaving Black Rock City, Xiaoyan should have gone to the eastern Taggart Desert. In a place called Desert City, he met his 2 older brothers and encountered the blue snake with 3 flower eyes and green scales. It was also in that place that he met the Ice Emperor Hebedong, who was once one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gama Empire. He also obtained the second pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnants picture from the opponent. For Mo Tang, what Hai Buodong, what blue snake 3 flower eyes, these are not important. What's important is the second picture of the pure Lotus Demon Fire Remnants. If his system can really absorb and convert the strange fire into energy, then the destructive power contained in each strange fire will bring him immeasurable benefits. Perhaps one can become a Dozun, a Dosheng, or even a high-level Dosheng, relying on the energy provided by these strange flames. Among all the known or potentially acquired strange fires in his memory, the pure Lotus Demon Fire is undoubtedly the most powerful one. That is an existence that can be compared to higher-level fighting saints solely based on the power of fire spirit. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who didn't gain much at the auction, walked down the bustling streets of Haiyan City feeling somewhat disappointed. Looking at the young man who was like a defeated attack, Yao Lao couldn't help but comfort him in his ear and said, "All right, little one, but it's just a bottle of accompanying amethyst source. It's not that impressive. Although it may be helpful for your cultivation, it is not indispensable. Our current goal is not some beast fire, but a strange fire. Next, let's go to the Refining Pharmacist Union branch in Black Rock City to participate in the Refining Pharmacist Assessment. Only when you have the recognized identity of a refining pharmacist by the outside world can you be of greater help to you now. The few medicinal herbs and spiritual objects we are currently lacking may be able to obtain information from the Alchemist Union." "Yes, teacher, you're right. I can't be hit by such a small matter." Xiaoyan himself is not someone who easily gives up, so after hearing the comfort of Yao Lao, he immediately raised his heart and inquired about it, quickly heading towards the direction of the Alchemist Union. After turning several rather slender streets for a while, Xiaoyan slowly stopped and looked up at this majestic building. The shape of the house in front of us is quite unique. The overall appearance looks roughly like a medicine cauldron, with windows around the house that resemble the opening of the cauldron. Above the high roof, a large cauldron cover crawls down to cover the room below. Looking outside the building, on the light purple sandalwood plaque, 5 ancient fonts with faintly blurred handwriting shimmered with a faint glimmer. The Pharmacist Union. I don't know if it's due to the inertia of the plot, but the following plot is similar to the original work. Xiaoyan still meets Master Otto and Master Frank, who are being assessed with their own disciples. Although Xiaoyan's strength at this time was not as strong as in the original work, and there was no help from Purple Fire. With the specialized training of Yao Lao in the Warcraft Mountains, his cultivation has still reached the level of an 8-star peak fighter, and he is only one opportunity away from breaking through the 9-star fighter. And this opportunity happened during his assessment of 2nd-grade alchemist. This surprised the two who were already interested in this young boy with amazing talent for refining medicine. A 19-year-old 2nd-grade alchemist, and only at the level of a fighter. This is really, really shocking. Frank, the branch president of the Alchemist Union, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You should know that the minimum cultivation level for an ordinary 2nd-grade alchemist must reach the rank of Dosher. Otherwise, it cannot sustain the consumption when refining 2nd-grade pills. But the other party really did it. Little did he know. At this moment, Xiaoyan also let out a long breath in his heart and secretly whispered to Yao Lao, "Teacher, thank you very much. If it weren't for the secret help from the old pharmacist before, he would never have succeeded in refining the 2nd-grade pill this time." Regarding the cultivation of fighting qi, not meeting the standard is not meeting the standard, let alone the fact that Xiaoyan's practice of burning is only in its lowest form now. As for the 19-year-old 2nd-grade alchemist mentioned by Frank, it is natural that Xiaoyan deliberately concealed it, causing the other party to misunderstand his age. There's no other way. Even a 19-year-old 2nd-grade alchemist has shocked these two old guys so much. If they knew their true age, Xiaoyan would know what crazy things the two old guys would do. So sometimes, just show off enough, don't go too far. Of course, the reason why Xiaoyan did this is not just to force himself. After receiving sufficient attention from these two influential figures in the alchemist branch, Xiao Yan was able to use the intelligence they had to search for the missing medicinal herb for himself. However, when the conversation turned to the ice spirit cold spring and the eccentric character of Gutter, Frank inadvertently mentioned the accompanying amethyst source, hinting that Mo Tang might possess even more of these precious resources. Instantly, Xiao Yan's heart began to race with excitement. President Frank, do you know the individual who possesses the amethyst source? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry, both Frank and Otto raised their eyebrows in unison. Frank then replied, "What? Are you seeking to negotiate for the amethyst source from him?" Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." Otto chuckled from the side, adding, "Well, you must be mentally prepared. I have heard from my disciple Lin Fei that this young man, named Mo Tang, has quite the temperament. If you wish to trade with him, be ready to be ruthlessly outmaneuvered." Chapter 72. Mo Tang's Second Harvest. Mo Tang's estate was once the headquarters of the leading mercenary group in Black Rock City. Although the estate exuded opulence, it was merely ordinary in the eyes of Xiao Yan, who hailed from a prominent family in Wutan City. After all, the Xiao family had once produced a Dou Wang, and their alliance with the Nalan family, one of the empire's foremost clans, attested to their former standing in the Jiao Ma Empire. As he followed President Frank, Xiao Yan discreetly observed his surroundings. "Master, the guards here are all at least 5-star Dou Shi. It seems Mo Tang's influence is formidable," he remarked. "Yao Lao Chuka Sopti Zet Ponding." The possession of the amethyst source indicates a close relationship with that female Dou Huang. "Do you think such a figure would be weak?" Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mo Tang, who had received reports, was curious about the purpose of the Alchemist Guild's branch president visiting him. Was it regarding the amethyst source? Hadn't he already acquired some at the auction? However, all his questions were swiftly resolved upon seeing Xiao Yan following Frank. A second-tier alchemist, Mo Tang was slightly taken aback, observing Xiao Yan clad in a long robe of an alchemist, adorned with the badge of a second-tier alchemist on his chest. He hadn't anticipated that. Despite the setbacks caused by his own influence leading to the young man's loss of 2 significant opportunities, Xiao Yan had still managed to achieve such growth. At times, one must marvel at the strength of narrative inertia. After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Tang directly inquired, "I wonder what brings Master Frank here today?" Frank smiled gently, saying, "It's true that I have matters to discuss with you, Commander Mo, but the focus today is not on me. Rather, it is on my young friend here, the Rock Owl." Frank slightly inclined his body, prompting Xiao Yan to step forward at the opportune moment. "Rock Owl," Mo Tang murmured with an inscrutable smile. "What business does Mr. Rock Owl have with me?" Xiao Yan straightened his demeanor and asked, "Commander Mo, I have sought Master Frank's introduction to inquire whether you possess any more of the amethyst source." "What? You wish to trade for the amethyst source?" Mo Tang leaned back slightly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yan's eyes as he queried directly. "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied, maintaining his composure. "If you wish to negotiate, it is not out of the question, but the amethyst source is of considerable value." Mo Tang pondered for a moment before speaking. Currently, he had 5 vials of the amethyst source, which were intended as sustenance for the future 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Yet if Xiao Yan could present something compelling enough, he might consider a trade. Seeing Mo Tang's willingness to engage, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief. He was not afraid of the other party's potential demands. Rather, he feared being denied the chance to negotiate altogether. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Yan declared, "I am certain I can present something that will entice Commander Mo." Aware that their negotiation was about to commence, Frank, recognizing his task was complete, discreetly exited the parlor, leaving the 2 parties to deliberate. The haggling over the trade lasted a total of 15 minutes, and when Xiao Yan emerged, his expression was far from pleasant. Outside, Frank, who was seated in a courtyard pavilion sipping tea, rose and approached him, asking, "What is the matter? Did you not reach an agreement?" Xiao Yan silently shook his head. At this, Frank instantly understood. It seemed that while the transaction had indeed been completed, the price Xiao Yan had paid was rather steep, leaving him a bit sore. However, there was little to be done. After all, he had willingly sought to exchange with someone already in a position of advantage, and being significantly outmaneuvered was to be expected. Meanwhile, in the hall, as he watched Xiao Yan depart, Mo Tang was playfully toying with a scroll and a vial of elixir in his hands. The scroll contained a high-grade thunder attribute Dou technique, the Thunder Dragon Whirlwind. The practitioner could conjure a massive tornado of lightning around themselves, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, reminiscent of the blue whirlwind used by Yun Yun against the amethyst-winged Lion King. As for the vial of elixir, it contained the bone-cleansing elixir, a concoction not mentioned in the original Dou Pu, but featured in Yao Lao's legendary tales. This was a secret family recipe of Yao Lao's, rated as a 4th-tier elixir. with numerous applications. When ground into powder, it could be used as a medicinal bath to enhance talent. When mixed into soup, it could fortify the body. And when consumed directly, it could strengthen the soul, bearing no toxic side effects. It could be said to be an exceptionally practical elixir. Clearly, this elixir could only have originated from Yao Lao himself. In order to procure the amethyst source, Yao Lao had indeed made a significant sacrifice. A high-grade dough technique could range in value from 300,000 to 600,000 gold coins, depending on its strength. The Thunder Dragon Whirlwind, being quite rare among high-grade techniques, likely exceeded Xiao Yan's 8 extremities collapse in value, estimating around 600,000 gold coins. As for the bone cleansing elixir, although its trading value did not match that of the top-tier 3-pattern Qingling Dan, it still surpassed that of ordinary 1-patterned or 3-pattern Qingling Dan. Moreover, for Mo Tang, whose cultivation talent had always been his weakness, the elixir's worth could even exceed that of a 3-patterned Qingling Dan. Therefore, in aggregate, the items obtained in exchange for a vial of amethyst source were indeed worth more than those acquired at the previous auction. No wonder Xiao Yin left with such a dark expression. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Mo Tang. In high spirits after having reaped another harvest, Mo Tang ordered a lavish spread to be prepared for a celebratory feast. However, his elation was short-lived, as a piece of news from Qingshan town soon shattered his good mood. What did you say? The little medical sage has gone missing? What on earth transpired? Mo Tang's voice, steeped in a profound darkness, brimmed with an inexhaustible fury, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Gazing at the guard team master who had hastily arrived from Qingshan town, his countenance was as grim as a storm cloud, threatening to weep. Under the piercing gaze of Mo Tang, sharp as a blade, the middle-aged guard trembled uncontrollably, stammering and stuttering. It took him a quarter of an hour to relay the events that had unfolded during Mo Tang's absence from Qingshan town. Yet, upon hearing the account, Mo Tang's expression darkened further, his mood more somber than before. Chapter 73. The 3-Year Pact. In Qingshan town, at the headquarters of the Qingshan Mercenary Corps. Upon receiving news of the little medical sage's disappearance in Haiyan City, Mo Tang traversed the distance to Qingshan town in a mere half-hour. Before him knelt Zhang Fong, who had been left behind in Qingshan town, his face painted with shame. My lord, it is my failure to protect the little medical sage. Please punish me. At that moment, Mo Tang had regained his usual calm demeanor and merely replied, Enough, this is not solely your fault. Having deduced the cause of the little medical sage's latest outburst, Mo Tang reflected that perhaps he too bore some measure of responsibility. After all, he had always been aware of her relentless efforts in concocting poisons for her cultivation and had imposed no restrictions. Given her constitution, such reckless training had inevitably led to this latest eruption. Moreover, this incident was far graver than her previous episode at the Wanyao Zhai, resulting in the deaths of 4 mercenaries and over 10 maidservants from the Qingshan Mercenary Corps. No wonder it is said that the cursed poison body is destined for a life of solitude. As long as she exists among the masses, calamity is unavoidable. Very well. You may leave now and attend to your duties. Mo Tang had already formed a conjecture regarding the little medical sage's whereabouts and resolved to investigate further. Before him lay the familiar valley basin, and as he beheld the flickering embers in the cave, alongside the pots and pans on a stone platform, it was evident that she intended to reside here permanently. At this juncture, she must have entered the misty region. Casting a glance around, Mo Tang refrained from venturing into the mist to search for her. Instead, he noted the encroaching twilight and rekindled the fire before preparing dinner with the utensils the little medical sage had brought. As the sun descended, its waning light bathed the valley in hues reminiscent of flames. Clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with a blue orchid headscarf, the little medical sage approached, her form illuminated by the afterglow. Upon reaching the cave entrance and witnessing the dancing flames within, she momentarily froze in surprise. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and her face broke into a radiant smile, only to quickly revert to a melancholic expression. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and stepped inside. Seemingly alerted by the sound of footsteps nearby, the figure previously engrossed in their tasks lifted their head, revealing a gentle smile upon seeing the girl bathed in rosy light. You're back. Just in time. I've prepared dinner. Come taste it. Such a simple remark stirred a poignant ache within the little medical sage's heart, and tears began to well in her eyes. The warmth of the words and the scene before her felt akin to a husband tenderly addressing his beloved wife, infused with concern and anticipation. I have returned. Her voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing something profound, without inquiring why the other was present, or perhaps hoping for this very moment. The two shared a delightful meal, laughing and conversing as though nothing had transpired. Once the diligent little medical sage had tidied everything up and resumed her place by the fire, Mo Tang shifted closer, effortlessly bridging the gap between them to enfold her in his embrace. In the stillness of the cave, only the crackling of the fire punctuated the silence. The couple nestled together, attuned to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. As Mo Tang's hand brushed against the little medical sage's hair, he was momentarily taken aback. Her once lustrous tresses had begun to turn gray. "I have attained the rank of Dou Qi," she softly declared, sensing the change in him as she gazed up at his countenance. "Yes, I am aware. Therefore, I shall uphold our pact. I will accompany you to reside in this basin from now on. What do you think?" The corners of the little medical sage's lips curled into a hint of a smile as she affectionately nuzzled her cheek against his chest. "No. You have many matters awaiting you outside. How could you hide away here with a woman? That would be too lacking in ambition, not the Mo Tang I admire." Seeing Mo Tang about to speak, she placed her delicate finger upon his lips. "Do not speak yet. Allow me to finish." "Very well. I shall listen," Mo Tang replied, a hint of indulgent exasperation gracing his features. "Actually, I did not intend to remain here indefinitely." As she spoke this, the little medical sage timidly cast a glance at his expression, but could only see his chin from her vantage point. "Not here. Where do you intend to go first?" A moment of silence lingered before Mo Tang broke it with a smile. "I wish to visit the Outcloud Empire after leaving the Jama Empire," the little medical sage stated, forcing a smile. "The Outcloud Empire, you say?" Mo Tang mused internally, realizing the truth of her words. For the little medical sage, a land renowned for its poison masters seemed like her true sanctuary. Thus, he found her desire unsurprising. Tightening his embrace, Mo Tang spoke softly, "The Outcloud Empire. Then we may find it difficult to meet again. Not to worry. Once I grow stronger, I shall return to seek you out. At that time, it will be my turn to protect you. Whatever you desire, just say the word, and I shall procure it for you," the little medical sage playfully teased, sticking out her tongue. "Huh, you dare to proclaim such?" Mo Tang replied with a laugh. After their laughter faded, the cave once again succumbed to silence. After a considerable pause, Mo Tang sighed and asked, "Have you made your decision?" "Yes," came the muffled reply from her chest. "Very well." Mo Tang's face radiated determination. "Then let us establish a 3-year pact." The little medical sage raised her head, her expression one of confusion. "A 3-year pact?" "Indeed." Mo Tang lowered his gaze to meet her now lavender-gray eyes and declared solemnly, "In 3 years, I will journey to the Outcloud Empire to find you and assist you in resolving the perils of your cursed poison body. During these 3 years, you must take care of yourself and avoid recklessly consuming poisons in pursuit of power, which may harm your body. Do you promise?" The little medical sage's gaze gradually became unfocused. 3 years, you say?" After a prolonged silence, her gaze once again focused, locking onto Mo Tang's eyes. And with a resolute nod, she declared, "Very well. I accept your proposition." The little medical fairy was acutely aware that her cursed poison body was still in its nascent stage. Thus, while she remained conscious, she could exert control, and even physical contact with Mo Tang would not lead to dire consequences. However, should she succumb to unconsciousness, or, as the poison within her matured, any contact could indeed prove fatal. Over the course of 3 years, regardless of whether this man could discover a remedy for the perils of her toxic affliction, she would seek him out, even if it were to be their final encounter. Chapter 74. The Final Preparations. In the days that followed, the two cast aside the tumult of the outside world, cherishing 3 tranquil and blissful days in their own secluded realm. Beneath the enchanting moonlight in a serene valley, a man and a woman quietly gazed up at the stars, gently taking the little medical fairy's delicate hand, and under the curious gaze of a young girl. A ring adorned with a verdant gemstone was carefully placed upon her middle finger. "What is this?" Clearly, as a girl from an alternate world, the little medical fairy was unaware of the significance of wearing a ring. Mo Tang smiled softly. "This serves as a testament, signifying that this exquisite flower now belongs to someone." This was a low-level spatial ring that Mo Tang had procured at an auction for 50,000 gold coins. It was not that Mo Tang was reluctant to spend more on a superior item, but rather that mid-tier spatial rings were exceedingly rare, even within the entire Gamma Empire. High-grade rings, such as the Bone Flame ring belonging to Master Yao or Han Feng's Guoxi ring, were virtually non-existent. Gazing at the ring on her finger, which shimmered with a faint green luminescence, the little medical fairy felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart at Mo Tang's words. That night stretched on interminable. Only when the moon in the sky began to wane did the two, overtaken by drowsiness, nestle together gradually succumbing to slumber. When dawn broke the next day, Mo Tang's figure reappeared at the headquarters of the Qingshan Mercenary Corps. "Have you prepared the items I requested?" Sitting high in the hall, Mo Tang regarded Zhang Fong below with an inscrutable expression. Zhang Fong, visibly anxious, hastily replied, "My lord, everything is ready, although the quantity is somewhat lacking." Prior to embarking on the expedition to the small valley basin in search of the little medical ferry, Mo Tang had entrusted Zhang Fong with the task of mobilizing the entire Mo family's resources in Black Rock City to gather ample amounts of spiritual herbs and magic cores. More was preferable, and higher quality was essential. However, acquiring high-grade spiritual herbs and magic cores was no simple feat. Some of the lower-tiered ones were manageable, but high-level spiritual herbs and magic cores were simply beyond the reach of the Mo family's current influence, largely flowing instead to the three major families of Black Rock City and the Alchemist Guild. Mo Tang understood this well. Hence, he bore no animosity towards Zhang Fong upon witnessing his current state. "All right, have him bring forth what you have gathered." While previously Mo Tang had hesitated to regard the Mo family's forces in Black Rock City as his personal militia, after breaking through to the spirit fighting level and given the present circumstances, he felt no qualms about fully embracing the Mo family's strength. "Yes," Zhang Fong replied, quickly making his exit. Moments later, boxes filled with spiritual herbs and magic cores were presented before Mo Tang. "Low-level energy detected. 3 points. Would you like to absorb it?" "Affirmative." Upon opening a box containing silver leaf grass, the system promptly issued a notification. "Affirmative." In an instant, the small plant with its 2 silver leaves withered away, ultimately turning to ash. Zhang Fong had actually managed to gather a fair amount of herbs, yet 9/10 of them were of the lowest tier, such as silver leaf grass, which contained minimal energy. Once all the low-level herbs rated below 3 stars were absorbed and converted, Mo Tang's low-level energy points surged past 1,000 once more. "Low-level energy detected. 13 points. Would you like to absorb it?" "Affirmative." This was a second-tier fire attribute magic core. While there was a slim chance that some truly rare 4-star rated spiritual herbs might appear among the gathered materials, the magic cores were predominantly of the low-grade variety. A third-tier magical beast was comparable to a great fighter, and in Black Rock City, a third-tier magic core was a valuable item worthy of auction. Thus, the quantity of magic cores collected this time was rather meager. After all low-level energy conversions were complete, Mo Tang's low-level energy points increased by a total of 1586, bringing his total to 1715 when accounting for the previous surplus. Though he had now reached the spirit fighter level and no longer required low-level energy for cultivation, it was still quite beneficial for enhancing his newly acquired 2 profound-tier fighting techniques. As for the mid-level energy, he had only fortuitously acquired 148 points this time, totaling 152 with the remainder. Yet he was still far from being able to upgrade, thus he could only store it for the time being. Yet this was still insufficient. Far from enough. Setting aside the Serpent Man clan and the Azure Lotus Heartfire, there was also the elusive Haiba Dong, who sold maps in Mo City. Although his strength was constrained to the spirit fighter level due to Queen Medusa's seal as a former Ice Emperor, his techniques and fighting skills were not something an ordinary spirit fighter could compare to. To obtain the residual map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire from him, one would at least need to ensure they could remain unscathed in his presence. After much contemplation, Mo Tang ultimately sought out Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild, requesting a letter of introduction to ensure his entry into the guild, allowing him a chance to explore the internal trading area for opportunities. It must be said that the alchemists in this world were truly affluent. Within the trading area of the Alchemist Guild, many rare spiritual materials and elixirs that were hard to come by in the outside world were commonplace. Occasionally, some extremely precious herbs would appear, drawing frenzied bids from numerous alchemists. Although Mo Tang had gained entry to this trading affair, the actual items he could procure were quite limited. It was not that the materials did not meet standards. Rather, many alchemists did not trade their items for gold coins, opting instead for barter. This was, upon reflection, quite reasonable. After all, if one were simply looking to accumulate gold coins, why not participate in an auction outdoors? Most alchemists attending these trading events were primarily seeking to exchange for materials they found useful, rather than for monetary gain. Ultimately, having had a first-hand experience with the capricious nature of those eccentric alchemists, Mo Tang left the Alchemist Guild with only a meager selection of herbs, which he had purchased at great expense. He made another trip to the Mitre auction house and even leveraged his connections through Master Otto and that young lady Lin Fei to reach out to the Hearst family. Finally, after exhausting all his savings, Mo Tang's energy points began to show signs of improvement. Nama, Montak Tung. Level, 2-star Spirit Fighter. Cultivation Method, High Yellow Level. Thunderstorm Qi, Great Accomplishment. Advanced Earth Rank, Wind and Thunder Qi, Perfection. Combat Technique, Yellow Honk, Triple Blade Qi, Perfection. Mysterious Rank, Flying Fluff Technique, Perfection. Wild Lion Song, Perfection. Thunder Dragon's Whirlwind, Perfection. Earth Rank, Swift Star, Chasing Moon Archery, Major Achievement. Wind and Thunder Dual Wings, Major Achievement. Unranked Secret Techniques. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Wind, First Layer. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Wind, Second Layer. Beast Blood Forging Body Technique, Wind, Third Layer. Usable Energy Points, Low Level, 230. Intermediate, 912. All 3 mysterious rank combat techniques have been elevated to perfection, particularly the Flying Fluff Technique acquired from Yancheng. Upon reaching perfection, allows Mo Tang's body to glide like a feather in the wind amidst blades and swords, evading all attacks. It feels reminiscent of the Lingbo Weibo from demigods and semi-devils, an effect not achievable merely through speed and agility. Chapter 75. Journey Through the Desert. The distance from Black Rock City to the Eastern Great Desert is twice that to Salt City. Thus, reaching the desert city of Mo City is beyond even Mo Tang's ability to fly alone. After spending hundreds of gold coins, he secured a private chamber on a thick-winged bird, where he settled into a meditative posture on the bed, awaiting the commencement of his journey. Having utilized the medicinal powder from the bone-cleansing pill for daily baths, it was time to assess the results. Although equipped with a system, Mo Tang remains deeply invested in his cultivation talent. After all, the upcoming journey would require considerable time, perfectly suited for his training. As strands of energy from the heavens and earth rapidly coalesced and were absorbed and refined into his body, Mo Tang felt a surge of joy. Although this cultivation speed could still be deemed ordinary in comparison to his previous self, it was a remarkable enhancement, one that could be described as a transformative rebirth. Tears welled in Mo Tang's eyes, just as he was about to indulge further in this euphoric sensation of rapid cultivation. A series of male gasps and feminine moans emanated from the adjacent room, akin to a siren's call, incessantly stimulating his senses. Damn it, almost led me astray. With that couple's incessant cooing, further cultivation was rendered impossible. Reluctantly, Mo Tang enveloped his ears with combat energy and succumbed to sleep. Thus, amid this monotonous flight, the destination drew ever closer. Dear guest, we have arrived at Mo City. Please prepare for landing, a maid's voice announced from outside. Montak Tang exhaled deeply. Finally, having reached his destination, Mo City, the largest imperial city within the Tagore Great Desert, also marks the easternmost point accessible by the Imperial Flight Team. It was here that Xiao Yan encountered Hai Buodong and obtained another fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire Map. Upon exiting his room, Mo Tang beheld a vast yellow city. Perhaps due to its proximity to the desert, the weather here was exceedingly dry and hot, with the scorching sun pouring down from the sky, causing the ground beneath to emit waves of suffocating heat that distorted and blurred the vision. Such an environment would serve as an excellent training ground for those cultivating fire-based combat energy. Walking along the sandy streets of the bustling city, Mo Tang observed that most of the men were bare-chested, their skin dark and robust, exuding an air of ruggedness. The occasional passing women also bore slightly tan skin. But unlike the men, they appeared to possess a somewhat alluring, sun-kissed complexion. Dressed in form-fitting leather attire that barely concealed their breasts and a hint below, their slender waists were daringly exposed, while their long, toned legs were clad only in short skirts or shorts, swaying enticingly as they walked, exuding a captivating charm. These individuals truly resembled desert roses. While indulging in the sight of these sword-wielding women, Mo Tang simultaneously crafted an ideal image of them in his mind. Of course, admiring beautiful women was merely a sideline. Mo Tang's primary objective now was to locate the reclusive Ice Emperor. He casually approached a passerby to inquire about shops selling desert maps. Initially, the individual reacted with anger at Mo Tang's sudden approach. But upon witnessing the combat energy armor coalescing around his hands, he promptly indicated the location of the shop. After expressing his gratitude and disregarding the terrified figure fleeing in disarray, Mo Tang followed the directions provided. After walking for a while longer, he finally spotted a somewhat secluded shop exuding an air of antiquity. Ancient maps? This should be the place. Observing the shop's name, Mo Tang nodded silently. As he stepped inside, his gaze flicked about before settling on an elderly man behind the counter, diligently crafting maps. The elder appeared quite aged, his hair white. Yet his dry hands remained steady and capable as they gripped the drawing pen. This must be the Ice Emperor. The man seemed indifferent to the unexpected visitor. Not even lifting his head, Mo Tang chose not to disturb him and began to search the counter independently. If memory served correctly, it was in the original narrative that Xiao Yin stumbled upon the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map amidst a collection of ancient, tattered maps. A glance revealed an old wooden rack in the corner of the shop. This rack was evidently ancient, covered with decay and wormholes. Upon it lay a haphazard assortment of yellowed maps, the surface marred with signs of wear, suggesting they were failed attempts at map-making. Mo Tang raised an eyebrow and casually approached. As he rifled through the yellowed maps, a faint musty odor wafted toward him. Unperturbed, he picked up a stack of tattered maps, and as he shook them, a small, torn image suddenly fell from a pile. His left hand reacted swiftly, catching the fragment midair. Upon recognizing the familiar pattern of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, excitement surged within him. This is it. This fragment appeared to be only half the size of the one he had obtained from the magical Beast Mountain range in Qingshan Town, likely split into two parts by the cunning Ice Emperor, with the other half hidden away. Certainly, his actions were driven by necessity. After all, when he first acquired this map, he encountered the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan, leading to a fierce confrontation from which he barely escaped. To prevent the Medusa Queen from forcibly seizing this map in the future, and to retain a bargaining chip for himself, the Ice Emperor meticulously divided the map into two fragments. Although Mo Tang had witnessed an animated adaptation of Battle Through the Heavens in his previous life, which included a special episode detailing the feud between the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong and the Medusa sisters, such narratives were mere fabrications of the animation. The original text revealed that the true Hai Buodong had never engaged in any romantic entanglements with the Medusa Queen sister. Their conflict stemmed solely from this fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. Ever since he sustained injuries that significantly diminished his strength, Hai Buodong had secluded himself in the desert city, tirelessly studying various ancient maps in hopes of uncovering information related to this fragment. Regrettably, until now, his efforts had proven futile. Chapter 76. The essential skill of the protagonist, verbal evasion. Are you looking to purchase the map of the Tagore Great Desert? A deep voice resonated, devoid of any indication of age. Mo Tang turned to see an elderly man who had set aside his drawing tools. His gaze piercingly fixed upon him. Do you possess a detailed map of the Serpent Clan? Hai Buodong regarded him with an impassive expression and replied coolly. To reach the Serpent Clan, a map is unnecessary. Simply venture deeper into the desert, and you will arrive naturally. Mo Tang smiled faintly, choosing not to press further. Instead, he opened his palm to reveal the ancient map fragment and inquired, "Mister, might you have more such map fragments?" Hai Buodong's eyes scanned the tattered map in Mo Tang's hand, and a flicker of menace crossed his otherwise stern visage, rendering him even more formidable. "You have encountered such map fragments before?" Mo Tang smiled slightly, replying, "Not only have I seen them, but I also possess one." With that, he brazenly stowed away the previously damaged half of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map into his storage ring, provoking an immediate display of murderous intent from Hai Buodong. A swirl of white frost emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire shop. "Young man, I advise you to surrender that fragment. Attempting to seize it on my territory will yield you no benefit." As his words echoed, the frost within the shop thickened, obscuring Mo Tang's vision. The moment he was enveloped by the icy mist, Mo Tang felt an excruciating chill attempting to penetrate his battle armor and invade his meridians. He understood that should these frigid forces invade his body, he would likely succumb to a frozen demise without any need for combat. Indeed, the Ice Emperor was formidable. With such chilling battle aura, even a Dou Wang might struggle to subdue him. Gaining a clearer understanding of his opponent's strength, Mo Tang realized that overpowering him by force was a mere fantasy. In a swift motion, Mo Tang transformed into a gust of wind, rapidly retreating towards the shop's exit. Thinking of fleeing? Dream on. Hai Buodong's pupils constricted as he stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself like lightning towards Mo Tang. Observing the rapidly approaching Hai Buodong, Mo Tang maintained a calm demeanor and stated, "Sir, trust me, I harbor no ill intent. If you relinquish that fragment to me, I can promise to assist you with a matter." Hai Buodong clearly did not believe Mo Tang's words. "You? A mere two-star Douling?" Mo Tang discerned the disdain in his tone, yet he felt no anger. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Of course, as a mere two-star Douling. I would never presume to compare myself to the Ice Emperor, one of the 10 strongest within the former Jiama Empire." The moment the title Ice Emperor escaped Mo Tang's lips, Hai Buodong's chilling battle aura visibly fluctuated, and he halted, his gaze imbued with suspicion and caution. Who exactly are you? Ya Montak Tang. Montak Tang? Clearly, Hai Buodong was unfamiliar with the name. However, in an instant, he suppressed his curiosity, fixing Mo Tang with a cold stare. I do not care who you are. Hand over the fragment and leave this place, or suffer the consequences. With a slight shake of his head and a sigh, Mo Tang softly remarked, why resort to such measures? I already mentioned that if you agree to give me the fragment, I can help you with the matter, even to lift your seal. Lifting the seal? This phrase struck a chord with Hai Buodong, causing him to waver slightly. Young man, how could you possibly assist me in lifting the seal? This was not Hai Buodong underestimating him. The seal imposed by the Medusa Queen had stumped him for many years, and he had yet to find a solution. Although he had discovered a formula to aid in breaking the seal, crafting the necessary elixir required a 6th-tier alchemist with a unique fire. Such individuals were non-existent in the entire Jiama Empire, which was why Hai Buodong had been sealed for so long, forced to quietly study maps in this desert city. Observing the shift in Hai Buodong's expression, Mo Tang felt a sense of relief. After all these years, I trust you are not entirely ignorant of the seal upon yourself, right? Surely you have a means to break it? Hai Buodong did not conceal his response, stating gravely, over the decades, I have obtained a formula capable of breaking the seal. If I can concoct the elixir as described, I shall regain my strength. Mo Tang raised an eyebrow and inquired softly, oh, if so, it seems the elixir is difficult to concoct. Indeed, Hai Buodong note that not only must it reach the 6th tier, but the foremost requirement for crafting this elixir is that the alchemist must possess a unique fire. While the 6th-tier alchemist, Dou Qi, fits the criteria, he appears to lack such a fire. A 6th-tier alchemist with unique fire? Montak Tang Feignet Contemplation. Young man, there is no need to waste time. Such a person is beyond even my reach, let alone yours. I offer you one last chance. Surrender the fragment, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, death awaits. With the finality of his words, the previously sweltering desert began to exude chill. Frost began to crystallize in the air, transforming into delicate ice flowers that gently descended upon the golden sands. A long spear, forged entirely from blue ice, materialized in Hai Buodong's grasp, enveloping Mo Tang in a palpable aura of lethal intent. Seeing this, Mo Tang frantically waved his hands, saying, wait, at your age, why still possess such a fiery temperament? Even if you wish to fight, allow me to finish my words first. What more is there to say? Mo Tang shrugged helplessly and remarked, please do not speak so definitively. Although the Gamadi Empire does not possess alchemists with such stringent requirements, it does not imply that they are absent elsewhere. I wonder if Mr. Hai has heard of the Apothecary Monarch in the Black Corner region? The Apothecary Monarch Han Feng, a peak 6th-tier alchemist, wields the rare flame of the Sea Heart and is revered as the foremost alchemist in the Black Corner region. Once the chief disciple of the esteemed Elder Yao, in the Black Corner region, Han Feng is undoubtedly among the elite. Unfortunen, Fa Hai Bo Zong, who has been ensnared in the desolation of the desert city for decades, he is not well versed in the affairs of the Black Corner region. Moreover, he was curious as to how this seemingly insignificant young man before him came to possess knowledge of the region's formidable figures. Nevertheless, despite his uncertainty regarding Mo Tang's true identity, one thing was abundantly clear to him. Do you truly believe you can afford to invite a 6th-tier alchemist of the Emperor Dou level to assist you? Mo Tang replied with a confident smile. How could Mr. Hai be so sure that I cannot? After all, there exists the tool known as Shaoyan. At worst, once he creates a commotion at the Yunlan sect, I could lend him a hand, personally escorting him to the Black Corner region, then relaying the information to Han Feng. I can only imagine that the Apothecary Monarch would not easily overlook Elder Yao, the burning decision, and that bone spirit cold fire, observing Mo Tang's unwavering confidence. Hai Bo Zong Vimai Inde CV. Seeing this, Mo Tang contemplated for a moment and suggested, it seems that Mr. Hai harbors some reservations. How about this? Grant me 1 year as time. Within a year, I shall accompany you to the Black Corner region to meet the Apothecary Monarch, requesting him to concoct a pill for you. Once the elixir is complete, you may then hand over the remaining half of the fragment to me. What say you? Hai Buodong pondered briefly before redirecting his gaze to Mo Tang, coldly stating, if you wish for me to agree, you must first demonstrate your prowess to convince me. This served as a minor test for Mo Tang. If he could not even withstand his current strength, then any claims of seeking the Apothecary Monarch's assistance would likely be mere bluster. So, we must resort to combat. Mo Tang could not help but frown. With a disdainful snort, the air suddenly resonated with the sound of piercing winds. Mo Tang's heart tightened. He deftly tapped his toes, unleashing a surge of Dou Qi within him, his body weaving gracefully through the icy spikes as if carried by the wind, exuding an ethereal beauty. This was the advantage of the perfected flying cotton technique. A cacophony of clattering sounds followed as the ice spikes embedded themselves into the solid ground, transforming into delicate blossoms of ice. Threefold blade Qi. Mo Tang exercised caution, remaining vigilant of any potential changes from the ice flowers. Narrowing his eyes slightly, for the technique exhibited by Mo Tang bore an uncanny familiarity. However, in terms of offense, it fell slightly short. As he spoke, Haibo Dong's withered hands swiftly formed a seal, declaring, "Ice Mirror." Upon completing his hand sign, the white mist before him began to churn violently, and in an instant, a transparent ice mirror, approximately half a meter in length and width, materialized before him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as Mo Tang's three-blade Qi strikes failed to penetrate the ice mirror's defense. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of disdain crossed Haibo Dong's face. "Now let's see how you evade. Break." The ice mirror shattered instantaneously, transforming into countless sharp ice spikes that rained down upon Mo Tang. Goodness, how insidious. Mo Tang was taken aback by the overwhelming close range, hastily employing the flying cotton technique to retreat while channeling his immense Dou Qi, rapidly gathering it upon his right fist. He then unleashed a punch into the air. Roaring lion, as his thunderous cry echoed, a colossal energy lion surged forth from his fist, its ferocious roar resonating throughout the realm. Roar! The rampaging lion obliterated all the ice spikes in its path, surging forth relentlessly towards Haibo Dong. Haibo Dong, taken aback, muttered under his breath, "Such a violent force. It must be at least a high-tier Xian technique. This lad is no ordinary opponent." However, he felt it was still insufficient. With a mighty shout, Haibo Dong thrust his ice spear directly at the rampaging lion. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the roaring lion was pierced and shattered by the spear. The azure silver winds and thunderous energy wreaked havoc, clearing a significant area of the surrounding icy mist. Amidst the tempest, Haibo Dong reappeared, encased in a pale blue ice armor. However, silver lightning flickered about him, casting a grim shadow over his face. "I never anticipated that he would possess both wind and thunder attributes. I have underestimated him." Previously, Mo Tang's attacks had deliberately showcased his azure wind attribute Dou Qi. Yet, following the explosion of the azure lion, a torrent of thunder attribute Dou Qi erupted, catching the unprepared Haibo Dong off guard. "Cunning lad, even if you wield both wind and thunder attributes, do you intend to rely on such trifles to best me?" Haibo Dong pointed his spear, his hair billowing, and bellowed at Mo Tang. Mo Tang narrowed his eyes, contemplating the provocation from Haibo Dong, and felt a surge of inspiration. "Trifles, you say? Then allow me to demonstrate this technique." With swift movements, Mo Tang formed a series of seals with his hands, his once black pupils transforming into an azure silver hue. His long black hair billowed in the wind, and as his garments fluttered, a whirlwind suddenly arose from the ground, rapidly encircling him and culminating in a massive tornado over 10 meters in height. Thunder Dragon Tornado. Rumbling thunder reverberated from a now darkened sky, and bolts of lightning rained down, merging into the swirling tempest. "Well done, lad. I did not expect you to conceal such a technique." Upon witnessing the commotion Mo Tang had conjured, Haibo Dong's brow furrowed, and he stomped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a surge of icy Dou Qi that froze the earth within several dozen meters into a thick layer of ice. Profound ice spiral kill. With swift hand seals, Haibo Dong emitted a low growl. Instantly, crescent-shaped ice blades manifested around him, spinning with increasing frequency. As the number of ice blades surged, they eventually concealed his entire form, intertwining to form a spiraling tempest composed entirely of ice blades. "Go!" Amidst the tempest of thunder and lightning, a low growl emerged, as a tornado swept forward, fiercely propelled by the electric storm towards Haibo Dong. "I'm ready." The Ice Emperor, unyielding, summoned his own storm of ice blades to counter the onslaught. Chapter 78. The deal is struck. Two colossal storms collided, ravaging the terrain along their path, transforming the once solid stone ground into a chaotic network of fissures. Fortunately, the remote location of Haibo Dong's shop meant that no structures were nearby. Otherwise, The intensity of their battle would have surely reduced everything in the vicinity to rubble. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the ice blade storm met the lightning whirlwind, countless ice shards were obliterated by the furious electric current. Boom! Ultimately, the two titanic tempests erupted in a cacophony of sound, showering the surroundings with a cascade of icy white powder, while arcs of electricity danced across the ground, snaking away for dozens of meters before gradually dissipating. The full force of their strikes yielded no victor. This outcome was not what Hai Buodong had hoped for. You should consider yourself fortunate. I've been sealed by that woman, rendering me unable to utilize several formidable Earth-level combat techniques. Otherwise, even with my powers suppressed, I could easily take your life with a single blow. Gazing at the obstinate elder before him, Mo Tang refrained from engaging in debate. After all, the old man's words held a kernel of truth. In the original tale, Hai Buodong possessed mastery over several powerful Earth-level techniques, each formidable in its own right. Alas, such potent skills demanded an immense reserve of fighting spirit to wield. Although Hai Buodong could still exhibit the prowess of a 5- or 6-star Dou spirit, the seal hindered him from employing techniques that required substantial energy. However, Mo Tang was not entirely transparent about his own capabilities. At the very least, he had yet to showcase his Earth-level archery skills. Given the minimal energy consumption of archery, combined with the ancient artifact, the Moon Chase Bow, in his possession, he could very well match the Ice Emperor's prowess in a full confrontation. Well, Mr. Hai, does my strength merit your attention? Mo Tang directly inquired. Though reluctant, Hai Buodong had to admit, gritting his teeth, that the young man before him was indeed a prodigy. It seemed unlikely that even the Yunlan sect could cultivate such a remarkable talent. Contemplating this, Hai Buodong found himself partially believing in the young man's claim regarding inviting the Medicine Emperor. For him, even the slightest opportunity was worth pursuing. Very well, I can agree to your terms, Hai Buodong finally conceded. 1 year. Within this time frame, if you can find someone to concoct that breakthrough pill for me, I shall personally present you with the remaining fragment of the map. However, should you fail to achieve this within a year, rest assured, you shall never lay eyes on that fragment again. Regardless of the secrets hidden within that map, you will end up with nothing. Mo Tang paid little heed to Hai Buodong's final threat. Rest assured, Mr. Hai, what you fear will never come to pass. Let's hope so. With the deal established, the two no longer needed to remain at odds. Upon re-entering Hai Buodong's shop, Mo Tang suddenly asked, by the way, you are aware of the rules for hiring an alchemist to concoct pills, correct? All necessary ingredients must be provided by the requester. Noting somewhat akwadi, Hai Buodong deeply. I have gathered most of the ingredients required by the formula, but I still lack a sand mandrake. This herb can only be found in the Tagore Great Desert, and the higher the temperature, the easier it is to locate. However, as you know, I practice ice-based techniques and bear the seal of the Queen Medusa within me. The moment I set foot deep into the Tagore Great Desert, she would sense my presence. Therefore, understood. Mo Tang realized that Hai Buodong was frightened of the queen and dared not venture into the depths of the desert. This meant that the task might ultimately fall to him. However, it was not a significant burden, as he initially intended to visit the Serpent People tribe to see if he could gain some advantage. Of course, Mo Tang was not the type to suffer losses or act out of altruism, so he promptly negotiated terms with Hai Buodong. Eventually, Hai Buodong had no choice but to offer a 3-tailed phoenix crown flower, which he had acquired years ago, as a bargaining chip. Intermediate energy detected, 130 points. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. The 3-tailed phoenix crown flower was rated as a 5th-tier spiritual herb by the system, worth a substantial 130 points of intermediate energy, which brought Mo Tang immense joy. With these 130 points, his total intermediate energy points now amounted to 1042, sufficient to elevate his cultivation by 1 star. This enhancement would fortify his position against the powerful adversaries of the Serpent People tribe. After finalizing the agreement with Hai Buodong, Mo Tang departed from the desert city. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor, unable to remain in his shop following their recent battle, also quietly left after agreeing to meet Mo Tang in the imperial capital once the latter completed his affairs. Exiting the bustling gates of the desert city, Mo Tang cast a glance back at the town enveloped in yellow sand as the scorching sunlight poured down like boiling water. Adjusting his desert-appropriate cloak and donning a hat, he lowered his head against the relentless sandstorm and began his journey deeper into the desert, his next destination being the Stone Desert City. Armed with a detailed map of the Tagore Great Desert sponsored by Hai Buodong, Mo Tang felt assured he would not lose his way in the sands. His primary objective for venturing to Stone Desert City was to ascertain whether Qing Lin still resided with the Mo Thai mercenary corps as depicted in the original narrative. According to the storyline, this young serpent girl, possessing the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent, was the catalyst for the Mo clan's upheaval. Although the 3 flower eyes were tremendously powerful, with the Tianxi mansion looming overhead, Mo Tang was unwilling to keep such a volatile presence close at hand. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from meeting the young girl first. The fate between her and Xiao Yin could not be altered just yet. These pivotal moments in the narrative were not something Mo Tang would allow to change so easily. When the time came for him to become powerful enough to disregard the advantages brought by foresight, he would no longer need to concern himself with the narrative. Chapter 79. The Mo Thai Mercenary Corps. Beneath the blazing sun, Mo Tang traversed for nearly 2 hours, observing the once zenith sun beginning its descent in the west. He adjusted his cloak, preparing to seek a suitable spot for the night. It was not out of a desire for self-inflicted hardship, but rather a form of mental cultivation amidst such harsh conditions. As the heat of the day dissipated, the temperature in the desert plummeted swiftly. By day, the vast expanse of yellow sand rendered the desert a true realm of death. Yet, as night fell, countless nocturnal beasts and venomous creatures emerged, preying upon unsuspecting travelers. Most mercenaries accustomed to the desert would not dare to spend the night unless accompanied by seasoned teams. Crackling sounds echoed as dry wood snapped in the flames. Clad in a black robe, Mo Tang obscured his face in shadow. At the doling level, external temperatures had little effect on them. However, to avoid the omnipresent sand of the desert, it was prudent to wrap oneself tightly. A faint rustling sound reached Mo Tang's ears. Turning slightly, he caught sight of a palm-sized black scorpion, swiftly approaching the flickering firelight with its tail raised. The desert black scorpion, a first-tier magical beast, was highly venomous. In an instant, Mo Tang recognized its true nature. This scorpion was among the smallest of its kind in the desert. Even ordinary first-tier magical beasts were typically the size of an adult. Yet, despite its diminutive size, it posed a significant threat. This creature thrived on ambushing mercenary camps under the cover of darkness. Its small stature made it difficult to detect, easily evading the watchful eyes of sentinels, leading to many mercenaries succumbing to its lethal venom in their slumber, a true harbinger of death in the desert. Regrettably for this particular scorpion, its target was Mo Tang. With a flick of his finger, a swift blade of wind shot forth, severing the scorpion's raised tail in an instant. Uttering a cry of pain, the startled desert black scorpion scrambled to burrow into the surrounding sand. Yet, before it could fully conceal itself, a second wind blade arrived, cleanly decapitating the creature. The cut was remarkably smooth, with not a drop of green blood spilling forth. After dispatching the stealthy black scorpion, Mo Tang collected its most valuable components, the stinger and venom gland. While the magical core within the scorpion was merely the size of a grain of rice and of little worth, the stinger and venom gland held significant value. Despite being a mere first-tier magical beast, its venom was extraordinarily potent. If he were to present the venom gland to the little physician, she would surely be delighted. The thought of her brought a sigh from Mo Tang. By this time, she likely had already departed from Qingshan town. Although she had just recently broken through to the Dou Qi level with a flying magical beast, the Blue Eagle, and having refined the flight technique, Eagle's Wing, she could easily escape any danger, alleviating his concerns regarding her safety. Leaning against a sandstone backdrop, Mo Tang gazed up at the twinkling stars. Images of the little physician Yun Yun, Nailin Yanran, and Mo Linglin flitted through his mind before fading away, and he drifted into an unknowing slumber. As dawn broke, Mo Tang awoke at the first light and continued on his journey. By midday, the outline of a grand city emerged before him. Upon entering the city, guided by memory, he made his way southward to seek out the Mo Thai mercenary group. After navigating a few streets, he came upon a courtyard that nearly rivaled the estate he resided in at Heiyin City. Above the courtyard, a banner fluttered in the breeze, emblazoned with the words Mo Thai mercenary group, exuding an air of ironclad resolve. At the entrance stood several robust men, weapons in hand, their sharp gazes scanning the passers-by outside. The faint scent of blood emanating from them indicated that they were seasoned warriors, having rolled through the crucible of battle. Their combat prowess far superior to that of novices of the same rank. Upon halting at the entrance, Mo Tang addressed the guarding mercenaries directly. Inform your leader that a business proposition has arrived. Upon hearing Mo Tang's words, the previously vigilant man's expression shifted instantly, and he respectfully replied, "Please wait a moment." In the mercenary business, it was customary to treat guests with utmost respect. In less than 5 minutes, the same man returned hurriedly. "Esteemed guest, please follow me. The leader is awaiting you in the hall." Upon entering the hall, Mo Tang beheld two young men who bore a striking resemblance to one another, and notably, they bore similarities to Xiao Yin as well. Truly, they were brothers. "Ha! I am Xiao Ding, the leader of the Mo Thai mercenary group. This is our second leader, Xiao Li. Please, esteemed guest, have a seat." The elder brother greeted Mo Tang with a warm smile and a respectful gesture, while the second leader, Xiao Li, appeared somewhat aloof, merely nodding without further comment. After instructing a maid to serve tea, Xiao Ding inquired, "Might I ask what task brings you to our Mo Thai mercenary group?" "Our group ranks among the top 3 in Stone Desert City, with fair prices and sincere dealings. This is widely acknowledged throughout the city." Montauk Tang replied indifferently, "I am here to request your assistance in locating a particular item in the desert." "What item?" "The salmon dollar." At the mention of this name, Xiao Ding's heart quivered slightly, and his smile gradually morphed into a serious expression. "The salmon dollar? Are you aware that it only grows deep within the Tagore Desert, which is the territory of the Serpent People?" Mo Tang chuckled lightly. "I am indeed aware that the sand mandala thrives in the depths of the desert. All I need from you is a simple answer. Are you willing to accept this task?" Upon hearing Mo Tang's words, the Xiao brothers furrowed their brows. Such a task, given their current capabilities, was fraught with peril. However, since they had chosen this line of work, they were already treading a path of danger. If they were to shy away from risks, they might as well return home to inherit family businesses rather than pursue a life as mercenaries. For mercenaries, the distinction between dangerous and safe tasks was irrelevant. It was solely about whether the remuneration offered was sufficient. 10,000 gold coins will suffice if you can simply locate the precise location of the salmon dollar. As for the rest, you need not concern yourselves with it. Mo Tang stated, raising a finger and speaking softly. This certainly stirred the hearts of the Xiao brothers. A sum of 10,000 gold coins for merely pinpointing an exact location. What a lucrative deal it seemed. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Li's eyes as he turned to his elder brother. Xiao Ding, understanding his brother's intentions, hesitated only briefly before resolutely accepting the task. "Excellent. The Mo Thai Mercenary Corps will undertake this mission." A smile crept onto Mo Tang's lips as he retrieved a verdant card from his spatial ring, placing it on the table. "I could provide you with the 10,000 gold coins in advance. However, should you fail to fulfill the task." An invisible pressure enveloped the room instantaneously. Crack! In the hall, the once solid black rock floor fissured, splitting into a crack no wider than a finger. Was this a Grandmaster or a Spirit Master? The Xiao brothers' eyes widened, their spirits shaken. Both were formidable fighters at the master level, while they could not match a Grandmaster in combat. They should not be so overwhelmed by the mere presence of one. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they distinctly sensed that if this mysterious figure wished to end their lives, it would merely require a single thought. Such terrifying power could hardly be attributed to a Grandmaster. Realizing this, the brothers exchanged a serious glance, their expressions growing graver. "Rest assured, my lord, since we of the Mo Thai accept this mission, we shall exert our utmost effort." Mo Tang nodded in acknowledgement, then addressed the Xiao brothers, saying, "Very well, please arrange a room for me. I will await your news here." Xiao Ding managed a wry smile as he glanced at his younger brother, then shook his head slightly in resignation, personally taking it upon himself to arrange accommodations for Mo Tang. There was no choice. The balance of power was overwhelmingly in favor of the mysterious figure, leaving them no room to voice dissent. Upon entering the room Xiao Ding had prepared for him, Mo Tang made no effort to create trouble. Instead, he shut the door, sat on the bed, and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, the Xiao brothers swiftly convened all members of the Mercenary Corps, announcing the mission and dispatching their elite members in various directions into the desert to seek information about the Sam Mandala. Thus time gradually passed. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon once more, a petite figure approached Mo Tang's door, timidly rapping her small fist against it. "Enter," came Mo Tang's emotionless voice from within. The owner of the tiny fist quivered at the sound before slowly pushing the door open. Creak! A delicate silhouette stealthily entered, but upon catching sight of Mo Tang sitting on the bed, she gasped slightly, hastily bowing to him and nervously inquiring, "My lord, dinner is ready. Would you care to dine?" The girl appeared quite young, clad in an elegant pale green attire. Although her frame was small, she was surprisingly well developed, her face bearing the faint signs of youth. Her adorable, finely crafted oval face resembled a beautiful porcelain doll, especially in her timid demeanor, akin to a frightened little rabbit. evoking a sense of protectiveness in those who gazed upon her. Is this Qing Lin? Mo Tang's gaze swept over her features, causing the girl, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, to tremble. Nodding gently, he spoke softly, "Very well, have someone bring in the dinner." "Yes, yes." The small girl nodded eagerly, then hurriedly scurried away. Mo Tang couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. Did he not present himself as a striking gentleman? Why then the look of fright? Admittedly, his current garb, a black cloak that obscured even his face, did lend him the air of a villain, and coupled with the Shao brothers' prior warnings, it was no wonder the young girl was intimidated. Having come to this realization, Mo Tang swiftly removed his black cloak, revealing a form-fitting warrior outfit that accentuated his handsome features, leaving the returning Qing Lin momentarily speechless. A series of exquisite dishes were served at the table, and the little maid, Qing Lin, was left sweating from the exertion. Despite the Mo Tang mercenary corps not being comprised solely of her, the others were too fearful to approach, leaving the timid Qing Lin to face him alone. Initially frightened, she found her fear dissipating upon seeing Mo Tang's true visage. Especially after hearing his gentle voice, her trepidation vanished entirely, replaced by curiosity as she stood there, covertly observing him out of the corner of her eye. Montauk Tung, who had been enjoying his meal, quickly became aware of the girl's furtive glances. Wishing to tease her, he suddenly directed his gaze toward her, locking eyes with her in a fortuitous moment. Startled, Qing Lin let out a small yelp, hastily covering her mouth, her expression a mix of innocence and distress. You're quite entertaining, my dear." Mo Tang chuckled at her reaction. However, seeing his delight at her dismay, Qing Lin pouted in discontent, yet dared not express her annoyance, burying her grievances deep within. "May I ask your name?" Mo Tang inquired, his heart softening at her adorable demeanor, swiftly changing the subject. The young girl blinked in surprise before stammering, "I am called Qing Lin." "Qing Lin, you say?" Mo Tang's gaze swept over her delicate wrist, hidden beneath her sleeve. Perhaps due to her awareness of the serpent-like scales on her own wrist, Qing Lin instinctively shrank back in fear, concealing her hands behind her back. Montauk Tang paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. He chose not to comment on it and resumed enjoying his dinner. After finishing his meal, he observed Qing Lin preparing to clear the table and suddenly said, "Seeing how adorable you are and how diligently you've served, I shall gift you a token." With that, Mo Tang produced a pair of azure wristbands from his spatial ring. Chapter 81. Reunion with Xiao Yan. When Qing Lin emerged from Mo Tang's chamber once more, her lovely, smooth wrists were adorned with exquisite wristbands encrusted with azure gemstones. Returning to her own room, she gazed repeatedly at her new adornments. Her cheeks flushed as thoughts swirled in her mind. Lost in her reverie, she buried her head in her pillow, bursting into fits of giggles. As for Mo Tang, he casually dismissed the incident with the young girl, leaving it behind him. 3 days later, beneath a sand dune deep within the desert, a dozen mercenaries stood back to back, weapons in hand. Surrounding them were 8 peculiar beings, each possessing a human head atop a human body, yet their lower extremities culminated in the formidable tail of a serpent. The serpentine appendages whipped through the air with a hissing sound that sent a chill down the spine. This mercenary group, comprising 10 individuals, 8 men and 2 women, was led by a woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Her delicate features were striking, yet the slightly raised, light brows hinted at a rebelliousness akin to that of a mother leopard prowling the desert. One could easily surmise that although this desert flower was alluring, she was also adorned with thorns. "Everyone be cautious. Danzi has already gone back to seek help. If we can hold on for a while, we will be saved once Captain Shaoli arrives." The sultry woman tightened her lips, her voice cold and commanding. This mercenary team belonged to the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, and the alluring woman was none other than the renowned beauty within the original narrative, Xuelan. However, whether they were fortunate or unfortunate was debatable. They had successfully unearthed information concerning the Sand Mandragora, only to be subsequently discovered by the Serpent Men, leading to their encirclement. Despite their numerical advantage, the Serpent Men's formidable prowess and their venom posed a significant threat. Faced with the grim prospect of no escape, the team ultimately sacrificed 2 of their members to break through and seek assistance, while the remaining 8 stayed behind to delay the enemy. Outside, the Serpent Men leered with lewd intent at Xuelan's exposed waist and taut thighs, their crimson tongues flicking in and out, provoking a wave of revulsion at first glance. It must be said, the Serpent Men were indeed peculiar. All the female Serpent Men possessed breathtaking beauty, while the males were grotesquely unattractive. One could only wonder how the female Serpent Men endured such unsightly companions. "Kill them, but spare the women. The leader of the serpent men, with triangular pupils, cast a predatory gaze over the woman, his voice a chilling rasp laced with lewdness. The serpentine nature was inherently lascivious, evoking an instinctual greed and lust for women. As the command was given, a bloodthirsty expression spread across the faces of the surrounding serpent men, their mouths slightly ajar as they revealed their crimson tongues, then, with savage ferocity, lunged at the mercenaries in the center. Just as the serpent men commenced their assault, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a shadow darted across the sky, like a bolt of black lightning, crashing heavily between the serpent men and the mercenaries. As the dust settled, a slender figure wielding a massive black ruler gradually came into view before all present. At that moment, within the city of Stone Desert, the commotion stirred by the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps had certainly not gone unnoticed by the other mercenary groups. Although the reason behind the Shao brothers deploying all their forces remained a mystery, it was evident that they had emptied their nest. Naturally, those who coveted the Desert Iron would not let such a rare opportunity slip by. Thus, upon confirming that all the elite forces of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps had ventured into the desert, various factions led by the Sand Mercenary Corps swiftly united, preparing to assault the headquarters of the Desert Iron and divide its territories among themselves. However, they were unprepared for what awaited them. When they boldly approached the gates of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, they were met with a terrifying figure cloaked in black, its visage entirely concealed. For those mercenaries lingering at the lower echelons, the true strength of such a fighter might not have been fully comprehended, yet Rob, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps and a grand fighter, was acutely aware of the terror associated with such formidable beings. Consequently, when Mo Tang chose to step, the originally aggressive forces intent on annihilating the Desert Iron found themselves retreating in disarray. After all, Mo Tang was not a member of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps, nor did he share any ties with the Shao brothers. His intervention was merely to prevent those fools from disrupting his own mission. Thus he had no desire to engage them. Nevertheless, this act significantly bolstered his presence in the eyes of the Desert Iron members, particularly in the eyes of the young girl, Qing Lin, who had already developed a fondness for this amiable elder brother. Noticing the starry-eyed admiration from the young girl, Mo Tang felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed his visit to Stone Desert had not been in vain. Seizing the opportunity to leave a lasting impression on the innocent girl would undoubtedly make it easier to cultivate her fondness as she matured. Though his approach might have been somewhat cunning, it could hardly be laid at his feet, for he had merely learned from the original protagonist, Xiao Yan. Thus, the troubles facing the mercenary corps were resolved. Back at the base, Xiao Ding exhaled a long sigh of relief. His decision to send out all elite forces was predicated on the gamble that the enigmatic powerhouse would not stand idly by while they were annihilated before completing their mission. It appeared he had wagered correctly. Perhaps it was the turn of fortune for the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. On the second day following the failure of the conspirators in Stone Desert, Xiao Ding received news from his brother Xiao Li, stating, "The Sand Mandragora has been located." Not only that, but they had also encountered an unexpected individual in the desert. His third brother, Xiao Yan. "Little Yin, after all these years, I wonder how much you've grown." Standing outside the hall, anticipation surged within Xiao Ding as he prepared to reunite with his younger brother. At that moment, the cheerful laughter of Xiao Li echoed from the courtyard. "Ha, Little Yin, this is our Desert Iron Mercenary Corps headquarters. Come, let's go inside and see Big Brother. I've already had someone send word. He has likely been waiting for you for quite some time."